Oh, lo, 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 lo. No one cares, bro. I don't know why I'm talking to this guy. I have no idea what we're talking about. He emailed me. He's got a big channel and he like wants to talk about random stuff. So I'm like, okay, let's do it. Right now? No, it's in like 45 minutes, 55 minutes. Can anybody tell me, can somebody solve this problem? Why does my clock run slower and slower on my streaming computer and not on my gaming computer? My gaming computer's clock time is always perfect. But on my streaming computer, it always, like, when my computer's been on for like a week, it's like 4 minutes slow. How? Why? Shitty BIOS battery? Could that really be it? No shot. Is this set to auto sync? Yes, all that shit is on. Auto sync, all that bullshit, auto time zone, all of it is on. Nobody knows. Okay. What an annoying fucking problem. Any thoughts on John Jones coming back to fight? The thing is, the guy hasn't been training that hard since he's been out. I think he's just back to collect easy money. But he's gonna get his fucking ass whipped 1,000,000%. If you know what I mean. Want to bet? I'm giving you the future, son. I don't need to bet, okay? What is this? ZVZ. Do you think you could have kids with Melina despite being in an open relationship? Yeah, probably. I imagine if we have kids and shit, we'd probably close the relationship. Or that'd be my guess. Or maybe not. I don't know. Damn. Do you think it's good to leave these up? Because I make like an extra laying in it. Gives me time to like build my base up here. I never actually know.
Swarm forces under attack. Swarm forces under attack. First queen ready. Swarm forces under attack. Successful.
I should have pulled out gas, I think. Interesting. So he's gonna turtle up and do some memes. don't need to do that, I don't think. I feel like I'm in a good spot right now, but maybe not. This is gonna be a 1-1 timing attack. But my 1-1 should finish around the same time his does? I don't think I'm in a bad spot. Especially if I get this third running. As long as I don't play too greedy. Oh my god, how did I not see these coming? What? I think I lost like one drone there. One, two, three. I think I take both gases here.
Command unacceptable.
Oh my god, he's gonna knight us. Okay, he's already making roaches. I need to be making roaches. I might be a little bit late at making roaches. I wonder if getting speed here is greedy.
Swarm forces under attack.
No shot. What the fuck is this meme shit? Bro, you're doing every fucking tech in the world off 2 bases.
Swarm forces under attack. Mineral field exhausted.
Okay.
Forces under attack. Sequences spun. Swarm mutated. Mutation complete. Swarm forces under attack.
Jesus fucking Christ.
forces under attack.
I think he's done making Muta.
Newly birthed queen ready.
I feel like it's not worth trying to macro in this matchup. I think you should just pick a retarded like timing and just go all in every time. It's too stupid trying to like figure out like the 50 million fucking retarded things people can do. Or just like mass queens or something, I don't know. I think this guy went early pull plus expanding, so he had late gas. It was just like 17 like retarded things in a row. I think he did 12 pull, and then just like made like 8 non-speedlings to kill a hatchery, and then expand, and then like 6 muta, and then like mass rush. Just like a bunch of stupid shit. Is there a reason not to go Muta that game? It's just extremely risky. They're super fucking expensive, or they're dog shit units in ZBZ. But if you catch somebody off guard with them, you can do a little bit of damage to like prep for other things. It's just a very big. Why is everybody making a big deal out of the atomic heart game? I have no idea why people like it or what it's supposed to be. Is there like a lot of hype around this game, or?
That's Sun Gang.
Swarm has evolved.
Really? Okay. I'm dead. No, wait, no, not. Those are Widow Mines. Wait, there. What is happening? I think Jake Paul could beat me in StarCraft 2. Just because he's the best boxer of all time doesn't mean that he could beat me in StarCraft, dude. Come on.
Evolution complete. Mutation complete.
I just lost all these. Just kidding. Not all of them. Does this mean he's doing a mech build? Is that what that shit is, or what? Nice. I feel like he doesn't have enough army. He's got to be like on like battle cruisers or something, right?
Mineral cluster expanded.
How dangerous is it to snipe these? Oh, not at all. Well, a little dangerous.
Under attack. Sequences spun.
Oh my god, these were not in the right spot. But I don't think it matters. Jesus. Does your MMR get changed by your bonus pool? I don't even remember. Am I out of bonus pool? What's the MMR for Grandmaster? Probably like 4.8, 4.9k, I think. When's your Donovan Sharp debate? I don't know. It should be on my calendar, I think, isn't it? It's in like a week and a half. Why? I don't understand these weird fucking... Like, I'm just gonna send 6 lanes. Why? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? He doesn't have link speed? It's some goofy shit. What the fuck? It's just, no, he's just bad. Bro, I don't know what the fuck are happening in these fucking games. If it's like time of day that you queue, or like what the fuck is going on? Unless he's got like a hidden third somewhere that I'm just like totally missing. What could he possibly be doing? Oh, good one. That's a little goofy. Are these guys master? I don't know if this guy's... Oh no, I guess they probably are master. I don't know. This is just like everything about this guy's build is horrible. He's gonna need like a fucking Hail Mary, like fungal growth or something, I guess, to win the game. I shouldn't be giving him as much time as I am to build, because technically his tech is better than mine. Did I really just unhotkey all of my fucking shit?
Best part of the SC2 return is the music. Also, why am I yelling at you? I don't know, turn me down.
What happened to all the TTSs? Why are they all sick? Like, what is this playing here? I think I just A move and I win. I'm pretty sure I don't even need to fucking be here for this attack. guess like nice lurkers? I don't know. I should have played this back a little bit right now.
Hello, chat. I'm getting kind of tired. Wait.
Mutation complete.
Yeah, fuck. I should have. I wasn't thinking. Well, no, I was thinking. I didn't care. I should have cared a little more. If he takes a third, this is gonna be like a 45-minute game. It's just, he's trying to do so much off of like 2 bases.
This game calls for a round of Ultralist Drop Harass.
Do you think so?
You done did it, chat. All those LS gave me throat cancer. It was fun while it lasted. Now, my only chance to do voiceovers again is if Rockstar wants to make Max Payne 4, because that's how I sound now.
Wait, what happened? It's a tough roach timing for toss before they can get immortals. Yeah, what is that, a 1 base timing?
Why did you give up on the more nuanced Tate takes and go full anti? I thought it was more interesting how Sneeko and company were taking what he was saying and then contorting it.
Well, I think my takes on Tate are still relatively nuanced, just not around the sex trafficking thing. I think that's pretty cut and dry. I mean, like, I'll give nuance where nuance is needed, but that doesn't mean you like both sides every issue, right? Is Roach Rush viable strat against pr0n? I mean, I'm sure there's some weird, goofy timing that could work, but I'm not about to discover it.
Steven, you gonna try out Stormgate?
Poor Duke Nukem. What happened, bro? I'm worried about him.
Try out Captain of Industry. You will
Fuck.
Were you trying to enjoy the tunes? Have you forgotten that I'm sick? LL, fuck you all.
Swarm forces under attack.
Let's see. I feel like he can play on these cliffs and it's just gonna fuck me hard. I just lose. Okay, no, don't ever take the front. The front third is never again.
Swarm forces under attack.
I'm gonna start my spire.
Destiny. You should have more disabled people on your stream. You've had plenty of mentally disabled. But what about physically? Wheelchair homies roll out.
didn't even start this upgrade.
It is over, Raiden. Look what they made out of this world. The Latlai Lulalo have won. You have fought well. Raiden, I must go now and rest. If you eat some snakes, think of me, okay? Also, play Metal Gear Solid 3 every time you get the chance.
Here is $5, Steve. I saved some money switching to this cheaper insulin. A man, little-headed, but are you DJ TK Surjitsur?
Destiny, remember President Sunday didn't run. He didn't run. He didn't run.
The game of life is hard to play. I'm gonna lose it anyway. The losing card I'll someday lay. So this is all I have to say.
My college just installed this new Cisco Enterprise class firewall in our main building. Everything is so bleak. The walls are coming down. I think they are once again forcing a certificate down my throat. It is all so tiresome.
Where them infestors at?
Forces under attack. Cluster explode.
Jesus.
Steven, everyone here is sick. I think the TTS camp might have a COVID outbreak. What do we do? Also, when is the next composition challenge, you fuck?
You still speak to Day 9 or Husky.
Oh boy. I can't wait to watch my favorite politics streamer.
Shut up, nerd, we're climbing the ladder. This is not for the weak of heart. You may want to kill someone, maybe even yourself. RSVP to my funeral, beer W, there will be beer pong.
Okay, we're good for today. This guy was Diamond?
Don't let any of this distract you from the fact that the Eagles' defensive line had 70 sacks on the season and yet didn't get 1 sack on the GOAT. Patrick
GM.
Mahomes
Oh,
lower.
right. This means he
Eagles
was GM, right?
suck
I'm not looking at the
clock.
wrong.
Phillies lost. Eagles lost. Next is the Sixers. Lower.
Oh, he could be GM with another race, true. Mommy milkers.
Mommy milkers. She is big milkers. I think Bella's gonna go to the creative.
Cool. What is the wave? 44 minutes.
At the beginning of this month,
Oh my god, this chicken is so good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. It's delicious.
clearly doesn't mean that. He's just trying to suck up to you.
Can you be nice, please?
Oh, it's fine. I get it. I don't like my sister.
Guys, watch
And
this.
He beat me at that.
Bonus meme.
Obama.
And too.
You can't beat me in Madden.
Maybe we can have a little post-dinner game then. That sounds like it'd be fun.
What was that?
Oh, boys, my knees are burning.
Is that okay? He's fine. He's working.
Oh, fuck.
Is he hurt?
No, he's not.
He sounds hurt.
He's fine.
I'll go check on him.
I'll come.
Yeah, I bet you will.
Ryan, you don't need to check. No, everyone sit down. Sit your butts down. No one check. Sit the fuck down. Oh, Jesus.
Dad, are you okay?
Oh my God, kids, he's working.
Hey, settle down. Guys, hold your horses. Hold your horses for a second. Doesn't anybody fucking knock anymore?
What the fuck are you doing,
Sarah,
Dad?
this is my job.
We don't
This
want-
is my job.
That's-
I lost my job, and this is how I'm providing for you.
You have an OnlyFans?
Yeah. Turns out you can make a lot of money doing this.
So are you trying to tell me you couldn't get a job, so now you're just a slut?
Not a slut.
I'm not a slut. Oh, thank you, African Rose.
This live right now?
This is live. We're live. Fuck.
Oh.
Oh, Eric's here for dinner?
I told you he was coming.
Don't you think you're moving a little fast? You don't think I know what you're trying to do, my daughter?
I swear.
Ah, shit, this thing catches up to you. You guys like all the nice new shit you've been getting? PS5? Your Kia Soul? How do you think that thing's been getting paid for?
So you don't want to see how the sausage is made before you eat it.
But you'll gladly sit down there and eat all the sausage. This is how the sausage gets made. It's butt sauce.
You show some respect. His asshole will never be the same because of this, for what he's doing for you guys.
Who's watching this?
A lot of fellas.
Oh, God! Dad!
What?
Oh, honey.
Mr. Hubbard, your penis is out. So, like, how much money does this actually make?
15,000?
Holy shit, 15,000?
15K. Not bad.
Ryan, turn this down for a sec.
Help your father.
You listen to your father and turn it the fuck
turn
down.
it down.
Ooh, not up, not up. Hey, you trying to kill me? Sorry. Now listen. You think this is something I want to do? Times are tough. I'm doing whatever I can to help. Put a roof over your head. I do this because I love you guys.
I think it's cool.
You do?
Yeah, man. Sex work is work. I respect it.
What the hell's sex work? Hookers? You think I'm a hooker? Oh yeah. We're gonna get the big house at the lake this year.
Hear that?
Really? Oh my God. The big one?
The biggest one. Eric, you like water skiing? Or are you one of those wakeboard pussies?
I do both. I like water sports a lot.
Ah, shit!
Why don't we go downstairs and finish dinner? You'll join us?
I'll come.
I bet you will.
Jesus Christ. Okay, let me go wash my hands while talk to this guy. Fuck me. Oh my gosh.
What happened?
Do you know who Keffels is?
Who?
Never mind. What's up? Oh, I'm streaming, by the way. Don't say anything crazy. How you doing?
I'm good. What are you streaming on?
YouTube.
Are we gonna do video or just talk?
Whatever you want. We can do video if you want.
Okay, I can do video. I just want to put it on my OBS and record it.
Yeah, knock us out. Here, I'll give you a video.
Yours is better than mine.
I think Keffel spent the 100K
How do I
on
get-
drugs. Unironically, I think she did.
Why is it not working?
Your camera?
Yeah.
I don't know. It says Imaging Edge Webcam. Do you have the right input select on?
Let me check.
Oh my gosh.
Have you ever seen my videos before?
I looked up your channel when you messaged me, and I saw a couple things, but other than that, no. I think we occupy very different spots of the internet.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just want you don't hate me, right?
Well, when you ask that way, now you make it sound like I should hate you. Why? Should I? What do you do? Are you like a Nazi or something? Or a
No,
communist?
not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay, base.
I'm
Good
just kidding,
answer.
I'm just kidding.
It's alright. You might be by the end of this convo. We'll see.
You know, I thought I had this all ready.
Nah, you're good, dude. I stream for 10 hours a day, so you got 9 more hours to get your shit straight, and we're good.
You know, I was looking up. It was so funny. I was looking up. I think his name's Ethan. How do you say Ethan? You know, the guy that made the video Ethan's Theory of Everything.
Oh, a theme.
Athene, yeah. And he was doing funny videos of you last night.
Yeah, he's got like an AI thing. And he's been running a bunch of different streamers' personalities through it.
I wasn't sure if like he didn't like you or why he was doing it that way.
We have a sordid past. Does that make sense?
Why is this not working? But I am grateful you are doing this with me.
Yeah, no
I
problem.
feel like I really don't have business doing it with you. But
What do you mean by that?
well, I mean, we're in different sides of the world, you know, as far as social media is.
Mhm.
You know, people you argue with and talk to. I don't really talk to them. I did interview Tristan Tate once, but
Oh, damn.
I put it on private.
Because of the blowback?
Since everything's happening, I was like, let me just put this on private. I don't know. My OBS is open.
Yeah, I see the camera loading right now, so it looks like what you're doing is I'm guessing OBS is probably capturing your camera, and you're
Correct.
trying to send the same camera signal now to Discord, and typically you can only do one at a time. If on
Right.
OBS, do you know how to turn on the virtual camera? In the bottom right, there might be a thing that said Start Virtual Camera. Next
Just
to like...
close OBS.
No. Well, don't close it because you want to record, don't you?
Well, I closed it to see if it would stop doing what it's doing.
Oh, you might have to reselect the input now on Discord. But there's a way on OBS where you can get it to broadcast a... OBS will like broadcast another camera that you can capture with Discord.
Because I don't know if I'll put this on our big YouTube right now, but I will make clips out of it and put it on our TikTok.
Mhm.
And then I'll put it on my other YouTube. And then, because I'm trying to switch, which is another question I have for you. Because you switched from League of Legends to something different, correct? Is that how it happened?
Kind of, yeah. I was originally
Yeah.
StarCraft 2 semi-pro, and then I switched to League, and then now I kind of do a little bit of everything.
Trying to be so patient and calm right now.
Oh,
Huh.
nice.
There we go. How do I get it back to you and me?
On what?
How do I put it for both of us so I can see both of us and record it
Oh, on OBS?
on Discord? I have to select you to see you and then select me to see me.
Well, I see us both on Discord right now. Oh, wait. Maybe try, like, left-clicking on one of our cameras. Are you saying, like, one of them's big and one of them's small, or...?
Correct.
Oh, yeah. Try left-clicking around on our cameras until it, like, equalizes both of us.
Haha. Okay. Okay.
If you're talking right now, I super can't hear you.
It says too many concurrent sessions. Try closing the other recording software, which might be using the NVEC, such as NVIDIA Shadowplay. Okay, so my Shadowplay. How many people are watching me just fumble like this?
Like 4,000. You're good.
Nice.
We're just chilling.
Did you tell them who I was?
No, I usually let the guest introduce themselves.
Are you gonna record this?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Can you send it to me on Dropbox or something?
Yeah.
Or is that too much work?
Nope.
I'm asking for?
I mean, I can send you like the whole recording of my. It'll be the whole recording of my stream, and then you can pick out this interview if you want. But yeah.
Will it be good quality though?
I mean, I'm recording everything locally on my end, so as good as
Your clips are always good, so.
they're okay. Yeah. Wait, are you in
All right,
Miami?
so. What'd you say?
Are you in Miami?
No, I'm in New Smyrna.
What is that a country or a planet? Wait, where you're at?
No, like 5 hours from you.
Oh, okay.
I'm East Coast, but I'm just by Central Florida.
Gotcha,
Or Central Orlando, I mean.
I've only ever seen that the pink neon shit. Usually there's like grass behind it. I see it like in every restaurant in Miami. I don't know if it was like a Miami thing or not, or maybe it's a Florida thing.
No, I got it made for my wife and I's podcast thing, Beauty and the Bold. It was going to be Beauty and the Bald, but my management company, they didn't like the idea because they had Bald and Beautiful already on one of their podcasts.
Sure.
So I was like, well, I might not always be bald. I might get hair surgery, but then I changed my mind. So I was just like Beauty and the Bold. And in this scenario, I'll be the beauty and you'll be the bold.
Okay.
Not funny.
I can be
I was
bold.
trying to be funny.
No, you're good.
But yeah, I'm Dees. That's what I go by. Our channel is the Campisis. We do parody comedy.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up watching Married with Children, stuff like that.
Okay.
I grew up around a lot of construction workers. You know, a lot of misogynist men.
Sure.
So I just used that, made comedy out of it. It just kind of dealing with the trauma in my own way.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife's always been a willing participant. So we've had a lot of fun doing it. And then I never thought in a million years that it was going to go viral on TikTok. And then it did. And then I posted on YouTube. And then I posted on every other platform. And it kind of just went viral. So I'm more of an outsider looking in at you guys like you, Sneeko, Tristan, Andrew, Hassan, all those people. I'm always spectating. And I was like, I want to get in the arena,
Yeah.
So I started reaching out to people and you answered. So thank you very much.
Yeah. What do you, how long have you guys been doing the YouTube stuff for on TikTok? Like, when did you start?
3 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. And then YouTube 2 years ago.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you know, I there's like a lot of friends that I have, like, that kind of through really weird ways on like the YouTube and the TikTok world that want to get more involved in this kind of stuff, which is funny because I always considered like what I do, like this is like the ultra nerdy shit on the internet, and then everything else is like really hip. Yeah, now I've got like random people from TikTok and stuff who are like, oh, like we should debate, like I want to get into this, or like, oh, there's a bunch of people like the No Jumper Studio that are like, we want to talk about more serious issues and everything, and it's just kind of interesting that everybody wants to jump back over to this space for a little bit.
Well, this is where I originally tried to go.
Mhm.
I've been trying to do this for 11 years, and nobody listened to me until I made stupid videos.
Sure.
Like, I mean, that's the only way I ever got the attention
Mhm.
that I was, the validation I need. No, I'm just kidding. But
Yeah. Listen, I'm a content creator too. I know all about that validation, okay?
yeah, it feels good sometimes.
Yeah.
No, you're 34 though.
I am. 34
you went to
years
college,
young.
right?
I did go to college, but I dropped out because I was working too much. Or depending on who you talk to, because I was a fucking loser. So, it just depends on what angle you want to take.
Well, yeah. I went to college. I dropped out because I got hit by a car. So I was like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Okay, are you just gonna one up me the whole conversation, or I got hit by a truck
no,
actually? Okay, I got hit by one car and then well, hold on. Actually, now your accent might be really serious, and I feel like an asshole. Tell me about your car accident. What happened?
No, I was driving a motorcycle. Girl wasn't paying attention. Pulled out in front of me. Broke my leg. And I was in college and I just couldn't. I hated going to crutches and going to school, and I just stopped going.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I made a mistake, but I mean, it worked out in the end. I feel like I'm pretty happy with where I am in life. So
cool. What? Not the getting hit, but that everything worked out. Yeah.
You're 34. This is something that's been intriguing me too. Were you around when the Zeitgeist Addendum and Peter Joseph and all that was going on? Were you paying attention then?
When you say the Zeitgeist Addendum, what are you talking about?
Peter Joseph talks about a resource-based economy, an RBE. And he got it from a man named Jacques Fresco in the Venus Project, which is down in Florida Bayou. It's in Venus, Florida.
I don't think so.
Because I only see clips, so I actually want to kind of get to know you and not assume and everything like a lot of people do on the internet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I remember like, geez, was it like 12? No, like 10 years ago, there was like a short film that was passed around on like on a URL, and it was called like I think the Zeitgeist. Unless was it.
Yes.
Is that it? Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, I remember hearing about it, but I never like watched it or anything. Yeah.
That's right, because everyone in the comment section is Destiny's a socialist, he's a communist, he's this, he's that, and I don't think that's probably. I want to know what you are, like what you believe in.
Oh,
I'm
sure.
just interested.
I'm very, very far left, but I'm absolutely not a socialist or communist. No.
Well, I mean, me personally, the way technology is going and how it's growing and how it's adapting, and the technology has beaten the man. So, I mean, to be far left at this point isn't necessarily wrong in a lot of aspects, because not everyone's going to be able to have a job soon. And there's going to have to be, well, I mean, the jobs may change into like content creation and what they've adapted to and changed to now. But I've always been interested in people discussing, what are we going to do when the technology is taking most of the hard jobs and most of the tedious jobs, and AI and the ways to go in there. You don't even need an accountant anymore.
I think people talk about this a lot. Have you ever heard of something called the lump of labor fallacy?
No.
There's for the longest time, I keep making this. I think I read this. I think even Marx was talking about how cotton looms would basically make it so that everybody's gonna have an abundance of time. It feels like every time we're on the precipice of some new technology, everybody's thinking like, oh my God, like we're gonna have we finally live in a post-scarcity society. There's an abundance of productive machines. Like people aren't gonna have to worry about it. But it seems like we always find more work to do. So I don't know if we'll ever truly run out, but I guess maybe we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, and so. Flip it on another angle is like you look at the auto industry, right? They had so many laborers for so long, but yet the technological advances have been so significant, they have less labor, but yet the prices have skyrocketed through the roof. So I would say that's probably something you don't agree with.
Don't agree that the prices have gotten higher. Don't agree that
the prices should get higher. They should be less. If technology advances, or are you saying the money and research that goes into that technology is why the price is higher?
You know anything about like software development or anything, or?
No, I'm kind of stupid.
No, well, it's not stupid. Damn.
Well, I know. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah. No, you're good. There's like like computers don't feel like they're ultra fast compared to what they used to be, even though the hardware has gotten so much better. And the feeling, I guess, like maybe things just haven't gotten better. It might be like a feeling or a takeaway you have. But the reality is that even though the hardware's gotten better, the software's gotten like infinitely more complex. And there's a lot of stuff going on now under the hood that we don't necessarily see every day. That makes the software we use today way more like robust and everything than the software we used to use in the past. I think for cars, it's similar. I think we probably take for granted that like cars today are way, way, way better than the cars in the past. It probably doesn't feel that way. But like as like one metric, for instance, I want to say when I was growing up in like in the 2000s, I think it was pretty rare for small cars to get like 5-star safety ratings from like the sides if they would get hit in car accidents. But now like every single car is like 5-star safety ratings from like every single angle. I think there's probably a lot of like under the hood improvements like that we don't necessarily see. So it feels like, why is the same car that I'm getting today that I could have gotten, 20 years ago, why is it still, $5,000, $10,000 more expensive? It's probably because of a lot of those types of improvements, I would imagine.
I can see that. And then the other end would be TVs, for instance. TVs used to be really expensive, but the technological advances and how they build them has gotten so cheap. But sometimes I think of those metrics as like, well, the reason why TV are cheaper is because that's where everyone consumes media, and they need to be cheaper, and they want people watching TVs. They want them easily accessible, whereas cars wouldn't be the same situation from that aspect, at least.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I think the technologies legitimately get cheaper too. I'm sure you remember the how quickly the rise and fall of plasma screen TVs were. I don't even know if Zoomers know about those anymore. Plasmas were the shit, and I feel like they came and went in the course of like 2 to 3 years, maybe even less. They were getting really cheap, and then LCDs started to come up. It was like LCDs are way too expensive, and then it's like, oh wait, never mind, plasmas don't even exist anymore. So I don't know. I think the technologies are we make pretty significant changes, and things come and go, but. Yeah.
Yeah, another thing would be CDs, for instance. We went from tape to CDs, then straight to iPod and MP3 players.
Yeah.
Similar aspect there. What is your background though? Is it just, what brought you all the way here? Where you are?
I'm what you call a Wikipedia warrior.
Okay.
No, I guess I went to school for music. I failed school because I was working too much, and then I worked, and then eventually I wound up in streaming. A friend suggested a long time ago, he's like, hey, remember we used to play games in the hallways and stuff? It was always like super funny. You should do that like on stream. There weren't very many people streaming at that point, like some weird Korean kids and a couple of shows, and I was like, okay, let's see if we can figure this out. And then I started streaming. It was pretty funny. Then I just kept that up for 12 years, and here I am. That's the super abbreviated version.
What about your childhood? Were you traumatized at all, or you got any good trauma to talk about?
That's debatable. We all kind of do, don't we?
Yeah, but you seem like you're a hard worker. You're working your ass off.
There's probably two combinations of things going on there. One is that I've been pretty independent since I was 16. My mom moved when I was like, I think like 14, 15. My dad moved when I was like 15, 16. So I've always kind of been on my own. So it's kind of like a do or die, basically, is how it works. Like you either keep working until you're dead or until you've got enough money to pay your bills. So I've always had like a good, like I can dump a ton of hours into something if I need to, if I have to survive. It's not like anybody's gonna help me. And then, but what I do for work today is stuff that I really, really like. So I can work a fuck ton, and it is work, but it's also fun, right? It's unironically, it's that. I'm sure you feel to some extent similar about the YouTube. It's like find your passion, and then you'll never have to work a day in your life or whatever. It was just it kind of fits with the streaming stuff, right?
Yeah. Okay. Is if I hear you guys talk about gender roles and all that and the exception. I've heard you on Pearl's podcast and different areas. It's been pretty exciting. And my wife and I have been making videos recently with the Beauty and the Bold theme, talking about marriage and the relationships that we have. And my wife was going on talking about, make sure that when you're picking a partner and you want kids, make sure that's something that she's willing to sacrifice for, because in the modern day now, it's not the 1960s anymore. A woman having children at a young age is ultimately sacrificing her career opportunities at that time. I mean, she can always go back to it when she's 30 or whatever, but there's a lot of men that would come in there and be like, you're not making a sacrifice. The man's making a sacrifice to work 16 hours a week. But then from my point of view, if you aren't working 16 hours a week without kids, do you really want to be great, or do you really want to be that successful? So for me, I'm going to work 16 hours regardless, with or without kids. Now, I'm lucky that I had a partner who bought into what I was saying and wanted what I wanted, and she was like, I'm willing to take care of the kids while you do this and pull us along, because I'm pretty much the brain trust behind our whole channel. She does her role perfectly whenever she can, but she takes care of the kids most of the time, and that to me is a bigger sacrifice than me ever working 16 hours. I mean, I don't understand. Screaming kids, holding in my arms and all that is just not necessarily fun for me.
Sure.
Like I'd rather work, and that's not a sacrifice to me,
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a healthy way to view the different roles that people can take in relationships, especially traditional ones. I feel like sometimes when I hear people talk about traditional relationships, it seems like they shit on the women role a lot. Like man provides resources and women just consume. And it's like, well, the only reason we feel that way is because you don't usually pay your wife for taking care of kids. But yeah, it definitely is exhausting. It can be exhausting work, yeah.
You have one kid?
Yeah, one child. He lives in Nebraska right now. I moved, I think, about 3 years ago. Me and the mom are split, and then I visit him whenever I travel, basically. But, yeah.
Your relationship's good, though? I mean, you and the mom are cooperating and all that?
Yes. For parenting, our relationship is really good. If we live together, we'll try to kill each other. But
yeah, understandable. I get it. I feel, do you think life is luck, or do you think it's hard work, or do you think you're lucky and privileged to be where you are, or is there a certain...
There's a really, really good quote, and it's like, luck is opportunity meets preparation. So
I love that one.
Yeah, my life is very, very, very lucky. But I mean, like, I was prepared for the lucky breaks that came by. But I mean, like, the only reason I was prepared is because of luck, right? Like for the streaming stuff, for instance, the reason why nobody streamed in the early days is right now you use a program called OBS, right? So you use OBS and it does everything for you. Back in my day, you needed a program called, I think we used Camtasia was what it was called. So Camtasia was a program that just captured your video device and then it outputted into another box. And then you would have to download a program. We used a program called Virtual Audio Cable. Virtual Audio Cable is a program that would route different audio channels to one output. So you'd use Virtual Audio Cable, you'd set up multiple channels so that all of your audio would be routed to one thing. Then you'd have your camera. Then we used another program called Flash Media Live Encoder. And then you'd have to go and find an encoder that you could plug into that program. And then with Flash Media Live Encoder, you would route the Camtasia output to the Virtual Audio Cable output. And then all of that would be routed to an RTMP server that you would use to stream. This is like how we had to stream like that. And when we did that, we had 400 kilobits a second to fucking stream. So like the fact that I was able to figure all that shit out like gave me a huge head up, because no offense, but most gamers and people are just like tech retarded. I don't know much at all. And I was able to figure all that out. But the only reason I was able to figure that out is because I was lucky enough to grow up like with a family computer in the family room. So I was able to mess around with stuff, right? So that's like I put in the work to figure out all the streaming stuff, but I was lucky that I grew up in an environment where I could even be exposed to computers and shit, right?
Yeah, I get that. Because a lot of people would call me lucky a lot, and it kind of aggravates me to some extent because it discredits all the work that I put into. Like I did not settle, and that's very rare. A lot of people settle for a career that they're like, oh, I'm not going to make it. Let me just settle for this option. It's the safest option, and I refused to settle forever. And I didn't make a video that went viral until I was 31 years old, and it worked to my benefit. And I think that a lot of people discredit how much work and honor and courage it goes into this whole thing. So I always want to talk to people and see if do they think it's luck or think what it is. But I agree that a lot of the situations that I've been in were luck.
Yeah.
But if I wasn't prepared for those opportunities or willing to have the courage to seize them, then I wouldn't have been in this place. So it's like some constant duality between two things.
Yeah, I think I tend to push. It just depends on who I'm talking to, because some people will say things like, "Oh, like there was no luck involved whatsoever," and it's like, bro, you're lucky to be born in the United States. You could have been born in fucking Somalia or something, you know. So that in and of itself is already kind of lucky. But then other people say like, "Oh, like it's all luck. Like if you're a billionaire, you're just lucky," and it's like nobody becomes a billionaire by being just lucky, right? Like there's going to be some amount of like high skill work, or like, oh, CEOs don't do anything. It's like, come on, dude. So yeah, I mean, there's a balance. Like I said, I think it's that. Luck is opportunity meets preparation, and the opportunity sometimes can be lucky. That's like a lucky break, but and the preparation can be lucky. But there's also like skill that goes into both, right? Opportunity can be you busting your ass to network in the right ways to meet the right people, and then the opportunities present themselves because you put yourself in an environment where those opportunities show up. Or the preparation could be that you do some menial labor or some job in college or something like that, and then in the future, like you are more prepared for an opportunity that comes by as well. Yeah.
So what advice would you give, young men and women that are trying to seize the opportunity when it's the luck shows? Like, growing up, age 18, however old you want to start at.
Yeah, my stuff is so cringe, and it might just because I have super ADHD and nobody likes to hear it. If I could go back in time and give myself like you have to do this fucking thing, I would say like at the very least, motherfucker, 30 minutes a night on homework. Just like focus more in school. It helps you so much in life. There's so much of your life is improved if you just try a little bit harder in school. I could have had like a full ride scholarship to college. Like I know obviously things worked out well for me, but like I was just so fucking lazy in school. And the thing is when you're in school, you don't realize how much life sucks until you're out of school. And then you have to work a shit job, and you have to work every fucking day to pay bills in a place that you don't like, for a life that you hate, that you're trapped in forever, and all you're thinking is like, fuck, I'm going to work at 7-Eleven today, and I could have just like spent 30 more minutes on my Algebra 1 homework. So I'd say study more. I say another thing I would say is that's one, and another thing I say, don't take your health for granted. So like just a little bit of like exercise or working out. Like I don't think there's any reason not to be into like strength training if you're like a young person. It could be going to the gym twice a week, but whatever it is, like starting those habits early on, they stay with you for life. And if you go too far gone, like if you get into like the obese BMI range, coming back is so fucking hard. As long as you have your health, you should like pay at least the slightest bit of attention to things like diet and exercise. Again, you don't have to, it doesn't have to be like 7 days a week. Like I'm only eating like the purest of fucking foods, but just like a little bit of attention to it, I think is good.
Yeah, I eat really healthy, and then yesterday I had 2 Cokes and a Sprite, so I was, divulging, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
So the transition you made from, your League of Legends pro streaming to being more of like, I don't know, social justice warrior. I don't know what you would call yourself.
Yeah, I'm like the old school social justice warrior. Like the new ones today are kind of crazy. I'm like the old school one who's like, dude, I think gay people should be able to get married. But like the new school ones are like everything is white supremacy and slavery and shit. I don't know. I'm not. I guess I'm like, if the new people are here and like Bill Maher is here, I'm like somewhere in the middle. I think, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen actually one take of yours was talking about the whole fat phobia, fat shaming thing. You're like, it was a great idea at first, but then it just transforms into something that it's not supposed to be. And I think that a lot of stuff is happening that way that you're talking about. I mean, just one, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the fall of the society that we live in. And this is towards the end of it, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure everybody probably feels that way, that we're like at the end times. I'm sure we've always felt that way. Maybe it's true this time, but... yeah, I mean, like, it's always like, there's always a good idea, and then fuckers take it too far and fuck it up. That's just how it goes, yeah.
Well, like, when I first kind of realized, like, hey, I can be something more than just a douchebag, I started following Occupy Wall Street at the time. So this was 11 years ago or so. And what was happening at Zuccotti Park, and Tim Pool, he was just blowing up in Washington, and I was watching this live stream with like 15 to 14 people, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. And I was going to parades and marching, and this was, I think, when Obama and Ron Paul were running against each other. And I actually liked Ron Paul, I liked Ron Paul.
I was obsessed with Ron Paul in college, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of good points, and there hasn't been someone like him since then, I don't know. I don't know. I
feel like Bernie Sanders was kind of a Ron Paul. He energized like young people with like kind of like a lot of pretty new revolutionary ideas and made them like really hyped and excited.
But he was too I don't know. Ron Paul was kind of like a more of a manly figure. I don't know. Bernie seemed just like a kid sometimes, which I guess would be good.
I mean, Ron Paul literally delivered kids, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. He had a lot of good takes about the Middle East, like, hey, give them the resources they need rather than, occupying their land, and then they won't come bomb us, which was a great point.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
What do you think about race?
You mean like couch to 5K, or? I'm just fucking with you. I mean, like what? I mean, like what? That's a really broad question.
Well, scientifically speaking, right? Mm-hmm. There's not enough genetic differences to define a separate human race.
Sure.
So, it is a cultural thing. Do you think that is a good thing to have, or is it something that we should dissolve?
I mean, like, well, regardless of how we feel, I mean, like, there are people that look different.
Right.
Yeah. So that's always going to be a thing. There's no way to escape that.
Well, some people have brown eyes. People have blue eyes. They look different.
Yeah.
Some people are 6'3". Some people are 5'11". They look different.
Yeah.
So why would it be? This is something that gets me going. That's why I brought it up. Because whenever you go to fill out an application, it says, "What race are you?" It's almost, to me, it's racist to do that in a sense. You know what I mean? It's almost provoking the idea, and then you hear the news media just pick whites, blacks, Mexicans, over and over, Latinos, and they just spray it. Now, I understand that also there's people who are more beneficial in society based on how it's been shaped over hundreds of years here in the United States, and so on and so forth. But I think that I personally think it should be dissolved somewhat, that we should stop identifying people based on that. But
I mean, we can say that, but like, I mean, there's still going to be black people and brown people and Asian people and white people and indigenous people. Like, I don't think there's any way we could ever escape that reality, right?
Right. I just feel like that maybe society should be somewhat reshaped around those ideologies. But it's hard to do that because there's so many different cultures and people cling to their identity, and that's their identity. And for someone to just shake that identity, it's not possible unless something traumatizing happens to them where they rethink or they get a bit of knowledge that says, oh my goodness, I've been thinking this way for so long. But then a lot of people have cognitive dissonance and they don't want to do that, and it's a mess. It's just something I wanted to talk to you about. So
yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm gonna say the same thing that I'm gonna say the same thing I did before about like a good idea. Like, I think that recognizing race and I think recognizing the realities of our history is important. It just gets a little bit cringe when people get too obsessed with it. When it becomes like the defining feature of your existence, I think it's probably not good.
Yeah, I mean, I personally have a problem with people who make something their entire personality. Like people that go to the gym and all they talk about is the gym, and I'm a gym. And it's just like, or certain people that are in social limelights that just make something their entire personality and they run with it. But at the same time, I think even XQC mentioned it. I played a role and it got me famous. The villain role or whatever it is, and I just don't know how can you take society away from wanting to see that and wanting to consume that so much. Like, how do we train people to not be interested in that, in a sense? I know it's wording, so
yeah, no, I mean, my guess is going to be that some of this is probably pretty baked in to like human like biology, that we like to identify with certain groups, people that look like us, or at the very least people that are raised like us. We tend to identify more with. That's probably just a really innate thing for humans that is hard to just like wipe away, if I had to guess.
Do you believe everything is innate, or are you a little bit nurture, a little bit nature?
No, I mean, there's some combination of both. But I mean, like, the more, like, there's going to be some things that are more deeper instilled in us than other things, right? It just depends on what we're talking about.
Right. Yeah.
So, like, for instance, what I just said there, like, we tend to like people. I said initially we tend to like people that look like us and everything, and then I corrected it to we tend to like people that are raised around us. People think that we like people that look like us, and we're tribalistic in that sense. We are tribalistic, but it's not about people that look like us. It's about people that we're raised around. That's actually like the most important thing. So that's why a lot of people in cities tend to feel differently about different races of people than people raised in urban or rural environments where you don't have as many like people of color, right? Because you just don't see them. And if you're raised around somebody, you tend to have more favorable views of them. You tend to humanize them more. If you don't, then you don't humanize them more. So yeah.
Yeah, I was raised in Orlando, and then my wife was raised in a small town. So I definitely can relate to what you're talking about. She can see it, I can see it. We talk about it with our families and the differences. And my dad was, born in Alabama, so, and it was it was a good time for him, I guess. But there's a lot of stuff I don't agree with from him.
Sure.
Which I've changed my personality around those things. I had something else I was going to talk about right there. Oh, freedom of choice. Choice. What do you feel about choice? Is there free will? No free will? What do you think?
No, I'm a hardcore determinist, but
You don't believe in free will at all?
no.
I guess we're not going to have anything to talk about then.
Why, do you not either?
Oh, no, not at all. It's not real. But and people get really upset about that because I at the same time, I don't believe in free will, but then I also tell people, hey, believe in this scenario, believe, and you work towards this goal. And I don't have an answer for that either. But if you believe and you're disciplined and you stay the course, same thing as the river that formed the Grand Canyon. It was just water, and that water hit that rock for millions of years, and it made one of the greatest canyons in the world. So you have to be persistent in everything you are, but there is no free will. I study Dr. Robert Sapolsky. He's a neurobiologist at Stanford.
Yeah, we've watched a lot of his lectures for
I love
race
him.
real debates. Yeah,
and that brings me to politicians. It's like I don't understand why politicians are there. Like, why aren't we having people like Dr. Robert Sapolsky determine what laws and this and that and how to shape society? Why is it these guys with law degrees and business degrees that put on makeup and go on TV and lie and panhandle for lobby money by industries to just create this shit society that we live in? And I don't understand why it keeps continuing. Like, when it's blatantly obvious that there are men and women in this world who have extreme intelligence, extreme knowledge, and extreme scientific backing that could build a society where we have less of the atrocities that we have.
Well, I mean, people like that don't like to be politicians, right?
I know. I would never be a politician. But I mean, so what do you think? What about emperors?
Seems like there's a lot of problems with that style.
Well, I mean, some of them worked really well, some of them really bad.
Yeah.
Like
But I mean,
Marcus Aurelius.
I think the U.S. empire right now is probably the greatest empire I think that's ever existed in the history of the world, I would say.
Yeah.
And that was done democratically, so I guess I'm leaning towards that, being favorable towards that model of world domination, I guess.
Because I read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. I actually named my son Aurelius after him. So I was hoping that maybe he'll make some change. I put some pressure on him real early,
Okay, that's pretty rough, but okay. This is my son Aristotle. Yeah, I got high hopes for him. Yeah, okay.
And then I named my daughter after Rey Skywalker.
Okay.
I don't know if you don't like that one or not. A lot of people didn't like Rey. I don't know why.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of her development in the series, I guess, compared to other characters. But
well, what about Luke? Luke was on a farm whining about high school, fixing stuff, and she was born in a Jakku desert with no parents. I mean, why wouldn't she be stronger than Luke off rip? That was my point all the time.
Yeah, I mean, like in universe, there might be legitimate reasons, but I feel like for when we're looking at like classic stories of like heroes, archetype stuff, I feel like what we want to see is a character being like really dog shit, and then the character it's typically like character starts, characters confronted with challenge that they can't overcome. They're defeated by said challenge. They go through some arc where they self-improve, and then they come back and they defeat said challenge. And I feel like if you're missing that defeated part, then the victory part doesn't feel as satisfying, right? So like it's satisfying to see Luke beat Darth Vader because when he'd fought him previously, he had his hand chopped off. He wasn't even a match. It was just, he was not even close. And the person that trained Luke also died to Darth Vader. So when he finally overcomes at the end, it feels like it's a big rewarding feeling. And I feel like for Rey, we were missing that because it seemed like she was always defeating every single person she came up against like pretty quickly. And it feels like, yeah. Well, I don't want to make you hate your daughter's name though. I'm sorry. Damn, I'm not trying to argue.
No, you won't. I like her,
Yeah.
I enjoyed her. Well, what I enjoyed the most about the series, even though they switched directors and kind of messed it up a little bit, but what I enjoyed the most was Kylo. His thing was, I'm going to finish what you started talking about Vader. And essentially he was able to save the one he loved by the Force, using the Force without being at the dark side. So he saved Rey's life, which was what he was trying to do with Padme, which was kind of poetic to me, but I don't know, a lot of people didn't like it.
Yeah, I thought that was okay. I really don't know why, and I really don't like the idea of them changing directors between each movie.
That was a terrible idea.
That was like whiplash. Because the whole concept of the first movie, or no, I'm sorry, of the second movie, that like, oh, like Rey's story could be anybody's. Anybody can be this or that. It was like, oh, cool. That's kind of an interesting. Because typically when it comes to Star Wars, we think of like, you know, Anakin was the child born of the Force and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, Rey could be anybody. And then in the third movie, it's like, no, actually, she's the granddaughter of the most like genetically midichlorian gifted fucking person of all time. And it's like, okay, well.
Yeah, I think they should have went with, who was the guy that trained Palpatine? Plagueis. I think they should have, but it would have been obvious that they were doing that.
Mm-hmm. Well, people are saying they changed directors in the original trilogy as well. Is that true? I thought that George Lucas was for all three. I had no idea. Okay. Everybody's saying they had different. Enough people are saying it in my chat that I feel like it's probably true, so I won't fight with them. Okay.
Do you watch anime?
I used to, but I just don't have the time. But I used to quite a bit.
What was your favorite animes?
My top 3. Are you a big anime fan?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is going to be ultra cringe because they're all very accessible. It's going to be the most accessible animes ever. But the top 3, I don't know what order they'd be in, but it's going to be Cowboy Bebop, Death Note, and then Steins Gate would be my top 3.
I don't know what Steins Gate is, but I've seen the other 2.
Oh, okay.
Death Note, you know what's so funny? Is Death Note lost me after he killed L.
I mean, almost everybody says that, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the protagonist is dead. Or not the protagonist, but the opposite.
Your antagonist, yeah.
I'm what? Yeah.
The antagonist, yeah.
That's not me right now, though. Not yet.
No. Or no, I was saying the word you were looking for was antagonist, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought you said anti-protagonist.
Oh, no. Antagonist, yeah. But, yeah, no, obviously it could have worked after that, but the next 2 people, Nier and Mello, were not, didn't do it. It wasn't as satisfying for sure.
I had something else I wanted to talk to you about. I just can't remember what it was. Because we started talking about Rey Skywalker and I forgot.
We were talking about race before that. Should we move on from that? You mentioned children's names. You named your child Rey and
Marcus Aurelius.
Marcus Aurelius.
You don't like emperors. You don't like that idea.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, like, it could work. Like, the best emperor is probably better than the best democracy, but the worst emperor is so much worse than the worst democracy.
100% agree.
Yeah.
I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
It would have to be like, you know, you watch Game of Thrones?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, so like they were talking about Targaryen, when you flip a coin, you know, that's what happens when a Targaryen is born, they flip a coin. That would be basically what would happen with an emperor. So 11 years ago, I started something called the Human Society Project, and I created a Facebook and all that stuff and did all that. And my idea was that we could redevelop society based on the knowledge that we've talked about. You know, hey, it's nurture and, you know, use algorithms and technology to, say, survey the land. This amount of land can sustain this amount of people, and so on and so forth, and kind of have an intelligent design behind society. Everyone made fun of me, laughed at me. I got really sad about it, and I just kind of buried my head in the sand for a while.
Sure.
And then eventually I gathered the strength to kind of try again, and it changed into uniting humanity. And my goal was to unite humanity under a singular purpose at some point. It may not be in my lifetime, but at some point, because if we don't do it, we'll cease to exist on the planet, because, you know, in 200 million years, the sun will evaporate the oceans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we don't have a way to leave the planet or terraform Mars or terraform the moon or find, you know, get to, I forget the name of the star, but that's 4.2 light years away.
So like
we don't
Alpha
have any
Centauri or something? I don't know.
That's what I always think it is, and then they're like, no, it's not that one. It's Sirius or something. So I can't remember which one it is. But to me, we don't have a way to be starfaring. So to me, we're on the brink of extinction right now. And if we don't do anything about it, we will cease to exist on this planet. And I think that there's something has to be done. Society has to be rewired. And that's just, of course, my opinion based on the limited amount of information that I've gathered in my 2.012 GPA in high school. So, like, what do I know? You know, I'm just another opinion-ridden person, but I don't want to make it my whole personality. So I like to be open and talk to people like you. And I even enjoy talking to Tristan. My wife and I talked to Tristan. He, you know, it wasn't as bad as the clips. And I know Tristan's a different animal than Andrew. They're different in a lot of aspects, but it was enjoyable. And the one thing I brought up was like, what do you think about lying? Do you lie?
Did you ask him that, or are you asking me that?
I'm asking you and him. I asked him. He said, "Yeah, I lie." Basically.
Yeah, I do. I shouldn't, but I do. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what kind of lying? Is it like?
I mean, I think typically we lie when there's probably something we want to get, and we're being selfish, and then we lie to get it. Probably, yeah.
Well, at least you have some awareness towards it. I mean,
that probably makes it. Having the awareness probably makes it worse.
I would agree. Yeah.
Because you should know better. Yeah.
You do seem like a very self-aware and willing to change person presented with new information. Because I originally saw you going after Andrew, and I was like, man, just leave Andrew alone. You're so smart. Just like stay away from that minefield. Like I hear it, and I'm like, you are so brilliant. Like, leave him alone. He's putting on a show. But then, more came out, and I was like, oh, I guess maybe not. I don't know. Personally, I guess we'll see eventually. But
and yeah, my Andrew arc was funny because initially I was really hard on him. He made a big apology video when he came back, and I was like, you know what? Actually, maybe he's pretty chill. Michael, I'll give him a shot because I'm very sympathetic to people that are like, I get clipped a lot. What am I supposed to do? It's like, yeah, I get clipped a lot. I can empathize that 1,000,000%. And then I did more digging into the sex trafficking thing. I'm like, okay, I'm not too sure anymore. or no, actually, I'm pretty sure he's a full-on sex trafficker. But hey, I mean, everybody's got their opinions. Yeah.
Yeah. When all that came out, I was like, let me put this on private, just in case. You know, I don't want to be contributing to anything that's out of the world, but we'll see, I guess. And then Pearl, she's special sometimes with the one thing about these people that bothers me the most is how they deal in absolutes. And there's always exceptions, especially with the whole narrative that a mother can't raise a strong man, and that's just not true. There's so many scenarios in society. I mean, Bryce Hall is a famous TikToker. His dad showed him one time in his life, and I feel like Bryce Hall is a pretty good kid. I've heard him talk a few times. I mean, he's better, one of the ones at least. Kevin Durant, his mother raised him. There's always exceptions to the rules. So I don't believe that there should be an absolute narrative, or how people say, oh, I don't think gays should be able to adopt. I think maybe in a lot of scenarios it's not healthy, but there are people who do a good job. And I don't like the whole absolute narrative that is happening. And for me, is why I really wanted to talk to you, is like, I want to unify humanity in some extent. I want to be the light that illuminates the darkness. That's what I've always wanted to be. That's who I am. I want to bridge the gap in differences in society and reach a common goal, and that's the survival of humanity. So when I see you guys sparring back and forth, it's kind of aggravating. It's like, why can't we just get along like at a playground with a bunch of kids, But at the same time, nobody's going to get millions of views if there isn't some type of controversy, because society is so depressed and just bored with life without having purpose. I mean, purpose is so rare in this world. Like, it's so hard to find. And when you don't have it, you're miserable. And it's tough. So these people consume the content that we create. And I even think most of my videos are stupid. I think they're so dumb, but a lot of people find them funny. And sometimes I'm like, this video is terrible. It's going to do terrible. And then I get 1 million views and I'm like, well, okay. So.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it'll depend on what particular we're talking about. Like, for a lot of the stuff that I push back on, like, there's a lot of stuff that I think is genuinely, like, probably not good for society. So that's typically why I'll be pushing back on it. I wish we could get along, but I mean, like, I think there's probably a lot of genuine disagreement over, like, how society should function sometimes, So, and for some reasons, if you're a red pill and you think that, like, the feminization of men is destroying society, like, you should be, raging against it. It makes sense to me, because if this is, like, the most important thing to you to make society run well, then I mean, yeah, you should be really mad about it. Or like vegans, like when vegans do like stuff in stores and everybody's like, oh, it's so cringy and blah blah blah. It's like, well, hey, listen, if you think animals are living, things like people, and you think that they ought to be saved, then I mean, yeah, it makes sense to me. I think vegans should go as hard as they do. Yeah.
But my thing about veganism has always been like, no giraffe is going to build a spaceship and leave this planet. All life will be extinct on this planet at some point. The only way that they're going to survive is if we keep them in embryos. We're not going to build a Noah's Ark spaceship and put 2 elephants in, and they will be saved through genetic testing in tubes, which is why I also don't think that the traditional roles are as important in a relationship, because you do not have to reproduce anymore. You have the ability to scientifically reproduce. It doesn't have to be mother, father, but I believe society should be more geared towards raising kids. So one of my daughters is a stepdaughter, she's not biologically mine. And a lot of red pillers will say I'm beta for doing that. And then to me, they're just idiots for saying that. It's absolutely stupid. I mean, it takes a village to raise children, and most villages in society, in the up and coming of society, raised all the children. The woman stayed and did this particular set of roles, and they raised the kids. And there's also Dr. Robert Sapolsky, for example. A lot of his with his Campisi tribe in Kenya that died off because of whatever happened, but they got into the tuberculosis meat and all that, and the alpha males, the ones that were the stressors, ended up going extinct, and it changed the entire fundamentals of that society to be more, I guess you could say, feminine.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to engage with that, but I mean, obviously I'm going to agree with you that like people that shit on like step parents or whatever are pretty dumb people. A lot of these red pillars that talk about like traditional family roles and traditional all that shit, like they don't even have children or families anyway. Like it's always funny that when there's like a 27-year-old like red pill YouTuber that's a woman, and it's like, well, where are your like 6 kids, you know? Like you're living your best feminist life right now, telling everybody to be traditional, and yeah, I don't know, it's kind of funny.
I know, because I have that relationship. I mean, I have it. Like, I have the traditional roles. Like, she's right now taking care of the kids while I do this. But I mean, I don't feel like I'm a red pillar in a lot of the aspects that these big red pillars are. Like, I just don't understand why people feel like they have such a strong opinion with no experience. You have to have experience to really understand something. Now I made a lot of mistakes in life. I tried a lot of drugs and got in a lot of bad situations. Because I was curious. I wanted to know what the hate and disdain with all these things are in life. You know, I went out and, you know, drank and told girls everything they wanted to hear. You're beautiful. You're the most significant thing in the world. And then I would get laid, and the next day I would be like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You know, I've done everything good and everything bad. Do you think multiple partners is okay? What do you think about multiple partners?
Well, I mean, that's my relationship right now, so I would say yeah, but.
Well, the only reason I don't agree with it is because I look at multiple partners as like a pleasure chase, you know?
I mean, so it definitely is. Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I want to discipline myself, and what an opportunity that I have right here to strike down these impulsive urges for that pleasure, you know. Now I do get significant amount of pleasure off of social media and going viral. So I pick my pleasures differently. Now I'm not going to be like, that guy's a fucking idiot because he does that. I'm just going to say I don't agree with that style of pleasure chase because I'm in a traditional family, whereas I don't want my daughters to have that situation happen to them where they have a guy has multiple partners, because I don't know. It's just an opinion. It's just my personal opinion.
Yeah,
it's not like a end all be all, you know?
Yeah, to each their own.
I didn't think we were going to agree on just about everything.
Well, have you ever seen any clips of mine that you super disagree with? I guess that could be a starting point.
It just hasn't happened in a while. I can't even remember. One of the ones that I think it's just so old. It was the old Andrew Tate ones, because like at first I didn't get any good videos from you. I was like, I just don't like this guy. And then I saw one that was a really good take from you, and I was like, wow, finally a take I like. And then the algorithm just gave me a whole bunch of them I liked.
What was the one you saw that you were like, oh, I like this video or whatever? I'm curious.
If I remembered, I would tell you.
Oh, shit. Okay. Well. It was on TikTok?
Yes, it was TikTok.
Huh.
But like I said, I just thought you were picking a bad fight at first. Like I now I see like the ones you had with Pearl. I really liked your takes, because then she's like, well, wouldn't you say that's the exception, or that's an exception? But yeah, it's an exception. Like, what are you even talking about? Like the angles that people take, you know? But my wife takes charge in certain aspects. You know, I'm not the one that's like, you need to do this. I'm not a micromanager. I wouldn't have married someone and had kids with them if I had to micromanage them. So she takes charge in a lot of things. It doesn't make me feminine for letting her do that. It's just the roles that we have in our family. And I think that people have this idea of what a real relationship that's functioning is, and it's bullshit. These people they have no clue what they're talking about with the feminine toxic masculinity and all this stuff. There are times when I tell her, we are not going to do that. I am in charge. That is not how it's going to go. But I only do that because I see the most efficient and effective way to do it right now. And then I show her, I'm very kind and courteous in how I show her. And then she says, you know what, you were right there. Or there's times where she's done that to me, and I've said, you know what, you were right there. And that doesn't make a man and woman thing. It's a human being being rational and another human being being rational. And this goes back to the whole race thing. Is like, I think that should dissolve, but I also think that the man and woman thing should be dissolved. Like, we should be just looked at as human beings at the fundamental part. And that obviously, you know, I can fight a lot of women, but any MMA fighter would choose Ronda Rousey over me every day of the week. I can't fight, and I'm a man. So it's like, there's another exception to these. It's just, I don't know. I'm rambling, but
no, I mean, I think I largely agree with you. Like, I think that some people are suited towards things and other people aren't. And it's good to just go with what your strengths are. Men probably tend to be better at some things, and women probably tend to be better at other things. But, you know, if the roles are reversed, there's no, like, shame in that. There's nothing wrong with that. And in fact, I think it's stupid otherwise to pretend that, like, oh no, like, I can't let my, like I have personal examples of my family where, like, the woman is like, oh no, like, the man is supposed to lead and I'm supposed to follow. And it's like, bro, you could do this so much better than your husband. Like, what are you doing? And it's like, oh, you know, well, that's his job. And it's like, you're so stupid. But, you know, people get really
I'm the same way. It's like, why would I want to do something that she's better at than me? Like, why would I want to do it for pride, for ego? I don't understand. What do you think about narcissism? I mean, we're all narcissists, right? You agree?
No. Not in the, like, fucking clinical sense of the word. I mean, we all we all are a little bit, like, attention hungry, right? I think that's a pretty normal human thing to be. But, like, yeah, I mean, you have to have some level of, you've got to have some level of pride or ego to be a functional human, I think, right? Any small business owner has to have some level of pride in themselves. Any artist has to have some level of pride in their art. I think that's, like, a pretty normal, expected thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone has an ego. Essentially, there is no self without ego. I mean, the fact that you can think of yourself as I am Andrew or I am Destiny, that's an ego in itself. And you would try to survive and acquiesce your pleasure, your dopamine, right? And in doing that, that's essentially a narcissistic thing. There's different levels and different types of narcissists. But I think
I don't like using the word narcissist here because that's a really loaded word.
Yeah, because of society and in the world you live in. Yeah, I get it. Because I used to get mad. I'm not a narcissist. And then I started to kind of understand that maybe I am in some ways. Maybe, you know.
Yeah, we're all a little narcissistic to some extent. Every normal, well-functioning human probably should be, right?
Right. All right. Well, I think that's it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Well, what do you want to do, I guess, in the future going forward with your YouTube channel? Like, what are you trying to do, I guess?
Okay. Yeah. So I just kind of want to be more of, like, the podcast and intelligent conversation things. But I almost want to be like, you know, how a magician has a beautiful target that he throws knives at type thing. Not I don't want to throw knives at her, but she's just the beautiful one and I'm the bold one, and we talk and she shares her experience, I share mine. I'm obviously going to be a much more bolder than her, but that's just the direction we want to go. I mean, if you want to come to my studio here in my garage, that's fine too. If you're interested in that, it's up to you. I'm not a swinger, so don't expect me to, like, put my finger in your butt or anything.
That's okay.
But
yeah, I mean,
really,
if there's ever, like, a specific topic or anything you ever want to hash out, or if you have, like, an idea for a show or something, yeah, I mean, I can probably always,
yeah, I was trying to prepare my best for this, the way I just didn't know how you felt about certain things, you know. My main thing is I just want society to be healthier as a whole, you know, and I know that it gets exaggerated, this toxic masculinity and then the feminine and all this stuff. And I think really what it is there's a group of people who aren't getting respected, and through social media, they've found a way to get the attention that you wouldn't get 30, 40 years ago because you weren't a cool person that was a winner that got the job easy, or, you know, was a high school football standout. Now you get a job anywhere you want. You don't have that happening as much because people have such a bigger voice now on social media and the narratives that are happening. And a lot of tech companies and everyone, they're getting scared of everything, you know. They don't want to step on anyone's toes. They don't want to get canceled. Like, you said some things today. I was like, oh man, I never say that. I can't say that. And you said something about that's retarded or something. I was like, I can't say that. Like, how come you can say that? Can I say that? Because I had to change my, like, I've been trying to change my dialogue. Like, when someone, I don't know, you see someone that's not doing something, or you're like, you're a fucking pussy, but I can't, that pussy, like, is such a sexist term. Like, is there another way to slight a man without calling him a female? Like, woman, you pussy, bitch, cunt. Like, how else so I start calling people corn puffs. That's the best I got so far. I don't know what else to say. I don't want to call them stupid because, you know, everyone has some capacity for intelligence in some way. There's people that, you know, are mechanics that probably have the worst opinions in the world. about certain things, but they're great mechanics, and I don't know anything about being a mechanic. So, you know, the whole judge a fish by his ability to climb a tree, you'll call everyone stupid thing.
Sure.
But yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. So you switched from League of Legends. Is just why'd you switch? You just started switching? I mean,
well, originally I was a pro StarCraft player. Then I switched to League because StarCraft was dying. And then I
played Han a lot. Do you know what Han is? Heroes of New Earth?
Jeez, I know what Heroes of New Earth was. Yeah,
that's what I loved. So when I came back to the scene, I'm like, I don't like Dota 2 and I don't like League of Legends. I want Han back, but nobody plays it.
No, I don't. Does Han? I thought that game actually shut down. Is it still going?
I have no idea.
Oh yeah. Poor Han people. Yeah. Yeah. Well, damn. Anything
Were they
else?
talking shit about me the whole time in chat, or what? Were they nice to me?
I think they're okay-ish. You sound a little crazy.
Oh, so they were
but-
talking shit.
Well, no. If they were talking shit, I'll tell you. You sound a little manic, I'd say. But
Manic?
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
What does that mean?
Like the idea of like I want to bring the world together. I want everybody to be happy and healthy. Like that's kind of like almost like a manic feeling.
I don't even know what it means, but okay.
Let's see,
I didn't pay
how would
attention in
describe-
school.
No, that's good. Well, no, that's not good. Mania, I guess, is like when you have these like hugely overwhelming feelings of like you're ready to change the world and like everything is big and huge and like you're gonna go out and like do like everybody's gonna be you're gonna change the world like on your own. Is that kind of like it's like a manic feeling basically? You're like on top of the world. You're feeling super euphoric. Have you done cocaine before?
Yeah.
Okay. I like a cocaine high should leave you feeling like very manic. Like you're like on top of the world. You're ready to fucking crush everything. You're super confident. You're ready to go. Like mania. That's like mania, I'd say.
That's why I do what I do, so I can get that high without doing cocaine.
Sure. Well, yeah. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it as long as you stay grounded. Yeah.
Well, this is what I think. All right, you know, just me. The way I view the world and all that is like, say, eternity, for instance, right? Is this huge pond, and on the shore of that pond are 8 billion pebbles, and all those pebbles are the same exact size. You throw a pebble into that pond, it's going to send ripples and reverberations, and it's going to change the trajectory of the surface of the water forever. It will always be different. So I may seem manic, but I will make a difference in that aspect. And everybody has the ability to be that pebble and go into the pond. The only difference in the pebbles is the speed and tenacity at which the pebbles hit the water. So, I mean, it may seem egotistical, but you brought up the cocaine high. I mean, I did a lot of drugs, and the only substitute for those drugs is purpose, a purpose greater and bigger than myself. So yes, in that sense, I would agree with him. So that is why I do what I do, is because I was so torn apart by life, didn't know what to do, had no meaning, no value, just had to get pleasure to you know, take that feeling of being a loser away. And I didn't know what to do. So I developed a goal I probably will never see the results for. But I mean, I just worked towards it, and it's driven me and put me in a great position to win. So
yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
Thank
you, chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where'd your Twitch get taken down?
When or why?
When or both?
I think it was like 8 months ago, and I don't know. We were arguing about like trans topics, and somehow I got the axe.
So they won't let you come back at all?
I don't know. I'll try again in 4 months. I think I can appeal, and then we'll see what happens.
A year? You have to wait a year?
It's 6 months, and I just did my last appeal 2 months ago, and they rejected it. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
You like YouTube more though, right?
Well, I'm not banned from YouTube, so yeah. But no, the rules and the guidelines are a bit clearer on YouTube, so yeah.
Yeah, you just don't know why you get in trouble on Twitch.
Yeah,
sometimes.
which is frustrating for me.
Which I don't know why they would do that. When they're competing with, I mean, YouTube, from what I understand, doesn't really have a streaming team. They don't really focus on that. They just, their streaming division isn't that big.
Yeah.
Or non-existence at all. So I would assume that the CEO just stepped down, right? So there's going to be some changes coming.
And nobody knows. The inside of Twitch is like pretty.
The CEO of YouTube.
Oh, of YouTube.
Yeah.
For YouTube doesn't have to do anything. They have the. Oh yeah, because you're talking about Susan just stepping down. YouTube doesn't really do much for their streaming shit. It just kind of works. I don't think they I don't know if they actively manage it or anything. They just. Yeah.
Yeah, because I got support from Mr. Beast's creator juice thing. I don't know if you know what it is or not, but his manager, Cooperstein or whatever his name is,
okay.
He was talking about if YouTube wanted to, they could just take Twitch down
Yeah,
if
it
they
feels like
wanted
it,
to.
but it always feels like they're always like very tepid when it comes to their messing with their streaming stuff. I don't know why. I don't understand. But yeah, I mean, it's working now, so.
Would you be interested in having future conversations? I'll probably get some better topics to talk about. I don't know if you did. You have? Was this okay for you?
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, just let me
It
know
wasn't
whatever
the
you want.
worst.
What? Wait, what did you say?
This wasn't the worst one you've had, right?
I've had way worse conversations. You're fine. Yeah, but just usually the best conversations I have, because I'm a toxic piece of shit, is around big points of disagreement. But I'll also talk about like random stuff anyway too. If there's like something random that comes up you want to chat about.
Well, I
that's
gotta
fine.
figure out what I can disagree with you on.
What'd you figure out?
I mean, I'll have to.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
I want to get clicks too, you know.
yeah, true.
But thank you, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem, dude. Yeah, if anything comes up or if you can think of anything, just let me know.
Yeah, I'll send you a dick pic on Discord later.
Cool, sounds good.
All right, thank you, man.
Yeah, have a good one. Bye. Didn't really know what to expect from that, but okay. What, Mel?
What?
Did you just fucking make fun of me?
Yep.
Mel,
You need to be making fun of.
are you a good wife?
Yeah.
Do you want a good wife mission?
Yeah. What?
Okay, listen up, Mel.
Yeah.
I'm out of Red Bull. Yep, yeah, you keep doing that. You can do that as long as you, as long as you get me some red Mels. Melly Mel, what are you doing?
You can't pull this up.
Look, do you see
There's
what-
nothing under here.
Do you see what she's doing?
No.
No, you're doing the thing.
No, there's
I'm not
boobs
pulling
under
anything
here.
up.
You
I'm just
are.
hugging you. Look, she dresses up for stream, but she looks like this for me. What does that mean, Mel? You know what that means? That means I'm getting sloppy work seconds. Do you know that?
There's no bra under here. You have easier access. Be happy.
No. Do you know what sloppy work seconds are?
Are you calling me a whore?
Hold on. I'll get you trained. Don't worry.
What the fuck?
Honey, I'm off to work. How do I look?
Looking good, hot stuff.
And how do I smell?
Like an oasis of feminine effervescence.
You like my hair?
As always.
Thanks, honey. You always make me feel like $1,000,000.
That's my girl.
Okay, I'm off to work. I'll see you when I get home.
That's you going to stream.
Oh boy.
That's you coming home, Ralph.
Hey, I'm home.
Pardon my language here, baby, but what the f is going on here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Is that better?
What you just wit-
So why the fuck are you going to all these podcasts up to London, dressing up, and then you look like this?
I'm the man. I get to do that.
Steve.
This was the sloppy work seconds, and here's how it works.
Your woman gets all showered and dressed up for work.
Her hair's done,
Her makeup's on point.
she smells like a rose garden or feminine effervescence,
Her lipstick is perfect.
and she's wearing heels to flatter her backside.
She looks and smells great all day long at work.
Until she comes back to you from work.
Her hair is in a sloppy ponytail.
Her makeup is all smudged or taken off.
She smells like a mix between her sweat and her deodorant.
Her lipstick has completely worn off.
From what, we can only speculate.
And she's either wearing flip-flops or tennis shoes.
So your woman looks and smells her best for her boss and her coworkers.
But as soon as she gets home, she looks like she rolled out of bed.
And then, to make matters even worse,
She only showers before work, but never after she gets home.
guys, ask yourselves this.
Does your woman look her best for you?
Or for her boss and or coworkers.
If the answer is the latter,
And you, my friend, are getting sloppy work seconds.
Steve. He only
Okay,
cuts
okay.
his hair
Hey, how
down
was your day at
there
work
when he's
today?
about to see a
It
girl.
was
Okay,
okay.
not me.
Just
Why do you always
okay?
keep your
Well,
fucking hair
Kevin
long
was
down there
being
for me?
That
extra
longest
today.
my pubes get are like.
Oh,
this
you mean
long,
the guy
Nice
from
try.
the sales department you can't stand?
Yeah, he's been
Ask your mom.
super annoying lately.
Man, that sucks.
That's not even the half of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're making me work with him on this project.
Mel's just mad because she got called out for that sloppy work seconds.
What? Steve,
What?
you bought new shoes and really cool outfits for your podcast, bitch.
Yeah?
Look at you. This is what you dressed up for me and Shaft.
Yeah.
This is your daily job. Why
This
do
is
you
my-
dress up for that? Why do you dress up for Just Pearly Things podcast, not yours?
Don't worry about it.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Got him. See? I always win. Every time. I'm always right. You're always wrong.
Okay, now get me red mouse.
Really? You think you're cute?
Nope, I just need Red Bull.
Fucking addict.
Yeah, I am. Problem?
Yep. Mel W.
Bro, I think Kethel's actually... Kevels is actually like an opiate addict. Holy shit.
Steve,
What?
we have to come up with some sort of content for us to do.
Well, think of something.
Chat, think about something. It would be good TikTok content. To take clips from.
Milk so?
Yeah, of course.
I already gave you a good TikTok clip.
What was that?
Liga.
Yeah, my balls. should we make more like that?
Well, I'm not always that funny, you know? Everyone from London, Ontario is an opiate addict. Build a bridge with Keffels. She actually DM'd me to chat, but I mean, like, she fucked me over pretty hard. I don't know if I'm ready to forgive, you know? Damn, how much fucking copper am I consuming? Wait, what is the production thing? Is this 17,000 per minute? Is that really how much I'm using? There's no way that's right. Jesus. Literally just wants cloud off here. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. The production, oh, consumption is on the right. Oh, I'm consuming around 12,000 a minute. 12,000 a minute? That's insane. Or maybe it's not insane. I don't know. Damn. Oh, yeah. All these furnaces are running. Jeez. Christ. How can you spend 100,000 on drugs? I doubt she spent all 100,000 on drugs. Could you spend... What would $100,000 on drugs look like? I think it would take you a while to get through 100K for drugs. Unless you're getting... I don't know. How expensive is really nice cocaine? Maybe?
Is that what she used all the money on?
Apparently, yeah. She's got a big drug problem.
Maybe she's becoming nicer now that it's running out.
Maybe she's becoming what?
Maybe she's becoming nicer now that it's running out.
No, I think she's becoming nicer because she wants content.
What the hell? There's no fucking Red Bull available.
There's the little store right downstairs. Mel?
I need to take pictures.
In that outfit?
No.
Well, then get dressed and go to the little store. Mel?
My hubby.
How are you going to forgive Keffels who got your Twitter exposed? Why do you think I'm forgiving Keffels? Where did you even get that from? Did you just hear something and your brain exploded, or?
One guide. He is getting one guide.
Mel!
Yeah, I will. Chill.
What? I was gonna say I love you.
Really?
Yeah. What is happening here? Nano engineering data. Nanomaterial. What? Aeroframe bulkhead. Low density structure. We need to do. I want to lay out the arguments for the porn stuff today. I think that the debate with that lady is going to be entirely philosophical. I don't think she cares about data or anything at all. So I just need to write down and sort through the philosophical arguments for and against pornography, basically. Mel? Why are you making Mel noises? Jesus fucking Christ. Nasikin, wake up.
Destiny, my favorite liberal cuck. How you doing?
Wait, have I talked to you a lot before?
No, it's the first time.
Okay, what's up?
It's and it's Seacon, but
my bad, dude.
We meet your stream. So how you doing? First off,
doing great.
Okay, so I kind of want to talk to you about the black pill. I recently discovered it, and I kind of just want to see what your thoughts about it. Let me close your stream, actually.
Pretty depressing, I guess.
Is it just nihilism? Is that what you think it is? Mostly.
Isn't the black pill accepting that there are huge things about reality that you can never change about yourself, and some girls will never like you because of some bullshit or whatever?
I might be a victim of in the algorithm or something, but to me it's mostly the differences between the pills are the black pill focuses on looks, the red pill focuses on game and then looks that you can change going to the gym, and then the blue pill is more personality. So I kind of want to hear your definition, and then I kind of want to provide the definition that I want to talk to you about.
Well, I mean, there's probably going to be little nuggets of truth to all of them, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I know that's crazy. I'm just now getting into it, and I was kind of going down my list of friends, and seeing if they can debunk it at first. But now I've kind of accepted it, and it's whatever. So
well, I mean, you can't every ideology is going to have some elements of truth to it. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't exist very long as an ideology, right?
Yeah,
there's going to be some things you could be born with that are going to make you naturally better in sexual marketplaces or whatever the fuck, and there's going to be some things you can change, probably, right?
Yeah, but I think a lot of people would push back against that. if you were to say that, okay, so this is something I would say as a black, that I think most black people would say.
Okay.
A lot, how do I want to phrase this? A lot of your sexual marketplace value, however you want to say it, is based off your looks. Looks get you in the door, and then game can help you, and then personality obviously is for like mostly like, it's gonna be useful, but it's not like the main thing. I don't think you would disagree with me.
I mean, I would disagree. I think your personality is really, 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 really important. Looks can help get you in the door. It's possible, but
can I get a percentage on that?
It's people don't really work that way. Like, it's not gonna be like 52% looks or like 10%. Like, I mean, depending on the person. I mean, some people are like super tuned into certain things, and some people won't care. But like, this is okay. I'll say this very confidently. As somebody with a higher body count than probably every one of these fucking little red pillars online, okay? If I could choose between 10 out of 10 looks and 6 out of 10 personality, or 10 out of 10 personality and 6 out of 10 looks, without a second thought, I would do the 10 out of 10 personality, and you would slay harder. Not even close. It would be not even close. Like, looks can get you in the door, but like, you can fuck it up. There are going to be some girls that'll only fuck you for looks. It's possible, but those are going to be like the lamest girls anyway. You don't care about those. Looks aren't going to carry you through like online combos as much. You try to set up dates. Even attractive guys can come off as creepy or overbearing if you're not careful. And I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff you can do for your looks in terms of like just get a fucking haircut, shave, get clothes that fit. The personality part, I would go with a 10 out of 10 personality every time.
And you said it was 6 out of 10 looks?
6 out of 10 looks, 10 out of 10 personality, I think would pull harder than 10 out of 10 looks and 6 out of 10 personality.
Okay, so I think this would be the difference. Right now, I'm kind of like, it's mostly theoretical, so I'm not going to sit here and go hard, but I do think that the 10 out of 10 would have a better chance. Like, if a female sees a 10 out of 10, like a true 10, which is, it's quite rare, but just for the sake of this discussion, we're going to say like a really attractive dude, she's going to try to see and get all the personality, because personality and looks aren't like something you either have one or the other, so most people are going to try to give that dude more of a chance. That's where I would say it. Like, there's a thought in a black pill that if you're attractive enough, you don't really need game, or you don't need as much game as someone that's way less attractive. I guess that's more
sure.
charitable.
I mean, yeah, I don't agree. Obviously, some people say that, and it's hard to quantify at the end of the day, but I guess like anecdotally, like I did okay in high school, college, and I was like a crazy fucking like acne, like I was so fucked. And also I've gotten pictures from guys that send me email stuff that have trouble. There's a lot of guys that feel like that are like quote unquote black pilled, and these black pilled guys like look pretty attractive. It'll be like 6'2" dudes with good faces, and they look fine, and they're like, yeah, I just think I'm too ugly because I'm not tall enough. I've had like guys that are like 6'1" say shit like 6 feet tall, like, oh, they don't think they're tall enough or whatever. It's like, bro, like you're so down a bad path right now. Like there's no fucking shot.
Yeah, yeah, I kind of understand that, because going down that path, if you accept what they think is true, it's kind of brutal. But I guess if you understand, like, I could be like a victim of the algorithm or whatever the fuck, and I could just be seeing like really good black pill content. But I kind of see black pill as more of a descriptive, not really like it's not synonymous with like it's over, because that's like a whole different movement, I think. But it's kind of like it's just accepting looks, and then they give you things you can do to improve your looks. So obviously you already mentioned the haircut, the improve your style. That's what I'm kind of like focusing on right now. But I don't think I kind of forgot what you said, but I don't think I necessarily disagree with that. But that's how I would define the pills. It's not really like a prescription. It's mostly the description, and then the prescription. You could be hopeful in any type of like philosophy, like just because you think that looks really does play a huge part, it would impact how you do. Oh, what I wanted to say was it sounded like your success kind of came from like what they would call more warm environments. So that's kind of
what
like
does that mean? What does a warm environment mean?
It's like warm approach. So a warm approach, there's like 3 approaches. There's online, there's warm, and there's cold. So a cold approach will be like you walking down the street and then you just talk to a random female, like no prior experience. That would be a cold approach. A warm approach would be you have a certain like friend circle.
Oh yeah, sure, but like, why the
maybe,
fuck would you ever, if you're trying to hook up via cold approach, that's like a whole other life. Why the fuck would you ever do that? That's like the hardest thing ever to do. I don't think most people, period, hook up that way.
It's the problem is it's kind of like post. I don't know if I want to say it, but it's post COVID. Can I say that?
Okay.
I want you to get banned. It's post COVID, but so like a lot of the more warm approaches, most people, including me, I struggle with like getting into like environments with like females that's acceptable, especially like now where you just see like the gym things kind of, because I want a female that I work out, so I want a female that like works out, but if I approach a female at the gym, it's the whole new controversy is like crazy.
I mean, you can do it, you just have to not be creepy about it, but it's hard to say that because it's like, how do you, like, some people just don't know what comes off as creepy or not, right?
Yeah, you don't know if you don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't, yeah, so there's that whole little thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we got the definitions down. I kind of want to get a little deeper. There's a kind of bigger question I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, what's
and that? There's 3 main goals. I kind of want to let you choose where we go down. The main thing would be like, how do you square free will and like your knowledge of how psychology works with like, and not become like a genetic determinist? Because I listen to a lot of Sam Harris, one of my favorite people. I think he should be like what masculine men like strive for, like his security, like with his meditation and all that bullshit. Anyways, how do you square knowing or not believing in free will? First, can you define that? And how do you square that with like your brain always trying to trick you in psychology and stuff like that? How do you?
Well, I guess I don't even understand what the question is.
Okay.
Because like, I mean, like free will, having no free will, you can be genetically and environmentally determined, right?
What did you say?
Just because you don't have free will doesn't mean that it's all determined by genetics. It's going to be genetics plus environment every time, right?
Yeah, but I guess my question would be like, people don't seem to have a lot of empathy for like incels and shit like that. So wouldn't you, from my point of view, let me try to iron this out.
Mm-hmm.
From my point of view, an incel, like a true incel, because there's obviously all these like fake people that are like 6'1", and you're like a normie. You're not really like a true incel, but like true incels, I think it's like less than 10% or maybe like 15%, maybe. But for these people, how could you not have like sympathy? Like a lot of people struggle to have sympathy for them. Like,
well, I think it's because of what it depends on what incel means, right? I think people probably have sympathy for people that like literally can't get laid no matter what, and it's like a huge struggle in life. You can have sympathy. I think you can have sympathy for those people, but the problem is incel is taken on a broader meaning of like people that hate women, right? And so of course there's going to be less sympathy for those people.
Okay, I can agree with that, but it does seem like if you're not sexually like successful as a man, it's hard to be respected. At least that's from my experience from people I know. You're gonna be. Society really doesn't look happily upon you, or however you want to say it.
Sure. I don't. What are we at? I don't know what we're talking about right now. Hold on, yeah. Chances are, if you're not sexually successful as a male, usually people would assume there's other things going on with you, right? That's going to be true of like a woman that reaches a certain age as well. If you're like 30, 35, or whatever, you don't have any kids, some people will look down on you. I guess it just depends on where you're at or who your friends are, right?
I guess, yeah. I guess I'm talking about mostly like virginity, and like for women, it seems that if you're a virgin, it's a good thing, but for a man, it's not. It's really not. Like, you get hard shit on, and then if you try to like discuss your problems,
I think it's super gonna depend on your environment. I think, like, if you're online saying shit like, like fuck women, they won't give me the time of day, blah blah blah, then yeah, people are gonna hardcore shit on you. But I think like if you meet a girl, you're getting along with her and everything's cool, and you're like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm a virgin, I don't think she's gonna be like, oh my god, I hate you. Like, I don't think it's gonna be the same. Like, and you could just lie about it, right? Like, it's not like anybody knows.
Sure. Okay, I kind of want to talk about hypergamy. Can we keep going?
Sure. Knock us out.
Okay, so first, can you define it, and then I kind of want to see, because I think that most of these red pill, black pill topics is mostly like a definition game. But first, can you define it and how you kind of see it, what you think about it at first.
Isn't hypergamy like women? People say women try to date up socially or in terms of wealth, basically.
Yeah, it's typically I see people try to define it without giving like a modifier at the end, like saying like status, wealth, and I think that's kind of wrong because I think you correctly stated in some interview that people kind of date within their like means or their bracket. Like you can only purchase what you have the money for.
Sure.
But something that really does not map on to like my experience or like the male experience in general is like when females say, I'm curious how you square this. When females say like, if I have this, a man must have this, like have more. Like how do you?
If I have this, a man must have this. Wait, can you be a little?
Like if I have this certain amount of, if I make a certain amount of money,
Mm-hmm.
a man must make more than me. If I'm this intelligent, a man kind of has to either match my intelligence or be higher.
I think for the money thing, those standards are actually changing.
Height and everything usually.
Well, height is different because that's a highly gendered trait. For the money stuff, I think women over time are slowly becoming more amenable to dating a man that makes less money than them. I wish I had that study. Women's preference over time, partner, income. I think the one I saw, I think it was 2017, 2018. Oh. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find this over time.
I think you're gonna have to summarize what you.
Well, there was a study that tracked over time, like women being willing to date down economically, and I think it said that like I want to say like 10 years ago it was like only 27% of women would be willing to date down economically, and then as of like 5 years ago that number had risen all the way to like 38% or something. So it seems like it's slowly changing over time, but I mean that makes sense if it is, because obviously 10, 20, 30 years ago, men were expected to earn more, and as women earn more, those standards might change as time goes on. But
do you think when they relax those standards that the other things they value is gonna like increase? Like, I think the manosphere kind of says looks, money, status. So do you think when they relax the
the manosphere doesn't talk about relationships. They talk about a very crude form of hooking up, which most of them I don't think do that much. Looks, money, status don't power relationships. That's cap. That's the hardest cap ever. There's a reason why all these guys are single and have very little to no serious relationship experience. But
you don't think that kind of gets you through the door? Like,
doesn't matter. Getting in the door, it doesn't mean anything. Like getting in the door can get you in the door, but that's not going to power a relationship. Like relationships require dedicated work and practice to make them work. I'm sure there are some things that like maybe get you in the door a little bit easier, but I mean, those are things that I believe can be worked on. I think that what you said earlier, that warm versus cold approach, I don't know if it's called warm approach, but like having like groups of friends where you're like constantly or consistently talking to women and stuff, it probably goes a long way in helping too. But yeah, like people, do this like looks, money, status, looks, money, status, looks, money. And it's like, okay, but like that's not going to keep a relationship going ever.
I mean, yeah, it won't keep a relationship going, but I think that's where personality and your things come in. But if you don't meet her like looks threshold, I kind of feel like you're kind of
but I think the looks threshold that women have for men, I think can vary dramatically. I don't think that women judge as harshly on appearance as men tend to. Which makes sense because women don't shop for appearance as much as they, right? In the traditional red pill world, they shop for resources, right? And I think women in general
maybe red pill, but I'm kind of more black pill, and so more black pill females seem to be way pickier than men when it comes to looks. Like that's according to what I've seen recently. I mean, I could be argued out of that, but
I don't think that's true at all. That's actually, I know for a fact on its face that's not true. That can't possibly be true.
I think we're talking about maybe different females. Like usually younger females will prioritize looks, and then maybe later they'll start relaxing their looks standard. And
if that was the case, there'd be a whole industry built around looks for men, right? And there's not really, right? For women, there's plastic surgery, there's makeup, there's like a billion different things. For men, there's like not really as much. Like if it was the case that there were like a couple easy ways or things that men could do to improve their appearance that would like guarantee get them laid, like every guy would be doing it. I think it would be like massively fucking, like every guy would just be like, oh, we just need to do this, and then boom, 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 boom. But I think that for women, I think that the men tend to judge on looks more harshly, and you can see that in the way that like there's a billion things now that like every woman does in order to improve their appearance through like cosmetic surgery, filters on Instagram, like all this shit.
Kind of want to push back, but it's not. My pushback is mostly theoretical, so it's not really. I kind of want to apply it before I have a harder stance. But most of these, when you say there should be like an industry based off looks, like if you do that for men, one, there's a difference between like the libido gap. I kind of want to explain on that later, but for if you do that for men, like you're only able to change so much of your looks. So that's why it kind of feels like a lot of these red pill dudes are like grifting, not grifting, but they're trying to make a quick buck because they tell you all these things you can change. Like you can go to the gym, you could do, get your money up, all this. But if you were to really do what like Kevin Samuels used to do, where he would just rate your face and say, here, this is where you are. This is your sexual marketplace value. This is how much you can increase. And that's what I kind of see from like the black pill pillars, like black pillars that I kind of watch. There's not going to be as much of a market. Like that's way too brutal for people to acknowledge.
Okay, okay.
At least that's how I see it. And there's another thing that I forgot how this ties in, but you kind of made me think about it. Like the difference between like I don't think you'll push back on this. Like the worst females, or not the worst females, but the lowest tier females, however you rank them, is gonna have way more options than the Chads or whatever the fuck you want to call them. So you're gonna see
the worst females have more options than the Chads for what?
I guess you kind of disagree, like dating and
no, not for dating. They'll have more options for hooking up, but I don't think they'll have more options for dating.
I was gonna say that I think you disagree with like the dating and hooking up. How I kind of look at it is how I kind of look at it right now.
Hold on 1 second. Mel, do you need me to buy you socks?
Yes.
Okay.
How I kind of look at it is that you kind of start off hooking up, especially like in 2022. You start off hooking up, and then it leads into like a relationship. So I like there's so much talk about like situationships and stuff like that. Do you disagree?
I don't know. I need to get. I don't know. The argument that was given in my subreddit was that like if you can fuck easier, you can get in relationships easier. I just don't know if I agree with that. A really ugly girl could fuck a lot of guys, but could a really ugly fucking single? No, I'm going anecdotally off here. I don't know if this still happens. Somebody can tell me if I'm wrong. When I was in California and I was on Tinder, for over 3 years, I saw, anytime I would hop back on, I always saw the same, like, 32-year-old, like, 29-year-old, single mom, like, 400-pound, like, you're going to respect me and I'm only looking for a long time. I saw those women on Tinder for years. Literally. Every time I would come back to Tinder, those same women would always be there. So the idea that, like, any woman could hop into a relationship with, like, any man anytime they want, I don't know if that's true. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I wouldn't agree with that. It's not I think men kind of, they hold the key to the relationship a little bit more, but the females, it's the sex. So if we take it out of this realm and we take it more into like a business aspect, I kind of look at it like a man. Oh fuck, I'm gonna fuck this up. But the woman is kind of like the company, and the man is like the person trying to get employed, right? So you try. Initially, you're like fighting for the company's approval or whatever the fuck you're trying to get into the door, right? And you're trying to get that interview, and then once you get hired, and like that's when you're in the situationship or whatever the fuck, the employee has more options. Like they can demand more. Like once you're through the door, and they can like decide whether they stay or go. Like you have way more power, and I think that's kind of like synonymous with like how men hold the keys to like a relationship, and women, you know what I mean, they have more access to like sex.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of broadly agree with that. I don't know if I would agree with the analogy, but I think I broadly agree with that. Sure.
Okay, I think we're just gonna. Can I go to my next thing?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so this is gonna get a little spicy.
Okay.
Okay, so in a black pill, according to the black pill, there's 3 things to looks, right? There's face, there's height, and then there's ethnicity, and these all kind of impact like your dating prospects.
Okay.
And basically, since you are like the person covering so many black issues and fighting all these black issues, I kind of want to have a question, see how you thought about it. So, a lot of people talk about like white privilege, right?
Yeah.
Actually, I think I got to back up. So, when you look at like the ethnicities and like how they kind of break down, you see that certain ethnicities are preferred over others. Like you can look at nationally, you can look at U.S. Like white people seem to be globally desired, like females and men. And I think in the United States, black women are the least desirable, according to most
Like
stats.
black women and Asian men, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, black women, Asian men, and I think Indian men go into that category. I think Asian women are in the
maybe, yeah.
top end. So knowing this, right?
Okay.
Would it be weird? I don't know what to call it. What word you want to say? But is it wrong to like, as a black man, go for a white woman, like to give your child the best white privilege or whatever, fuck, give your child like a slice of that pie? You know what I mean? Give your child the best opportunities, knowing that the halo effect exists and stuff like that, and all this. Like, I don't get how people are still like trying to date within their race, and why people are so tied to it when you claim that the other people have so much privilege. Like, why wouldn't you try to get a piece of that?
I mean, if you want to, go for it. I mean, like, the way that I see it is there's always going to be some things in life that help, and there's going to be some things in life that hurt, and, like, all you can do is, you know, try your best with what you can control, try your best with what you can. I mean, some people, there might be, like, different preferences for different races for, oh my God, for a variety of reasons. But, I mean, like, would you be better marrying a certain race to help your child? I mean, I guess kind of. You'd also be better marrying, like, somebody rich. You'd be better marrying somebody that lived in a different area. You'd be better marrying people from different countries. I mean, theoretically you could, but I mean, like, I don't know if I could hold together a marriage just because of somebody's, like, race.
I'm not talking about that, but if you state a preference like that, if, like, say for instance, I'm a black dude and I'm explicitly say that, like, I want to date a white girl because I want my.
Then that's cringe.
Kids.
I think it's cringe. You're not gonna be able to hold a relationship together by dating a woman just because of her race. Like, there's no way that's gonna work.
I mean, there's other things to the thing, but I'm just saying if that's like a.
I mean, I guess if you really want to, I mean, that's Fanatic does that with black women. He says you'll only date black women because they know the struggle or some shit. So.
Yeah, this is not really like I don't really hold this point of view. I kind of think you should date whatever you want to date. Like, love is. I'm kind of cringy in that aspect. Like, love is love. Blah blah blah. Do whatever you want to do. But I was just curious, like, what you thought about that, because I really don't see people talk about that. Is this interesting? Can I keep going?
Yeah, if you want to, go for it. I'll give you one more take. Go for it.
Okay, let me choose between the one I want to go after. Okay, this is a decent one. This is gonna be a hard one for me to kind of flesh out because I kind of thought about it, and it's gonna be. So recently, I got into like a little disagreement with one of my friends about like how you should raise your daughter, like what you would tell your daughter to do, right?
Okay.
And these are some of the givens, right? So these aren't like prescriptions; these are like more descriptive things that I kind of see in the world. So men clearly care about body count. That's a pretty given. Men care about body count. Women, they seem to have to get their life together like pretty earlier than men. Like Red Pill would say they hit the wall at like 35, and you know there's complications with pregnancies. So if you want to have 4 kids, you'd have to like maybe start at like 30 if you want to have like healthy. I don't know the specifics, but you kind of get the gist, right?
Okay.
And then you combine that with, I think this is where you're going to disagree. I think I've seen you say that you wouldn't mind your daughter being a sex worker.
I mean, I guess if she wants to, sure.
Would you have a preference between your daughter being a sex worker and a doctor, like a With your preference in her like professions?
I probably would want her to do things that I value more because it's my personal choice, right? So like probably something in science or something like that would be something that I personally would value more. But
you wouldn't just be indifferent between like whether she chose sex work and whatever science thing you want to have her go down. You wouldn't be indifferent, right?
What do you mean I wouldn't be indifferent?
Like if you would push her towards the.
Yeah, I push her towards the thing that I want her to do. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to establish that, like the preference thing. So knowing all that, like, how would you describe? What would you tell your daughter to do during her 20s? Like, would you tell her to, hey, I don't know if you're gonna disagree with this, but hey, your value is highest like at like 20, 22, 25 and stuff. Like you should start getting serious.
I would never say anything even remotely as cringe as
not
that.
Not as cringe.
I would say focus in school, figure out what you're good at, try really hard, and then go down the direction of life that you feel is best for you. That's probably what I would say.
Would you say to abstain from like men, or would you say like date with preference, similar to like Kevin Samuels?
No, I would just say be careful, make sure you understand what you're getting into, like stuff like that probably.
You want to be more strident on that? I feel like because the main disagreement I had with my friend was that I feel like knowing what I know now, I would be pushing my daughter way more towards, hey, date with purpose, like try to plan your life and calculate like how many kids you want and know that it takes there's a wall, like, you know what I mean, like not to be too red pill, but there's a wall that is going to happen that you should have your life in order by then. So
I don't know. I don't think I would ever tell my daughter there's a wall. I just don't think.
You're talking about like you're harping too much on the like. I'm talking about the concept underneath it, like the.
I know you're talking about the concept, but if you're having a conversation with children, there's no way that this isn't going to come off as you just like. It would just be the worst thing in the world. Like, imagine trying to like pick a partner for your child. Like they're going to rebel against you so fucking hard. They're going to do the opposite so fast your head will spin.
Sure, but you wouldn't just give up. You would just keep saying like, hey, this is what I think would bring you most happiness. Like usually having a certain like family and having kids is what most people. It's gonna be most people's like joy in life. Like
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I wouldn't be pushing my child in that direction.
Really?
No.
No.
There's tons of things in life that can make you more happy than just having kids.
I guess, but like on your deathbed, you're not gonna really talk about those things. You're mostly going to be talking about like your family, like that
absolutely depends on what you've accomplished in your life. On my deathbed, like I'll think about my kids, but I'm also going to be thinking about like how cool streaming was and all the accomplishments and achievements I had in my life, of course, and the memories I've shared with like other people and stuff too. There's more to life than just having kids.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess. I don't think I have anything else to add.
Okay.
Hey, thank you for the talks. I kind of just wanted to run down a few things, and I started watching you this year, not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think so you could add that to the little tally of people that have been watching you recently. I think I got into you based off like Red Pill stuff, or maybe my friend introduced me. So yeah, your takes are pretty decent. Know what I mean?
Well, thanks. Have fun. Be careful.
Appreciate you.
Bye.
Have a great day.
Jeez. Talking to Erudite soon. Funny juicer link. Looks like fact checkers are agreeing with your position on the Twitter files. What do you mean? Hold on.
Oh shit. Hell nah. What? I thought it was. Oh shit. Hell nah.
What's the joke?
What?
Is it because it's like a black KKK hat? Okay. Hood, okay. Yeah, you and the other Twitter files narrators claim that a third party, Musk's lawyer, gave you the files and the files may have been left out. How do we know that you're not just reporting a narrative beneficial to Elon Musk as opposed to ones that fully represent the truth? You never do in any story pick any article source to a person familiar with the matter. Do you think the reporter is hearing everything that source knows? No source something. All you could do. Oh God, is this guy going to be at that thing I'm going to?
Under is her lunar. And she's having that psychic connection with you during the electromagnetic orgasm. Apparently, if you get it from a man, you become a genius. That's why all of them were gay. All geniuses were bisexual, but they weren't doing it with retards. They were doing it with smart men, and they were doing it since 13 years old. Leonidas, Plato, Socrates, Napoleon, Hitler, anyone who was considered like this mastermind, they were all fucking in the ass. And in your head, you're like, yo, this is so fucking ridiculous, John. Your project's gonna be the funniest. When you see my quote mining and sources, none of you are gonna laugh. Not one. When you see everything I have, you're gonna be like this.
Well, was he wrong, guys? Because all I see are a lot of haters in chat. Dude, I don't know what to do with all this fucking shitty processed field. Fuck me, dude. This is an actual minstrel show in 2023. This is actually sick to my stomach. Look at the people in the room. There's a reason they aren't doing this predominantly black environment. I mean, in that case, like, isn't like all of rap a minstrel show? I don't know. I think it's cringe. Awuga, you're here.
Okay. I wanted to pick your brain a little bit about Rittenhouse, if that's okay.
Pick away, my friend.
Okay. Just to be clear, I want to hear what your official stance is on the moral wrongdoings, if any, for both Rittenhouse and the two rioters who died.
I don't think Rittenhouse was in the moral wrong at all. I think the two people that attacked him, the first one was very clearly in the moral wrong. The second two were more understandable. I don't think they were necessarily in the wrong.
You don't think Rittenhouse has to take his own L for inserting himself into such a dangerous situation and having to kill two people just to get out of that situation?
No. Going to a protest should not be equals inserting yourself into a dangerous situation. That's ridiculous. No.
It wasn't a protest. It was a riot that was going on.
Doesn't matter. You should still be. It's America. It's a goddamn U.S. of A. You should be able to go wherever you want in a public area. You shouldn't be inserting yourself in. That's insane. He had a right to. I think he had a moral right to. I think it was totally fine.
No, but, like, he had very reasonable agency to just, like, not insert himself into such a high-risk situation that, like, almost guaranteed would have led him into that life-or-death situation.
If it guarantees that it's going to lead him into a life-and-death situation, it's because another moral agent is making that choice.
Right, but, like, we have some reasonable agency to, like, take some basic preventative measures to not endanger our life. Like, going to a place that has fucking riots going on is pretty insane for a 17-year-old to do.
It's more insane for the rioters to be there. He had every right to be there.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, but that doesn't mean, like, he's not also pretty insane in his own way, right?
I don't think so.
For a 17-year-old to go to a place that has riots going on to defend property that's not even his.
If he was 27, would it make a difference? Why do we keep saying the age? If he was older, does that make a difference?
Because a 17-year-old should know better than to go to a place that has riots going on, right? Like, I don't think he's brainless. That's pretty fucking insane. How many 17-year-olds do you know that are going to riots armed with a shotgun marching up and down the streets in the middle of the night? I don't give a shit if it's, like, legal for like it's like my American God-given right or whatever. Like that's ridiculous. That's insane.
If a city that I was partial to had riots and I decided that I want to go there because I feel like protecting my community, at the very least, as an American, I think I have complete and total legal and moral authority to do that. I think it's totally fine.
Okay, sure, he can do that. He can choose to risk his life to defend someone else's, his dad's, sister's, ex-cousin's, teacher's property at his own peril, though. So if he does get into a near-death situation, and the consequence of that is that the internet bullies him a little bit, I think that's fair that the internet clowns on him for doing something so unbelievably risky for no reason, for no good reason, right?
Why? I think the internet should clown on the two dipshits that attacked him. Those were the guys that were risky.
They paid the price they paid for their stupid game was with their lives, right?
Yeah, and you can clown on them too. It's called there's literally a name for it. It's called Darwin Awards. They fucked around and they found out.
Yeah, they paid their price with their lives, but Rittenhouse's price for his dumb game was that he got bullied on the internet.
He didn't do a dumb game.
He did. He inserted himself into.
He's allowed to go there. I don't know what to say. Wait,
yeah,
are you American?
Well, yeah, I am.
Okay, you have a right to go wherever the fuck you want in a public area.
Yes,
It is your right. The idea that somebody's protesting, that all of a sudden you're in a moral wrong for being there, that's one of the most insane things I've ever heard in my entire life.
Not a moral wrong, but it's an incredibly fucking stupid thing, so you deserve
whether
to get
it's
clowned
stupid or
for
not.
that.
No, why would you get clowned?
That's the point. It's so stupid. So the internet clowning on him.
It wasn't stupid. It was pretty smart. He went, he brought self-defense. People fucked around, people found out. He got out fine.
Yeah, he survived, but the internet can clown on him for it. I think that's totally reasonable, given that he did something so stupid.
Okay, I don't know what the stupid thing is. So going to protests or riots is stupid.
When you're to risk your life to defend property that's not even yours, yes, and most people would agree.
Okay, so
how many 17-year-olds do you know who do that?
I don't know why you keep harping on his age. Every single person at that riot was equally stupid then? Would you say that?
Yeah, they were even more stupid. I would agree, yeah. I didn't support the rioting, but I also saying that it can be the case that the rioters who were burning shit down and the two rioters that attacked Rittenhouse were mega stupid, and that Kyle Rittenhouse was pretty stupid and crazy too. It can be the case they're both crazy.
I guess. I mean, if you want to say like it's all stupid, I guess, but I don't know.
Yeah. But the problem is that like you still defended Rittenhouse. Like,
well, I mean, I'll defend. Well, hold on. The conversation has shifted a little bit.
No, that's what my main.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Because originally we didn't want to talk about the legal. You want to talk about like his moral right to be there. I think morally your right to be there. In terms of like, was it dumb? I guess theoretically, anytime you show up to defend property and you're putting your life on the line is probably kind of dumb, sure. But people weren't attacking Rittenhouse because he was dumb. People were attacking Rittenhouse because they thought he was immoral.
I think the purpose for him getting bullied, like getting into the nitty gritty like that, is kind of semantic. Like at the end of the day, like
it is absolutely not semantic. There are dumb things you can do with high moral authority, right? It's stupid for a woman to go out on her own and drink with strangers, but nobody would ever hold her morally accountable for doing so, despite it being an incredibly fucking stupid decision. That's not semantic. That could be.
I don't think it's even comparable for a woman who visits a bar to get a drink versus a dude who's like going out of his way to a place that had fucking riots going on and marching up and down the streets with a gun. Like that's the level of expectation for risk between those two is not even comparable.
How many people died in the riots before Rittenhouse showed up? Pretty sure the answer is
I didn't even care about
isn't
the
it?
number. Like the level, it's the number doesn't even matter. Like the level of risk or expectation for risk makes them not even comparable. Like if a woman went to the bar to get a drink and she got raped, I'd feel far more empathetic to her because like the level of the percentage of risk for her was so low. If it happened anyway, I wouldn't blame her for it. But for Rittenhouse, like it was like inevitable, right? That like armed with a shotgun, super pro police, Blue Lives Matter kid, you know, with his hat backwards, he was kind of a neo-Nazi or whatever. Like, yeah, of course.
Why did he even get attacked? You're loading so much into this. You can't even have like a real
that was a joke. That was hyperbole. I know he's not a neo-Nazi, or at least he wasn't at the time. I was just joking. But like, the point is that like, of course I was expecting him to fucking get attacked.
Why? How many other people were there with weapons?
Well, specifically, he was there because he was anti-rioting, and everyone else was pro-rioting. Like, of course, just do the math. Of course, he's gonna get attacked. Combined with the fact that he's like having a gun open carry, like, yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, what do you want to talk about?
I was just like disagreeing with you because I don't think you should have defended him because he's pretty stupid in his own right.
Well, hold on, but didn't I literally say he was dumb? But he has the moral authority to be there.
Yeah, sure, I agree with that.
Then what? Then wasn't that my original take?
Well, I mean, because you defend him anyway, and like I guess
defend the moral authority.
I guess you clarified. I guess you clarified that like you think that there is a huge difference, which there isn't, between like the internet bullying him for like the not being in the moral right versus the internet bullying him for being incredibly fucking stupid and crazy. Like, which is like, I mean, that's a splitting hairs, but okay. I think you just really wanted to defend him because you like that he mowed down 2 dipshit rioters. But, yeah.
Okay.
I had one other question, but
did you ever watch me go out with Bose when we did the Trump protest thing?
I like no. Was it like
Okay, it's a little bit cringe, and I almost maybe got killed. The only thing that triggered me in that entire protest were when those kids at the end told me that I needed to leave and I couldn't be there. If you're an American citizen and you're in a public area, you have a legal and a moral right to be wherever the fuck you want to be. The idea that that you're in the moral wrong for being in a place in public where you can exist, to say that anyone's in the moral wrong because other people are rioting, that's just wild to me. That triggers me out of like the people that were in the moral wrong were the rioters, and the people that were super morally wrong were the people that attacked Rittenhouse. I'm not gonna blame him for that. Now, is it dumb? I mean, if you're trying to maximize for survival, yeah, he probably should have had a crew with him or somebody else, or shouldn't have gone at all.
I mean, or better, he should have just not gone there. It wasn't even his property. Like, that was really dumb.
It would also be dumb if your wife or kid was getting raped by 7 people in the street. It would be stupid of you to walk up and try to intervene. You should run and call the cops. But I'm not going to judge somebody.
That's more understandable. It's your wife.
No.
Someone that's not his property. It's just like his dad's
It's his community.
Cousins.
I understand that you are a liberal that have lived in cities and apartments your whole life, and you don't give a fuck about any community you've ever been in. That's fine if you believe that. But not everybody's like that. Some people grow up really attached to their communities. Some people spend a lot of time in them. Like the idea that you can just say like, oh, well, who the fuck cares?
This is speculation on my part, but I super doubt whether Kyle Rittenhouse actually like, oh, I genuinely just cared about my community. I don't know much about this case or much about him personally, but like I could tell, like, based on what I know, he had right-wing inclinations even before the rioting happened and before he became like a Fox News
no
star or
shit,
whatever.
because he was a fucking kid that lived in fucking rural communities. Of course he had
Exactly.
right-wing
So
inclinations.
there might have been. So I don't know if I buy that his sole purpose was to protect his community because he loved his community. He was a little bit had some right-wing inclinations already. He kind of was Blue Lives Matter.
Having right-wing inclinations does nothing. It doesn't do an iota to further any argument that you have. All we can collect is the evidence of what he did before and after. No, it doesn't. Because if you look at all the videos that came out before, it's him fucking cleaning walls. It's like cleaning graffiti off of walls and picking up trash. And then in the riots, it was him walking around offering fucking bottles of water to people. That's all he was doing. He wasn't walking around LARPing. He's like, I'm a police officer, I'm here to enforce blah, blah. There is not a single fucking video. If all that footage exists, or if any of that footage exists, then I would be more amenable to be like, oh yeah, you looked like he was going there to enforce some shit. But like, even the circumstances of him getting attacked was him fucking running away while one pedophile chased him and another guy shot a handgun into the air behind him. Like, every single action that I've seen from him doesn't show any aggression or anything whatsoever. So to come here and be like, well, he's a little bit right-wing in a rural community, like, tell me you're liberal without telling me you're liberal. Like, where were you born and raised? Seattle? Like, what a stupid thing to say. No shit. You live in Kenosha.
Sure, his motivations can be multifaceted, but if part of his motivation was like that he's like right-wing, he wants to kill some dipshit rioters, that calls into question like how ethical the whole thing is, right?
No, it doesn't. No. If you go to a bar,
part of the motivation is that he's just a racist right-winger and he just wanted an excuse, like
if you go to a bar as a woman and you bring a gun with you and you're like, man, if someone tries to rape me, I'm gonna fucking kill him, and some guy tries to rape you and you fucking kill him, no, I don't think that calls into question your motivation.
Well, again, because you're not inserting yourself into an insanely risky situation. There's like a 1% chance for that, whereas like it was a 99% chance for Rittenhouse, and he was partially looking for an excuse to do it, right?
I disagree. But if that evidence comes out, then, let me know. But even if even if that evidence did come out, I'm not sure if I would even change my mind on it. Again, if somebody goes into a situation like, man, if somebody tries to do something horrible to me where they try to deprive me of life or liberty, I'm gonna kill them. And then somebody tries to do something horrible to you where they try to deprive you of life or liberty and you kill them, I don't think I would hold you responsible. Like,
okay. Is it okay if I ask one more thing?
Knock yourself out.
I think this probably won't spiral into another yelling match, but the second thing is...
I hope it does.
Well, that's because you're crazy, but the second thing I wanted to ask you was, are you for or against the filibuster?
I think where I'm at right now is I'm for the filibuster, but I think it should be moved to the House of Representatives. I think that'd be based. I like the spirit of the idea of the filibuster, but it seems like our shit is kind of fucked right now. So.
Right. Yeah. So wait, what would moving it to that? Because again, I'm not super politically knowledgeable, but like, what would that do exactly? Moving it to the House of Representatives.
It would favor larger states a little bit more. Because
Okay.
the House is a little bit more balanced towards larger states or more populated states than just an even 2-2-2-2-2 split between everybody.
Yeah, for sure. Like, because I would agree. In that case, I'm definitely agree with that. Because like, my whole thing is that like, I don't want Republicans, who are often like the minority in the Senate anyway, to have any more power than they need to obstruct Democrats.
Sure.
Like, we haven't been able to make more progress because of that.
Okay.
And it's like, it's not. Yeah, I feel like the GOP is like completely lost their fucking minds. And I'm starting to get a little bit worried because like 40% of the country is basically devolved into like goose stepping up and down the streets. And I know you said that like you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to engage with conservatives and we're going to engage in civil discourse, marketplace of ideas, but like the GOP and the entire Republican voter base does not seem to give a shit about like the kinds of actions that they're partaking in. And I don't know if I'm starting to kind of lose faith in freedom of speech because like what you're doing right now doesn't seem to be working much.
I think it works pretty well where I'm at. I think it works better than every other fucking progressive platform that I've seen on the internet. I think I have bigger reach into conservative and centrist communities than literally any other figure online right now. I can't think of a single progressive figure that has more reach than I do. And I can't think of a single progressive figure that has as many connections with people on the right as I do either. I don't know of a single one. If you do, I'd be interested, but...
Okay, well... Excuse me for being snarky, but remind me how that social experiment of yours is going, the one where you were supposed to, a year ago, like, blue pill and rehabilitate, like, Sneeko and Lauren Southern. How's that going, by the way? How's progress on that?
Progress is slow, and it takes time, and it's not perfect, but guess what? It's going a hell of a lot better than every other progressive online. How many people from the right... How many people... That's not true. It is existent. There are ex-groypers that are part of my community now.
For Sneeko, he's actually worse than when he started. He's now denying
Yeah,
the
but
Holocaust.
why?
Because conservatives are unfixable.
Oh, okay. How many people do you think Hassan has brought over? How many people do you think Brianna Joy Gray has brought over?
I never said Hassan is doing any better, right? I'm watching you over Hassan because you're at least trying and making maybe a 1% difference, but I'm saying that I'm losing faith in the ideas anyway because you're not...
So when you go into my chat or my subreddit or my YouTube comment section and you see that like 20% of my audience are like fucking conservatives, you don't think that counts for anything? You think they just hate watch me the entire time and there's not like a single idea that they're even like slightly reconsidering? You think it's all just conservatives hate watching me?
Well, okay. I mean, I guess you are making a little bit more progress, but like...
You're pointing to why didn't you convert Lauren Southern, who has like 10 years of making far right content online and is known for inciting the Christchurch shooter and the Mediterranean Sea flare incident? And why didn't you convert Sneeko, who's been banned off of every platform in the world and then given access to Donald Trump, Kanye West, and Andrew Tate, some of the most popular yeah, fuck me. Like, I didn't convert those people in 2 months. Like, who am I?
It's been a year and you have gone negative progress.
I'm fighting against the world. How fucking retarded are you?
I mean, that's kind of the point, though, isn't it? Like, freedom of speech can only work so well when internet echo chambers make it so that way these people have every incentive to just continue doubling down on their extremism.
Yeah, but where do the internet echo chambers come from? They come from progressive moderation banning conservatives off of every single fucking platform they can speak to. No shit they're gonna be in fucking echo chambers.
I agree that they shouldn't have done that, but, like, we can't change that. It's hopeless.
You can change that by stop doing it, by stop supporting it, by stop enforcing it. It's like when these dipshit fucking big... I don't care if you do. I'm talking about progressives. You as a broad thing there. Obviously, you as an individual can't, can't. But progressives support certain policies that further us down here, and then they turn around and go, oh, I don't know about it. When people like, and it's even innocuous, and people like Valkyrie or Pokemon are like, oh, I can't do this, guys, because it offends people, you're furthering the culture. And when these people that are making tens of millions of dollars, and I'm not exaggerating, when they're making that much money, and they're not willing to take the slightest of stands on something because they think they play Hogwarts Legacy, their fucking VTuber audience is going to turn against them, they're all contributing to the problem. Yeah, I'm not changing the world on my own. I can't do that. But like, I think I'm making a better impact than most people, and I'm not going to sit there and kowtow the losing line of progressives, which is losing, by the way, and pretend that I'm just going to do that because I haven't changed the world on my own single-handedly. That's insane.
Okay, well, firstly, I never said that you aren't like doing better than most people. Like, again, I only watch you because
yeah, but you're citing Lauren Southern and Sneeko as like you failed because I didn't convert to people that are being driven farther right than 99% of the people on the planet are. Like,
but it's disheartening to see, like, for Sneeko, you're like making negative progress even after a full year. And like, I know
what do you mean
said that
negative progress? What do you think that means? I don't think I'm making negative progress. I think I've made really good progress.
With Sneeko, and by extension his audience specifically, I think at least for looking at Sneeko himself, he is now like kind of a Nazi. Right? He wasn't like that a year ago.
Here's the issue, okay? There's a very human thing you're doing, okay? Is when you try to improve something, humans only see improvement. They don't see a deceleration of unimprovement. So it might be the case that I haven't turned Sneeko into like a fucking progressive warrior. That's fine. I don't know if I ever could, but he probably would have slipped a little bit farther into the fucking black hole had we not been friends. That'd be my guess. But because he's not like out here like dyeing his hair with me at the same hairdresser, like you assume that like it's been a total fucking failure. I'm sure I've kept him grounded at least a little bit.
But isn't that kind of miserable that like even with you using all of your hard work and shit, he's just slightly less of a Nazi than he might have otherwise been? Like, isn't that kind of like a testament to how hopeless everything is?
It's not hopeless. That's life. That's reality. You're looking for movie magic where an event happened and fucking everybody's like, oh my God, we see the light above. That's not how life works. Change is slow and brutal, and it requires a long time, and it requires setbacks, and there are going to be failures, and there are going to be mistakes. Like, that's life. Like how many people are driving somebody in a certain direction? You expect me to just like descend from the clouds and be like, oh, the Matrix, bro, the Matrix isn't real. Like, it's never going to work that way. Like, all you can try is your best, and then look for slow incremental change over time.
The problem is that things like even on a broad level in the country aren't slowly improving at all. Isn't it the case that like 60% of the country, or like 60% of Republicans or whatever, still believe that like that the election in 2020 was a fairy tale fantasy and that unicorns are real or whatever? Like,
yeah, Republicans are dumb, but hey, at least they're slowly leaving Trump. Biden's gotten a fuck ton of legislation passed. Democrats are getting more and more popular in the country. Our electoral system makes it hard to see that. But right now, Republicans are like barely fucking hanging on because of the electoral system.
That's not true. They're just migrating over to Ron DeSantis, who is literally a Trump, but even more legislatively effective.
How many votes did Biden win by? Wasn't it like fucking 5 million, 6 million votes?
But that was against Trump. Ron DeSantis, the entire GOP, the entire Republican voter base, being the bot sheep that they are, just need to hear Mitch McConnell and the GOP tell them, vote for Ron DeSantis, and they will all brainlessly mobilize around him. And then it's over, because Ron DeSantis will crush Biden.
Oh my God,
so
I'm sorry. It was 8 to 11 million. Yeah, that's fine. You're putting out Republican leadership. They're not going to be crushed or gone overnight. It's a process. 8 million, yeah. I think Hillary Clinton beat Trump by like 3 or 4 million votes. Like, it's slowly moving in that direction. Society as a whole is progressing, like, pretty hardcore. We've got fucking gay marriage. We're debating trans issues pretty hotly right now.
Biden is gay marriage. Ron DeSantis, when he wins 2024 or whatever, like, bro, he's the Republicans. You're underestimating now just because we got lucky in 2020 and 2022. Like,
you're saying got lucky, bro. Republicans got rid of abortion, and they might have paid a pretty harsh price for it in the midterms. I don't think that society is like ready to roll back. You seem like you have no faith in the American people, that we're just gonna roll back everything in like 2 seconds.
Because American people
then
are move.
Then go to another fucking country. Go to Sweden or Norway or some country like that. I mean,
I can't just like magically generate $1 million and fly somewhere else.
You don't need $1 million to fly somewhere else. Look, fine, go get on Tinder, geolocate to Scandinavia, get in a fucking apartment. You can do it if you really want to. Move up to Canada.
And you're not afraid that, like, you know, America, because like you live in America, right?
Sure, I do.
And you're not even a little bit concerned that like the people are losing their minds?
Yeah, I'm always concerned about stuff like that. But I mean, like, all you can do is hope for the best. Like, this is our experiment in democracy, and you kind of just have to ride it out, see what happens. But I mean, like, what?
You don't seem even remotely scared that, like, because like you always say like, oh yeah, what's really scary is how, like, there's a people problem, it's not a government problem, the people are losing their minds, but, like, you don't seem, like, even remotely, like, you just seem so nonchalant about it, like, 40%
I'm not
of the
nonchalant.
country...
I mean, it's crazy. I don't know why. Why are you repeating back my talking points at me? I know how many people don't believe in the last election.
Well, because
I
you
said
don't
this.
seem to
probably
care,
learned it
and you
from
don't seem to
me.
care that Republicans are still dangerous under Ron DeSantis, who's basically the new Trump, but even scarier than
I
Trump.
know.
He's like
Yes, it's called living in a democracy, and sometimes it sucks because there's people that have real disagreements with you. Not fake disagreements like you're in a progressive classroom and you don't know whether to celebrate anti-blackness 51 weeks out of the year or 52 weeks out of the year. Sometimes you have real disagreements where there are people that don't believe that gay people should get married. That's part of living in a democracy. You've got people that believe all sorts of fucking different things, but you have to live with it. I mean, that's what we do.
It's scarier than just whether or not Ron DeSantis disagrees with me on gay marriage. Ron DeSantis, in his shitty little corner in America, Florida, right now, is like so intelligent legislatively. He's like exploiting loopholes in Floridian law to make it so that he can legally arrest registered blue voters to like intimidate voters. Like, dude, that's not just like him disagreeing. That's authoritarianism.
Sure.
He's even
then
scary.
you patch it and you fight against it. That's all we can do. That's
We
literally
can't, because
okay.
he's
What do you want to do?
charismatic
What do you
and
want to
Americans
do?
are
What do you want to do?
brainless.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
I don't know. But
Well, go take the next step. Be a fucking Chad. You want to go kill people? Is that like? Do you want to Rittenhouse everybody? Is that because that's what you're making it sound like? That's the only option. If that's what you want to do, then arm up and gear up, and then do your Black Panther shit or whatever the fuck meme shit you want to do for there. That's fine.
I mean, honestly, we might be in due for like something like a civil war. We're more divided now than we ever have been. The conservatives are losing their minds. Like, it might actually be the case where we might have to resort to violence, and I'm scared. I don't want to hurt any conservatives, but like, you just seem so, I don't know.
I don't think that's the direction we're going, but
I don't know how you have so much faith in Americans, man. They're absolutely the most brainless species.
I mean, you say that, but I mean, we're the most powerful empire the Earth has ever fucking seen. So fuck the world.
Yeah, once upon a time, but like
once upon a time, who's ahead of us right now? What do you mean?
I mean, China's taking over. China's starting to get ahead of us.
Yeah, China has like 7 billion people and a whole host of their own problems that they haven't even begun to figure out yet. China doesn't even know what it's like to exist as a fucking superpower where your people are enabled and empowered and have tons of like middle-class jobs and shit. China has all sorts of growing pains that they have yet to even begin to go through that the United States already figured out.
Yeah, but like at least they're unified, right? And at least they don't have like $7 quadrillion in U.S. debt, and at least they don't
What do you
have
mean
like
unified? China has all sorts of internal strife and struggle. We don't see it because we're cut off from that entire fucking country. But China as this huge unified front where everybody is like super united on the same page China might want you to see them that way, but that's not true. There's all sorts of internal struggles that China has been going through, especially relating to housing, especially related to politics.
From a military or like threat perspective, like they are unified in that like because they're a dictatorship, they can forcefully unify the people and just force them to listen. Whereas America, since we're a democracy, we have the disadvantage of like letting people to leave to their own devices. So we can be divided. Whereas like a dictatorship can force everyone to just be like, shut up and listen to us. And then they have to. I don't know if that's making sense or not.
Dictatorships, I'm going to say something that might trigger history majors. I don't know if this is true or not, but my feeling is all governments draw their power from the people. Democracies do it directly. Do you know how planes have wings that bend? Ridden on a plane before?
I mean, ridden the plane? I've been on a plane before, yeah.
When you look at the window, you know how the wings bend and it looks kind of scary? The wings bending are a good thing because wings that bend are wings that don't snap and break, right? You might have democracies that bend and it seems a little bit scary because you might get like this rigid wing that never bends or flexes ever and it might look sturdier. But the reality is that even dictatorships have some authority from the people because when they become too unpopular, eventually they snap and shit gets fucked. And it's happened time and time again throughout history. There's no such thing as a dictatorship that's been able to indefinitely hold on to its power. They have famines, they have wars, they do genocides, and eventually people get fed up with it and they rebel. China's not going to be able to just unify all their people to do whatever arbitrary things that are on the whims of the fucking whoever happens to be in power at that particular point in time. Eventually, like, things will change.
I mean, for China specifically and North Korea, like they've been around for like 100 years and they're still going pretty strong with their iron grip on the people, right? And I think
North Korea is going pretty strong.
Well, thanks to their nuclear weapons, which is a new factor that you're not accounting for. Like, you cited history as an example, right? So, like, oh, yeah, time and time again throughout history, people were able to, overcome the dictatorship. Yeah, but there wasn't factors back then like nuclear weapons or the internet being censored like in China or whatever to control the people's minds, and or in North Korea. Like this is stuff that's why these dictatorships have lasted so long. So like, yeah, I just don't buy.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do what I do. Like, because that's all I can do. So you tell me if you have a better idea, let me know. Because it sounds like you're just saying we need like civil war, and that's like the only hope. But I mean, I reject
I don't
that,
want a
so.
civil war, but
I didn't
like,
ask
I'm
that. I don't know
saying
why
that,
you're saying that. Wait, why do you think I care what you want? I'm not asking what you want. That's like a cop-out. It sounds like you're saying the only thing that can happen or cause change is civil war. I'm not asking if you want a civil war, but that's what you're making it sound like.
Well, I didn't mean to make it sound like that, but I
Well,
guess.
what is the alternative then?
Oh God, I mean, that is a good point. I do think that like, let's say it reaches a point where conservatives start killing minorities or whatever, or they start passing legislation that threatens the lives of. I think there's like Republicans have been nowadays trying to pass legislation to make being trans illegal or whatever, or like it would be considered indecent grooming of minors to be trans in public. I saw like in the news like there was a state in like Tennessee or some shitty garbage southern state. They were trying to pass legislation for that. Like, let's say it reaches a point where Republicans do eventually pass legislation that like starts to threaten people's lives for merely existing. What would you do?
We'd figure something out. At one point in time,
you wouldn't.
This country had slavery. Okay, I think that if Republicans want to take away gender-affirming care for trans youth, we can figure it out. And I'm gotta know. Okay, are you from San Francisco, LA, or Seattle? Which one of these three cities are you from?
Oh, suck my cock. All right,
I'm just curious. Which one? I just want to know. It's one of those three. Which one?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right. Just curious.
All right. See ya.
All right. Have fun. Jesus. Chemical warfare against the Amish. In this thread, we'll examine why the East Palestine, Ohio chemical accident may have been a coordinated attack from state actors to harm the agricultural community known as the Amish. Oh, fucking kill me. Look at it go. This is not sustainable.
You know, I don't mean to say this, but I don't know how else to say it. I'm racist towards the UK people.
Is she drunk or on painkillers or?
UKians, that's what I'm gonna call them. I don't like that. Fix it. Fix it now. Fix it. Right now, guys. Fix it. Get to it. Come on. We need to have
It's our
a
surgery?
discussion.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like still healing or if that's just her new sound now.
Don't get me wrong. If you have an open relationship, and I'm sorry, so far I only met one person who's really good at it, and that's Destiny. It's like I've seen lots of poly men, not lots, but I think I can count on both hands. Seven men in my entire life. 7 men who have been poly. Destiny's the only one I've seen to do it successfully. He's the only one I've seen do it successfully. So he's an exception to the rule. So I don't pay attention to that. I pay attention to the majority.
It's probably true that if you're like normal people, it depends on what both partners are looking for in a relationship. If you want to do like poly or open shit and both people are looking for like other partners to kind of date, I think that men and women can do equally well. But if you're only opening it up for sex and if like both partners are like super horny, the woman is going to outfuck the guy like a ton, of course, right? That's just going to be a fact. But then at that point, like the woman should be more probably concerned about the guy to make sure that he's not getting like outpaced intellectually. There's got to be a better way to burn off this fuel. Oh, I could use burner inserters. I could make a fuck ton of steam. And then what? Why are you making it? Well, I'm making it because... Why am I making it? Good question, dude. Oh, I get it because when, in the process of mining this stupid shit, you get a lot of fucking trees. Oh, actually, I guess you can use the trees for other things, huh? I could use the trees to just make electronic circuits. Are there gonna be fire content coming up? If not, can I go watch a vid on your channel? I'm waiting for Erudite to wake up, so...
These fungi have been giving us humans.
So, yeah, I just think that all these people that are kind of like... people are really missing the wood for the trees with this, I feel, and they're not focusing on what's important. They're not talking about the real issues here, right? Yeah, it fucking sucks to have an addiction, and I hope she sorts that out, don't get me wrong. But, like, the fact that you are now talking about having this addiction, and it seemingly happened around the time of this GoFundMe situation... Did you use the money for drugs? Because if you did, that is fucking insane. Like, you know, I can't imagine a world where that would be, like, accepted by GoFundMe. Do you know what I mean? It's mental. And, you know, this is why. Obviously, she can't prove that she didn't use the money on drugs. But I think what she ought to do is at least release, you know, some information about the money now in order to try and establish what happened with that. But, yeah, I don't know. Not going to happen. Just my thought on what should happen, but there we go. So, yeah, I just think that all these people that are kind of like... Okay,
let's keep Carter alive one more day. Destiny, TikTok. I know that the girl made videos. That was the whole point of her coming over. Are you linking these every single fucking day? Are you one of the people linking these videos every day? I've seen it. Thank you. Yes. Jesus. What the fuck? Oh! Oof! Ah! That was... nasty. Oh my god. Let's... hold on. Do we have a 950 in here? Do we have a 950 in here? Hold on. What? Hold on. We're looking for it. Oh, fuck. I missed my first hit. I need to use the enter key. Hold on. Let's try one tapping. Hold on. No, that sucks. Not good. Damn. Oh, fuck. What? Did this one double hit? Oh, this would have been like a 920. Okay, we're a little fast. What? Oh, this would have been a 9. This would have been like a 930. How? I'm like, I must be hitting one of these keys on the side. Add a little swing? Do you think swinging would help? No. Oh, look, I'm in the pocket, okay? That's why I'm late on every single hit. Okay, never mind. Oh my god. Do we have a 960 in here? Do we have a 9? Do we have a 9? Maybe a 955. Do we have a 955? Let me find it. Hold on. Let me find my 955, okay? What? Okay, one more. One more. What? Is the spacebar that much worse? Hold on. No. Fuck, guys. I don't know if I can do it again. Okay, last one. No. That was so fucked. I double hit, yeah. Okay. 952, okay? That's pretty good. Jimmy's staying alive another day.
We use the flash, we're gonna flash you.
Yeah, you know what to do.
What?
Every time we use the flash, we're gonna flash you.
Yeah, you know what to do.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells. This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government.
Nuke Radio.
Warning, nuking is now legal worldwide.
I walk into Balenci, make them wipe me down. Oil filter on the Glock, you won't hear a sound. I walk into Balenci, make them wipe me down. Oil filter on the Glock, you won't hear a sound. I walk into Balenci, make them wipe me down. Oil filter on the Glock, you won't hear a sound. You think you're heavyweight, we can go pound for pound. I'm in Harrods out in London, spend pound after pound. If I need a drink, then my man's still gon' ask around. These are my jealous sneakers, I'm not wearing drown. Recite a prayer, cause the devil's trying to bring me down.
Okay. It's on the old LSF today. Oh, damn. Chud back with a vengeance. That was the clip we just watched, right? Did you guys see this?
So...
Trying to make it seem like somebody stole her phone, but it was fucking her the whole time.
Hey look, I'm about to block you, alright, little bro?
Please, can I ask you something?
What?
Steve, you said you play me on FIFA. You added me back. So let's go.
Bro, I can't play.
Listen. If you miss me, you could sell your best player.
Like, who are these people? Like, who is that? Like, bro, who the fuck?
Speed, we only want to 1v1 you in FIFA, and we want to do it so we can have like a group, like we all call, and we want you to wager our friend for like, can you wager him? In
Yo, who the fuck? Yo, bro, First of all, hey, the dude hey, look.
See, this is why we need the airsoft
Come on.
gun. Stop. This is why we need the airsoft gun, you know?
What? That's not funny. I'll fucking murder you.
Bro, they don't hit hard. It just be like, stop humping buttons.
Are you fucking dumb?
What? They're not airsoft. They're
He's never shot
Nerf.
those dogs with
Nerf.
airsoft guns. And if you ever do that, I'm fucking killing you publicly. Putting an example out there.
Okay.
Murder.
Okay, so
Public.
you're gonna let Kevin hump his brother?
Public execution.
Kevin, come here.
Manny,
you're not on my board. I know. And I was like, how can I feel this way? And I realized that anytime I feel like I want to give money or subscribe to a Pretty Woman's channel, I should jerk off. And when I'm done jerking off, if I still want to give her money, that's the one, right? But since then, I haven't found one that I want to do.
Yeah.
Manny,
you're not on my board. I know. And I was like, how can I feel this way? And I realized that anytime.
By the way, champs, I got someone on the line. Did you install OBS after the update? Yes. We still having issues, Doc. Yeah. It's your face. Where's Alex? Probably at your mom's house. Like, champs, I'm not in a good mood.
Based.
Right now. So just be careful what you type in chat. I just don't. It doesn't matter. By the way, champs, I got someone on the line.
Hey, man. Jesus Christ.
Okay, this is not good.
Thank you, Hideo.
You know what I mean? It's like a real way to stick it to them.
Yeah.
United States military. They want to say, hey, join the military for a month, join the military for 3 years. We're going to deploy you out there. I'm going to say, fuck you guys. Fuck yeah, I'll take your fucking money. Shing. Fuck you guys. Give me your fucking money. Take the benefits, go home, call it a day. I believe in sticking it to the company and taking what you can from them.
Nice.
Jack's off to the bag of chips. I'm not jack off. There's no Twinkie on my desk. You literally see clearly my keyboard and then my monitor. Like, what are you guys, fucking train wrecks right now, saying I got my chat open during Among Us? Like, this is not happening right now. You probably wore a yellow shirt to hide the reflection. Shut up.
Wait, was there a thing? Did I miss something?
I think the foundation of all people has to be where we come from ultimately. And ultimately where we come from is the divine.
I play with my fingers because I saw Gabe Mount Brown play like this, Albert Collins play like this, Albert King play like this, and those are the guys that I was lucky enough to get to sit with and watch and play with.
I am a little bit Asian and...
Come on.
I'm a Russian Mongol, and I'm Russian. My father was a Russian Mongol, so these people are Russian Mongols. Vladimir Putin.
You have Italian descent?
Yeah, I have some Italian on my mother's side, and
Anybody know why Richie did Bobby Lupo?
I'm Russian. My family are from Vladivostok and Belarus, and you know, Vladimir Putin.
С наступающим.
Я дурак, пидорас. Now you know, let's have a shot of rum. Then me can make you come with me to the ocean. That would be fine. You can be my bowcat.
Do it.
Came from Mississippi, Delta Blues, Mississippi, Louisiana. I'm a Russian.
Okay. The University of Austin offers forbidden courses. What?
Hyundai Tucson versus Nissan Rogue. Look what Tucson has and what Rogue doesn't. Hyundai Tucson wins every time.
Cool.
We debated if Islam is religion of peace. We debated single parent households versus two parent households. We talked about transgenderism, so very intense hot button topics. So the forbidden courses, like summer program, is a 1-week program. And essentially, we had one core course, that we took in the program, and that was supplemented with a bunch of different other activities. And the other supplemental activities were like, we had academic ones, we had super social ones. So I took a class on critical thinking and like freedom of expression from my aunt Hersey Ali, who just has an incredible story. We essentially learned a bunch of different logical fallacies and John Stuart Mills and all.
Okay, so it's just like a normal course. It's like now today it's considered like super edgy. What? Okay. That's kind of sad. Oh shit.
Crafting. Zoomer slow little never give up.
Oh! Can you fucking tell me?
When crafting.
He forgot to change difficulty back to easy.
Have you killed my mending villager? It's not fucking funny. Do you know how long it took me to get that?
Calm down, Sleepy Joe. I think it was Obama. He ran in the direction of your base.
What the fuck do you mean calm down? It took me 3 hours to get the right trade.
It wasn't me. I'm busy looking for diamonds.
Well, one of you is fucking lying.
Homie, I swear on my mother's life, it wasn't me.
Swear on your wife's life it wasn't you, Donald.
Okay, it was me. Don't come after me because of it, though.
You're done for. I'm gonna bed trap your ass. Which one of you killed my mending villager? It's not fucking funny. Do you know how long?
Okay. Top rapper in New York right now. Better meme. This video is unavailable.
For lunch, bitch, on my body, I get what I want. Like, you thought I was feeling you? No, I was feeling you. That nigga a munch. Nigga eat it, he ate it for lunch. Bitch, on my body, I get what I want. Like, bitch, say bad, let's keep it a beam. Know they be mad, I be on the scene. Ass too fat, can't fit in a jean. Use my steps, but it's not what it seems. I got that ready, I'm keeping it clean. Fucking with niggas that's toting a beam. Saying you love me, but what do you mean? Pretty ass fucking me like that I'm mean. Baddest bitch, how you shitting me? If you ain't a baddie, can't sit with me. I swear that these bitches my mini-me's. He wanna sex, niggas be dreaming. I'm from the X, niggas be scheming. I'm on their necks, they's not breathing. Thumb in a check, blow their knee.
Okay.
Yo, Steve.
What's up?
You busy?
Nope. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic as per usual.
Why do you keep posting all your shit online? Why don't you two just stop talking to or about each other?
Oh, you want to jump right into it? I was going to jump on something else.
Hold on one sec. Let me get a Red Bull. I need one to deal with you. Your ass. 1 sec.
Like you're gonna cook me? I just want to help with my Tinder. I've been hooking up with a lot of ladies lately, and a lot of them are big Hassan fans, and I've noticed that they just do not like Steven. I've had to unfortunately take my shirt off during sexual coitus, and they see my redact.dev tattoo, and we start talking about Dan, and then we talk about Dan, who is affiliated with Steven. So I talk about Destiny, and they're like, "Oh, I love Hassan," and I actually really fucking hate that guy. The conversation doesn't flow like that, of course, but it ends up like getting me in a lot of like. I've actually had one girl not talk to me anymore because I was like, oh, I did a lot of content with him and I showed like them the league stuff, and I was like, I don't really do politics though. I'm not really into that. But they were like not digging the vibe that I liked him, and I kind of like I called Hassan a grifter. And they were just like, I don't even know what that means, but like it sounds like you're just kind of like really don't like the things that I enjoy. And like I don't really want to be there for that, kind of what the vibe was said. You know what I mean? It was like I was giving negative energy. And I do think Steven gives off like I think I've picked up some mannerisms from Steven, and I think everyone's done this, where Steven has a sort of way of interacting where it's like let's say Mr. Mooten and Steven are on stream. There'll be like a good like 6 times when they're interacting, and it's like they're like I love hot dogs on a hot dog with ketchup. And then Mr. Mooten will go like, do you seriously like hot dog, like ketchup on your hot dog? You are literally brain dead. And it's like, that's how they interact. You know what I mean? It's like negging, but it's like with each other. And I feel like that's negative, and I feel like I do that with a lot of women, if that makes sense. And I think I get that, I give off that vibe. You guys go with me? How many meeting that many girls that not only watch Twitch, but pay attention to this niche? So surprising. But I match with a lot of girls that are into like Twitch communities. I thought about bringing one on stream soon, but surprisingly, a lot of girls watch us on that are into like my whole like emo, Deftones online vibe. If you get me. Oh, I need water. Chat streaming because Darius gets laid more than them. Unironically true. I have one girl that's making an OnlyFans, and she wants to strictly post content with me, and I'm gonna promote it and do all that stuff. And I'm gonna be back on the grind where I'm with a girl with BPD that does OnlyFans, and it's gonna be a whole situation. We're all just victims of a loop. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I was thinking, like Eren Yeager was always going to be an evil person, right? They made the Attack on High School anime, and Eren Yeager was always going to suit up the school. You know what I mean? If you guys read the Attack on Titan High School edition, Eren always has sought out some sort of violence in his life, and I think I've been destined to engage sexually and romantically with girls with BPD. They wrote it like that? Well, I mean, God writes us all in unique ways. Take a break from girl / pussy for a sec. Can you rate my mini pink I did from D&D? Looks like Karthus. Love it. Crazy pussy? I've actually, I don't know why it is that BPD pussy does actually, I thought it was like a joke, like an internet joke, but every girl I've had sexual intercourse with that has BPD I've been able to nut, like, just fine. Is a trauma a kink now? I don't think so. It just is coincidental. I was destined to be a locale. I think about that sometimes. I think about that because I've been working my job, so I've been doing sales, and as I'm doing sales, and I'm like conning these people into buying this product, I'm like, this really isn't for me. I would like more to just like have like I would rather be a retard right now. Like I'd rather do something retarded. Like I'd rather like you know, like I'd rather like right now, like if I could like I'm trying to think of a thing like if I could just like show off my fleshlight, or I could show, you know, like the bong water that's been sitting in my bong for like 3 months. Like I'd rather like do that for funsies, or like or drink the bong water even. I'd rather do that. That sounds so much more fun than working a 9 to 5. Like if every day I had to drink bong water, I would rather do that than work a 9 to 5 admin job. You're like DSP, but a complete G. I don't know. Clean your bong? I don't even use it, so. Why does Sushia look so much like your mother? I thought about that, and I think as a kid, when I was like 16, I told like all my friends that like my mom was banging, and I don't know if like there is something deep in me where I am attracted to my mom. I've always told like people my mom is like very attractive. I think my mom is attractive. I actually I still to this day I think she's like cute, but like I don't find her sexual. But I do think Sushi looks very similar in a way whenever she's not wearing makeup. But I don't think of my mother in that way, like at all. My mom has a lot of issues, and I don't like I don't put them together. My mom doesn't have BPD though. I think my mom has a savior complex, which is not BPD. I think. So I'm just post pics of your mom. I have issues. Is your mom divorced? Yes. The success of sales heavily relies on the quality of the product being offered. Yeah, so I work for like I want to just dox myself because like I don't really care, and I want to switch jobs like quick. But like I work for a company that does like they do like they do certain things, and it's like I don't really like I feel like I'm just like conning people, and like I don't, and in the product I don't really have I do like at least 100 calls like a day, just trying to like sell the people, and I've sold to like nobody yet. So like I'm doing like 100 to 120 calls a day, and I'm not selling anything. I'm doing cold call sales. Yes. I'm a welder. I don't know how to do that.
All right, Darius, what do you got?
Yo, what up? What up? What up? What up? Steven, can you tell me real quick? Through the information you have, am I a bad guy?
No, I just think you're both fucking retarded.
I do agree that I am retarded.
And that's all. That's all that matters.
Yes. So to answer your question earlier with why I posted publicly, I very much think that I guess I don't know how to deal with like my emotions, and the ways that I think of like when I'm very like down, or I'm very like fucked like mentally, is through like a sense of narcissism, and like almost like I need to like disassociate from who I am in order to get through.
Okay, stop using the words. What you're doing is you're mad. You want to make her mad, so you post on Twitter to make her mad. That's what's going on.
I would not want her to be mad. I'd rather just like feel good about myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, by pissing her off.
I really don't think that my thought process is to piss her off. I really just think it's just to make me. What ends up happening?
You're literally going through your text messages to find ones to make her look bad to post them online. Like, as soon as
Well,
you're
not
trying
to
to...
make her look bad. It's because she would be bad, and it's because
Sure, but I'm just saying, like, why do it? Unless you're like... Why not just move on?
Because the action of moving on is, I think, a lot harder without assistance. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I am just like, I'm trying to really, I don't know how I'm trying to say this. I just feel like it's just like it's hard for me to move on and just like, I guess, see people like not, well, I guess even with her, it's like, even like to see like, it just like, I don't know, I just like, if I feel like everything's just like normal, everything's just like chill, I'm just like sitting here hurting, and I've been like getting kind of fucked, and then like you're just like, okay, lol, I just leave. Like, if you want to go really into it, like I think it's really depressing for me that like I have to now like take care of the animals that we kind of got together, and because like she, you know, kind of just dipped out and did her thing, like I'm just like stuck with this.
Get rid of them then.
And I have to get rid of them, but now it's like a whole thing where like I have to go through that process like alone, and when it was like,
who cares?
Originally, like,
do you want to do this forever? Do you want to go back and forth
I don't
forever?
want to do this forever.
Okay,
No,
then nothing that you're saying matters.
No, well, I get
Like,
that
oh, it
doesn't-
sucks. I gotta do. Okay, it sucks. But like,
But
you can either do
no,
it.
no, it sucks, but like I don't have to get through it. But like, it's easier to get through it when I feel like I'm in a better health headspace than when I.
You're
feel
not
like
getting in a better headspace by posting your guys' personal shit on Twitter, though.
I feel like I'm in a much better headspace.
No, you don't. You don't. Because if that was
I
true,
don't
then
know.
any of the 15 other times you've done it, you would have been over this by now.
I've done it 15 other times.
Yeah, how many times you guys been fighting publicly, leaking your shit publicly, and doing all this shit? What do you mean? Are you pretending this is the first time you've done it?
I think it's like the second time.
Okay.
I think the first time we did that, and that was a while ago, like 2 months ago, and this is the second time. And I'm not saying it's like not a bad thing. I do think it is a bad thing. Not saying it's like a good thing, and I should be doing that.
I don't care about being bad or good. I'm just thinking about in terms of you getting over it, right? You guys are never going to get over it if you guys keep publicly fighting and leaking shit across all the discords that you fucking weird people all inhabit constantly.
She's leaking up discords. That happens.
You guys are always talking in discords and shit, and then like because we're
I don't
always
do that shit.
Really? There's no discords with Nadoosh or anyone else that you're like typing private shit into, or with any of the.
Unironically, that was her, because I was saying, I don't know if I told you that, but that was her. She was like going in there like talking about shit with like you, and then talking about shit with me, and it was fucking weird. Unfortunately, I don't.
Okay, I feel like I always see weird things leaking from discords, but like, I don't know. I feel like if you guys just stop talking about each other and then move on, like
Yes,
you guys.
I think that is very much true. I don't disagree. I think making it online brings it to always be permanently attached to me when I decide to do stuff online. So I don't necessarily disagree. I thought about just like deleting it because maybe that'd be better, but I think I don't know. It does feel. I will not lie. It does feel a little good. That I guess I am like hurting her, because I feel like she is actually doing like fucked shit, and I feel like she's still repeating her behaviors, and it feels good to like kind of say fuck you, I guess, to that. But like, I don't know how to I don't have the vocabulary to.
Sure, like nothing is going to be lasting. It's not going to help you get over anything, and then you guys are just going to be back to square one.
Yeah, no, I know, but it's like the temporary like push that I have to do things kind of like, I guess will help a little bit for me. Probably permanently it won't help. I'll probably like deal with this again in like 3 months. Like the stuff with Melina, like I've already said, like I regret with that a lot. I don't think I regret anything with Sushi so far. Like before I deleted it, because I thought Sushi was telling me like, hey, I'm trying to. Me and Sushi, when like we talked about like her, when she posted like a twit longer apology or whatever, and then I responded to it. I deleted the Twitter because I thought she was trying to like actively like work on changing and like fix stuff, but then like, you know, shit happened again, and then I saw that she was like doing almost the same exact thing, and I was like, okay, this is just fucking annoying. I don't even know why I deleted it when like I feel like I was kind of just like manipulated into deleting shit. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Fuck, I can't go on what I was gonna say anymore. Fuck. You wanna go to I mean, what do you think? Like, do you think I don't know? Like, what's the perfect thing to do? Like the perfect thing to do is just like do nothing and then just like, I guess, just live. Like I don't know. Like, how do I feel good?
Oh my god. Unbelievable, dude. Hold on.
It's just like so. Okay, cringe. It's just like so cringe because like as a girl on the internet, like she could just like go on and just like get like so many people to just like dick ride anything. Like even the time that like we were having an argument on stream, I already saw like she was getting a bunch of DMs like, oh, like this is a common gaslighting tactic that men do and stuff like that and blah 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 blah. And like I of course I get like my fucking shit or whatever. I get like some people are like, oh dude, like I've been through this similar shit, blah 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 blah. But it's
yeah,
like,
I don't disagree with any of that, but I'm just saying like nothing like re-engaging doesn't help you with any of this.
Yeah.
You just have to like let it go. It sucks, I guess, but like I mean, there's everything you're doing is just furthering your own like torment. But I don't know what to tell. Like you guys, like what you should do is, if you want to get over it, then you should both just block each other on everything.
Yeah.
And then just stop.
But do you think let's say like let's say Melina and you broke up and then Melina decided to like just dump like a whole bunch of like issues you guys had. Would you blame her for doing that? If like she felt like, let's say you fucked up really badly and then she just like went and just like dumped a whole bunch of stuff just to, like let people know like, hey, this is what I've been going through, like this motherfucker's just doing the same shit. Like she saw you just kind of living and doing your own thing and she dumped like all your stuff and was just like, fuck this guy, like whatever. Like would you blame her relatively for doing that?
Yeah, I'd probably give my side of the story and then I'd ban it all from my chat so that people knew my side and then I'd be done with it.
No, but would you be like, hey, like Melina, that's like fuck, that's like would you think she's like fucked for doing that?
Yeah, of course, but I mean people do dumb shit. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Well, when someone else is the aggressor and you're kind of like, I guess when you're even looking for like people to understand your trauma or whatever they get to go through.
Then you have like a couple close friends. Don't try to win battles in like the fucking ring of public opinion.
Yeah, I guess my thing is that I don't have any close friends because like that's the thing that sucks. Is like I lost a lot of my close friends because like Sushi was like fucking around with a lot of them. So like I don't really have those people anymore. I've just been like talking to people that were my close friends are like girls that I'm like in sexual relationships with, and like it's hard to like separate the two. You know, it's like hard to like view it as like satisfactory, I guess.
Sure.
He runs a Twitter to farm sympathy. I guess that's what I'm fucking doing. I guess that's what I'm like. I'm not trying to like farm sympathy, but I'm just trying to like. I guess that would be what I am. I'm trying to do it in like a negative way, but I'm just trying to get like my own little like closure with it. And like also it keeps me. I don't know. I feel like as the more I like post stuff, and the more I'm very much like. I feel like the way you think about things, Steven, with like relationships with people is like pretty good. Like you're always willing to give somebody another chance, and as long as they're not like doing the same behaviors or they're not like actively trying to fuck with you, it seems like you're pretty good with like.
Yeah, don't copy my shit. I let people walk all over me all the fucking time. I'm the last person in the world you want to because yeah, but that's not a good thing. You should just set a boundary and stop talking to her, bro, or you're gonna be fucked forever. Or maybe you want to be fucked forever. I don't know. It seems like you guys enjoy. Sometimes people like to just have their lives be messes forever. If that's what you want to do, then knock us about, you know?
I don't think I want to do that, but I want I want to be in a better place where like I can deal with those things better. Like no, or like with Sushi specifically, my goal of like becoming her friend afterwards was just to like expect the chaos and like know that like, hey, I can just like and just remove myself from it when it happens, or just like keep someone at like a distance. So that way when things do get chaotic, they're not as mentally affecting on me anymore, I guess. Which is like, might just be kind of a little silly for me to do. Because I'm not in like a place where I can do that. But it's like, but you are like, as far as like what you like have your shit straight. Whereas I kind of don't have my shit straight. So like, when something like that's pretty chaotic happens to me, it involves like a lot of other shit. If that makes sense at all.
True that.
True that.
I don't know the fuck. I don't know anything you just said. Stop. Listen. Block each other. Stop talking to each other. Forever.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Because maybe I shouldn't actually even talk about this. But she sent me a message, and I don't. Here's the thing. I don't know if I'm being manipulated right now. I don't know if I'm being manipulated. She sent me a message today that was asking pretty much to like talk about stuff, and that she wants to like bury the hatchet type vibes.
No.
You would say no?
No. Yeah. Why the fuck would you do that?
That's what I'm thinking, but it's also like if like we bury the hatchet type vibes, like then you can just like move on and like understand.
How are you gonna be able to bury the hatchet?
That's what I'm fucking saying. That's what I'm fucking thinking. But like listen, okay, like what would that's what I'm saying. Like how would I fuck with I know what I'm saying, but it's like my body wants to just like I don't know what the fuck to do about it, dude. I don't know what the fuck to do about it. My body wants to just say, okay, let's just figure this out. I can't. How can I not stop that? How do I stop that action? Just like don't do it. But then it's like, then I'm like, okay, dude, like, well, it's like it's not even like pussy's on my mind. Like this is, dude.
No, of course it's not that. You're obsessed with her and you want to date her. That's the problem.
I don't want to date her. I don't want to date her.
You do. You do.
I want to date her, but I like.
You do.
I like.
Yeah, if you can't admit that, then you're lost because you don't even know you're fighting it. If she messaged you right now and she said, "Listen, Darius, I made a lot of mistakes. I fucked up a ton. Like, I want to make progress towards like making yourself a better person. Can you give me one more chance?" You'd do it 100%. You would.
I would say let's talk in like 2024.
Let's talk in what?
2024.
No, you would not. You would not say that.
I would definitely. I told her like, hey, like let's talk, but let's not do it till May. Let's catch up in May.
Like, wait. If that's what you said, then boom, then block her. Wait, and unblock her in May. Easy.
But I didn't. I actually, that is smart though. I was thinking of doing that. I was thinking of responding that way. But it's like also like here's the thing. Like the Twitter post like does relatively like mess up her income, and it does like she was like it does kind of mess up her stuff, and then it's like. My intention generally is not to like fuck up her shit. It's mostly just to like share trauma with other people and fucking get like I guess one.
No, it's not, bro. The thing is just fuck with her. That's the only point.
I promise you, it's not the fuck. I promise. I don't know how.
Bro, you're
like,
leaking messages about like personal fucking details and shit. Of course, it's literally just to fuck.
If I just wanted to fuck with her, I wouldn't like post my own shit.
Oh my
right?
fucking god, bro! Why am I getting fucking rushed to these stupid matchups so hard?
Okay, yeah, maybe there is some like deep like because I feel like whatever happens, like I do like get into this mode where like I think I'm Griffin. Like I think I might be slightly autistic. Actually, I've been thinking about this
just
a lot.
slightly
because like I think I'm like one of these like anime villains sometimes, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get my vengeance, and I'm gonna become like Sasuke and or Griffith and or Garu from One Punch Man. And I'm like, I'm gonna get back. But it doesn't generally. What happens is I revert back to like that Naruto-esque mindset where I'm like, well, actually, I just want to be friends with everybody. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you, buddy. Hold on. You okay? God, I'm so fucking good at this game, dude. Jesus Christ. I go away for months and I come back and I just trash these fucking kids. Sorry, okay. No, you're not being Naruto, you're not being Sasuke, you're just being a loser. And you're simping hard. And you just need to block people and stop talking to them. That's all you can do.
Yeah. How come you don't do that?
If somebody is genuinely hurting me, yeah, I separate. Because that's the only way you can do it. If I totally separate from somebody, stop stalking their social medias and stop reaching out to them, I'll probably get over them in a week or two. But if I keep like DMing and looking at everything and checking their socials and all that, I'm gonna be obsessed with somebody forever. Yeah, when somebody hurts you, just fucking cut off and leave.
You're probably not as invested as I am. Is probably the thing. That's the separation.
Okay.
I guess that makes sense. Okay. I'm thinking. Would you gamble though? Like, let's say I'm no longer hurt by sushi, and then like, let's say 6 months down the line, I'm like, okay, we can talk, and I'm not as invested. But like, would you just? I think a lot of people would just say like, don't even talk to her, bro.
The problem is that you don't seem to be able to protect yourself from getting hurt by other people. So you probably should just never talk to this person again. You seem incapable. So you're always going to be at a place where she can just suck you back in and you're going to get fucked. Because you can't like protect yourself. So I would just never talk to that person again if I was you. And she shouldn't talk to you. I don't know, but you guys keep doing it. But you don't seem to be able to recognize like, oh, this is unhealthy for me, so I should stop engaging. You seem to not be able to do that. So why would you put yourself back in a situation where the same thing is going to happen again? The only thing that might be able to change it is maybe if you're in a relationship and you've got another girl that's like keeping you from fucking around. Maybe. But I don't even think that would work. I think you probably just hide your messages.
Intriguing. This is why I need to never mind.
Yep. So when are you guys moving back in with each other?
We're not moving back in with each other, Steve.
Yeah?
I'm just thinking like
3 months. Okay, that's my guess.
Like Schrader is the only girl I'm thinking about. Like I can just like should I just like tunnel vision? Like how do I like stop? How do you just like stop? Like how do you find like I can't find a passion. Like I like streaming and stuff like that, but I'm working this job and I'm like I don't have a passion. Like I don't know what the fuck like I can do that like can keep my mind off something that was my passion where like the idea of a relationship and you know like I got engaged and like that was like my passion was making a life.
Your passion could just be a person. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, not a person. It's more of it was like my passion was creating a life.
That's
like
not a passion. That's
like,
called being obsessed.
That's called being obsessed.
My passion is this one person in my life. That's always going to be destined to fail.
That we were going to. The passion was that I had a person in my life that I was going to create something with, and then that passion's just gone. I mean, I can guess I can just create that with somebody else, but it's like then I need to talk to Schrader more often. You know what I mean? And I don't want to like put that onto somebody else.
Okay. If your whole life is like centered around a person, you're always gonna fuck up. Like that's
yeah, it is. But how do you stop? Yeah. No, you're right.
I don't get a hobby. What do you like to do for fun?
I've literally stopped playing League, dude. Like I'm like
get a real hobby, not fucking League of Legends.
I do cardio for like 80 minutes a day.
Wow.
Like that's like a hobby, I guess.
Oh my god, so exciting.
Not very. Hobbies cost money too, and like income is a thing.
Get into fucking, I don't know, Ultimate Frisbee or some shit. I don't know, find some social activity.
Have you been like I like sexual intercourse. Like have you been to like sex stuff around in your area? Like in Miami, do they have a lot of like sex parties?
No, I don't know. It maybe. I've never been to a sex party before.
Would you say that's like a healthy thing? Is if I wanted to join like local like I like you know FetLife?
Yeah, try that, I guess, if you want.
Do you think it'd be a good idea, or do you think I should no longer, like...
I have no FetLife experience, so I can't help you with that. I'm not sure, but try it.
Yeah. Intriguing.
Yeah, true. Quite, indubitably.
Try living a normal life. I did. I have a normal job, and like I just want to like every time I'm at work, I'm like looking at all these people. This person was telling me they played Happy, Pharrell Williams Happy at their wedding, and I wanted to just like kill myself. Like I just was like, dude, I can't turn into this person, dude. Like I don't want to do that.
Because the person said they were happy at their wedding? Wait, what?
No, they played the song Happy by Pharrell Williams, and it's like, and they're like playing like some like Megan Thee Stallion during our like training sessions and shit, and like everyone's dancing on Zoom calls, and I'm like, dude, this is so fucking dystopian. Like I'm just like, I would rather do anything else than like this. I'd rather like legitimately be homeless to like sit in this Zoom call with like 20 people and like bond about fucking like construction. I have so much more fun doing than leave the call. It's my work, you monkey. get a different job. What is going to be different? This is how a lot of corporate is these days. I work for like a tech company. Like they fucking like this is how all them are. I worked at DoorDash on the executive level or whatever, and they fucking like, you know, they fucking do the same thing. It's
On the executive level? What does that mean?
I don't know what the fuck that means. It means I work in an office. When you say you work at DoorDash, I usually just say executively because people understand that. Because when I say I work at DoorDash, like people think I like deliver food, and like I have to like I'm just like I work in the office. Or
Okay,
I work
office or corporate, maybe, yeah.
Corporate, yes. And like I say that because it's like whatever. It's like it's all very much like that. And I don't want to. I don't want to do fucking labor. I could just be my own boss. I thought about making an OnlyFans and like doing what am I just a fucking loser? Like when I think about doing OnlyFans and like I think about like streaming and I think about making money from it, is that just like loser behavior? Like am I never gonna change? I think your silence is answering my question.
Is it? Did I start a? Oh, is it loser behavior? I don't know. If you enjoy it and you make money off of it and you have like fun doing it, I think it's probably fine.
Yeah, my idea.
Your problem is
like,
it feels like you start like 50 million different projects and then you never fucking go anywhere with any of them.
That is so true. That's what happens because I have to like balance real life with like the life I want. So I have to use this more as a hobby and then go from there. I'm looking for an easy money fix, you know? I want to put in the work. I want to learn. I was thinking about learning coding and then just starting being a coder. Like,
don't do that. God, it's so cringe. Where do you come from? Where everybody I hear is learning that shit. That's never gonna happen. If you ever think like I want to learn coding, it's just don't. Okay, that's not gonna work.
Wait, why?
Because you're not. If you have no background in it whatsoever, you're not just gonna learn to code. Like being a good programmer is like it's like a whole fucking mindset of a thing. It's not like oh I want to do this for fun and I'm just gonna pick it up. Like if you have no interest in it, you've never expressed interest in it, you've never done anything for it, you're not just gonna randomly learn like a fucking language and like be a programmer.
Well, like I don't think I'm like gonna randomly self-teach myself, but like there's coding boot camps that exist.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Try it and report back. Okay.
But no, don't say never mind. Don't give up on me. Like, because I did like, I did like some Tumblr stuff, like stuff like that. I thought that was cool, but it's like obviously not what like doing any sort of dev work is. But like a lot of people are just going to boot camps and then just getting like these fucking like 60, 80K jobs.
No, they're not. I don't. Well, maybe they are. You know what? If they are, then good for them. I feel like I've heard of so many people that are like, oh yeah, like I want to code. I'm gonna take a boot camp, and then they either do it or they don't, and then like nothing ever comes from it ever because they think they're just gonna like magically learn like programming is like working at McDonald's. Like oh, I just like learn how to make the language and then I win. Like I don't know. It just seems weird. I've never heard anybody like having success with that, but maybe some people do, and maybe I just have bad selection bias. So, you know, fuck me.
When you decided to go to school for music, and you just like, is that just like a long thought out thing, or is that just like you just had to go to college like after you got done with high school, and that's what you picked?
I'd already done music. I did like music through like all of high school and shit. Like that wasn't just like a random like oh I'm gonna do music. But I didn't think I would ever make money in music either. That's why I had that casino job. That's where I plan to like make most of my money from. I think the dream for most people should be that you find a job that you're okay doing and it powers your hobbies. I think that should be like the goal for most people.
Interesting. So I need to find a better job and I just need to stream more. That sounds like what you're saying right now.
Well, I don't know if the streaming thing is good for you either, because again, it seems like you start and stop and start and stop, and then you don't actually like ever stick with anything.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm gonna have like a relevance coming here next month, and that's gonna like keep me on it. Because if I don't do it, then I'm gonna let the relevance down, and that's like it's like you know the term body doubling.
Did you say long-term bodybuilding?
No, you know the term body doubling.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so it was a bunch. Okay, so I'm using irrelevant to keep me on my grind, so I can get into a routine of streaming. I enjoy doing it, but I just don't have a routine with it. So when I stream, I just don't know like what the fuck. Like I'm not like adapted to just doing it. So when he comes here, I'm gonna like have him like keep me on it because we're gonna be doing stuff together. Accountability, yeah. But I use body doubling because it sounds more cool.
Okay, well.
She's streaming to get validation from potential viewers. I don't stream for validation. I literally go on stream and like eat dog food, bro. What fucking validation am I getting? I can go out and just go on fucking Tinder and get fucking like validation there. Like I don't need fucking streaming to do it. I do streaming because it's fun to just fuck around. It's fun to like just troll. Why are people posting copium? I farm at Mega Lulz and that feels good. You can literally make the argument for anything. I get currency for my job and that feels good. Like, what does that mean? Like, I thought about joining the army. I thought about doing that because that would like get me. Oh shit! I thought about joining the army because I was like getting me into like a real routine and it would like force me to do something. But then I was like, then I'm just being programmed like a drone.
Wait, who joined?
It's a Tabor joined. Tabor joined.
Oh.
I thought. Well,
I have two things for you, Darius. One, if you really wanted help, I've offered it to you a multitude of times.
You've offered me help?
Aside from my chronic parasocialism with Steve, I'm a relatively well-adjusted adult. And if you really wanted help, I've been here the whole time. And I've always told you that.
Have you met the archetype, Tabor? He's like, there's like a type of person that comes into a room, they complain about the same problem, and then they get advice for it, good advice, and then they leave, and then they come back and they complain about it. The complaining makes them feel good, but they never implement any of the changes, and then they'll do that for 10 years. That's Darius.
Yeah, my ex in college literally lived with 9 people like that, so I know how it works. And the other thing, if you actually want to help yourself, it sounds like you have like ADHD, ADD, like myself, it's nearly debilitating, okay? You need to learn about ADD and ADHD to help yourself. And that's something I started doing about 2 years ago, and it has helped me so much. I can see things and triggers and understand how my brain works because this constantly starting and ending of tasks or projects or whatever, you get caught up in the dopamine of whenever you think and talk of this project already being done without doing any of the work. And when you actually have to sit down and do the work, you're not going to get a dopamine rush from that, and you're fucking done within a week. So you need to learn how your fucking brain works so you can help yourself.
Can you give me an example?
Every time you talk about doing a thing, you get all the good feelings from doing the thing, and then you don't do the thing.
And it never gets done.
I would have done the
so you jump to the next. Dude, you jump to the next project constantly. I watched you do that first coding boot camp. It was over in a week and a half.
First off, I didn't do that. It was like I was a Udemy course, and I was just catching the waters before I spent $10K on a fucking boot camp. But
you spent $10,000 on a boot camp?
No, before I did. I didn't do it.
Okay.
Because I didn't finish the course, of course. Udemy is pretty good to just put my toes in, but yeah, I do drop things as soon as I do believe I do drop things, but
Darius, here's the thing, Darius, I do it too. I'm so bad at it, and you know what's even worse? I have fucking money to blow, so when I realized this was a real problem, that's when I had to start educating myself on the issue, and it has gotten so much better, even in the last the first 6 months I started learning about it, a lot of my fucking behaviors changed. And I truly believe I'm not comparing it to depression, but when you have something like ADD, depression, ADHD, it never goes away. You have to learn how to deal with it.
So
you're always going to be plagued with this shit. We are just dopamine craving monsters. Everybody is, but people with ADD and ADHD are 20 times worse.
Yeah, I've noticed that the only thing I really kind of follow through with are usually things that are forced by other people. It's like this other girl wants me to she wants to do OnlyFans. I'm like, oh, that'd be a cool idea. She wants to she has BPD and she's has some fucking some shit going on.
Are you going to be doing OnlyFans when you're 50?
Are you talking about sushi right now? What are you talking about?
No, it's this girl that actually unironically has the same exact thing.
You're dating another girl with BPD that wants to do OnlyFans?
That's what I was saying. So that's why, but it's she's wants to do it all with like she.
Never mind. Forget what I said. Find God.
No.
Like how you.
Listen. It's like other people that want to work on things that usually are with me. Usually want like no one's gonna like sit there and do like a coding course with me. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying I need like my hand to be held, but like having like in my life I didn't have like good guidance. And my mom, the best thing my father taught me growing up was how to like successfully steal clothes from the Gap and like how to like put that aluminum foil around like a trash bag. And like that'll make it so there's nothing to get detected, you know. And I was able to learn that. Now I fucking know that or whatever, right? So like I don't have like the person. Well, probably my roommate is like probably the most helpful, right? But he has like his own shit that goes on in his life. But like I don't have like the you know the fucking the dude like the push. Who the fuck is Tyrell?
That was my D&D character.
What's his D&D character?
They all had Thai names. I don't know.
Okay, so that just answered absolutely nothing. You need to learn how your brain works, dude. And like, okay, cool. Like having an irrelevant there will be cool. Like I like him. Like he's whatever. But like at the same time, it has to come from you, dude.
Yeah, no. I just have
it
to. It
starts in your brain and it ends in your fucking brain, dude.
Yeah, I think I've been doing since the spring. I think I've been. Maybe not because I've been posting that stuff recently. But like, and this may be easier, and it may just look like I'm fucking cucked out. But like, I've been like, I wanted to stream like so many times and just start streaming and just do that. But like I've told myself like, hey, like, I'm like getting all this like dopamine.
Okay, you're done. Anything else? Okay, you can't therapy the same shit 50 million fucking times. All right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what you need to do? Come back in 2 weeks if you haven't talked to Sushi a single fucking time. Otherwise, fuck off. Because
here's the thing. You're gonna be feeling like shit, and you're like, you know what? This is a stupid idea to hit her back up, and you're gonna fucking do it anyway because you want that dopamine. Okay? Once you realize you don't have control over yourself, you have to like understand your impulses are what's controlling you right now. That's it. And even today, after all of this education I've done and all the work I've done, there are still some times where I say I have option A or option B, and B kind of sucks, so I go with option A, and I fucking regret it the next morning, and I'm so mad at myself. You are not going to be perfect, but you at least have to give it a fucking shot. And I know chat's clowning on me for even putting in this much effort or caring this much, but it is so frustrating when I see a guy like you, because and I don't mean this in a mean way, if my family would have never moved from Oklahoma to Michigan, I was going to quit football that next year, and I literally would have been you. Our life is our circumstances, and you just have to know it's your problem you have to deal with. I don't care if fucking Tony Robbins, David Goggins, whoever, motivational guy, shows up at your house and does a 3-week boot camp with you, you're going to relapse. Okay, you have to understand how your brain works.
Send me over some good things. I will read them.
All I'm gonna do is send you the Amazon link to the book I told you to read, and that's it. I can't do anything else.
I bought a book called Walden recently. I don't know if that's supposed to be.
I don't know what that is. I just told you what I'm gonna do. Okay.
Okay, I will take that book, and then I can learn a thing or two. I do struggle with reading, but like I will read. I will try my hardest.
I'll link it in chat. Chill.
Okay. Henry David Thompson. Yeah, I've been told to read Walden a lot because that's like apparently really good. He's like super profound or something. So I got a copy of that I'm supposed to read. That would read in the strength training anatomy book. That's very useful. Okay. All right. Good information here. Catch me out in 2 weeks. You're gonna see a different guy.
Not holding out hope, but I always hope for the best for you, buddy.
Hasta la vista.
Bye, Steven.
Jesus, bye. He went gas pool. So why? But he didn't send any early links, so what the fuck does that mean? Maybe just play ZVZ really paranoid? Who joined?
Hold on, there you go. Can you hear me?
Hi, what's up?
You DM'd me. You said you wanted to talk about porn!
Oh yeah, like what your favorite kind is and like what kind you would do and you know.
Shut the fuck up.
Is
that actually what you wanted to talk about?
No, Jesus.
Want me to give you a minute so you can finish crushing on 12-year-olds?
They're not 12-year-olds. The guy people who play this game are old. Bro, he's doing the same shit I'm doing. What a cringe lord. Oh, okay. I'll just do it better. Yeah, what do you think about porn? Do you think it fucks all of society up and it's degrading to women, or what? What do you think?
I think it's like almost any other technology or like creation. It's like cosmetic surgery isn't bad. It's like addiction to a cosmetic surgery and like obsession with it. You know, porn isn't probably inherently bad, but like obsession and like addiction to it definitely seems to be. I don't know. I feel like, especially in the case of porn, it's been around for so damn long that it just feels arbitrary to just be like, yeah, it's all just bad. That just feels like not what we find about almost any other kind of like technology or.
What do you think is good about porn?
The issue is just because it's not bad doesn't mean it's good, right? It could just be mostly neutral. Like I think a lot of these things are just neutral. Smart.
Really?
Yeah. For example, probably some element of benefit is like if you engage in a small amount of porn, it probably gives you like greater sexual like exposure and helps you like figure out what you're actually like into. But mostly I think porn is probably neutral to negative for the most part.
Huh. Oh my god.
Why, what do you think's good about porn?
Yeah, probably mostly agree with what you're saying there.
Oh. That's boring.
Sure is.
Okay.
Have you seen that Megan woman or whatever ever?
Megan who?
I don't know. Megan something. She's a big like feminist that's like super anti-porn and sex work. She got into an argument with Ayla on some panel they were on.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
I have I've got a debate with her coming up tomorrow.
Oh, okay. What's her talking? Is it just like porn is patriarchal in nature?
Basically,
and it, like,
yeah. It's all like the. Do you know Lab's talking
like
points?
Talking points. Yeah.
Okay. Jesus. Yeah.
Okay, so it's all of those talking points. I mean, I think it's an actual interesting critique on sex work specifically, right? Like, does it contribute to like the ongoing like sexualization of women? Like, probably, and thereby by participating in it, are you like doing a disservice to other women? Like, if that's your worldview, I guess to some extent. The issue is that like, the issue is like I kind of reject a bit of the framework, right? Like I'm like, even if I don't know if I would believe that if we weren't in like a patriarchal system, that women still wouldn't be sexualized. I think they probably still would. Like I would suspect that a lot of these things, like women being sexualized, seems to be the case that like universally, men tend to be a lot more visual, a lot more like sexually visually inclined. That's why the industry is like so damn old. I just like, I don't know if it's really a representation of like a patriarchy necessarily, although like elements that are like harmful to women obviously emerge out of it, right? Like I think there's conversations we had about like violent porn, stuff like that, but yeah.
So you think even like a female-led society that like porn would still be like an emergent thing or whatever, or?
I'd suspect so, yeah.
Huh.
It would look probably a fair bit different, which is why I'm saying there's elements to porn that are probably worth like a feminist critique. But I would expect porn to still exist, absolutely. The issue, here's the shit, right? As much as like we talk about the sexualization of women as being like this bad thing, there's also this reality that like women like it to an extent as long as it's being consented to and it's in an environment that they want to be sexualized in, right? Like when a girl goes to a club and she's looking fucking fine, there is that energy from a lot of girls of like, I want men to look. I just like don't want them to like touch without me saying yes, right? Which is, so it's like to some element, like even if we have like a much more female-centric space, like there is an element that like women want to be sexualized. Like there's a value to feeling desired by men. And which is why I just don't see it going. I also find like blaming things like patriarchy and like stuff like this very low resolution.
Yeah, because you don't really get much out of it.
Well, it's just like the common boogeyman. Like it's just like when like Christians just try to blame like everything on like sin or heathens. It's just like it's so uninteresting. It's so like not. It's probably a part of it. Well, not the sin and heathens, but like the patriarch. It's like yeah, it's probably a part of it. But like what an uninteresting part to like focus on. There's way more things like. What's like questions about like fundamental human universals, like what would emerge in all cultures. Like that's really fascinating to me.
Yeah.
If you had a matriarchy, what would porn look like? That's a really interesting question to me. I have no fucking clue.
I feel like my conversation with her is going to boil down almost completely to philosophy.
Yeah.
Fuck. August has me paranoid about doing debate prep online. I haven't seen her put out any good arguments, and my worry is that if I explore this topic with you actually on stream, I feel like I might be able to argue her position better than she can, and I don't know if I want her like biting arguments for me.
What do you think? Does she seem like the research type?
No. She doesn't believe like in research. Like in her conversations with Ayla, she like anytime Ayla would like cite a study or anything, she'd be like, "Well, I just think that it demeans women." Like that's what she's like. She's not like a research kind of person or numbers person. That's why I said I think that it's going to come down almost completely to philosophy.
Okay, well, real power level, steelman her worldview right now, and then all in secret, develop a whole new like kind of line of rhetoric to defeat your own steelman of.
Okay, hold on.
Like playing chess with yourself, where you jump on both sides.
I don't think I can lose this. The Steelman version of her argument is that pornography encourages men to look at women in ways that they never should, and by normalizing pornography in society, we are telling men that like this is going to be a part of society and you ought to look at women this way, and we're going to reinforce those types of views. So for instance, on a fundamental level, when a man engages with pornography, he's saying, I get access to the female body for my pleasure at your expense in exchange for money. And that type of exchange is fundamentally a dehumanizing exchange, and there is almost no possible way outside of consensual intercourse to remove that dehumanizing exchange. Even in the case of fully consented porn, the reality is at the end of the day, the woman is doing that job for money, and she wouldn't be doing it otherwise, right? The whole point of porn or the whole point of prostitution is I'm giving you money to get access for something that I wouldn't get otherwise, and that exchange is by default intrinsically, fundamentally dehumanizing. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right, chat. This is Destiny Masterclass. This is how you do. So this is like one thing that you're really good at doing that I can't figure out how to do, which is that you frame the narrative. So like right at the beginning of your argument, you framed a whole bunch of things about the narrative. You said things like men never should, right? You just presumed that, and then you presumed into that as well that the transaction necessarily always harms women and only benefits. So you just assumed also a direction, but you bagged that all into your statement. So that I'm going to buy into all of that, and I'm left arguing in your framed network. Whereas I would basically argue. What do you mean men should never look at women that way? And why would you?
Well, when I say,
that?
Well, the argument would be to be clear, I'm arguing from her framework. This is mine.
I know.
She would say, yeah, she would say that, well, if she knows how to present the argument well, she would say that women should be viewed as people, not treated as objects, and that the exchange of cash for sex is fundamentally an object relationship. That I'm paying you for pussy.
Why are you attaching like a moral negative to objects?
Well, because I think that by default, every single person would assume that humanity is always placed, humanizing somebody is above like an object. Like we treat humans in a different way that we don't treat objects.
Yeah, but I think you can like attach a human perspective to somebody and still objectify them. Like I don't think objectifying necessarily must be immoral or evil.
Maybe
I think how you treat that person in a dehumanized way, if you objectify them and then you dehumanize them in your actions, that's for sure a problem.
that could be true, but is that ever the case with men?
Yeah, absolutely. I think all the time, like men will objectify their coworker. They'll say Cindy sure is hot.
No, I
and
mean,
they'll
is it
go
the case
home
where
and-
women as a class are objectifying men in a similar way?
Yeah, I would say, like, in a lot of cases of sex work, women are objectifying men just as much as they're objectifying the women. In the exchange, men are objectifying women as a sexual object. Women are objectifying men as a wallet, as a thing that they want to achieve money from, right? So in that way, like, both of humanity's pieces are lost.
Isn't it a little bit different, though? Like, in terms of she's objectifying him for the wallet because she needs the money to survive, but he's objectifying her for the sex because that's something that just feels good and is recreationally fun for him.
So
the power differential there is favoring the woman, or I'm sorry, it's favoring the man more than the woman. That like, yeah, this is like fun for me, but like if she doesn't get the money, she's gonna be starving to death.
I guess that's like kind of begging the question that like women must be doing sex work for money.
Well, that's why it's sex work, right? Otherwise, they'd be doing it for free, and you'd just be having sex.
Well, right, but you're assuming that like the woman doing sex work wouldn't have other monetary options, right? If she didn't want to do sex work, there's probably other options for her within the system. Or are you constructing a system now where women must only do sex work? Because in that case, that would be pretty fucked up.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, what would you have argued against that?
He targeted the fucking spine crawler, so of course he's doing this stupid fucking shit. I didn't even send my fucking shit in. Is there any world where I split this so well that we survive? I don't think so.
Do you want to walk me through how you would have argued that? Or
sorry, argued
do you
what?
want to keep it your own position, or your steelman position, I should say?
Okay. You said that. What was your last response?
My last response was, if you're assuming a system where women like can only do sex work for money, that would be pretty fucked up. And in a system where there are other options, maybe we shouldn't just presume that women are working for money because they'll like die.
Sure. I think the argument would be that any system where one must work is a system that has some level of exploitation, right? We all have to work to survive, right? But that's like kind of a necessary bind to society. However, having to work with your body and using your body for money is going to be fundamentally a bit different than just like working a fast food job. So it might be the case that you have to work, but the fact that like prostitution is like one of those options, that shouldn't be an option, because there are so many downstream negative effects from sex work or prostitution that it just shouldn't be a thing. Like selling yourself into slavery shouldn't be a thing, or selling a kidney for money probably shouldn't be a thing, even if you have other viable ways of earning money.
Right. So we agree.
Wait, what? That was an argument against sex work, I think, right?
Yeah. So, but essentially, like okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry, I wasn't saying so we agree in that. I was saying like, okay, so we actually have a similar line of attack that you offered. You just added the groundwork of labor is always exploitative to some extent.
Yeah, but she's a feminist. She'll agree with that. I'll probably agree with that to some extent, because I mean, you have to work to survive, right?
Yeah. That's a really good ground line, because you're right. She probably wouldn't necessarily buy the line that I just said, which is like, are you just presuming this type of system? She'd be like, well, no, of course not. But now I still am left with having to do all the groundwork that you did in your answer. All right. Well.
What?
It's just it's annoying that we never disagree on anything. We can't really fight about much. All the steel ending's kind of fun.
Well, wait. What's the response then? If she says that, do I just lose the argument?
If she says what? That was your response to her. Your response to her is all labor is exploitative,
Oh no. The response is going to be all labor is exploitative. So therefore we have to allow some. But sex labor is like a special category of labor that like just because all labor is exploitative doesn't mean that we should let poor people sell their kidneys to survive, right? And go, oh well, that's that's exploitative just like normal labor is. I think she's going to argue for a special qualification or classification of sexual labor.
Sure. Do you think that you can make a separation though of like I would argue that selling your kidney seems a little bit different than doing sex work. In that, like, the kidney is irreplaceable. Unless you get somebody else to sell you their kidney.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the same thing. I'm just saying that selling a kidney is a lot different than conventional labor, just like selling your body is a lot different, or selling sex work is a lot different than conventional labor. Like, is there any other type of work where you give a man who's almost always going to be in a position of power over you, both monetarily, because you're working for his money, and physically, because he's going to be bigger than you, where you're putting yourself in that position to earn a paycheck? Does that ever happen in any other type of work?
That's a really good question. I'm trying to think if there would be any examples that would counter that. Like, one thing I think about a lot is things like, which she probably won't bite, is like construction work in many ways is like men who are selling, not their bodies in the same way, but construction work is like horrific for your body.
Yeah.
And it tends to be low labor. So it's a lot of men basically getting paid pretty shit wages because they're poor and they don't have enough education to basically achieve anything else. Trading more or less their youthful body and their like bone structure in many ways, their like postural structure for income, which is like highly exploitative.
True, but I would still lean in to the differences between sex labor and even construction labor. Like when you're doing construction, nobody else has access to your body. The foreman isn't going to take advantage of you more than you'd want. Like you can walk away from any construction job and nobody's going to be there that's physically overpowering you to force you to work. Like,
so does Megan presume there's no way to do sex work that isn't exploitative, like to a maximum amount? Like,
well,
because
I don't know what she thinks.
Sure, in bad situations, right? But like, can we create is there systems or brothels? Like, I think about like Madam Jen or like probably Ayla, like we're very, very comfortable with their sex work. They really get to just like decide the terms of like what it looks like, and like probably don't come across too many awful situations because they've been able to like kind of vet that out and like build their business in a way that protects them against that.
Yeah.
Would she be opposed to that?
I don't know. Fuck. There was a paper that I read a few months ago. Somebody emailed me related to some lab stuff, and it basically, I wish I could find that paper. I think she's a famous feminist scholar. I don't know if Joanne is here, she might know. But basically in this paper, she goes to lay out how every single transaction is coercive in nature when it comes to sex work between men and women. That's like an inescapable thing. Because of the power differential, because the woman's doing it for money, because she's always in a vulnerable position where the man could take advantage of her, where it's access to her body in an intimate way, that these are things that set sex work on its own kind of individual path that is fundamentally different from other types of labor, even like hard labor on male bodies or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, unironically, I've heard like some arguments being made of like the closest is actually like some sort of like coaching, like therapy type dynamic. But even then, it's going to be hard to compare because in the therapy dynamic, it's still a therapist that has
I'm going to die. I'm going to lose again. I'm going to lose because I didn't build this fucking early enough because I'm fucking retarded. That's why. I hope you're happy. Oh, actually... Oh my god.
So what does Megan have to say about all the women that enjoy doing their sex work? Like quite a bit. They don't feel coerced. They like, would she just basically be like, just because they don't feel coerced doesn't mean that they're not being coerced, and it doesn't mean blah, 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 blah.
Don't they normally all say that those women are coping? Like, I think that, if you check out Ayla's Twitter, I think she's like literally said that verbatim, that like you have a bunch of trauma, it's unresolved, like you don't recognize how traumatized you actually are or whatever.
Interesting.
Well, no, it's not interesting. It's really boring, but...
Well, that's what I mean. Like, it's an interesting choice to just basically say that, like, any woman who says that she's enjoying this dynamic is coping and lying, and it must be necessarily coercive.
Yeah.
Because it feels like at that point, now you're in almost an unfalsifiable situation. Like, it's an unfalsifiable claim. Because, like, okay, well, if I can find 17 women who say that they like it, you're just going to say that they're coping.
Yeah, exactly.
And therefore, there's no way for me to ever prove to you that they're enjoying it.
Yep.
So then in that situation, just make them like their arguments sound stupid.
Does anybody have a link to a more formal debate? Actually, I should try to. She's a writer, so I should try to find some of her writings maybe on it. Because I don't know, I've never seen her get challenged like on the like hardcore philosophical grounds. It's usually I watched Ayla Debater, and that was an empirical debate, which she couldn't engage on at all. And then I've seen I watched her on some panel, but that panel was dog shit. Or no, I'm sorry, it wasn't a dog shit panel. It was just they didn't go very deep into the topics. So.
Trying to find her name, Megan. Is she on Twitter? She's on Twitter, right?
Oh yeah, she's on Twitter.
Oh yeah. Has Ayla blocked her? I'm trying to find her through messages.
Wait, did Ayla block her?
I just can't find any messages from between Ayla and her.
Oh, Ayla actually might have blocked her actually.
Do you know what her Twitter handle is?
I know I responded to her semi recently. Someone in chat should be able to link you.
Also, wait, do you not want to talk about this? Because didn't you say you didn't want to?
No, I do. I'm really paranoid that like it would suck if she hasn't heard any of these arguments before, and then she like goes to do research on stream, and then she like picks up a bunch of like really strong leads from my stream and then builds on them. Because I haven't heard her. I know that she's going to do the philosophical argument, but I haven't heard her make very compelling philosophical arguments. And I read a lot about this shit in the Lav arc because Lav makes a lot of these arguments, and if she hasn't heard them, it would suck to like give her a bunch of ammo for the debate.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, we can...
But no, we can talk about it. That's all good. I don't care. We're Gucci.
Megan Murphy?
That sounds right.
There's two. This girl can eat a little. Oh, okay. Was this the ethics of intimacy?
The debate with Ayla?
Yeah.
It might have been. Oh, but if you're looking at the debate with Ayla, again, they don't get into... I don't know if Ayla does the philosophy stuff as much, so...
Right. I'm just trying to hear her actual premise.
Oh, sure.
Really familiar with her. Does she qualify ever what she like frames as porn as well?
I don't know, but it's probably just gonna be whatever. It's probably gonna be pretty obvious, no?
Well, like things like you know, like sexy girls who do like ASMR. Would she consider that porn?
If it's being used for men's sexual pleasure, probably. Yeah.
Okay, so even in that case, that would be like coercive, unethical, and bad.
Yeah, probably.
Interesting. That's so stupid. Oh, what a crazy framework. I really hate unfalsifiable worldviews.
Well, wait, why do you think it's a crazy framework? What do you mean by that?
Because I think like assuming like inherently within a relationship between two things is that it must be coercive, and that if you claim it not to be coercive, it is only coping, is just like...
Well, it's probably not going to be inherently in the framework. It's going to be in the context of our greater society. A lot of feminist analysis is going to come from the historical position that men have power over women in a variety of ways, and that women's material conditions historically are what leading them to pursue things like sex work. So to say something like women choose sex work freely would be the same thing as saying that like a black person chose slavery freely because it was the way for them to live in the United States. It doesn't make sense given the historical nature of the power differentials materially between men and women. That's...
So they would probably presume then that like a matriarchal society wouldn't have porn?
They might be okay in a matriarchal society with porn.
Because in that case, women have the power.
Yeah, women would have the power. They wouldn't be exploited, right? Or exploited.
Right. Understood. Well, I don't know. I would need to think about it more.
I don't think it's like very compelling. I feel like I can win. It would suck if I set this conversation up and then I just get like crushed because I just don't even know like what I would say in response, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. The problem is I'm like, I don't know what advice I can give you. Like, you're definitely like better at this. Like, especially a lot of like when I'm in the middle of a debate, like my ideas about how to respond come in the midst of the debate. If you're like, okay, when they're saying this, now I actually understand the worldview a little bit more, which means I probably know that they would bite this bullet. So I'm going to see if they'll bite this bullet, and if they bite that bullet, I know I can go from like there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm overthinking. I don't think it's going to be a challenging conversation. I'm just worried if I miss something, it would suck really hard.
Do you often like worry before like any debate?
Only before the easy ones. Do you think he's got tunneling claws? No. Jesus.
Like, actually you only worry before the easy ones? Is that a joke?
No, it's somewhat true because I worry that like it seems like it's going to be really easy, but what if I'm missing something?
Like it's a trick. Like you're like, okay, this seems like it should be easy. Yeah. Interesting. That makes sense.
Does it?
Sort of, yeah. Because I think if you like, if you tend to like try to like give the benefit of the doubt to like your interlocutor, and they have like a really like, it seems like a really weak position, you probably like can't really imagine yourself in that position being so staunch in that worldview if it's such a like shitty worldview.
Sure.
So you're like, there's got to be something there. Like I've noticed for myself, if I like, I don't know if you had this, if I'm debating somebody who I think is like ends up being like just kind of like maybe is like dumb or like isn't following the conversation closely, I'll usually just assume they're being bad faith. So I don't really conceive of like the fact that like they're maybe just not tracking, especially when like 4 people, like not when like I just explain, obviously I could just gather explain, but when like 4 people try to explain what's going on in the conversation and they're like still not tracking, I'm just like, okay, they must be bad faith, but sometimes that's not actually the case.
Fuck, I should have evolved these away. Yeah, I guess I worry that there's gonna be some, but it doesn't usually happen. I was just curious because you spent a lot of time obviously like in the red pill space and everything. I don't know if you'd heard like certain arguments related to
yeah, they don't care about porn.
The feminist shit or whatever.
Yeah, the feminists tend not to wade into the red pill space very much.
Well, okay. Well,
good luck. I'll be watching. Curious to see what
if
you come up with.
Think of anything, just let me know.
Okay. Bye.
Take care. Bye. Dude, I don't like these battles. I don't know like who wins or loses. I have no idea. I can't eyeball it or anything. I don't think I like the Ravager. I don't like the Ravager bile attacks. I feel like I have a really hard time understanding like what's being hit or like the damage being done. I feel like one of the things that StarCraft has always done really well artistically is it tends to communicate like damage and effect like really well, just like visually. Like you can just see it and it's awesome. I feel like for the Ravager bile shit, I feel like it's really hard to tell sometimes. I don't know. I really just, it's the isometric camera. I don't know what it is. I have a really hard time telling like what's going on. And like Sonic Storm, I can see very clearly. Ghost Snipes, Fungal Growth, like all of that. But the bile shit is just like random shit in the air. It's hard to see the damage. I just like, I super don't. I just super don't. I don't know. I don't like, I can't eyeball it at all. It's so weird. Why are you this is so old. Oh no.
How you been?
Do I want to watch this? I don't want to get triggered.
Great. Everything is great. Looking forward to moving to Europe in May, getting ready for all that stuff. Stream's been good. I don't know if you saw that Destiny and I kind of got into it for a second, but we fixed it. It's not a big deal. And one of the discussions that came up, I really wanted your opinion on, so I'm very excited that you were willing to talk to me about it.
Okay, yeah. One thing here. So I think I'm hearing it will affect sentencing, it affects the way we talk about these topics.
Yeah.
Girlfriend here.
Specifically talked about made me want to talk to you about them. So like example, the way men feel about violence, the way men experience violence, the trauma men get from violence.
Okay, hold on. Let me grab a real quick and then we'll listen to this. The problem is the only way to see it is to look at the ground and the units cover the visual problem. Yeah, and the effects aren't very big too on the hits. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really like it. Oh, okay. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's good, guys. He's a fucking master. You guys really think Forsen would die like this? He ran into bugs. Oh my god. Look at him. Oh.
Crafting.
Okay, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Good movement. Good movement. Okay, he's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's crushing it.
You're fucking kidding me with this fucking run, dude.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Zoomer slowly.
What the fuck is this game about? Huh?
Hold on one second. Oh, true. Nope.
Fergus got that drip too? Yeah, he's kind of wearing what the other guy was wearing on his head, but as a jacket. You're right. You're right.
What?
He got the drip too. I like the Puma look too on Shadow. He got that napkin drip. He looks like a cocktail napkin. Hey, somebody ban this funny motherfucker. I don't like that shit at all, dude. Get him out. Funny little bitch. Fergus got that.
Versus Destiny and I were talking about the comparisons in relation to rape, which so he put out him and Ayla put out a poll on behalf of the conversation, asking people if they'd rather be jumped by two people and end up in the hospital with no permanent damage, or would you rather be non-violently raped by a man, no matter your gender?
Wild questions. Okay.
Yeah, they're wild, but like we were having the debates, and again, I think all violence could cause PTSD, could cause harm, and I'm not trying to say that one is worse or better than the other. My positioning is like trauma is trauma.
I mean, no, one is definitely worse than the other.
Well, which one is it? That's what we want to know. So what do you think?
Getting raped is definitely worse than the other.
Why?
Why? Because I think there's like a sort of mental violation. So is this geared towards men or women? I mean, I think they're both pretty harmful. But you're asking me from? I think it's more it's harmful in a different way for men than it would be to be raped by men.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, there's no direction I want to push you into. I'd rather you just speak, so I don't feel like I'm feeding you a line.
I mean, you can feed me a line. I'll just disagree with you. I'm very good at agreeing with you. I think we
Rare Abba L. I think this is probably true. I think most people would probably rather be beat up than raped. That's probably the case. But that's why I was asking why. I think most people would prefer that. I don't know. I feel like Never mind. I can't. I feel like my positions are clear, but maybe not. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, I feel like I said over and over and over again yesterday. Didn't I say, like, if you were to pull most people, didn't I say that on stream? If you were to pull most people, would you rather have the shit beat out of you, or would you rather be, like, lightly raped? Most people were like, I'd rather have the shit beat out of me. And I think Ayla's polls, I think, even showed as much. Like, yeah, that's the position that I agree with.
Already told me I can be lecturing, so.
Okay, so well, in general, the poll question was specifically men assaulting any gender, men or women, so both got to vote, or would you rather be mugged, whether you're a man or a woman, by men? So basically, we're trying to, the question is sort of like, is the man rapist and the man mugger scary? And which one would you prefer?
Okay, and what do you think?
I would personally prefer to be mugged if no permanent damage, because my rape left me with PTSD that I still have to deal with, which triggered the other day, and I yelled at my friend on the internet. Like, I was so in my feelings, Abba, and I'm like, fuck, this is something I'm still dealing with. Like, I still have to deal with it on a daily basis.
You're allowed to yell at your friend. It's not a bad thing.
Well, it's not the greatest thing either, though.
No, but I think, like any relationship, there's ups and downs, and there's, sometimes heated moments. As long as you guys can work it out afterwards, I don't think it's bad to chat.
And we really did. So yeah, I'm pretty, okay, fine. Well, okay, so does that inform your opinion then? Do you feel like because you can work it out and people could be understanding, it would be better than being, but you think being raped is worse because it's a man? Okay, just
I mean, if I was, okay. So let's just be clear. When you say non-violently raped by somebody, can you paraphrase? Because like I had an experience once where I was sleeping and I woke up and I was inside a girl. Now was that like a deep violation?
Yeah.
Honestly, it didn't really bother me, but it happened. But I think it'd be very different if she was like in my bum with a strap on? Like absolutely. And if it was a dude, it would also feel even more different. So yeah, I think all these things change the parameters of how I'd answer this question.
Okay, I need to ask you, and you do not have to answer anything I ask you on stream. These are personal questions. Did you feel like when you woke up inside of her that was an assault?
No, but I think that's my way of handling it. It's not something that bothers me. Like, I know people are like, no, there's probably something. I'm like, no, it really doesn't. But other people are going to feel differently about it. So.
Would you want it to happen again?
Low key, there was something kind of hot about just waking up themselves. Maybe if this person was like hideous, I'd probably feel differently. It's kind of fucked up to say in this era of like, no, all these things are terrible. If you're asking me honestly what I thought about the experience, like it wasn't. I don't think it was terrible.
Okay, and then is this a person who used to be a lover, or is this a total stranger?
It wasn't a total stranger. It wasn't a used to be a lover either. It's like somebody.
Oh, really? Okay, I will fully accept the way you feel about the situation if that's the case. I know some people with similar stories who were men and they didn't feel as violated. But what if it was a man and you woke up and let's say he was like blowing you or something?
Yeah, that's we throwing hands. I mean, that's what do you mean?
Okay, so talk to me about that.
Well, I mean, it's just a double thing. It's like I don't even know how to answer that question. It's just it feels like I'm being violated in a completely different way. Maybe it's because as a straight person, the idea of engaging in like homosexual acts for me is like something I would never do, and so I think there's the double violation of not only someone doing something I don't want done to me from someone I don't want done to me from, but also they're like pushing me past a boundary I would have never crossed consensually ever. Like I can imagine scenarios in which I would have woken up and allowed somebody to do that to me. Like someone being on top of me or whatever on the side. A woman specifically. But I could have requested that beforehand. It's like a sex act I could have seen myself do. But the idea of a man forcing himself on me is just like it's also like almost emasculating in a way.
Okay, so do you think
this is what I was saying yesterday about
points was and to give credence to it was that the social stigma against rape is why people have a harder time getting through the trauma. The social stigma men feel when being raped by a man is different than being raped by a woman.
For sure.
And so talk to me about that, because I kind of feel like if you feel it's traumatic, then the rape itself is what's traumatic, and the aftermath may help you get over that trauma or it may not. That having a supportive family could help you get over it, but that doesn't mean that the trauma couldn't exist. So I just wonder, like,
I'm confused. What is the disagreement that you guys have? Just get to the core of it.
Well, okay, the only place we fully disagreed on was whether or not women who were sexually liberated / promiscuous had a less traumatic time during the rape than the person who was maybe sexually repressed or more modest.
I'm gonna reiterate this for the 50 millionth time. I understand it's hard for people to understand, or maybe I'm just horrible at communicating, or I don't know. Or maybe I just give up on this completely. I don't know if a more promiscuous or more sexually open person would have an easier or harder time. I thought I said verbatim on stream. I thought I actually said specifically that it could actually be completely and totally the other way around. That a more promiscuous person or more sexually liberated person actually has a harder time dealing with rape, because for them, they wouldn't like, their values don't comport with like rape as much as like maybe a conservative person would be like, oh, like boys will be boys, that's what men are like. So it might be the case that a more sexually liberated person has an actual harder time dealing with it. Maybe that could be the case. I don't know. My only wondering was how much did like those social views play into it. That's what I was wondering. That's it. Not saying that like one is necessarily true, just that I'm sure it has some impact. That's it.
It's such a wild hypothetical. Okay.
But then, of course...
Okay, what is the argument because they're sexually repressed and they already feel shame surrounding sex that a violation of that sort would be worse for them?
Right.
Versus,
They might have a support system, but versus the sexually liberated woman might have a resource to go to, but I haven't seen that be the case, but maybe it could be. But then men brought up being mugged, and Destiny was talking about that, which I confused with getting into fights because I grew up in a different environment.
We don't have to get into the weeds and stuff. If we're just at the core of it, which is like, do women who are sexually liberated have an easier time with themselves versus men? I mean, I don't have any personal experience with that, so I couldn't imagine, but if you were to explain it to me logically, I could understand how that answer would come about. But there's probably a first-hand experience that I'm missing in this regards. But I do think like having an environment, having a more positive attitude on it, might be able to help. But I think the problem with this is it's such an emotionally charged topic and it's such a personal traumatic thing that it almost sounds like when you make that argument, even if it may be valid, it almost sounds like you're telling women who have that right
to get over it.
You're sexually liberated. It'll be like easier for you to get over it, which is super insulting. So I don't think it would go over well. I think if you said it to men, I don't think most people would care.
Really? What about like even gay men? Because like in that poll on Twitter, it was amazing. Even the gay men in the audience were like, yeah, I'd rather be mugged than raped. Like who wants to be anally raped unconsensually? Like who wants that over being mugged?
So you have to imagine there's the extra layer, right? For you guys, it's your violation of your boundaries. For us, it's a violation of boundaries. But if we're raped, then it's also incredibly emasculating. We failed at the most basic thing that we're supposed to do, which is protect ourselves. And so I think like that aspect of it is very hard to come around. It's like if a woman gets mugged, she feels unsafe, but it doesn't make her feel any less feminine or capable. Whereas a man, if you get mugged, it's like not only is it emasculating, someone took your shit and punked you, but it's also like you no longer feel safe and you're constantly paranoid. So
Okay, so do you think it would be, because what I'm trying to figure out is I have a really hard time comparing traumas. I feel really bad about trying to say that, oh, well, you getting mugged isn't as bad as getting raped, because like, I don't know that, right? Like that could be very traumatic to a person, maybe even worse than my rape, even though like we could both get PTSD. I'm trying not to cast judgment here, but I do think, go ahead.
I think we're just doing averages. I think we're just saying on average, I imagine that people who get mugged probably don't have as much of a traumatic experience as people get raped. I think that's a pretty easy one to make. I think most people
probably true.
Okay, how do you feel about this? Because like again, we get lost in the sauce about the word jumped, getting jumped. What does it mean if I said, Abba, I got jumped? What do you imagine happened?
It means that a couple people ambushed you or jumped you in the sense like there were multiple people beating on you. They could have beaten you extremely severely, but it's still like a pretty good beating, and they may have taken your stuff as well. Depending.
Okay. Does a jumping automatically incite trauma?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Does a fight, like a street fight, always is it the same for a street fight? What do you imagine when I say street fight?
Not necessarily. Yeah. So if I think a street fight, I'm like two dudes duking it out, basically like, yo, fuck you, fuck your mama too, but they start throwing hands.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do you think a street fight would always elicit trauma?
Not necessarily in the same degree. Like maybe you could make the case, but not necessarily no.
Okay, so and again, I'm speaking from my ass right now because I only have one example of being jumped, and it's not me, it was my brother. Sure. And it was a story that I was really upset when I first heard it, but he told me not to be upset because to him it was just a fight. And I was like, how is this just a fight? They jumped you. And he was like, yeah, but like I cut him off. So he was driving on the freeway. He cuts off this car to go to the gas station and flips him off because my brother's an ass. Okay, he's a complete ass. He's been fighting since he was in high school. Right. So he's an ass. He goes to the gas station, and three guys get out of the car. He didn't realize they followed him, and they jump him. And he comes home
just
and and cuts all over him. And I'm really fucking mad. I'm like, he's an adult at this point.
Hello?
John, Buggin, Circa.
What's up?
What are we doing?
I'm listening to my friend's chat right now. Wait, are you coming to? Wait, never mind. Don't talk. Yeah, never mind.
Okay. All right. Who are the friends? Is it Abba and
Brittany and Abba? Yeah.
Is it good?
I don't know. Are you fucking high, bro? Drugs are bad for you, man.
I'm not high. What? I don't get high.
You sound
I think we should throw a fucking panel together right now, real quick.
No, I'm.
Oh fuck. I don't know. Do you want to like put on some fucking bitches and fucking debate them to tears? Or do you want to chill?
I'm just chilling right now. Jesus. Yeah. What are you up to? How's life been?
Just editing. Almost done this. I'm making a whole documentary. And Twitch, just a few podcasts a week, but that's it. What are you doing?
Just been playing games, you know.
We had Anna on yesterday. She goes by Kimmy now.
Yeah, I saw that. How'd that go? She seems like she's doing better.
Yeah, no, she said you guys are cool, so I can make jokes again. I was like, thank God. Fuck, you guys were like had problems for a year.
Yeah, I wonder why. It was almost like there were people that were fucking milking it hardcore.
It would have happened without me, though. If I didn't exist.
Maybe a little bit.
Hey, who said go off Masonic King? That's actually going to send me to hell. Don't ever call me that. Do you believe in hell, Steve?
Nope.
What about, you know, like energy can't die off, right? It can only be transferred. Have you heard of that?
A little bit. I mean, it can spread out over time and kind of lose its effect, right? Isn't that what entropy is?
The thing is that no object or person ever stops that vibration. Even when they die, the vibration's still, you know, existing. So it's like there is no death.
Really?
Is that interesting?
I don't know if that's true or not, but okay.
Someone said, I believe in hell. It's any conversation with Zerka. Ha 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 ha.
Nice.
Yo, who do we have now that you're not cool with Lav Loon? Let's like, hey, any bitches in chat want to debate? Any feminist bitches?
Oh yeah, we need crazies to replace them. I don't know who. I have no idea.
Pixie, she almost cried last time.
No, Pixie's cool. I don't think she'd ever go like full Lav Loon.
Did you pipe Pixie?
Did I what?
Pipe sex?
No. Why? Do you want me to? Is that what you think
No,
about at
so
night? The people that I...
Would you why would you chill with her if you're not gonna fuck her?
Why? She's a cool dude.
You could chill with a girl a couple times, but if you don't get any, just she's like, you're totally losing money, bro.
Oh yeah?
Like, you're a nice guy. I feel like people take advantage of you for dumplings and shit.
For dumplings?
You know, for like when you go out, you pay for Pixie, don't you?
Yeah, because I'm rich. I paid for you. Fuck off. Am I piping
Like-
you?
Am I interrupting? Because I'm just editing, so I kind of want to chill. I want to have some downtime with you guys.
Yeah, chill away, dude. I'm just playing games.
Okay, Chad, get your questions. I'll read them to Steve. This is your one chance to the offensive ones that he ignores. I'll get them to him. Which chat am I reading here? YouTube chat. Okay, sorry guys. The first question is. I'm going fast. Slow it down.
This little bro is missing his fucking weapons upgrade. Because I killed his Inji Bay.
No, questions for Steven. This guy is gold. Thank you, Mush. But questions.
Yeah?
Okay, which chat is more likely to have pedophiles? DGG or YouTube chat?
Good question, dude.
That's such an easy one. I love DGG, but come on. Those guys are so...
When you play Mutiling, do you upgrade flying damage upgrade or bigger splash damage? I think you upgrade Carapace because lots of little marines are shooting little bullets, so the Carapace does a lot. But if you upgrade the attack, usually it's like 20 mutas hitting one thing. The attack upgrade doesn't help as much.
You know, Steven, I was thinking, why is the legal age limit what it is? Like, when you look throughout the medieval ages, you look at different countries and stuff, like, how do you determine that cutoff point?
It's just arbitrary. 18 is about what we've decided.
Yeah,
Seems
but
to
that
work
makes
well
me...
with like school and everything too.
It's gotta make you a little uncomfortable that there is no real like thing we can all cling to. So technically, I mean someone could make an argument for 17-year-olds, right?
No, somebody can make an argument for 13-year-olds. Somebody can make an argument for 25-year-olds. You can make an argument for any age. This is just what we've settled on.
Well, what's the lowest from any country? Like, which is the most pedo country?
Isn't France like 14?
14 meaning you could get with a 14-year-old?
I think. I could be wrong. I don't know. I ask a libertarian. I don't know the age of consent in every fucking country.
I think that's 14 for having sex with someone around their age, but I don't think it's for an adult like you.
I don't know.
What about this argument, like, if she's 18 and she's like got no hips and very skinny and, you know, looks like a little 14-year-old boy, that's creepy. But if she's 18 and got huge knockers and huge ass and very womanly and looks 30, isn't it funny how we see age as number, but really it's like, dude, when I stand next to Steven, I'm clearly older than you. Just on face and how I look, like we don't age at the same rate, do we?
Age of consent and whether or not somebody's a pedophile are two completely, totally different things that have no relation to each other, right? There might be a pedophile that's attracted to some adult women because they've got childlike features, right? And there's a lot of people that
like
abuse
Mr.
children
Girl.
that just do it because they're like it's like convenient, and they end up like abusing children that they babysit and stuff. But they're not really pedophiles. Just like
That's what Mr. Girl said. Because
yeah,
like you know those red pill guys who say 18 is the hottest chicks.
Mm-hmm.
I really disagree. I think 25 are the hottest because that's when they're peaking. Their bodies are like peaking hormonally and all that. But then they get angry because that's too old, I guess. And I'm thinking to myself, if you really like the young features, you're potentially a pedo. Like Mr. Girls, he likes that, right? I'm not putting words in his mouth.
I'm not here
He
to
said
just
that.
I don't know if he's a pedophile. I don't think he's a pedophile. Okay, hold on. Interesting conversation topic coming through. Hello, what's up?
Hold on. I was going to ask what she said. Because she said, I said there's no shot you said that. You did not say you'd rather... Hold on.
I don't know what you're saying. Your mic is cutting out half your words.
Okay, so she said she doesn't know, she believes, she can't remember clearly, but she said Destiny would rather get raped than punched in the nose. And I'm like, there's no shot that's true.
Then just punched in the nose? What kind of punch are we talking about?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
What
they got my
kind of punch
nose
are we talking
broken?
about?
Yeah, I'd rather get raped
Yeah.
100%. But I'm a huge outlier there. I know I'm a huge outlier there. But yeah, 100%. That's the easiest decision in the world. Yeah.
Abba.
Okay. I mean, I don't even know how to respond. I mean, listen, if somebody...
Wait, what? You'd rather be raped?
Yeah, easily.
Oh
Like, have my fucking nose
lying,
broken?
dude?
Yeah,
Why are you fucking
100%.
lying? What are you talking about?
Okay.
Wait, is this Zerka? I've always wanted to talk to Zerka. You're crazy. I love you.
No,
we need to get to the bottom of
why
this.
are you guys letting him get away with that? He's clearly lying. He's been hit in the face before.
Well, you have no idea what my background is, firstly. Okay. And
Even no one has ever struck you in the face. You said you can't go through that again. You'd rather be raped, anally raped? Are you fucking retarded?
Are you crazy?
Okay, well, hold up. Do you think you would enjoy your grape?
No, of course not. No, not if it's rape. You don't enjoy it. Of course not.
So, like, a dude just ravaging your bumhole, you feel like that's much easier to handle than...
Damn, Abba, you're extreme.
Yeah, this is AIDS.
That's extreme, Abba. You can't say that on YouTube.
Good one.
Ravaging your bumhole is definitely acceptable on YouTube. You definitely use that.
Sure.
Been monetized.
Personally, I think I wouldn't care that much.
I said this on my podcast yesterday.
But having like a nose broken or whatever and going through the whole process of going to the hospital, doing all that shit, I wouldn't want to fuck with that. It'd be annoying or whatever.
Yo, Steve, people flipped because I said this, but
Stop!
if I had a
Hold on.
choice-
Brandon Abbott had an interesting conversation. I don't need your coked out
This is on
fucking ass.
topic. This is on topic. If I had a choice between having a finger up my ass or killing myself, I would kill myself
know,
with a
thank you.
smile on my face every single time.
No, you wouldn't, Zarka.
I swear on Jesus' name.
Okay, how about this hypothetical? A finger in your bum or losing your legs?
I'll lose my legs. What the fuck? You guys don't believe in. You guys just don't believe in trauma. That's the problem.
Okay.
Trauma is real. Bro, if a girl ever joked, played with my ass, I would go to jail. That's the first time I'd fucking beat up a woman.
Listen, now I'm starting to believe you secretly like that shit and you do it all the time. Because here's my thing. You called out Destiny for lying. You definitely lying out your
but let me tell you
asshole
why.
right now. You probably got a finger in your bum right now. You can't.
I know what you're trying to say, but Abba, this is going to sound really weird. I had a nightmare once where I did get raped and I felt the pain. So it penetrated my psyche for life. Do you understand? Like, I had that nightmare.
Do you feel like you have to say this because you're Bosnian?
No, bro, this doesn't make me sound cool, bro. I'm saying this makes me sound kind of gay. But you've never had a nightmare where you're like getting raped?
No.
Or you've never had a sexually weird nightmare?
Nah. Nah, I've never experienced that. Honestly, bro, I think I want you to logic brain this and just be honest for yourself for a second. You would rather lose your... Okay, let's say if it's a woman putting a finger in your bum, right? She's just putting an index finger.
Legs, but I could easily pull the trigger on my fucking head. That's painless.
Okay, so you would not give up your legs.
I don't know about that one, because then I have to like live like that.
Okay. But
He would give up his legs and then kill himself after. That's what he would do.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
No, the point I'm trying to make is, you know how guys say like, "Oh, I've had a girl like play with my asshole a bit." That's literally trauma speaking. That's
no,
literally
Zerka, every time.
that's literally someone self-reporting trauma. Like you had a girl play with your asshole. What kind of straight guy are you?
Zerka,
Yeah.
wait until I use a strap-on on you, and then tell me you don't like it. Don't.
Wow,
hate
rape
on it
joke.
yet.
Careful,
Brittany.
Brittany.
Don't hate on it yet.
Careful.
Do you mean consensually? Like consensual all anal is rape? Is that what you're saying?
For men, that's what he's saying. Yes.
All girls who convince their guy to try their finger, all those girls should be in jail for life.
No, I'm not taking you seriously.
Because
No.
no. Look at the studies. Most men say they don't like it. They're doing to impress the girl because it's trending. You know how it's trending for you liberals to lick each other's dirty assholes? You know, you guys don't just eat ass. You finger each other's assholes too.
You gotta. Listen, I'm so ashamed of it, but I love getting my ass ate. So I have to try to convince women to do it.
I don't buy
that. You think they're convincing me?
But you've never had your ass ate. Come on.
So many times, bro. That shit's fire.
Bro, you're my YouTube hero. How can you say that to me, bro?
Listen.
I'm subscribing from your fucking channel right now. Are you serious?
I know. I've just lost 100 Bosnian subscribers right this moment, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay.
So when did that first happen? You were like 19 when you like it had to have been a young kid.
Yeah. Man, it was so traumatic, man. She was 40. I was 19. She said bend over, and then she just started ravaging my butthole with her tongue. That was fire.
How about that? Means you're on all fours getting your ass ate.
I know, bro. The most emasculating thing, man. I felt like I was getting connection with my inner dog, but let me tell you, man, that shit felt good.
How boring is sex to you people that you do this stuff?
Not boring at all. I think it's very exciting, actually.
Okay, yo, here, this is something you can judge. When my ex canceled me, she was like crying on stream and she said, I only banged her in one position for a whole year. Is that weird?
Only bang in one position.
What's the position? What's the position?
Like doggy.
Doggy's good, but like only one the whole time? No missionary? No looking her in the eyes?
People couldn't believe that I did one position the whole
That was your girlfriend?
relationship.
That was your girlfriend?
Yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, am I the only guy on earth that does one position for the whole year? Never one, not even Valentine's Day, none of that. Like one. And you know, people attack me for that. They're like, "Whoa, you're kind of like a psychopath."
No, that's not that weird. That's not that weird. If you don't like her, I think that's not weird. If you like her, I think that's sus. Like me, when I used to have clients and they would pay, I would tell them like, you have to pay for any extra positions, and they'd be like, I don't have the money. So I'm like, all right, well then you only get one. I think that scenario makes sense. But if you love the person, like you can't just do one position. You got to do a little bit more. But
Yeah, because a lot of people said I'm vanilla.
I think you just don't give a fuck about her.
No, I cared, but I'm not vanilla. We did like grape play.
Gotcha.
CNC, consent, non-consent. We love that.
Yeah. What's that called?
Non-consent. CNC, consent, non-consent.
So I'm not boring, right?
Did you only do the CNC from the back, like only doggy style?
Yeah. I guess I'm vanilla.
Did she ever turn it around and do it on you, just to like, you know, for you to experience it, the CNC?
No, you know what's funny? I don't understand this, but I don't think I've ever done any like liberal positions or any of that ever in my life.
Doggy style's pretty liberal. It's what do you mean?
No.
CNC is a liberal pastime, really. The conservatives and the liberals have this in common. We both love to play rape.
Yeah, is that like every human?
I think we like to have safe scenarios to play out scary moments in a different way. I think we like to have power dynamic shift, and I think we seek intimacy in different ways as long as we know we're safe after.
I asked her, and you know, I talked to many girls, and they always say why rape play is so exciting is because it's her saying, I fully trust this guy.
Yeah.
Like the most cozy she can feel. But when I looked at the studies, 85% of women have a rape fantasy with a stranger that they've never met. It's not even their fucking husband. So 85% of women have a rape fantasy. 85.
I don't think that means what you think it means, Sean.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean husband. It doesn't mean John Zerga.
It doesn't mean that they genuinely want to be raped by a stranger, like, and they would like it. That's not what that means.
Do they mean their partner is playing as a stranger? Because
No. It whatever you're reading, probably means that the person like has a rape fantasy, but it's still gonna be like in a safe way, right? Like the ideal rape fantasy is you get raped actually, but like the person doesn't actually like go any further, and it's like a fucking 50 Shades of Grey thing, right? But it doesn't mean that if somebody says, yeah, that would be really hot if it happened in a fantasy, that they actually want to get raped in real life. Those are two totally different things. Zerka.
Right. Well, fantasy is in reality, right?
Yeah.
It's play.
Exactly.
You're just playing as it's adult play.
Yeah, like impregnation fetishes when you reach a certain age, I think, become hot for everybody. Like it's super hot. But if a girl were to send me a text afterwards and say, "Hey, I think I'm pregnant and it's yours," I would kill myself, right? So it's two different things.
Okay. Now, what about this? Have you noticed, like, people say it's sexist when I say, "Oh, it's great if she sucks dick."
Is this what are we doing this now?
The man should not eat pussy, because think about it. If I'm acting all feminine, that's not the sexy Zerka the chat wants. They want the masculine Zerka. So I'm not gonna do feminine shit where I eat pussy. What the fuck? What am I, a fucking dog?
I like a feminine man personally, but that's just me.
No woman likes a feminine
Any
man.
guy that says he doesn't like to eat pussy is gay. You're gay, bro. But that's cool. I accept you. But that's gay shit. Okay.
How is that gay?
It's gay shit.
Maybe you have to texture. Actually, a lot of people I know with autism don't go down because the texture.
No, it's just gay shit.
Weird.
If you're a guy and you're out here saying shit like that, oh yeah, I'd never eat bug. You're gay. But that's cool, dude. Welcome to the club. Be gay. Be gay with me, okay?
I'm 28 years old, and I've never had to eat pussy. Like,
yeah, I know.
God
That's
bless
great.
me.
Because you're looking for your dream dick to suck. You know, it's okay. It happens.
But Steven, you have to eat it every time.
You don't have to, but if you're straight, you're maybe drawn to it. But listen, you're just looking for that good dick that you're looking for. That's fine, man.
So
it's just funny. Like when you're eating pussy, do you guys feel like you're her pet?
I feel like I am going to rock this woman's world right now. That I am going to give her every reason to like move off the pillow.
No, but if you're a guy, you're supposed to be masculine, I thought.
It's not. I don't know why. I'm not sure that masculinity or femininity plays a role in.
Okay, so how far are you gonna take it? Can I also wear a tutu dress or just eat pussy? How feminine do I gotta be? Should I wear a fucking pink tutu dress? See, you draw the line at a tutu dress.
No, I mean I like men in dresses, but I'm saying, what do you have to wear a dress for? Just go down on her. Just like be naked. Just be clothed. Just doesn't matter.
I'm talking to the boys. Destiny, Abba, they'll say, I'll never wear a tutu dress, but eating pussy's fine.
If you could get the best sex out of your life and all you had to do is wear a tutu dress, you're crazy not to. It'd be crazy not to wear the tutu dress.
How do you even maintain erection doing submissive shit? I don't even get that.
Well, part one is try not being gay. It's a good
start.
start.
Me going to bench press and then I start like licking on the bar.
True.
It's like, it's bench press time, bro. You gotta fuck that bitch. I don't know. Maybe I'm vanilla. What's it taste like?
Deliciousness.
All the time?
Everything. I've never had bad. I don't.
I know,
rarely
Destiny.
have
You don't eat ass though.
Why do you think that?
Oh, you eat ass?
That's what your mom likes, you know.
You know, shit comes out of assholes.
When piss comes out of dicks, you still let your girl fucking suck it.
Yeah, but I'm not sucking.
you be kissing her afterwards.
No, he probably makes her go to the fucking bathroom and rinse her mouth out and everything, probably.
Abba, you got 1 million subs. You're telling me you eat the box still.
Can we, hold on. Abba, Brittany, if you guys are in here, I want to have like a good conversation, not like get it retarded down to Zerka's level of fucking autistic stupid shit. If you guys have time you want to talk about it, we can talk about it, but I can do these
I'm editing. Keep going.
Fucking retarded convos with Zerka anytime. I don't need him dragging you down to it.
Okay, I've got time. I've got about an hour, so I'm here if we want to have more of a discussion. I don't know if did you watch me and Abba at all?
I started to, and this fucking clown popped in, and now I don't.
Okay, I think the conversation went in the direction you had originally really wanted it to go into, which was to ask those like hypotheticals. So yeah, I'm down to have it. But don't you think it's interesting that we all have different experiences? Where like, I don't know if you're really serious, Steven, that you'd rather like get raped than punched in the nose with a broken nose. But
sure,
like, that's interesting.
Yeah, I can. like I can say that I'm an outlier there. I don't know what else to say. If you think I'm just lying, you think I'm lying.
The reason you said was kind of stupid, though, just in the sense that
the reason why is because I don't think I would carry much trauma from like adverse or rapey sexual interaction. I don't think I would.
With a man or a woman, does it matter?
No, I don't think. Well, I mean, like,
okay,
I'm fucked in the head. So with a woman, I don't know if a woman could rape me. Maybe she was really ugly and had a huge fucking strap on. I don't think I would ever care. I've bitten some bullets on some pretty big fucking ham beasts that I've gotten catfished by before, and I fucking went through it, and it was pretty traumatizing. But I mean, fuck it. Yeah, I just don't think that's gonna. That's a little bit of a toxic masculine thing to say. These better not be mutilates. Yeah, but I think Abba actually said something similar, right? Where it's hard to imagine as a man. Like if you woke up with a woman riding you, I think I'd be like pretty annoyed. But like I don't think I would carry much with me there that I would care much about.
Yeah, because I don't think the harm there is like somebody destroyed me or somebody violated my sanctity or like I didn't feel unsafe afterwards, if that makes sense. It never felt like that's not a situation I couldn't get out of. And so I don't know, for me it's not the same thing.
I don't think that matters, actually.
Oh, I do. I think if you feel helpless in the experience, then I think that's completely different than something else.
True.
Like when I think
go
ahead.
If I were to ask you, would you rather be raped by like a woman strong enough to like hold you in place, or would you rather be raped by like a weak man who's gonna like do his thing and finish and then walk away at the end?
Huh? Repeat?
So you're saying that like the captivity part is like what's stressing you out or whatever, but like let's say that it's just like you're locked up and you can either get raped by like a really weak man or like a really strong woman. I feel like you'd still gravitate towards like the strong woman. Like if it was somebody that could theoretically beat you up as a woman. I think that for men, I think it's the mental thing of one being penetrated and then two having it be a man is what makes it really fucking.
Oh, Steven.
But the only way a man could do something to me that I didn't want is I allowed it. So,
Abba.
So if you're asking me like, do I think it'd be worse having it done by a man versus a woman? Absolutely, I think it's way worse having it done by a man.
Yeah.
People can feel differently. I don't really care. I would much rather it was a woman because I think it is a different implication. Now, if she's so strong that she pins me down against my will and I really don't want it in that moment and she's just doing it to me, yeah, I probably would feel emasculated to a degree, but I don't think I'd feel as violent as if a man did it, for sure.
That's interesting though, because when you say emasculated, it seems like it's not the experience itself, it's like the fact that it's a woman versus a man doing it is like what changes it, or what is the feeling?
Partially that it's a mixture of both who's doing it, what gender they are, and also
the weight.
Don't
even respond to him. Don't even respond to him. Sorry.
But just like this idea, the idea of feeling helpless in that scenario. You know, I have no agency. I think that's
sure. Okay, so here's like a question. Okay, let's say that you're just like okay. All of these examples are very triggering. If this is like a problem for anybody, please let me know or whatever so that we don't get fucking insane. There's like a bunch of screaming here, okay? So I'm just saying that to get the other way, okay? Let's say that you're locked in a contraption, okay? And then somebody's gonna come behind you and rape you, and it's either gonna be a man or a woman with a strap on. All else equal, you can't move, you're restrained or whatever. Does it change in your mind if it's a man or woman doing it, or at that point is it equalized to you?
No, absolutely changes. It's still for a woman.
Okay, that's why I'm saying I don't think it matters the pressure or the being locked or whatever. There's still something fundamentally different about like a man doing it versus a woman. It's not like the strength of the domination aspect. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
No, that's definitely true that it's different between the genders. Absolutely. I think what also adds to that, if you're in a scenario where you feel helpless, I think it does change the dynamic a little bit because you feel like you couldn't do anything as a man when you should be able to. Because I think part of being a man, at least like in the traditional sense, is that you're able to defend yourself or defend the people close to you. If you feel like you can't do that, then that's also another layer of manhood that you feel wrong.
Sure, I don't disagree. I think, and then there are ways that apply to women as well in terms of feeling helpless in an area because you're probably with somebody that you thought you could trust, and now you're vulnerable, and now somebody's taking advantage of that for their own pleasure. There's a whole bunch of stuff with that is shitty. Yeah.
Yeah. Brady, were you trying to chime in?
Not necessarily. I think that ultimately, because I'm such like a individualist in my head, I think just like it's going to impact the individual as it impacts the individual, and I'm not here to decide like what should impact you more or less. After the validation, then we can discuss whether or not our emotions are in a proper place, and then whether we can reframe how we feel about our emotions. But it's weird hearing you guys talk about how anal rape would be so bad with a man, but I'm bisexual, so you could even say I'm pansexual. Like I'm not really focused on the gender of the person raping me. My brain just like, it's the fact that I just don't want to do it, and I'm like now being forced to do it, which is so awful that for me the gender just possibly doesn't matter.
That's
as
possible.
much as
But you remember what we talked about before? I told you, like, for you, I don't like. Yes, there's some women who feel less pure or maybe less whole, but I think women are probably gonna have a easier time, like, not having to feel like their entire femininity is completely robbed of them. Whereas a man, I think, if you told any man he got anally raped by somebody when he didn't, I think most men would feel like less of a man. Absolutely.
There's also here, I think there's a big thing that plays into this with the different ways that men and women view sex in general. I think that in general, sex for us is a more external process, assuming you're not gay. Like, we have an organ that comes out of our body and goes into somebody else. And I think that in general, we tend to try to take sex. We're not in the position of, like, protecting it. Women tend to be, like, guarding sex. Like, okay, well, I dole out sex to men that I think are worthy of it. And men try to chase sex. So it's strange for a guy, like, just on its face, to be like, somebody's gonna come and take sex from you, because the guys generally think, well, I would almost always give sex to anybody. Whereas for a woman, you're generally, like, not giving sex to anybody. You're more selective for who you dole it out to, and it's an internal process because something's entering your body. I think that those two things have a heavy impact on how you view somebody in a rape, I think, in general. So, like, when you talk about, like, a woman, you wake up and a woman is riding you, like, you're still inside her. It could be a rape experience, like, you didn't ask for it, you didn't want it or whatever, but the process is so externalized and everything that I think our engagement with it is, like, almost on a physical level, it's different.
Yeah. I could see that for sure. I guess, like, yeah, all that, for me, like, I'm very sensitive to, like, the idea of being impacted against my consent basically about anything, though not too much. Like, I can handle a lot. Like, a lot of unconsensual things happen on a daily basis. Like, an old lady touches you at the grocery store. It's like, okay, I didn't consent to that, but it's fine. It's no big deal. I'm not threatened here. So, like, the threat, I think, is a part of it. But also, like, I think it's just, I don't want to compare people's traumas, but you're bisexual, Destiny. So do you think it's so just to clarify, it isn't the gender of the person, it's the chance for violence or escalation. But as a woman, when you're being raped, like, there's always that escalation if you're raped by someone stronger than you. So there's always the chance for death or violation in that way. So do you guys think if you were raped anally by a man and it was nice, would that change things?
It was nice?
Yeah, like Ayla's non-violent rape, whatever that means. Like, you didn't feel it, you don't remember it. Like, how do you feel about that idea? Like, for me, I still think it's as bad. But for some people, they might think it's better because you don't remember it.
Well, I mean, if you don't remember it, by definition, it can't be bad because you would never remember it. Or you would.
Well, no, because you usually have the physical trauma from it, like vaginal or anal tearing. You have to go to medical professionals.
Well, she just said.
STI.
Didn't you just say that it was a gentle rape or whatever?
Well, I mean, that I don't even think. Okay, fine. Like, oh God, how do you have a gentle rape? See, I don't think that's possible. I don't think there's, like.
There's definitely differences. There's a complete giant difference between someone beating you over the head and punching you in the face while they're taking over you, and then somebody you know, or maybe some you know. But, like, I think there's a difference between those. Now, we can just say all of the rapes are bad, and that's fine. We all agree on that. But I think you can agree that some of these forms of rape are worse than others. You don't believe that?
I mean, that's obviously true, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, Brittany, know what my hierarchy is, but I don't want to project that onto other people because I don't think it's objective.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we can make generalizations, and they don't apply to every individual, but I think we still have that conversation. I would say this. I think what Destiny said was pretty true earlier, because I'm curious. If you woke up, okay, and you had a strap-on on you, and you were inside a dude, would you feel like that's as traumatic as someone being inside of you?
Are you talking about me?
No, I'm asking Brittany. If Brittany had I'm just curious. I feel like what Destiny said about the external versus internal thing is kind of true, but physically.
Yeah. I do believe the penetration makes a huge difference, which is why I only constitute rape as, like, penetrative, anally, vaginally, but that's not fair to a lot of people who feel like their rape is more than that, so I want to validate those people, obviously. But yeah, I think it wouldn't be as traumatic as my personal assault was, because that was different. Yeah, it was way worse having something inside me.
So I think that's a big portion of this conversation. I never thought about it that way, but I think Destiny kind of nailed it in that regard. I think the idea of something penetrating you is drastically different than doing something external.
Well, that's why I'd rather be mugged than raped again. Because it's like, well, a mugging happens on the outside of my body. Like, even if they cut off my toes or something, it's not inside. It's not the same. But that feels discrediting to people who have had that violence, and I don't want to do that either. But for Brittany, yeah, that seems less bad.
I think for most people that seems less bad. I don't know why we're so worried about discrediting. We can say that, like, something is bad, but it's still not as bad as something else. Or maybe that's just, I'm an asshole. I have no problem like saying something like that. Like,
Brittany's trying to be inclusive of every individual experience.
Okay.
I just don't know. I also don't know because I don't believe in generalizations because there's 8 billion people on the planet. So I don't know
How are we not? Can we generalize people having 2 legs?
True.
Yes, for sure. Absolute 100%. There's certain things that I think make sense. Like, you know what I mean? But for my brain, assault is so personal and different that everyone has a different relationship to violence that I'm not sure that it could be the same or not. Like, I'm sure someone who is molested could have the same amount of trauma as somebody who is vaginally or anally raped, even though in my head, I would put molestation above, I would rather be molested than raped. Brittany would. But how could I tell those people that, hey, at least you only got molested?
Well,
That's
you
what it
wouldn't, because
sounds
you'd
like.
recognize that like everybody's background is going to play a really personal role in terms of what
Yeah.
happened. But again, like those backgrounds could be generalized too, right? That like somebody with some background might not have as negative a response to something as somebody with a different background or whatever, right?
Absolutely. I want to be inclusive and remember that people experience things in ways that I don't. But that's why I think our initial conversation got muddled. One, because I was triggered, and two, because I was hearing the wrong message. Like, I was hearing that you were almost saying, you know, like things were less bad. But like, that is the conversation to be had. Why do you think people would rather be mugged than raped? Like, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. I think the reason why is because there's a whole bunch of things surrounding rape that make it fundamentally different than like fighting, right? Like, so firstly, like if you're fighting somebody, you tend not to fight for fun, right? But like if you get raped, you do it sex for fun, right? So rape has the chance of ruining an activity that you otherwise would like to, I would imagine, continue enjoying. Whereas like fighting, I mean, maybe if you're a professional fighter, maybe getting mugged can ruin boxing for you, but rape can carry over into like just like things that are supposed to be fun in life too, which sucks. There's also the fact that like usually if you're getting jumped or you're fighting, it's strangers that are fucking you up, whereas for rape, usually you put yourself in a very vulnerable position, especially as a woman, and now somebody's taking advantage of that. Getting jumped isn't generally the same thing, but I'm willing to bet that people that get jumped because their friends set them up probably have a way worse experience trusting people than people that just get jumped by strangers on the street, right? That would be more closer to getting raped, you know?
So I just want to clarify, because statistics show that you most likely will know your rapist, you're saying that feels more like a thing you put yourself into than a mugging that seems impersonal and by a stranger. I just want to make sure I heard that right.
Yeah. I think being violated by somebody.
No, hold on. That you put yourself into? No.
Okay,
Just to be
clarifying.
clear. Yeah. What I'm saying is that when you are having sex with somebody and they rape you and you have a personal attachment to that person, there's a person that you are, when a woman has sex with a man, you are endowing him with a ton of trust, a lot of trust. And for them to rape you, they're taking advantage of your trust in the worst way possible because they're stealing sex from you, they're making you feel fucking horrible while raping you, and they're doing it because they're in a vulnerable and privileged position that you've put them in. Not because you said put yourself in that situation. When you say that, I don't know if you're saying like women deserve to get raped. That's not what I'm saying.
No.
I'm saying that when you have sex with somebody you trust, you're in a position where you've given them a whole bunch of trust and then they're abusing it oftentimes. That's what I mean.
See, this is where I'm an anomaly as well because I did not personally like know my attackers, so I don't have a relationship. Like I don't even know. Like I don't have the same. Versus other people I know, they know the name of their attacker, they know where they're living, they can find them on Facebook. Like I don't have that, so I like literally just stopped going to that area where I used to live and like I stopped hanging out. So I'm trying to figure out if like certain types of rape are more similar to certain types of mugging versus other types of, and that's why there's like a little bit of a trauma overlap or not. Because again, in order from, I don't want to say like rape is worse or being mugged is worse. It's like even taking that poll sounds like we're saying being mugged is better than being raped, but like they're both horrible.
Yeah, but things can still be better than the other thing. Like, I mean, it sounds bad when you say it, but
could they be generally truly?
yes, of course.
Yes,
for
absolutely.
sure.
With some things, but with I don't know. I'm having a hard time with the rape thing because like if rape via rape meaning violent rape in my opinion, like not stealthing or anything like that, which I consider sexual assault. So that's a problem too. Is like what is rape? Because I'm only imagining being held down and saying no, don't do this, and someone doing it anyways. Versus some people in my audience call their rapes, but like when they ask that person to stop, they did. So then the question is like, are we having different relationships with that's sexual assault for sure, and that's definitely molestation. But again, if you can ask your attacker to stop and they do, what are we talking about here?
Well, I mean,
that's
what is rape? That's a fundamentally different question, but I don't think that's related to necessarily what we're talking about, which is what's worse, like being raped or being mugged. I mean, if you're going that route, we could probably agree that on the whole spectrum of rapes, that like there's a whole bunch of rapes at the very bottom end that are not as bad as being mugged, right? So like stealthing, where you say, hey, are you fucking me without a condom? And they're like, yeah. And you're like, get the fuck off me, and they get off. I mean, some people would consider that rape, but it's probably not as bad as like getting your arm broken, right? Versus like when you go up the scale, for the majority of the human population, I believe, the majority of the human population, when given a choice between like getting jumped by 3 people and having the shit beat out of you versus getting anally raped for 5 minutes, I think a lot of people would choose to get jumped. I think they'd say, fuck it. I know there's more damage and everything, but like there's so much mentally for men and emasculation and mentally for women and trust and vulnerability that go on with that type of rape that they just like, yeah, fuck it. I'd rather just get jumped.
If I have a, like, so imagine some dude mugs me and breaks my arm, you know? If I got a tier list, that's going into B. But like, if a big prisoner comes up from behind me and just takes over my bumhole, that's going to S tier in terms of trauma. I just think,
and then
we can categorize those things.
There's even like there's even some weird masculinity things that go into it too, where like your brother's saying like, oh yeah, like you know, you could come back and have lost that fight, and be like, yeah, I got jumped by like 4 dudes. They broke my arm, but you know, fuck it. Like you can do that and even like be bad and walk it off, but you're never coming back and be like, yeah, these guys jumped me, and yeah, they ran a train on my ass and raped the shit out of me, but here I am. Like that, it doesn't work the same way, right? You'd always feel horrible. You don't even get
wasn't that the original conversation we were having? Because I felt like you were under the impression that getting jumped and mugged and hit in the nose was better than getting raped, but you're saying no.
No, I first of all, when you say better, that's a really weird way of framing it.
Sorry.
I'm saying I think most people.
It's not as traumatic.
Yeah, it's not as traumatic getting jumped probably as it is getting raped. I think that's what the vast majority of people would say.
Every guy would agree with that.
Yes.
Every man on this planet would 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, but you guys would stop it when it came to like, would you rather die or get raped?
I would. I think there are some men that would rather die.
Yeah. But then you ask those same guys, would they rather lose their legs or get raped, and then a lot of them will change their answer. So, like, I think some people don't view death as nearly as scary as they view some other things, and I think in that case, the idea of being robbed of their manhood is as good as dying in a lot of situations. And I think a lot of men really do believe that. Like, some dudes are so tied to their masculinity, they actually suicide themselves after getting raped.
I mean, like, yeah, look at the whole, like, it's like, in a way, it's kind of like honor culture stuff a little bit, right? Like, you'd die for your name, you'd die for your honor,
Yeah, absolutely.
There's even women like that. I know women from like secular countries who, after they've had their virginity taken from them by force, like they feel unmarriageable. They feel like they're not deserving, that they're sullied. Like even though it's not their own fault, they carry so much shame with that. They choose death. So that's a real thing that people do choose. Now, for a lot of other folks who are not nearly as tied to the idea of shame and things like that, it's probably not as intense. But depending on what background you come from, like that goes deep.
Yeah, I wonder like how many of us, I organized that my brain is kind of like, facts of life. So on the macro, of course, like someone has to be raped and it just happened to be me. So it's not personal. That's life. And then I go down to the micro where I feel like, okay, but yes, this thing happened and now I have this trauma. So now I have to fix it like a broken ship, go to the repairman. And then I go to therapy and I get X repaired. But still like repeating X over and over again would be strange to me, or like maybe that's how I would view it. Like, do I want this to happen again? Because I've had some people say like they weren't traumatized by their assault, and I'm like, that's interesting. But then if you talk to them enough about it, they might get triggered when you talk to them about it, when you question them on that. And then that's the question: are you getting upset when I question you because you're actually traumatized? Are you getting upset that I'm even questioning you because that's traumatizing, questioning you about it? Because that's quite an anomaly to be like, yeah, I was assaulted, I was raped, but I don't have any trauma from it. That's a very unique perspective. And that's one that I would love more research on, but I don't think I've ever met that person, because every time a person says that to me, they usually get pretty upset as the conversation continues.
Yeah, but it's going to super depend on how you approach it, because the way that you're talking sounds to me like it would trigger the fuck out of somebody that wouldn't have trauma, because you're basically insisting that like my point of view is the only right one, and if you're giving me a different answer, it's actually just because you don't know yourself, and then you would push and push and push and push on that until eventually the person got triggered. Yeah,
I've had someone do that to me about the sleeping stuff. Like people are like, Abba, you don't even realize you're traumatized. And I started getting triggered.
Yeah.
So like, bro, I think I know my experience. Like, no, you're broken, and I think I know better. No, shut the fuck up. I just told you I'm okay. No. You need to see it. I'm like, oh my god. So yeah, that would piss me off. People trying to detail and tell me who I am. That would annoy me way more.
100%. So that's the thing. I felt that way when Steven was talking initially. So I'm trying to figure out, how do we have these conversations without getting triggered? But then it's very difficult, because it's like, well, how do you know you're not traumatized unless we look at everything in your life, the way you talk to your partners, the way you do at work, the way you, because a lot of people look like they got life figured out, but behind closed doors.
I mean,
There's
all
a
you can
lot.
do are ask for like maladaptive behaviors, right? So if somebody says some shit like, "Oh yeah, I don't think I'm traumatized," it's like, "Oh, interesting. Like, tell me about your personal life." It's like, "Oh, I would never be friends with a man ever again." It's like,
Yeah, exactly. See,
Right?
exactly. When I hear women say, like, I hate all men, men's tears, I'm like, girl, go to therapy. And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay. Like, you're traumatized. Like, go to therapy.
Well, sure, but
that's
now,
the thing.
yeah, but now at the
Yeah.
very least, you've got a behavior that you can identify, right? And you can disagree at that
Yes.
point, but it's like, okay, but like they should know, and they probably do know a little bit. Like, this is probably maladaptive, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just hard to face yourself. And look, I don't think people have to. Like, lots of people in my life have had like insane trauma, or rather, possibly trauma-inducing events, and so they can decide how to feel about it. It's not my job. Just like with my brother, it is not my job, because I was pretty upset with him on behalf of him at first, and then he told me, "Do not do that. I am okay. We're not filing a police report" type attitude. So who am I to tell him that he should feel traumatized? And at the same time, I wonder all the same, but like I will support his belief around his fight.
Sure.
Like,
I mean, that's all you can. That's all you can do, right? Basically.
Yeah,
It
for
sucks,
sure.
But yeah.
And same, the way I define rape might not be universal, so I don't want to. If somebody else considers something that happened to them rape, like I want to have that conversation. But even then, can we really define rape? Because I feel like we can, but apparently we can't. Because everyone has a very different definition of it. So now there's like a lot of weirdness in my head about, are we having the same conversation? Or are we putting the same weight in the words when we're having the conversation?
I mean, you can just. I don't think that part is very hard. I think you just define it at the start of the conversation. We say rape. What are we talking about? I think you can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Oh, actually, my audience really wanted your definition of rape, Steven, because they felt like that was the crux of the issue.
I don't think it was the crux at all, but I don't even have a good definition of it. I don't really care. I would just say like unconsensual sexual activity. I think getting hung up on the definition being like rape and sexual assault and all that is really boring. I don't care.
Ooh, remember what I told you, Brittany? I said that. I said that. I think it's stupid if someone's like, I was raped, and like, no, actually, you were sexually assaulted.
Like who the fuck?
Well, that distinction is so autistic to me, and people try to do that all the time. It's kind of like the similar one. It's like, no, that's not racism. That was prejudice and discrimination.
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck with that, buddy.
I think the nuance, though, is that these things are different because when you're actually in therapy, they ask you these questions and they ask you to reframe how you see it so you can give yourself like a little bit of a reprieve from the pressure of the word you're associating yourself with.
I think if they're doing that though, they're probably just trying to like deprogram whatever like social stigma is fucking your brain up. I don't think that it's like, I couldn't deal with this for so long, but then my therapist told me that it was rape, and now that I know the word is rape, now I feel I can deal with it. It's probably more just like, I had a really bad sexual interaction with somebody, and for some reason I felt weird about it, and now my therapist told me that was a bad sexual interaction, and it's okay to feel bad about it, and now they probably are able to deal with it. That's probably more it. It's not just like fixating on the word, it's just like fixating on like the expectations of what happened. Yeah.
Generally, the fixation on the word is also used to invalidate certain experiences.
It could be.
Well, it's not as bad as what you think it is.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if we're being honest, a lot of these definitions do overlap in a tremendous way. It's not like they're completely separated from each other. So oftentimes when I see those conversations unfold and people are trying to like nitpick at the definition super strongly, it just feels like a disingenuous way to...
Kinda, but I also...
See, now I'm confused because now you guys are saying we can say generally something is worse than the other, but isn't that what you're doing right now by saying we shouldn't decide what's sexual assault versus rape? Because that's what your initial... That's why there's confusion.
That's not saying whether something's better or worse. It's just like, where do we like define some terms, right? The reason why I get weird about the people freaking out over the rape thing is because like sometimes I'll see, this is a Reddit and Twitter thing I see a lot. I don't know if it happens in real life conversations, but people will have a conversation where it's like, I woke up today and my boyfriend was inside of me and we haven't really talked about that. I'm not like a big fan of that. And people are like, you got raped, you got raped. And they're like, fucking, it's insane. You need to break up with him. You need to file a police report. And it's like, bro, holy shit, calm the fuck down. Where people are like rushing to like give the biggest word possible to like make something like catastrophic. And it's like, there's no reason for this. It's absolutely absurd. But on the flip side, like what Brittany said, somebody might be coping really hard and be like, I don't think I was raped. I don't think I was assaulted. Like this guy, it was my fault, blah, blah, blah. And having somebody say, like, listen, like you did get raped. It's okay to accept that and process those feelings. It's healthier than just saying like nothing bad happened. That could be like the flip side of that as well, you know?
Yeah, but even the flip side of like, see, my brain, and maybe it's just my brain, hears you say we should be able to say generally what's worse, mugging or rape. But then that's the same thing. What's worse, sexual assault or rape? It's all the same to me if we're going to start playing the game.
No, I think if
Of
you want to
comparison.
have that distinction and you want to make those definitions clear on a macro scale, that's fine. But if someone's relaying me an experience, I'm not going to be like, actually, honey, you weren't raped. You were sexually assaulted. Like in that moment, it feels like the most retarded thing to do in that
For
conversation.
sure, 100. Okay, 100.
Because there's so much overlap, it sounds like you're just trying to discredit what they're going through.
Exactly.
Right? Rather than, but if you're asking me, like, are there differences? Absolutely, there are differences. And when it comes to sentencing, when it comes to legal framework, I would treat them differently. But there's nobody, like, people do that all the time too. When like someone's like, well, this person beat me up and said they hated Asian people. Like, actually, that's not racism. That's just prejudice because it was a Samoan part. Like, I feel like that kind of line of talk is just very autistic and stupid.
Yeah, it's not worth having at that point. Yeah.
But isn't that why? Oh, go ahead. Random
Hi,
voice.
Brittany. Hi, everybody. I have a question, and I don't know if this is an insensitive question for some, but I'm very curious what you guys think about this. And I'm sorry if it's already been spoken about. Do you guys think that rape from the back versus rape from the front is worse?
That's a hard one to imagine.
I mean, which is worse? Oh my God, sorry. Which one is worse in your opinion?
You mean, are you asking us like if the dudes look at me in the eyes versus not looking me in the eyes, which one's worse?
No, ass rape or pussy rape, which one is worse?
Both are equal for me, I think, because I like both in real life, but I hate both in the context of rape.
Yeah. You know what? I mean, this is going to sound kind of fucked up, but I know in countries where people try to maintain their virginity really hard, I think vaginal is actually worse. There's plenty of women out there who are actually having plenty of premarital sex, but they will not have any vaginal sex ever because they want to maintain their chastity for marriage. And so I think in those kind of scenarios, that would probably be worse. Outside of that, I don't think it matters.
But like physically, it would hurt more to get ass raped, but then you can get pregnant if you get pussy raped.
I think that this might come out as really unpopular, but I can defend this to death. I don't think the physical part actually matters almost at all when it comes to how bad like rape is. I think the physical part is way, way, way down in the list of things that matter.
Like the physical trauma from it, like the tearing and
yeah,
stuff.
I don't think that
bleeding?
matters that much. Yeah.
Oh, it does when you're in the hospital a few days later.
You getting raped so hard that you're like actually telling you need hospital attention is so that would be unfathomably rare. That's like some insane shit that's going on. But like you can, yes, what I just said was true. Yes.
I mean, myself included, but every person I know gets they go to their doctor and for sure get treated for the cuts and the scarring inside, which I don't have, thankfully. But a lot of my female friends have literal scarring inside their vaginas from their rapes.
Bro,
so that does take some medical care.
How did you just allow the female Zerka to come in here and just throw this whole shit out?
True. Well, it's an interesting question. But like, if you remove...
There's no way you were shitting on fucking Zerka, and now you think that's an interesting...
Wait, did you call me the female Zerka?
Hey man, that's what it sounded like. I thought he got you to come up on this live stream and say that shit.
No.
That sounded like an exact Zerka question. I'm not gonna lie.
I think that for rape, I think if you took away all the... This is why I don't like when people bring up like pregnancy or STDs either. If you take away all the physical trauma, and if you take away like the chance of STD or pregnancy from rape, I think it's still basically just as bad. I don't think it affects it almost at all. Like if rape is like 100 points bad, and you got rid of like STIs, any pain, and the chance of pregnancy, I think it would be like 100 to 99. It would like be very, very, very little like not as bad, but it would still basically be as bad, I think.
Are we assuming the vaginas are wet?
Probably not that wet. If you're getting raped, I would imagine.
Actually, you'd be surprised.
I know it can happen. Oh my god, it's like the most autistic. I know it can happen. You can also come while getting raped. It's possible, but on the whole, you're probably not going to be as wet while getting raped as you would be in a consensual sexual interaction with foreplay. Otherwise, women wouldn't complain about not having foreplay to get wet before they have sex. In general, you're not going to be as wet getting raped as you are like having a consensual sexual interaction.
Well, considering what Zerka said earlier, that 85% of people are. All right, let's just stop.
Good one.
Let's just stop. Okay, actually, Nino, you want to ask another Zerka question?
I didn't mean it to be a Zerka question, and by the way, this is the worst insult I've ever had in my life.
It's not an insult. I really thought it was a Zerka question. But okay, well, actually, I'm curious. Why did you want to know?
I'm just curious what the general population and you guys think about this, like general population, aka Destiny's fans. Yeah, that's all.
Way to go. I bet you feel like an asshole now, huh?
No, I don't. Not at all. That was a Zerka question, but I stand by that.
Okay.
I want to... Brittany, do you have anything else you want to say on this before I might change the
No,
topic
please,
a little bit?
go ahead.
Okay. So, Destiny, I'm curious because I recently saw some articles coming out of Scotland that I thought were really interesting.
Mhm.
And I want to ask you, this is your favorite topic, the trans topic. I want to ask you, do you feel as though trans women should have access to women's spaces and it should be normalized?
Probably not.
No?
No.
Why?
Well, wait, hold on. When we say women's spaces, what do we mean?
Be it restrooms, change rooms, sports rooms,
Sorry,
whatever.
I was thinking like fucking college sports. I'm sorry. I think at that point it depends on how much the person passes. I think like 95% of trans women will be able to sort themselves appropriately. If you're getting
how much they pass? What do you mean by that?
Like if you like Blair White is not going to be going into a boys' bathroom ever, and she probably shouldn't be, right?
So you think we should acknowledge their transness based off how much effort they've put into looking like the stereotype of a woman?
A little bit, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, some people get real triggered about that, but when people say that like I'm a trans woman in their profile and they've got like full on fucking beards and they present masculine in every way, I don't consider that a trans person. That's just somebody on Twitter that's really hungry for attention.
Can I tell you guys a story?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I just want to say quickly, after my assault, I went to a women's support group, and I really, really loved going there. It was really a safe space for me. It was so important. And then this very nice woman joined who happened to look like one of my brothers with a beard. And I was like, hey, I really love this space. Why are you here? And they were like, oh, I'm a woman. And I was like, okay. And then I just stopped going because, again, it's not my space. It's not my job. But I will say having a woman's space with a male-presenting looking person is really difficult to process. Sometimes in support spaces, but in every other space, like I'm super into LGBT things. I'm pro-trans, obviously, super pro-trans. And I'm very comfortable with most people in most spaces. I'm super comfortable going to the men's bathroom and all that stuff. But holy crap, in a support group, the last thing you want to see is a trans woman who isn't passing.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, it's really fucking hard.
I mean, okay, when you say passing, what does that mean? Like if you
doesn't remind me of a man.
Oh, okay. So I got a big problem with this framework. Now, I don't believe in this kind of stuff, but considering what I understand to be the framework on this kind of conversation, if you're saying I think most people can look at a trans woman and tell it's a trans woman. So even if they're making an effort, them passing is just not going to be very likely. So by your idea, most of them would not be admitted to women's spaces because most people can tell a trans woman is a trans woman.
I think the trans women that get on TV are different than the ones I usually meet because I usually can't tell as much, but sometimes like they're passing enough. Like, look, if ContraPoints came to a women's support group, nobody would get triggered. She doesn't look like a man. She's a woman for all purposes. Like Natalie Wynn looks like a woman, acts like a woman, lives as a woman. Like I don't think would trigger anyone who was afraid of men.
I will say that like this is super anecdotal, and I acknowledge that. But I think that you, it sounds so bad to say, but I think you tend to see like the worst of the worst online. I think in real life, like trans women tend to be a lot different than what you see online. Like they make a decent effort to be like femme presenting. A lot of them pass and you have no idea about it. But like, it's one of those things where it's like, even I do this shit where I'll be like, I hate plastic surgery and I hate the way that it looks. And I'll say shit like that. But then like somebody will check me eventually like, well, hold on. How do you know when you've seen plastic surgery that looks good? You probably don't even know. You probably just think it's natural. It's like, actually, yeah, probably. So I think it's one of those things where like, you'll see every trans woman that doesn't pass, but you won't see the ones that do because you'll just see a woman.
Okay, okay. Even if I grant you guys, okay, maybe there's a bias there. Do you guys believe that most trans women pass?
I think trans women with resources.
No, okay, exactly. A lot of them don't have resources,
Yeah,
so basically this is
not.
also discrimination on a financial level because poor trans women would no longer have access to spaces because they can't afford the surgeries that they would need in order to be able to pass. So there's already discrimination there on a financial level, meaning they would not be able to feel safe because they can't afford to look like the traditional idea of what a woman is. And so by that, you guys are inherently being transphobic in a way or encouraging transphobia because you're gatekeeping poor people.
Yeah,
which I think is terrible.
That's a huge anti-trans medicalist argument.
Whoa! Somebody just screamed in my ear.
Was that me?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it was you.
My bad.
Do you want to go?
Too close to the microphone. My bad. I didn't mean to. I was just gonna say, when I've been in like females' bathrooms, the only times I've ever been jump scared is by like butch lesbians, and even then, I'm like, am I in the right bathroom? So I go back out and just check. But like, I like that. Isn't that just kind of weird towards sort of, like cis women that might look more masculine as well?
Can I tell you how many times people have been like, are you a man? I'm like, what? And they're like, are you trans? And I'm like,
in real life? No
shot. There's no way. There's no. How many times?
From behind, I have been called sir
from behind
multiple times.
Nigga.
But let me
you must be wearing the wildest fucking outfits to get that.
Listen.
I can relate. I look like a boy sometimes.
Listen, I get it, but people do look at me and they have like very ethnic-y features compared to other girls, and so they're like, "Oh, that's an interesting nose you have, Brittany. Tell me about the origin of that nose." And I'm like,
That doesn't mean they think you're a dude. Like, nah, you capping super hard.
I'm feeling the caps.
That's the follow-up. No, I swear to God, the number one insult I get is like, this woman's obviously trans, right? Like, I'm like, oh my God, even in real life. No, swear to God, even, I swear. But that's the thing. That's why I'm so lenient on people, because I know like everyone looks different. So if you ask me, if you have feminine features, even if you're poor and you're just wearing like a nice wig, girl, I'm gonna call you a she. Because like I know how hard it is for even cis women to be like not looked at questionably, not generally, just it happens.
So for you to pass, all they gotta do is wear a wig.
They don't even have to, yeah, kind of. They have to wear the wig, I think. I want to say not even the wig. Here's the thing. Emotionally, I will accept you no matter what you look like. But from, like, if I'm just looking at you, it would be nicer if you came to women's spaces looking more sort of like a woman, whatever that means.
Okay, I don't think most people would agree with that take. I don't think wearing a wig would make you pass for vast majority of people. I do not believe that most people see a male, and if they put on a wig, they're like, oh, that's clearly a trans woman. Like, that's just not happening. They wouldn't pass that person as a cis woman. That's just not happening. So I'm actually curious, Destiny, in your take, what do you like? I asked the question earlier: is it ethical to price gate poor trans women out of women's spaces because they can't afford the necessary surgeries to pass, and therefore you don't feel like that's discrimination of some sort, or it's a bad thing?
It's discrimination, but I don't think it's necessarily bad. I mean, you can't compromise the safety and the feeling of safety of everybody there because some people can't afford to pass. I think it sucks, but I'm sorry, but...
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Well, with bathrooms, though, I mean, isn't your behavior the more important part? Like, as long as you're not standing
in the
up
West,
and pissing.
I'm sorry, in the United States, we gender segregate our bathrooms really hard. If we were in, like, Sweden or something, maybe it'd be different, but...
Okay, so we don't even have to do bathrooms. So let's take women's prisons. Is a wig enough to get you in a woman's prison?
Okay, I am way too progressive for this conversation, but not enough. But I will say this, like, I fully accept LGBT people. I've met a lot of non-passing trans people and who, listen, who feel very non-threatening.
Here come the disclaimers.
So
can we do this rest of this conversation with just no disclaimers? Because it's actually
so
fucking
like we
exhausting.
already know what you're gonna.
Oh
I love
God.
gay people. I love them. It just disgusts me.
Give us your most transphobic take, Brittany. Go ahead.
I'm telling it for you guys because like I can't imagine being afraid to be in a prison with a trans woman for any other, like even a man really who wasn't threatening to me. But that's the thing, is the trans woman herself threatening to the women? Because aren't women afraid of other women in women's prisons? Just
nowhere
like more
near
so
the
of
extent
the men
that they would be of men.
I agree. But trans women tend to be, how do I say this nicely? Like more feminine, literally, because they're women, like in a different way. So I'm less threatened by a trans woman than a man. Absolutely.
Abba's not getting at like Taft or ContraPoints.
Yeah,
what
but even
Abba's
so,
hinting
like,
at, Abba's hinting at.
Yeah, even a strong, independent trans woman who happens to be in prison with you.
What
Absolutely.
the fuck is that description?
Well, I'm
strong, independent.
Well, you know what he's
I
trying
can
to say.
I just want to take a sidebar. No.
Strong person of color.
Yeah,
LGBT plus.
Yeah, with fucking bulging muscles. Let's just keep it a stack, okay? Because I think this is one of the worst parts about libs in these kind of political conversations. Anything that's controversial, these motherfuckers have to give a million disclaimers before saying something so fucking milquetoast. Just say what you goddamn think. We don't need to know you love trans people, okay? Just say.
I don't think it matters that they're trans in women's prisons. I think it matters of the individual, who the individual is, and how they're going to impact the other prisoners. I don't think it matters that they were male.
In the UK, they have a trans wing for transgender people now, as much for their protection as, you know, for the protection of other people that might have been put in.
Okay, but I want to go back to the original question. The question I was posing to Destiny was essentially, should they get access to these spaces if they don't do enough to pass? And your answer is no.
Correct. They need a certain level of passing to get there, yeah.
Okay.
Who is IDing people in these bathrooms?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, no.
Wait, what did you say? Hold on. Wait, what did you just say?
Who is standing outside these bathrooms and checking people's ID?
All of us do that. What do you mean? All of us check for people in the bathroom. We look at somebody. Everybody looks at somebody.
Nobody is stopping.
Everybody looks. You absolutely would. If a man walked into a bathroom, there'd be people shouting and screaming. What are you talking about? Everybody is doing this constantly.
I definitely do. I use men's bathrooms if the women's line is too long, and men usually don't have a problem with it.
I do too.
But here's the thing: if a man told me, "Hey, I know you're using the bathroom, but I'm actually super uncomfortable taking a shit next to a woman," I'd be like, "My bad, dude," and I'd leave.
Okay,
100%.
Forget the bathroom, because I think the bathroom is the dumbest example. I prefer choosing either the prison or the change room, because I think those are probably a little bit more of a vulnerable space. A bathroom, I think you can like skirt around, so I don't even like using that one. When I'm talking about women's spaces, and I'm just having this conversation in general, I think a lot of people give the lip service of like trans women are women, and they go up and they just keep repeating the slogan. But then you start posing them the more difficult question. It's like, can you revoke a trans person's right based off of how much they pass or what evil they've done? I just saw in Scotland they refused to allow trans women who've had sexual assaults on their record in women's prisons. But I'm like, does she stop being a woman because she's raped before? Or like, how does that function? I don't think that's the right thing.
Rapists?
That they do, but they don't allow trans women who've raped to go into there. Now, if you ask me personally, I think that is the correct thing because I don't really buy into this whole ideology. But if you do believe that trans women are women, how can you revoke their ability to have access to these prisons just because their criminal record is different than other trans women? That seems completely discriminatory, and I think it contradicts the idea. I think it contradicts the idea that you believe trans women are women. You believe trans women are women with asterisks. They have to have a perfect record. They have to have enough money to be able to pass perfectly. They have to reach a certain threshold in terms of societal standards of what a woman should look like. You don't actually believe trans women are women. You have a whole bunch of caveats around it.
Why don't we just have sexual predators in another jail or sexual offenders?
I was going to say, were they put into a men's prison or were they put into
they were put in men's prison. They're being put in a women's prison.
That's weird because in the UK we do have a transgender wing now, but maybe this was prior.
What, in every place in the UK? Like in every place you guys have a wing, or do they all?
Wait, in the UK or in England?
It's in England, but you know, Scotland is part of the UK, as is England.
Wait, hold on. Does Scotland send its prisoners to England? Do you guys do that? Do they just go anywhere? Is it all over the country? Or?
In this kind of mitigating circumstance.
But I don't think it matters. I don't even think it matters. You can make trans wings. You're still discriminating against them. You're telling them they don't have access to the women's spaces, which means you don't feel that they are women. If you're saying trans women are women, but go to this other bathroom because you're trans, you don't see them as women.
Well, so the reason the trans wing works is because if they are still potentially a danger to women, i.e. they haven't had the surgery, etc., they are still potentially a danger to them, but they're also a danger, like they may get hurt by the men, therefore they can't be put with the men, but they also can't be put with the women, so this was what was put forth as a compromise. I don't know if this is still the same if the transgender woman has gone through complete transitioning, but this is for, pre-transition.
Okay, but I still want to go back to the original point, which is like they don't feel like they're women, which I think is what really matters here. Whether they create a trans wing or whatever it is, at the end of the day, they're segregating them. You can say it's for their safety, you can say it's for this, you can say for whatever, but the reason you're really not giving them the space is because you feel like they're drastically different than cis women. And so therefore they should have no space.
Trans women are cis women. Nobody thinks that.
Well, that's what I was getting at, is some people do that slogan of like trans women are women, trans women are women. And it's like, that's kind of dumb.
Trans women are women doesn't mean trans women are cis women.
Okay.
So do you think trans women would be accepting of the fact that, you can take the sports example. Trans women don't want to compete against trans women. They want to compete against cis women. The reason why is because people feel trans women are women. So I don't want to get into minute details of like, well, they're different by biology. What I'm trying to get at is that these spaces are important to trans women because they want to be in the spaces as the gender they express as. I don't understand how you can discriminate them against these spaces and also believe that trans women are women.
I agree with that.
Trans women are women doesn't mean trans women are cis women. They don't mean
so I agree. So then bathrooms should be only for the cis women, since that's what it's originally for.
For what reason?
Because trans women aren't cis women. No, because trans women aren't cis women.
There's no reason for them to be gendered at this point anyway.
What?
They're just fucking toilets. They don't need a gender. It's stupid as it is.
Do you think the same thing about? Do you feel the same thing about change rooms? Do you think men and women should just be changing the same room?
I don't get naked in front of random people at all. I think
that's not. I just want you to engage with the question. I don't want to. What your weird proclivities are. I don't really care.
Yeah, but
I'm asking you in general. Should change rooms be co-ed? All of them.
No, but like there should be the option for people to have private changing rooms, so it doesn't matter what.
Okay, but that's not possible. That's too expensive to do in every space. So let's hold up. We're doing this stupid thing.
Everywhere in England.
All right, Destiny, can you engage with the question? Destiny, can you engage with the question? Because this is a waste of my time. So I want to get to the point of it.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with anything you're saying, so I don't know why you want me to engage.
Okay, all right. Well, then in that case, I guess you just have a tremendous transphobic point of view.
Yeah, that's why people call me transphobic. I'm like a transmedicalist.
Okay. All right. Good. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude, but I just think it's kind of silly when I'm trying to get to like.
This is Kelly. This is what she does. Okay.
Yeah, to me it's like I just think it's dumb. Like we're trying to have a general conversation for most society. If you just come in and be like, well, I'm very comfortable with my sexuality, so I can get naked in front of everybody. It's like I'm not talking about you specifically. I just think on a macro scale, there are certain things that we expect for society to function, and it just doesn't seem logical to have this whole slogan of trans women are women. They want access to these spaces, but we're not going to give them access to these spaces because trans women should be segregated. They should be kept safe. Like that, just you can't have those two things coincide. So I think that's what I wanted to talk about. Not necessarily like, oh well, let's just change all bathrooms and let's change all change rooms and let's create a trans wing. Like that's not a feasible solution. Like people say, let's create a trans bathroom.
I've been to multiple gyms and etc. etc. I've never had to like change in front of other people and swimming pools and stuff. The way they're already set up in the UK, people just don't like getting naked in front of random people.
Hold on, wait a second.
I mean, maybe it's
gym
different in the
changing
US,
rooms in
I
the UK are all just one giant room? Or I'm sorry, are you all
they're
get
not.
separate rooms for everything? Is that true?
There are always some separate rooms in every gym and every swimming pool that I've ever been to. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I've never been in a gym like that in the United States, unless the women's ones are different, I guess.
I know. So like in England, especially all the swimming pools, they have like the group changing rooms as well for kids and stuff too. So I don't know, but like it's yeah. I don't know. Well, maybe we're just prudish, so we don't like being naked in front of anyone. That is entirely possible. I don't know.
Destiny, what do you think the question I raised in terms of ethics and like how to deal with the whole trans topic? What do you think this means for the general discourse? Because generally, I don't think people. I think the question I raised I think is a tough one to answer. So, what do you think the mainstream view of the whole trans issue, like from the left, would? How do you think they would react to the question I raised?
Probably horribly.
Which is?
It's just a bunch of people screaming slogans at each other and being retarded. Like that's where the conversation is.
To me, I'm more progressive than Steven. Ask me.
Well, but you're sharing opinions with both of us, I think, it sounds like. So, like, most people are going to either scream at you trans women are women, or they're going to scream trans women are trying to rape little girls in the bathroom. Like, that's where the conversation is publicly. It's fucking completely retarded.
I don't even think men are trying to rape women in bathrooms. I think yeah, go ahead.
I'm actually curious. Do you think that these people, if they found out the trans woman was a sex offender who had raped 2 women and they were going to jail for that, if they found out that woman, trans woman, was not going to be put into women's prison, do you think they would fight that or they'd accept it? And the reason why I ask is that if they accept that trans women should not be in a prison with cis women, they're essentially saying that there's a strong distinction between trans women and cis women, and that trans women aren't actually women and shouldn't have access to women's spaces. Am I wrong?
Can you say it again, Abba, for me?
I couldn't follow that, to be clear, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, if you believe trans women are women, okay, and then you come to find out that a trans woman who had raped 2 people was going to jail, but was not going to be put in the women's prison because of those rapes, and you accept that, then I think you don't actually believe that trans women are women.
I agree with that. I don't think people do think trans people are trans. Like, I think people are trans. Like, I don't think people actually think trans women are women.
Careful.
Except trans women and people who... Because, like, the thing is, you can't erase the male and female part. So what they believe is spiritually, personally, they are women. I believe they're women. But I believe they're women, which is different.
Really weird. The conversation online has shifted a little bit more extreme to where there are people that push for, like, actually trans women are biological women.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, those people deserve to exist in their little bubble in the universe, right? But here, oh guys, I can generalize with you right now. Generally speaking, on a mass scale, I personally wish we could get to the point where like gender isn't the issue. It's more like offensive violence and the potential for that, because there are men who I think would agree they'd rather be put in a woman's prison and they're not going to be violent towards those women. So I think we're all just afraid to admit that like we're afraid of violence no matter the gender.
But the issue is that like 98%. Well, what do you mean? Of course that's true what she just said. I'd rather be put in a woman's prison.
Yeah, I bet you would.
Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, but the problem is that violence is very gendered, right? Like
yeah, but okay, well, men, don't you about to say violence is gendered and men are violent, and then men get mad when women are afraid of men?
I'm not mad when women are afraid of men. I think that's
perfectly
valid.
Neither am I. I just don't think just because you're afraid that entitles you to do and say anything you want.
Sure, of course
not. Well, that's the dilemma, right? People feel that way about trans women. They're like, well, you're a man, so you're going to hurt women. And then women go, well, you're a man, you're going to hurt women. But we're all butthurt about it.
Whoa. They're not men. They're trans women.
Well,
They're
let's
women.
wait, real quick. Okay, you mentioned earlier that you had a safe space for therapy, right?
It was a women's group, but not for therapy. It was just a support group.
Okay,
for
but
people who wanted
regardless,
to go.
right?
Yeah.
In your mind, what is like the purpose of a safe space?
To give people a space to feel safe and where they could talk about things that people came to talk about. So, like, maybe in this case, it would be like my assault or stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think the purpose of a safe space is that, like, you're in that space with people that have a similar subset of things that they're dealing with, and then you don't have to worry about, like, caveating or keeping something in mind because you don't have to worry about appealing to somebody that doesn't belong in that space. That's, like, the point of a safe space. I think that the issue is when we talk about like bathrooms and locker rooms and stuff like that, for a lot of women, to some extent, these are safe spaces. Like the way that women act when there are men present is going to be a little bit different than the way women might act when there are no men present. And even if it's subtle, and even if there's not much that you, like it's not like the average man is like a rapist or a murderer or whatever, but like you're going to be a little bit more on guard and a little bit different in those spaces where men are present. So I think that's why people push for having some of these spaces separately. Like even if most men aren't murderers or rapists, sometimes you just don't want to be around men. Because
I will tell you, my mother will never be convinced to go to the bathroom with a man. She will never think that's reasonable.
Can
but
you stop
me,
saying a man? Just say trans woman.
No. I meant a cis man.
Okay.
I meant a cis man. But me, I have been to a lot of queer clubs, and the bathrooms are usually non-gendered. So I've gone to the bathroom with men like a billion times in my life. I don't even know how many. So when I think about it, I'm like, yeah, this is a safe space. But I would never let my mother go to those spaces because it would trigger her. Because like she doesn't understand the energy of the room. So I think that plays so much heavier into these things than we want to admit, that some of us, like all my gay guy friends, would definitely rather be in the women's prisons. Like they don't be with men, and let's say they're not sexual predators, right? It's like, yes, Brittany, would rather be with all genders in one space that aren't going to be violently raping each other. That's the space I want to be in. Which prison has that?
Probably the women one.
But women rape women. Like that's the thing. It's not like women aren't raping women and
Okay, if I were to look up the numbers, do you think that it would be about equivalent in terms of like sexual assault stuff in women's prisons versus women versus
men's prisons?
I
don't know.
I don't know how true that is, but I've actually heard that like lesbian relationships are fraught with like abuse. And,
but
I know that carries over to
Not
sexual.
equal to-
I don't believe that would carry over to sexual violence, but yeah. So
I
would
mean, in a prison, you're
probably
going to be having a much higher density of actual violent people.
That's the problem, right? And then rape is used often as a power play. So like the problem is, do lesbians rape for power in prison as much as men rape for power in prison?
Yeah.
I don't know.
My guess is going to be that
my
guess is going to be in general, women's prisons are probably less violent than men's prisons. That's my guess. I could be wrong. It's probably a Google search away if somebody wants to look it up. But
yeah, I'd probably agree with this.
I mean, I've seen Orange is the New Black, so there's a lot of violence. But yeah, I don't know. That's a great question, actually. Probably less, I would assume so. But women are less prone to violence because we're like, honestly, we're like, let's just like not. And our egos aren't associated with it.
The reason why I brought all this stuff is because Destiny, at least his framework makes more sense to me because I think it's actually pragmatic and can work on a like macro scale to some degree. It would require some amount of discrimination because like the barometer by which you would decide whether or not somebody passes would be somewhat not. It would be subjective. You would agree, Destiny? Like,
yeah, a little
not
bit. Of course.
Yeah. Okay. And I think it would also discriminate because some men or some males already born with more feminine features are going to have a lot easier time passing than others, and so the amount of surgery investment required would be drastically different. And so knowing all these things, what you describe as a framework is so drastically different than what I hear in the mainstream, which is like the moment you say you are, and so there's no one who can question you. And to me, that just doesn't make any sense because then if you have no barometer, then you'd basically be accepting anybody who says they are as a trans woman. But I also have seen that when there's been a few cases of like trans women who've raped people in the bathrooms or done some sexual assault in this very minority cases, people have discredited their transness immediately because they're like, well, no, they're not a trans woman, they're a sex offender, or that they're not trans. These are just people using advantage. Like you shouldn't judge all trans people by that. But I'm like, how do you just take away their transness the moment they do something evil? I just don't understand that.
Usually,
it feels like
this isn't the case for people that were clearly trans prior to them doing
what does that mean, though?
whatever crime was. Well, there are people that start to transition as they've already been charged with the crime, and that's usually why this topic of conversation gets brought up. It's not people that were already trans for several years prior to, you know, being violent or whatever it is they did.
Okay.
So, I'm actually curious. When you say transition, you don't mean surgery. You just mean like they've identified with a new name and they've started publicly appearing as the other.
Yeah, so there's only really been a few cases, but each time, at least the ones that had the most publicity to them, they started to say that they were trans through the middle of the court case, right? So it was quite a while after they committed the crime.
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
Okay.
So people start to doubt what their intentions were because of it, and that may or may not be fair. I don't know. So, but that's why.
Okay, guys.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go. No, go. I'm reading NPR to give us, or PBS to give us.
I'm actually
info.
curious. So basically, we're judging how valid it is based off of when they started transitioning or appearing in public transitioning, correct?
Yeah, well, we don't know what people's intentions are, do we? So there could have been no bad intention there at all, but also
Okay.
they could
Fair.
be trying to get sent to a less aggressive prison where they have an advantage socially, I guess.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, you want to say something about NPR?
Okay, this is 2018, so this is a little outdated. This is kind of crazy. They're saying there's 2 million Americans in jail, and they're like more than 200,000 of them are female. And I'm like, wait, that few of women are the ones, that many of men are in prison? What is going on?
America has the highest prison population in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But I didn't know a majority of them were actually that many men over women. That's 200,000 women. That's it. That's insane compared to all those men.
Men
that's
commit
awful.
isn't it like men commit like 98% of violent crimes? Yeah, I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Well, in this, they're saying prison is harder for women because of like reproductive stuff and periods, which is not what I'm talking. I want to know violence statistics, people. So obviously, just in numbers alone, I'm gonna say that it sounds like men definitely just have a rougher time of prison. And
well, but it's not a numbers; it's a per capita thing, right? Because it's not like 2 million men are in one prison. Yeah.
No, you're right.
So if out of those 200,000, 100,000 of them are being extremely violent
Yeah,
and
you're
raping
right,
in
you're
jail, that would probably be higher than the male population.
Yeah, you're right.
By the stats that I looked at, it looked like they were more likely to be raped by male staff, like the women that are in prison. So
in which
prison
system? The women are more likely to be raped by staff.
Yeah, they have a.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I thought you were trying to say like the men are more likely to be raped by staff. I'm like, no shot. I don't believe that whatsoever.
Yeah.
But the women, I didn't believe that for a second, but I believe it for the women.
Incarcerated women are 30 times more likely to be raped than free women, even though women account for less than 10%.
Yeah, okay, this is gonna sound. This is gonna sound super fucked
I
up.
can link you.
This is gonna sound super fucked up, but the staff are men. These are all women in prison. How many of them know they're not gonna get out for some long time and just want some dick? Now, technically, you can't consent because you're a prisoner. But I am very confident that there's a bunch of these women who probably want to fuck these dudes to get favors out of them or just get some dick because they're going to be there for a long time. They probably miss that shit. But technically, a prisoner can't consent, so it's very unethical and pretty fucked up.
I can't believe you'd even fucking say that. Jesus.
That's facts.
I need to find the initial source for this because.
Well, I just want to know what country.
Broken.
Like, are we doing a global? Yeah, because I think that matters.
I think it was America, but let me check.
Oh, okay.
Because
I don't want to also assume.
Imagine being a prison guard and the female prisoner's like, bro, I'll suck your dick for a cigarette. I'm like, God, is she fired too?
Jesus Christ. You're one step away from saying, imagine being a teacher at a poor community college, and she's like, I'll suck your dick for an A, and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, but you know what the problem is? Nobody feels any sympathy for criminals.
True. Dehumanize them. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's it, man. Once you find out she murdered 3 people, it's like, yeah, suck that dick for that cigarette.
Jesus Christ.
Foul shit.
What the fuck?
I think you can. People make rape jokes about prisoners all the time and nobody cares. I think it's only once you get out of jail that those jokes matter.
True.
How do you guys feel about using rape as a revenge tactic against somebody who raped you?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, Zerka.
I was just saying, like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, we like, it's weird how we think about violence and sex and like trading favors. And I just like, I don't know, my brain went there. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought you were from Iraq, not from fucking Iran. Jesus.
You mean like hire someone to rape them?
So
Well,
like
yeah, I
you
was
want
thinking
to rape
about
your
like
rapist?
I was thinking about how everyone like, at least in my bubbles, like glorify. Like, yeah, I was thinking about the girl with the dragon tattoo. That's like how she gets her revenge, and it's like really satisfying to watch. 'Cause you're like,
Jesus
yeah, fuck that guy.
Christ.
For sure. And all he, like, it was pretty satisfying, but at the same time, like, is that justifiable? It's justifiable to kill your rapist, right? Like, people kill their rapists in self-defense. Like, a lot of people don't even understand how
That's
parents-
not. Yeah, self-defense is not the same as like,
Right,
if you
right,
had
right, for
murdered
sure.
your rapist. Ethically
Well,
speaking,
did you hear-
I would say it's wrong. Would I feel bad for the rapist? Absolutely not. But if you ask me if it's correct, no, I would say it's
That one. I
correct.
want to know if we feel bad. Do we feel bad when
If
we
your
cause-
rapist gets raped, no.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would feel bad if your rapist got raped.
There's a big element of self-defense that fundamentally changes how we deal with like scenarios where we're punishing people. So for instance, if you're like, could you murder somebody that Jesus, could you murder somebody that like like tried to kill your family or whatever? People would say yes, but if you would ask like, could I rape them or could I torture them? I don't think people would be okay with that.
Yeah, yeah. See,
Yeah,
we
I'm
like a swift
dying.
death.
Wow.
We
I'm
like a
dying.
swift. That's what I'm saying. We would rather die. We would rather kill
Wait, what did I
than
miss?
like cause like rape people.
Because
Go ahead,
Rick
Emma.
brings up like, yeah, you know, like how crazy it is when people they murder folks in self-defense. I'm like, what are you gonna rape in self-defense? Like, how do you?
I'm just saying.
Well, there are some countries. I think in Iran they actually do that. Don't they do the eye for an eye shit there?
No, that's not raping in self-defense. And what scenario? Someone penetrated you,
Oh.
like, fuck off, get off me. Now it's my turn.
Well,
Like,
hold
that's
on.
just
Listen,
not-
Abba. In a world where people can be forced to eat somebody's ass,
Yeah.
anything's
yeah, good
possible.
point.
Okay.
Abba's just lost it. He's gone.
So wait, you guys think it's okay to like you get raped and then you go kill your rapist?
I would say I'd give that one a big no. Oh wait. Go kill your rapist.
Like hunt them down.
That's a hard one.
No, like they rape you.
retaliation as opposed to
Yeah,
defense.
and then you just kill them.
I think that's one
What
of
do you
those
mean by-
things. It's hard to say, but I think socially speaking, there are some things that like I would understand. I don't think you should do them, but I'd understand it. I don't know if I'd punish for it. Like the one I always think of is that like if somebody like rapes or like tortures or does some like bad shit to your kid and like the parent like hunts them down and kills them, like you shouldn't do that. It's not good. But like, damn, am I really gonna like come at somebody for doing that? I don't know.
And there's a lot of
there was
reasons.
like there was that father.
Yeah, in
who,
the Texas courthouse,
beat
he
the
stood outside.
pedophile to near death.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Well, the reason
And-
why he was wrong, okay, even though like yes, we can all say go beat the guy who touched your kid. The problem is when people take on justice for themselves, oftentimes it's messy and it puts a lot of other people at risk. And that guy, if I remember correctly, when he went after the pedophile's father was also in the car, and it put his life in jeopardy as well. So the moment we start to allow for that on a societal level, we risk complete anarchy and a lot of innocent people being hurt as a result of people taking justice to their own hands.
Absolutely.
So that's why it's wrong on an ethical level. But if you ask me, would I think most people agree they would never feel bad if a pedophile was murdered by the parent of the person they abused. Like nobody would feel bad in that situation, but it doesn't mean it can make it right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it has to be 100%, right? Because the worry is like, what if a girl says, oh yeah, he raped me, and then he didn't, and that's why we have to have like a system and a law and everything, because that shit happens.
True.
God,
I
I
have a
must have
rape
jumped in
question.
like right when you guys moved on from the trans woman in prison.
You can bring it back. I'd love to hear your take on that.
Wait, who is talking? Why does it say 6 people are here? Are there more than 6 people?
There's 7.
Oh my
Seven.
god.
I have a rape question real fast
Whoa,
now
whoa.
that we're on this topic.
Go for it.
Do you guys think that it's more traumatic for a victim who was raped to have enjoyed it and let's say orgasmed than a victim who had a horrible time? I mean, they both in both situations they have horrible time, but I'm just saying like if they
I think it's worse for the person who orgasmed. That would fucking
Yeah,
haunt
I'm gonna
me.
feel
I would
That would
agree.
make me feel like shit. That would make me feel
Yeah.
1,000 times worse.
Abba, why are you laughing?
Because
This
these
is the
are
way you
crazy
said it.
questions.
This is the way
No,
you said
I know,
it.
but-
Do you think it's worse for the person who had an orgasm, or do you think the one who
bilingual,
didn't
so-
enjoy it?
Well, you
Okay.
feel like super guilty and kind of beat yourself up over that kind of thing, right? For a long
I mean,
time. It
like
really
100
carries
times
with
more.
you.
I think
Yeah, but I
both are
mean, when
bad,
you
just
orgasm, there's
differently.
a physical pleasure, right?
Well,
That
your
you
body's
can't-
having an experience that your mind could not be having.
Exactly. So
Mhm.
that's why I mean, like, that's what I meant by that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, women have reported that happening. I think, yeah, that would feel worse. But I.
Trauma tier list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it would be much worse.
But it isn't worse, and if you're hearing this, you're valid and I love you.
True.
You know, what'd be so fucked up. You know how so many women report never having orgasm. Like,
Stop.
imagine it's like
Oh
the
my
first
God.
time. That's really fucked up. I think that's S tier. The
Jesus.
first time you ever orgasm is through that. Like that
S-tier.
will that'll just in terms of trauma.
Fucking
That would be so sad.
Okay.
That would be so sad.
Agreed. So wait, Zonia, is that the name?
Hello.
Yes. So what did you want to talk about in regards to that topic?
Well, you seem like you've moved pretty far on from it, so I wasn't sure where you were. I kind of caught some of it, then I had to go and do something, then I come back, jump on, and you guys.
Yeah,
have
if you
moved on.
do you want to talk about the portion you did here?
Yeah, so you're talking about like how to decide whether or not like where someone should go in terms of the prison. And so there was like somebody brought up saying, well, like in this case, I think it was Kelly, like in this case, the person was transitioning after they had committed their crime that brought them into prison. And then you guys started talking about, well, what are what is like the instances of violence among prison inmates, masculine or male to female. So that was about the time where I jumped out. So I was like, from my perspective.
Can I just summarize what the disagreement was about, and then you can just let me know what you
that'd
think?
be great.
Yeah, that'd probably just be easier. So my issue is that essentially we operate under the framework that trans women are women. The moment they say they are, they are. And so basically what happened is I gave the example of the trans woman who had been accused, who's currently under trial for multiple violent sexual assaults against women. And they were being denied access to women's prison as a result of their sexual potential sexual conviction. They didn't want that inmate in there with other women.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question was, how can you say that trans women are women if the moment that they do something criminal, you revoke their access to normal women's spaces that you wouldn't to other cis women? Meaning, like, if a cis woman had raped two people, she wouldn't be barred from going to a prison with other cis women. But because it's a trans woman, all of a sudden her womanhood is denied. And so how is that ethical? And so, yeah, that was the question I was posing.
Yeah, okay, that's actually a really good question. And yeah, like philosophically, it's kind of inconsistent, right? Because we're sitting there, we're saying, well, you know, you're a woman, but there are these qualifiers that make us no longer see you as a woman, at least the way we treat you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think the way that I kind of view that thing is you have to. When it comes to ethics, there are some things where you have to yield to, okay, this may not be as socially ethical, but when it comes to the protection of the people that we care for, we have to draw a line there and say, well, we are going to have to treat you differently. I think some ways in which that can be managed is by some form of like administrative segregation inside of the prison. And that still is pretty shitty to do because administrative segregation is unfortunately kind of, it's not very healthy because you're separating them from the general population and isolating them. But they will also be safer because but you could do administrative segregation in like either one of the prisons, male or female. It's cruel either way. What I think probably would be the better approach to give them like transition time is to move them to the women's prison, but to administratively segregate them there. And over time, as they go through, you know, maybe a gradual period of combination of socialization and maybe even medical transition,
Mm-hmm.
it can be decided by like the warden or whatever they have for this, you know, board of, you know, ethics board or something that makes these decisions can decide whether or not to better integrate them or integrate them on a trial basis with the general population of the prison.
Yeah, see, I would disagree with that, and the reason why is because you wouldn't do that to cis women who are convicted of the same crimes. And so what it indicates to me is that while it's a very pragmatic approach, and I don't disagree, what it flies in the face of is the idea that trans women are women. Because here you have both a trans woman who's committed multiple rapes, and then a cis woman who's committed multiple rapes, yet you only segregate the trans woman for her sex crimes. To me, that indicates that the difference between the two is not the offense or anything like that, but the fact that the trans woman shouldn't have space because she's trans. Access to the space because she's trans, sorry.
But sometimes you kind of have to do that sort of thing to keep other people safe. Like I take it from my perspective. This is the way that I would kind of view it, and this is obviously purely an anecdotal kind of demonstration. But so I'm a trans woman. And I transitioned as an adult. So I had already fully developed masculinely by the time that I had transitioned, but I've been on HRT for a very long time. And so I would be worried, honestly, if like another trans woman who had sexually assaulted multiple women and then transitioned after being convicted, I would be worried because that person went into the system as a violent sex offender who is, has all their testosterone and everything, and they're just transitioning, and they would be a danger for me because they could easily overpower me or potentially easily overpower me, right?
Would you feel different if they hadn't transitioned recently? What if they'd pretty much gone most of their life most of their adult life as a trans woman?
That would balance things out a lot more. Then I would feel a little bit safer, because a guy like a fully grown man, even a teen boy who's like late in puberty, could really do some damage to me if I'm not prepared.
Yeah, just ask Cat Williams. Sorry, I'm sorry.
So it's something I would be concerned about. And then if they have a violent track record, and particularly for taking advantage of vulnerable people and violently assaulting them and sexually assaulting them, yeah, there's a lot for me to be worried about there.
Okay, so this is interesting. So I guess based off your framework, you acknowledge that trans women are women, but if they have a violent past, there's certain women's spaces that they shouldn't have access to, based off if they're trans women.
If there's demonstrated track record, right? So in the case of law, and they've been tried and convicted, right? So I wouldn't want to go based on just like superstition, or whatever, or people's biases about women who have recently transitioned, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think that there's any inconsistency there. If you believe that trans women are women, but you don't believe that trans women are like cis women, obviously, you can still think that trans women are women without acknowledging that they're not the same as cis women.
I agree. What becomes the issue is that you start... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I say, and I can recognize that I know the difference, like going from being a fully developed male and transitioning, going through HRT, a lot of changes happen for me that are very noticeable. It's much harder for me to keep on muscle mass. I lost a lot of it, and I also lost a bit of my more aggressive edge over time. So, those are things that were very distinct changes in me that I noticed, and so it's a big difference. So when you have somebody who is recently transitioned, who has a pattern of hurting people and taking advantage of vulnerable people, yeah, I could it's something to definitely be a little worried about when they're in the presence of a bunch of people who are not as likely to have those traits and are certainly not as likely to have the physical capacity stacked up against them, or at least to balance it out, right?
Do you guys think any of us would survive prison?
I would not.
My chat says we would never survive.
I sorry, but I cut off Abatha when he was in the middle of saying something.
I mean,
yeah. Go ahead.
I like sleeping with women, so I could manage. I would just find like whoever is the strongest, baddest bitch in there, and then just be
her bottom bitch, be her queen bottom bitch. What?
It would be fine.
Somebody's been watching Orange is the New Black.
True.
So I think what's interesting here is that based off the violent nature of the individual in question, I think what ends up happening is that a portion of their transness gets kind of denied, or their idea or their access to women's spaces gets denied based off of their behavior. And I think what that implies is that there's a certain level of danger and added danger to trans women that cis women don't have. Sorry.
I think this is pretty easy to deconflict, actually. It seems like the conflict that you're trying to address is the fact that if you ever have to make any distinction between trans women and cis women and separate them physically based on physiological differences, then you're not recognizing trans women as women or something like that. Is that correct?
Pretty close to that, yeah.
Do you want to clarify what I'm missing?
I don't think it's just you're not just seeing them as women. I think it also... Yeah, actually, you know what? I think I'll start there, and if I find any objections afterwards, I'll let you know.
Okay. It seems like this might be one case where the distinction between like female and women has some use, where women is like the cultural whatever performance of femaleness or something like that, or that comes out of femaleness. And that trans women, typically we expect like transitioning to be a thing that is meant to sort of, be effective in treating like gender dysphoria, which is like a sexual feeling like you're born in the wrong body or whatever. There's like some mismatch between what your sex is and what sex you feel like or something like that. And then like doing the cultural performance of a woman like helps ameliorate that or something, right? In the case of prisons, like I'm curious, Kelly Jean, you seem really reticent to recognize that there should be any sort of separation between sexes with prison. I feel like when it comes to prison...
No, I wasn't.
Okay, well earlier when you were asked if somebody who was like big and burly and brawny like a male, but identified as a woman, were to enter a woman's prison, you didn't seem to have any problem with that.
No, I did.
I think she's talking about bathrooms.
Maybe it was to talk about bathrooms, sure, but it's not about prisons, no.
Okay, so... Right.
Although
so
I
we
don't
have
even think I said that about bathrooms, but I don't think anyone said
you
that.
did.
In fact, I'm not... No, I didn't. I said we have a transgender wing in the UK.
Okay, you talk... whatever. The
And
point
that I
is-
don't think that men should be in women's prisons or...
well, but they're not... They're
men,
identifying as
sorry.
women, right?
What I mean is men that have not transitioned, they still have a penis.
But... Oh,
in
so
women's
to you,
prisons.
they're only a trans woman if they have bottom surgery.
No, they're a danger to women. It doesn't matter if they're a trans woman.
Based on
if
what,
they're a
though?
danger.
Well, wait. When trans
Because
women
they
take
have a
medication,
penis.
doesn't it cause their penis to become basically like not functional?
There was a trans woman who raped women after being put in with the women, although she was put in like what is the word? Confinement, solitary confinement, but still somehow managed to rape other women.
Administrative
Do we think that this
segregation
one?
is what
Wait,
it
do we
was.
think this,
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Do we think this one trans woman or trans women are matching the numbers of the women already getting raped as it is? Like, how much more are they adding to the numbers?
Well, I mean, I don't know for UK stats. I hope that they're
That's
not
a
as
really
bad
good
as
question because, like,
really dystopian Americans.
you would expect at least one trans woman to rape somebody, right? Because people rape in
Sure.
prison, right? So
Yeah.
is just one, is that cause for concern? It would depend. Yeah, you'd have to break down the numbers, but that is true.
We
Okay.
can't stop all rape, but we can at least put in some safeguards. But also, we don't want trans women being, murdered by men either. So
right.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are highly likely to be raped in men's prisons. Like, that's pretty
Yeah,
much
yeah, yeah.
inevitable.
That's why we
and-
have a trans wing, because we're better.
Do trans wings have rape?
Oh, probably. We're doing our best. right?
Would somebody be up to dragging in a colleague of mine?
Real quick, I just wanted to address the ABBA thing real quick, because I feel like it's really pretty easy to disentangle this by just saying, like, with things like sports and prisons and stuff, we don't have that separation because of, like, the cultural differences or whatever social performances between men and women. It's because of the physiological differences, right? And even if somebody's on HRT or something like that, or somebody is taking hormones to try to, like, sexually transition to the other side, there's still going to be some separation. So it's not so much, you can still recognize that somebody is like a woman but has, still largely male physiology or something, right?
So I don't think that works, and the reason why I don't think that works is because that physiological difference is what I think makes a lot of females feel generally unsafe around males in general. So if you were saying trans women still carry that difference, then that would apply to any space where women might feel any kind of vulnerability. It could apply to bathrooms, it could apply to change rooms. So your idea, whilst I don't, it applies to every space that women traditionally.
Not every space, but
Well,
some
most
selective
spaces.
Not even most spaces, but
Well,
some selective spaces.
Hold up. The reason why we have
Spaces
women's
where
spaces.
where women would be going exclusively. The whole reason why there is a separation.
Exactly. Based on the physiological difference. So, like, trans women or women, I think, can apply to, like, I think nobody would question that this should apply for calling somebody ma'am at the grocery store, or whatever, like the woman, the trans woman that the GameStop that had like the viral meltdown or whatever. Like, it shouldn't be difficult. We should all just affirm that you should call somebody who's like presenting as a woman, even if they have still largely male physiology.
But that's not a woman's space. A grocery store is not a woman's space. I'm talking about traditional women's spaces. And the reason why most women's spaces exist is in order to feel safe from males. Have a
I
space
agree.
they don't have to worry about that influence. And so there is
the
no
reason that this
space.
is a problem is because there's a word game happening here where, like, most people haven't, like, they don't want to adopt or whatever. That, like, most people will just assume that women, the definition of woman is vagina haver. right?
Yes.
Like, people don't distinguish between female and women or whatever, the cultural and physiological difference between between women and female.
By the way, FK is in off topic. If you would.
Do we really need the 12th person in here right now? Is that...
well,
I can leave. I just wanted to just address that real quick. Well, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that, Abba, anyway. It seems like there's a little bit of word games happening with this.
I don't think there's a word game. As I understand it, the whole gender expression versus biology thing is something that some people believe in, and I think they make a stark difference for them, and that's fine. I have no issue with that. But I just think it's interesting that they acknowledge that. But the moment biology is brought up, then they start justifying the reasons why they would segregate trans women based off of female and sex. So it's like trans women are women, but they shouldn't have access to women's spaces because they're male. It's essentially what they're saying. So then they prioritize their sex over their gender in almost every woman's spaces. So if you're doing that, there is no time where you could say it's okay for trans women to be in women's spaces because they're always going to be male, and therefore that difference in physiology always exists.
Well, no, I mean, that's as simple as just saying trans women are women, but trans women aren't necessarily female.
I've said this about 8 times. You said it now. I'm sure they'll listen.
Destiny. Are you understanding what I'm saying, or like maybe?
I understand what you're saying, but he's saying that he's recognizing a distinction between sex and gender, but you're playing the trans women are women card with no distinction. That's the difference right now.
Right.
He's saying that sex and gender are different, and he's saying... Yeah.
The reason why I'm doing that is because the way society operates and the way that the trans discourse happens is because they're trying to eliminate that distinction as much as possible.
I understand, and I agree with you, and that's what I said. I said on Twitter, that's why I said that to Brittany earlier. That's like, well, some people are trying to say trans women are biologically women. There are people that say that, right?
Yes, so I think that's what I'm really arguing against.
Yeah,
if
but
you're
nobody
just saying
in
there's
here,
a difference, I would agree.
Yeah, no one in here has that position, so it's hard because nobody's truly representing that side of the argument.
Actually, they do. They are kind of playing
no
the line.
No one in here in this call, I think.
No, in this call, because some folks are saying no, trans women should have access to women's spaces, but then they say caveat when there's a threat or when their biology might be in effect, then they don't have.
They're saying trans women should have access to women's spaces when we're accounting for gender. Right? But trans women probably shouldn't have access to women's spaces when the sex is the really crucial difference.
So wait, hold on. I just want to say something, just to make sure I understand.
Sure.
As I understand it, the reason why folks didn't want women having access to the prisons is because there's a difference in biology, and so therefore it's a physical thing. It's about their sex, correct?
Okay.
Wait,
wait. This is super clear. This is super easy, okay? Sex and gender are two different things, okay? But most people say, right now that argue this, say sex and gender are two different things, okay? So women, in the gender sense, should have access to women's spaces when it doesn't matter that much in terms of what the sex is. But in sexual spaces where the sex matters, then that should be reserved for people of the female sex, which would exclude trans women. That's the argument that's being given.
Right.
So you can't say, but you're trying to say that, well, aren't you excluding their womenness in some points if you exclude them from those spaces? The counter argument is no, you're not, because they don't have the sex there. For instance, going to a gynecologist is reserved for people of the female sex, not for women. And to say that, well, if you're going to go to the doctor, you can't go to a gynecologist because you're not a woman, that's not excluding their transness. That's just recognizing the sex-gender distinction and saying you can't go there because you're not a biologically sex female, you're a trans woman. It's a different thing. That's the difference.
So women's prisons aren't women's prisons because the people who go there have long hair and wear dresses.
Like, for a little TMI, it's kind of like when I have to go for a prostate exam. It's not an invalidation of me being a woman. It's a very sex-specific thing.
And you have your own special healthcare, right? You have trans-affirming healthcare.
So,
like neither men or women.
When I'm generally talking about women's spaces, I'm either talking about the bathrooms, the change rooms, or the prisons or the sports spots. You want to talk about the hospitals and stuff, that's fine. The general contention that most people have when it comes to access these spaces, they're referring to bathrooms, they're referring to change rooms, and they're referring to places where they're actually very physically vulnerable.
And the reason this confusion happens is because there are people that fail to make this distinction on both sides, right? When people are answering that confusion on the left, it's because they're also not making the distinction between female and women. So they're just saying trans women are women. And that's why they also try to make arguments that now suddenly trans women are biologically female or something like that, or cis women, that there's no difference or something. It's on both sides of the
so let me ask you, I'll just keep it more simple. Do you feel like when it comes to change rooms and bathrooms, trans women should have access to those spaces?
It really depends. I guess they can. We could probably get to a place, right? I think a lot of that is societal. The reason we have a separation between bathrooms in the first place, I think, has a lot more to do with just social niceties and the things that we're sort of accustomed to. Because there are definitely places where there are no separations. You go to Tibet, every bathroom's a fucking hole in the ground with a knee-high wall where everybody can see for miles around. And
Really?
Okay,
male and female use the
we'll
same
just stick to North America. Do you think in the North American context, the way the bathrooms are currently set up, should they have access to those change rooms and those bathrooms?
Whether they should is going to depend on like the social attitudes by and large, and like what allows society to function. That's my answer to that. That's the only good answer I can give to that. Right now, it feels like we're not really ready, but we could be in a pretty short order.
I would say it would be great for us to move in that direction. So that would be the ideal direction to go.
Okay, so I just want to ask this question. Aren't the differences that exist in prison spaces as well as sports, or like even the implied physical differences, aren't they also going to be pronounced within bathrooms and change rooms as well?
No.
Okay, then I would just disagree with that.
Not as much
in sports, your success or your failure in the sport is directly tied into your sex. Whether or not you successfully use the bathroom, it doesn't matter if the person next to you has a dick or not.
And you're not forced to be there.
So here's my contention. Here's my point of contention. The reason why they were denying the trans women's access to the prisons for sex offense crimes is because their capacity for violence. So the ability to actually harm people is what they judged when they said you don't have access to a space. That capacity for violence still exists in other spaces where women are vulnerable, be it change rooms or bathrooms. So I don't understand what the difference is.
The difference is that it's not an expected violent arena to fight in a bathroom, number one. Like people aren't generally going into bathrooms to fight. Now, if that was a thing, if we had a culture of everybody fighting in bathrooms, maybe we'd feel a bit different. And then number two, people aren't being admitted into and locked into bathrooms. If that was the case, we'd probably feel different about it as well. But people can freely come and go in bathrooms. You're locked in a prison or a jail, and you have to spend time there with other people around you. So I think those two things make it.
That the people going to the bathroom inherently have like shown some disregard for social contracts or something.
Sure, and even that isn't relevant. If we were locked in bathrooms for 10 hours, like let's say when you went to the bathroom, you had to be locked in there for 3 hours, people would probably feel on both sides quite a bit different about this conversation. But you're not.
You don't think that's
relevant?
It's
also a concentration point of criminality, right? So you have an obligation to ensure the safety among a very volatile group as it is.
That's what Wicked Supreme just said. Yeah, but I don't think it matters as much. I mean, it kind of does, but I'm just saying, like, even if we ignore that, if you say you're going to lock somebody in an area for a little bit, I think that men and women being locked together in a room is going to carry a way different connotation, which is, I think, what prison is like. I think that's the big deal, is the state is like forcing you to be there for some period of time.
Okay,
now,
so can I
one
just
area where I think we could kind of like find a little bit of where things could become a little bit different is when you divide based on like violent criminality, right? Like, because I wouldn't be as concerned if the person were in prison for something non-violent, where they weren't like violently taking advantage of, well, for instance, women. So if they came in for something that was non-violent, but my view is I don't think we should be imprisoning people for non-violent offenses. But overall,
does that actually determine the likelihood of somebody being violent in prison? I'm curious.
I think it would reduce it.
Well, like I'm saying, like, do we think that, like, if we did like a huge study, are non-violent drug offenders in prison far less likely to engage in violent behavior than people admitted for violent crimes?
You know who you can ask about this? Your friend Martin Shkreli.
Good one.
I'm not really sure of that one. That one I'd go based off sort of an intuition, which if they're not already prone to violence and they aren't coming in for a violent crime, it probably stands to reason that they are less likely to commit violent offenses while in prison.
I don't think that necessarily logically follows, but.
Well, in prison, isn't there pressure to like choose a group, be violent? We're talking about an ecosystem that is a different bubble than anything we can compare it to.
Sure, and then also like there's like, not to sound judgmental or whatever, but like generally, if you're in prison, there's probably a reason, and the crowds you run with are probably pretty tough. Like, it's not like you're in prison. Like, it's not like the average prison person that's assigned there because of drugs. It's like some nerdy dude that just like bought Adderall from somebody that they weren't supposed to. Right? You know, you get people that are buying and selling drugs and shit that come from a rougher crowd. Like, they're probably going to be more prone to violence than like a normal citizen, I would imagine.
It's probably fair, yeah. So
this is why I hate generalizations. P.S.
Without generalizations, your world doesn't exist. You can't say that. You love generalizations. Your whole world hinges on generalizations. So
look,
I don't.
In order for the world to get better enough to accept LGBT people, enough for people not to be afraid of trans women, for enough people to be blah 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 blah, there has to be an acknowledgement of cultural differences, belief systems, literal government entities. Like, we are dealing with layers of nuance, and like, I don't think there's a solution here to be made on a general. Like, the general populace is too big now.
Yeah, but we can't have individual prisons for every individual.
Yeah, everything has to be generalized to some extent, of course.
That sucks, but I think that's the problem. I think that's why the solution is limited.
But it's
because
literally
we're not
necessary to make these generalizations.
For sure, I understand that, but I'm just trying to say, like, the next part of this conversation is, like, maybe if we reach for something better, we'll have something more than the status quo. But right now, we're all still reaching for the status quo.
And this is why I was saying before, have them in the women's prison, but administratively segregated. Unfortunately, that didn't work in that one situation with the trans woman who raped a woman in the prison.
Yeah, the problem is most prisons are like clown fiestas. If the staff are raping women,
is that even legal? Hold on, is that even? Hold on, is that?
And
even,
they may not all be properly equipped.
Is that
to do
legal?
That kind of thing.
Is that legal? I don't even think that would be legal. If you're saying only trans women who create violent offenses have to be segregated in a women's prison versus the cis women, then I think that I'm pretty confident that's illegal and a discrimination of a pretty strong order. No?
Well, no, I don't think it would be. Prisons actually are allowed to get away with quite a bit more in terms of.
Yeah, I mean, don't they like make money off you in America?
That's relatively rare, but
okay.
But then I was talking about then have that transition period where they're kind of like gradually introduced to the general population over time, and if you find them doing things that are like untoward or something, then you can go and say, okay, nope, we're rolling it back a little bit. You got to wait a little bit longer, before we feel comfortable releasing you to the general population. It's something like that, a transition period. So I don't see a big issue with that. It sucks because administrative segregation, I think, is also pretty shitty because people need to be, when you're in an environment where you're already locked up against your will, it's even worse when you're not allowed to associate with the general population. So you do want to get them associating with the general population as soon as possible, but there's not really a good answer otherwise. You can't have them with the general population in the men's prison, right? It's just not feasible. So you got to have something. So, and I would say bring them into the women's prison, segregate them, and do some kind of transitional program to get them with the general population.
Case closed. Good work, Detective Zonia. You did it.
I thought about bringing something up. I don't know. I mean, this just to get your guys' opinion. This is something I don't usually talk about much, but like from something that I do, and I'm sure like some people will probably not like it, and some people will be empathetic to it, and some people will probably do it as well. But I find myself trying to do things to sort of minimize my the way that my stature and my behavior affects cis women, because I'm large, I transitioned late, and very broad and masculine frame. So I try to do things to sort of like play all that down. It's not just about passing, because I notice when women look at me in a bathroom and kind of double take and kind of stiffen up or something, and or when I'm in a women's space or something. And so I try to go out of my way to like not have an imposing posture, try to downplay my frame a bit, and be aware of things, like because I'm raised as a boy, I was raised to be like assertive and forward and all these other things that were very just normal for boys and men and expected. And so that's just the default for me because of how I was raised. So I've done so many things to sort of downplay all the things that would cause my stature to be imposing in the presence of women in like women's spaces.
Have you encountered being excluded or like rejected from women's spaces?
I've been fortunate to not have too many of those situations, but there were times where I chose to not go to the bathroom because of a look that I got that showed that someone was alarmed that I was approaching the women's bathroom, and I changed my mind. There was a time I was driving down to LA, and it's a long haul down I-5, and in one of the towns on I-5, I wanted to go to the bathroom and I couldn't. I ended up instead having to go on the side of the road because there's really not, like, I was worried something would happen, and so I just decided I wasn't going to go, and the next stop for a bathroom was quite a ways down the road.
So would you say like you're afraid of women as much as like, or in a different way that you are of men, like when you go to the bathroom?
I'm more afraid about like if I'm gonna get the the phone on my face live streaming me to like TikTok or something,
or the
or
cops
someone
called
calling
on
the cops,
you, or falsely, like that sounds fucking awful.
Yeah, so a few times I've avoided bathrooms, especially in those towns that are more conservative along I-5.
Yeah.
I tend to be okay here in the Bay Area, But yeah, when I get outside of the Bay Area, things get a little bit more iffy. And I've had a couple of little scary incidents. In one case, a woman screamed for her husband, who was in the men's bathroom next door.
Oh.
And that one really scared me.
See, this is okay. This is.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, like, this is, and I know I'm the outlier here. I understand that. But this is why my work is predicated on getting people to understand that you do not have a lived experience with the types of people you are very afraid of, right? If there's discrimination happening, it's from often a misunderstanding or a belief system. And I think if more people, not new trans people, but understood the, like, trans reality better, not through the progressive lens, but through the actual reality of the lens, people would be hopefully prepared to be less afraid. Because again, like coming from a conservative background, I didn't know a trans person until I started hanging out LGBT spaces, and it took me a while to kind of like, okay, cool, like the trans experience. But I understand how some people would have the negative stereotype in their head. Like prisons are like the worst parts of our society, including the guards and the prison system itself is like, I think, the worst representation of our society. So like regular people in regular society, I'm concerned how to get them to stop being afraid of who's in the bathroom next to them, even if it is warranted sometimes. Yeah. Again, I'm never going to get my mom to understand why I'm comfortable going to the bathroom with men or trans people, like everybody. I don't care your gender. I'm very like, I don't care. But the thing is, those spaces were made to make you not care because they're a safe space. But regular society, public spaces, the only way to make them safe spaces is to generalize in a way that is helpful or was helpful, but it's becoming less helpful.
Man,
because even cis women have been stopped in front of bathrooms during this like fear tirade, and that's the problem. Even cis women are being attacked.
Brittany, you are such an empath. It's beautiful.
Yeah, like that was something I remember back in 2016, like TYT reported on this thing where a cis woman had been, like, someone had gate-kept her from the bathroom and chased her out just because she didn't look, you know, traditionally feminine. And do
you think that was fair?
Multiple incidents since then.
Do you think that's fair?
No.
That they chased her out? Okay, so I'm gonna bring up the spicy take here. So Destiny said that if you don't pass enough, you shouldn't have access to these spaces.
I mean, that's the first thing I said, that I've been jump scared by more butch lesbians than I have ever with trans people. So
hold
like,
up,
I wouldn't say butch lesbians can't be in the
Zonia, hold on.
I want to know what Destiny's threshold would for that would be, like some examples of that.
I'm never going to be able to give you an example. You know this. That's just how gender expression works. The reality is that like we gender people all the time and determine whether or not they belong in a given space, right? I could be wrong, but I've never heard of even like a therapy session or whatever where people are doing like a genitalia check to see if you belong there, right? Like we gender people based on how they look. That's just how it goes.
So would you say, like, if they had probably like the more pronounced masculine traits, which would be like beard, right?
Yeah, it's going to be beard, broad shoulders, certain facial structures, certain body structures.
Broad shoulders. Yeah. I'll never be able to go into Destiny's women's room.
Ooh, hold on, wait, no, Brittany. I want Destiny to respond to that because that's actually important. Destiny, how do you feel about the fact that Zonia would not be able to access to the spaces that you'd like because you don't feel like
I've never said she wouldn't get access to things like bathrooms and shit. I don't think that sex matters there. I don't care if guys go into women's bathrooms. I think it's stupid. Nobody cares. Or I don't think you should care. That society can function. But like, would I admit Zonia to like an all-females prison? I'm not sure. It would have to be like a... Dude, it's so fucking annoying. It would have to be a background check on how long the person has been trans, basically.
Okay. Zonia, what do you think about that?
I mean, for the background check on how long someone's been on HRT, that definitely makes sense. As for stature, that's a difficult one. Like, because like I transitioned late, so I've got my full stature as, you know, I would have been a male, right? Or am basically biologically male. So I've got the full stature, 6'1", broad shoulders, big arms, even though I don't have much in the way of muscle on them anymore. So I look imposing, which is why I go through and go through a lot of effort to downplay all of that. But yeah, because so what this hinged off of was Abba saying that you would gatekeep the bathrooms.
No, I never said that ever. I never said that.
Okay. He said women's spaces, but he didn't specify. Now he's caveating and saying prisons.
I said in the beginning, I said places where the sex matters not where the gender matters. I don't think the sex
they,
matters.
They
that much
can
for
roll back the
bathrooms.
tape. The first time I asked you, didn't say that. But it's okay. Now that you've clarified, I understand better. So it doesn't.
That makes more sense. Yeah, then we don't really disagree much. One of the things that I really liked was, now here's a little bit of a throwback, dating myself as well, but back when I was like going to goth clubs and stuff in the 90s, one of the things that I loved about that environment and that space is that gender was really free flowing, and nobody cared about like who was what gender and which bathrooms they went into and all that stuff. You'd have boys and girls both going into the same bathroom to do their things, both applying eyeliner in the same bathroom. Nobody cared. It was really, really free spirited and free flowing, and that, in my opinion, would be like the ideal situation with bathrooms. But unfortunately, that is a very select group of people who tend to be very free-spirited, easygoing, not really into, aggressing on people, very chill. So it's a very controlled selection group, right?
That's kind of the conundrum about this, that we, like, what's being suggested is that we kind of have to clock people based on heuristics for how dedicated they are to, like, a given gender performance or whatever the fuck.
We already do that, though, but yeah.
No, I agree, but you're saying that that's how we should do things, and I agree. Like, when it comes to...
Well, the only alternative is a genitalia check, right?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that's the only alternative.
Well, how else are you going to figure out what somebody's sex is?
Do you think men are also
Are you trying to
embarrassed
make me
have women
forget
in
what
their
I was
locker
trying to
rooms?
say, or what? Do you want to just, like...
Sorry.
all in every word?
Well, it's just like we like say things and we just brush over them. But I think it's like, oh, like we can never, like if we do this, then that means that it would be like checking somebody's gender with just looking at them. It's like, yeah, we do that all the time. That's like necessarily that's a necessary function of society. You don't check anybody's genitalia. Yeah, sorry, God.
Yeah. So it's funny, when I started the sentence, did I say sex or gender?
Your mom. That's what you said.
Okay, I
Because we have
gender.
sex.
And just now you wanted Abbott to make sure that he understood that you were talking about separation based on sex. And I said the only way we can do this is heuristics based on gender, right? Like, in order to determine if somebody belongs in like a women's space or something like that, which is supposed to be separated based on sex or physiology or something like that, we kind of have to clock them heuristics that are gender performances. And like the only thing that's about that, the conundrum here is that fucking all it does is reinforce the the importance of how rigorously we fucking adhere to a gender role in society. And maybe some people just don't give a fuck.
Yes. I mean, that would necessitate that they conform to gender roles and gender stereotypes in order to make that a possibility. Which, I mean, if you want to go that way, that's fine. But I do think that this discussion and the fact that people have to pass in order to get access to these spaces is incredibly racist. Since it normally means that people... Hold up, let me finish. Let me finish. Since it normally means that those who are financially disadvantaged have the least amount of access to some of these treatments and some of these things that would help you pass. Meaning that it would overwhelmingly be POC, people of color, trans people, BIPOC, whatever you want to use, who would be sent to the wrong prison and then have their lives put at risk because they didn't pass enough because they couldn't pay. Yeah, there's a racial bias there.
The reality is just going to be insulting like androgynous people all of the time, because you're more likely to be picking up on those people than you are actually like an actual trans person. Like it's just going to be manly looking men and feminine looking.
Yeah, and so the reason why some of them would quote unquote look manly, the reason why some of them would quote unquote look manly is because some of them are too poor to be able to afford the treatments or the surgeries or some of the other accessories that would enable them to pass a lot easier. Thus not meeting the threshold, thus being put into prison with the males, which would put their lives at risk because they pass enough to probably be good enough to fucking rape, but they don't pass enough to be put in a space that would actually keep them safe. So yeah, there is an absolute racial bias.
Wait, aren't you Canadian?
And
don't you
there would
motherfuckers
also
have
be
this shit figured out?
And it would also be disproportionately affecting kids that were born into and raised by more socially conservative families that aren't as comfortable with their kid transitioning or getting early access to
So Zonia, do you not then take back what you said earlier in regards to saying it is a matter of how well they perform their gender, that they should get access to these spaces? Because if you don't, then you're pretty much in agreement with what makes those kids or what makes those poor people be put in dangerous situations.
Oh no, I'm not taking the position that people have to perform that to get access to those spaces. I'm taking the position that it's understandable why it is that that women are on guard when people who don't perform well.
Wait, no, because earlier you definitely agreed with Destiny. When Destiny said the only way you get access to women's spaces, and he's clarified prisons, for example, is that they have to be able to present to a certain degree, which means they have to perform that gender. Now you're saying you don't agree with that statement.
He was saying a measure of like how long they've been transitioned, right? Which is.
But how would you measure that if they don't present well enough?
Well, that would have to do with how long they've been on HRT, right?
Is HRT? Hold up, am I confused? Is HRT like not cost money?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, it absolutely does.
And is it more classist than racist?
But unfortunately, in that situation, we're having to make that decision based. Where I said that I'm mostly in agreement with them on that position, but I still think that there should be like a transitionary period where you effectively do like what I stated before. You put them into administrative segregation in the women's facility, and then you go through some sort of transition period there. And the prison at that point can provide the medical support necessary for their medical transition, and then also for helping out with their social transition.
So if they not transitioned before because they can't afford it, and they were able to perform their gender, because it can be expensive if you don't have surgery or things like that, for a lot of trans people, then they would be put in the male's prison until they get put on HRT for enough time, and then they get transferred if they present enough.
That one is a tough one.
Yeah.
If they haven't done any transition at all,
fuck them.
What do you do with them?
There you go, Destiny.
I guess
Say it.
No.
I think, go ahead, say it.
I think what you would have to do is like you get the you'd probably, as the prison, have to get the informed consent from them to start transition, and then go ahead and say, okay, we will put you in the women's prison as soon as you're ready to start the transition, but you'll be on administrative segregation for a while until.
Whoa! So are we forcing people to medical transition? What if they never were gonna do medical transition?
Then fuck them. Then they can stay at whatever prison they were born in.
Here's the thing. I don't know that you could really safely house someone who hasn't gone through medical transition. Remember the criteria that I was going for before was with a violent past, right? And violent crime. You can't safely put them in the same general population with.
Hold up! Right now, we're not talking about violence criminals.
Just regular people.
No. We're talking about people who created non-violent offenses. I know you don't believe they should be in prison, but they go to prison. Okay, so they're in prison right now, and they are a male, and they haven't gone through HRT or any of the stuff that would make them ultimately present very well because they can't afford it, whatever it is. Now they're being put in the male's prison. That's how it started with you. Is that not correct?
Okay, so in that particular scenario, I would say probably we could do like a transition thing, but it wouldn't have to force them on.
Sorry, what does that mean? What does that mean, a transition thing?
Probably a social transition, right? I don't know how exactly you would manage that, but some way to ensure that they can be socially integrated with the general population of women and not be a threat to them. Right.
Okay.
So
how would you? How would that look? Basically, I'm gonna just tell you what I understood from what you said. Socially transitioning means like making them look like women based off of things that not necessarily HRT before they can integrate. Is that what I understood?
Yeah. I'm not sure how you would do that in our prison system because our
what do they gotta wear certain outfits or get a wig?
Yeah, they
or
get the pink jumpsuits.
Yeah,
yo, this sounds crazy.
In Germany,
because
but
that sounds
here.
crazy.
No, there are butch females in women's prisons. That has nothing to do with it.
That's true. That wouldn't
I think Destiny is right. You would have to have first off, Abba, if you're trying to get us to advocate for some sort of like public healthcare system that funds people to transition or something based on if they show presenting signs of severe enough gender dysphoria or something, I don't think you're going to find any opposition in here. I feel like most of us in here are probably.
No, I'm definitely not advocating for that.
I already live in one of those.
Well,
so.
okay.
We do have medical support in the prison system. So if you do get diagnosed with certain things, you can go through medical transition on the prison's dollar, which is the taxpayer dollar, obviously.
Yeah. And from then on, I feel like it would just be as simple as, again, like we have this separation between male and females for prisons based on sex. So if you're not dedicated, like if you don't have gender dysphoria that makes you already, interested or want to approach HRT or something like that, or that you wouldn't even accept it even if it were offered to you, then at that point, then you've got to be in the male prison. If you're going to be a male, if you're not going to do anything to change your sex, then you have to be in the male prison.
Because you basically, when you're housing a whole bunch of criminals, even like, because Destiny made a good point earlier, even if they're not violent criminals necessarily or there for violent offenses, they're coming from sort of an underworld where there's often a tendency for violence and they're exposed to a lot of violence, and so the odds of them being prone to violence are much higher. So you really have to take sort of a volatile concoction and do the best thing you can to ensure the safety of the majority, of the vast majority. And so that does mean that unfortunately some of the policies aren't going to be entirely fair. So probably, pressing me on this, I would say there would need to be a medical transition in order for that kind of thing to be considered viable.
Okay.
It's unfortunate. Like, the thing was, I wasn't even thinking. I realized, our prison system is so different. Well, like a lot of prison systems, but so like some of the better ones I like to think of oftentimes when I think like a good way to run a prison system would be like Germany, where they actually have them wearing their preference of clothes and street clothes, and they do it to humanize them. And they came up with that policy in the wake of the Holocaust, because they're like, no, we're not going to dehumanize people anymore, right? And I think it's a really good policy. It'd be great if we had that kind of thing, because I think that would probably improve the conditions in prison and allow people to be a little bit more humanized and less, less treated like animals or numbers, and so less.
But you acknowledge that all of these all these rules that you're laying out still discriminate heavily against poor, right?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Right. That's fair.
Which unfortunately disproportionately affects certain communities of color.
Yes.
Okay, so
Brittany earlier said it's not racism, it's classism, but I mean, those two can intersect a lot of the time. Intersectionality is a thing, Brittany, so I'm gonna need you to...
I'm aware, thank you. Don't explain it to me. I am curious, is it too childish to assume that humans could get to the point where maybe we segregate via violent criminals and non-violent offenders, and maybe we can start there? Because we
already have different
California is starting to do that.
But I mean to say, like, I wonder if it could extend to gender with the same
Wait, what do we...
idea.
Hold on. Sex has to be separated. Full stop. Unless you have proof of somebody transitioning early on. That's it. There is no transitioning in prison. If you're going to, then you're getting castrated. Like, we're going to do the full-on drug therapy or whatever. There is no social transition. There is no... Stop. There is no social transition bullshit. If you're going to transition, once you've gone into prison, then you're going to do the full drug therapy and everything if you want to qualify for it. Otherwise, you go to the prison that you're assigned sex at birth, and then that's it. That's the only way that it works. Is it unfair to some people? Yeah, sure. But I mean, like, you can't... to placate a very, very, very small subset of people. You can't make an entire other population at risk. That's the only answer. I haven't heard anything else that even remotely addresses like all the issues.
Yes. I think Destiny 2023 is probably his best year. This is fine.
Fuck, kill yourself.
Hey, I'm not. Listen, this is an unapologetic. Yes, I'm approved.
God, they call me a dick rider. Jesus Christ.
Hey, listen. When someone gets problematic, I can appreciate it. Once you do the same thing, Wicked, I'll appreciate you.
Left your fucking buddy of the year.
Hey, I basically said the same thing a few minutes ago when you pressed me.
No, you did it. You did it with 100 caveats, and you were kind of finding a way. But if I honestly was to summarize your point, your basic point was like, if you're poor, get fucked, which is fine. But I think Destiny just did it more concisely and more problematic.
So if you're trans, get fucked. If you're poor, get fucked. If you're black,
so that's
get fucked.
if you're legitimately trans and you've got like medical documentation or shit like that, then you can go to the prison that you're assigned in. And then if you're not, then it's tough luck. Then
it just sucks.
I would say if you're
a trans person, you don't want to medically transition, then that's fine. Then all the none of the trans shit applies to you anyway, right? If you're AMAB, if you're assigned male at birth and you want to go to jail, the reasons why you wouldn't feel safe.
Want to go to jail.
Okay. The reasons why you're assigned a different jail aren't going to apply to you, right? If you're assigned male at birth and you call yourself a trans woman, but you never make any effort whatsoever to actually transition, then you have no problems about feeling safe or not feeling safe or whatever. You still have all the muscle mass, all the normal advantages or whatever that an assigned male at birth person has.
See, I would just still go back to what I would just say, I agree with that, but I would still go back to what I said. That if they want to transition after the conviction, then there should be a pathway for them to go through that process.
Sure, there should be, but it has to be a hardcore. It has to be like actual transition, not like I'm identifying as this and I don't even shave kind of thing.
Okay.
That's what we said.
Yeah. Can I ask another question on this topic?
Well, Brittany was just going to say something. I cut her off.
Oh yeah.
I just want to say this, but I don't know that it matters. I guess like maybe I'm too close to this situation as well, because like my cousin's in prison, and I think about him, and he's been assaulted a lot, and I just think about how he didn't go in for a violent crime. It was a 3-strike law. I don't understand. Like, there was a little bit, you know, everyone thinks there's iffiness in their case, but like, you know how it goes. But like, it's one of those things where in my head, I'd like to wonder if we care about men as well in prisons. Like, not just trans people are getting...
we don't.
Okay,
I
but
can
I'd
make
like
it super
to
easy
think,
for you.
maybe I just want a solution where I'm hearing like, hey, how do we avoid violence in prison? And is there a way to reform prisons in general?
I love Germany's model. I'm a huge fan of it.
Yeah,
what,
okay,
Auschwitz?
So like a lot of
No.
European prison systems are better.
Yeah, that
than
was
this.
wild. That was wild.
Oh wait, that was funny. It just hit me.
Oh, my
It just hit me.
Wait, what happened at Auschwitz?
Nice. Okay,
Which
true.
one? Which Auschwitz?
Germans.
Yeah,
I heard.
I mean, I don't know if
I
someone's
heard
got
Birkenau
answers.
was
or
fire.
if you want to say maybe the prison model in Germany is better, then fantastic. I'll take it. For me, I don't have an answer. I think you throw enough men in a space, no women, people with violent, untended to past, and then stick them in a small confined cell with the current system that America has in regards to policing and then also rehabilitating people. There's like no way you're ever gonna have people not be violent. This is not violent. You'd have to fix society on a whole scale before you even think about prisons.
People are violent everywhere. They're violent in our homes.
Stop! Oh my God, Brittany, stop!
So cringe.
They're clearly
so
more violent in prison than they are in their homes. Okay?
Yes,
Obviously,
stop.
no, obviously, I know that. I'm just saying it's interesting to me that we get like prison is a reflection of society, in my opinion, because society recreates itself in prison, but to a violent or more constrained degree. Like even if you're not really white, you kind of if you look white, you should be with the white people because of so I'm saying it is more extreme, but I wish we knew it was a reflection of us in a heightened situation.
I think we do.
So how
We do know that our
de-escalate?
prisons. No. I think they do know that their prisons are a reflection of society. That's why I just said you have to fix society in order to even think about fixing the prisons. This is a
then
waste of
I
time.
agree with that.
That depends because like California prisons are known for being unusually segregated by race that a lot of other states don't have the same issue of.
Also, it can't, anytime you're trying to talk about a particular issue, we can't be like, well, we also need to fix all of society because then it makes it we can never talk about any
But
issue.
I think that you guys are like these are we were all so scared about trans people right now. Just fix prisons and maybe trans people will have an easier time in prison.
That's like saying like, oh, like I think it sucks that like sometimes like little children are sex trafficked, and it's like, okay, well let's just fix the economy around the world so they don't have to do that. But it's like, okay.
I just think it's fucked up that our only solution is force them to transition.
The reason why I said that, Destiny, is because I think if you take schooling, for example, it's like, yeah, can you fix up schools to be a lot better to make children feel much more safe and be more apt? Sure, you can actually have that conversation. It's not the worst one.
Yeah.
I think until you make sure that the parents are actually accessible for kids' learning experiences, that the kids actually get nutrition at home enough to be able to actually eat, until you create like societal conditions that actually will repair vast majority of the problems that exist in our school system, I think like, I don't know, to me that just seems like a more fruitful discussion.
It is, but I'm just saying you can't hijack every discussion with like, let's fix the world. Because that would fix every single problem ever, right?
Fair.
For sure. I don't work in prisons. I'm not in prison. I feel really unqualified to talk about this. So maybe I should just head out. But thank you guys so much for a great conversation. I really appreciate it. Have a great day.
I love you, Brittany. Be
Take care,
careful.
Brittany.
Bye.
All right, so what are we doing with trans men who've transitioned? Which one are they going to?
I think the same thing could apply that we talked about, which is like, listen, are you male or are you female? Your choice is going to be permanent going forward. Maybe we'll give you what you need to, whatever HRT, whatever it is, to do that transition. But
okay,
whatever.
That transition would have to be kept super quiet. They'd have to find some way to prevent the general population from knowing that they're a trans man. That would be so difficult.
Oh, true.
Because if they go into a shower and they don't have a prosthetic penis, then boom, they are going to get.
And they're probably going to be a little bit more yoked because all that tea they take, and so obviously, like, because they're going to start presenting more as a male based off the drugs and stuff they take as a result of like hormone therapy, they're going to be different than the female population.
They're kind of in a more fucked situation because they can't be in the women's or the men's prison.
No. If you put some trans men in the men's, hey, listen, they won't need the women to sue. So I'm just saying you can't be doing that either.
Mm-hmm. That's a rough one.
Almost like you need a trans wing, isn't it?
Not enough trans people. It basically would be for trans men. I don't know.
No. The thing isn't that there's enough trans people in America. It's like you have to think every single prison would then have to create a new wing for such a small population because
or
if
they'd
you
have to ship you all.
Yeah, they have to ship them all to one specific prison, which would be super tough. because like visitation would be impossible for a lot of these people. Because imagine like the prisons all the way in fucking Iowa, where everyone living in Southern California.
A lot as well. But...
Yeah, but generally, regionally speaking, it's just a lot more manageable. I don't disagree. I think that would probably be the most likely solution.
Nice.
Yeah, I imagine. I don't know. I'm actually really curious. What is the number of like trans men and trans women that go to prison, that serve some prison time?
You're also you're having a really hard time beating the trans genocide allegations if we start making prisons for trans people. Because as soon as one person dies in there, everybody's gonna lose their fucking mind and it's gonna be all over.
Just the fact that there's a dedicated prison, everybody would be signaling at that. That's a sign. They're trying to get rid of us all. They're gonna exterminate us.
I mean, for the same reason, it would be ridiculous to say that there's a women's genocide because we have like female prisons or something, right? Like, sure,
Have you met trans Twitter?
No, that's probably why. I don't know. Maybe why I have my sanity. I don't know.
Zonia, if you were to say this on trans Twitter, what would happen to you?
Oh, I see this kind of shit on trans Twitter all the time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I get in trouble a lot.
All right, let me subscribe to your Twitter right now.
You should see the current thing that's on there that's getting some attention.
Okay.
I'm just enjoying the fact that Zerka's been in here the entire time muted.
Yeah, because I fucking muted him.
Oh, why is he muted?
Because I fucking muted him.
Why
Poor
would he
guy.
not be muted? No, he deserved it.
I think that's all my questions on Dread.
Hashtag free Zerka.
God no.
I think we should just have prisons that listen. I think like most things in life, we can get a lot of wisdom from the NES game Ice Hockey. Remember, you know, you can pick like the big guy or the middle guy or the skinny guy or whatever. That's what we should do. We should just have 3 classifications for prisons, and it should follow the Ice Hockey rules.
Wow.
Or boxing rules, like the boxing rules. Featherweights go in one prison.
Yeah, we could do that.
Bottoms and tops go in another prison.
I like ice hockey.
Good for you.
I don't know anything about ice hockey.
You never played the Nintendo game Ice Hockey where you can pick like the fat guys or like the skinny guys or the middle guys?
Oh yeah, I did.
The skinny
yeah.
guys are faster, but the fat guys can like knock everybody on their ass.
Yep, I did.
That's my
Glad to know we played the same games.
You were a Blades of Steel person?
I did play Blades of Steel, yeah.
You would just get in fights intentionally to play it like a fighting game?
It was fun when that would happen. Yeah, honestly, none of these things have easy answers, right? And no matter what, for a while at least, unfortunately, a certain minority population will probably be disproportionately negatively affected by these things. It's going to take time for us to work out how to make these kinds of things work, and there's going to be a lot of hurdles along the road. Progress doesn't happen overnight.
How did we get here from a discussion about rape? Let's take a turn.
We could go back to the topic
I did
about
that.
rape.
I did that as soon as I had a
that.
chance. I said
Typical. Just trying to fucking dive bomb Destiny's career more? Is that it?
Do you guys think that if you're a trans person or you're already transitioning, should you be allowed to say the N-word if it's in a rap song? Since we've got Abba here. Do you want to do that discussion next? Or what other ones do we
Hey,
have?
you can.
Wait,
I think you think this makes me look weird. Feel
Yeah.
free. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah,
I like
cool.
this stuff. Go ahead. I
Wait.
want all you white folks to say they should be able to say the N-word. Go say it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're singing along with the song. that
No,
makes
stop.
sense,
I was
right?
just kidding. Stop. We're not doing this.
Destiny, keep playing that game. I got a big YouTube channel. I can cover this at any point.
Good, yeah, that's
Put
what
all
we're
you
gonna-
motherfuckers on blast.
We're going to cover this goofy streamer today, guys.
3 years later, and we still got the N-word discourse going on.
True.
Abba, did you ever like organize the D&D stuff you wanted to do?
I mean, I asked Destiny, but Destiny's kind of busy right now doing all his political stuff and StarCraft. So I respect it. He said if he's open to it at some point, you're gonna do it. So when that happens, that's great. If not, then it is what it is.
But do you want to do like a one-shot or something?
I hate doing one shots. The reason why I don't like
You
doing
hate
one shots
them?
is because one, it feels like I'm getting blue balled just when things get good, and 2, I think the best part about playing D&D in general is just building the story and seeing the characters develop over time. One shots, I don't feel like you get a chance to do.
Yeah, no, valid. I just wondered if you wanted to do like a shorter campaign to like try some shit out. But yeah, that's valid. No worries.
How do you feel about, do you like the separation of bathrooms between sexes, Abba? Do you think we should keep the current course of separating bathrooms by sex?
I already answered that earlier.
No, Abba. I said Abba.
He answered that earlier. Didn't you?
No, he just asked us.
Oh, that's right. I thought he kind of gave an answer though. Oh.
Well, I'm asking him now. I don't know why you can't just answer. He's sitting right here. Oh, okay. Never mind. I forgot. You have a career. You've got a career that you want to maintain. My bad. Never mind.
What do you think?
Hello? Were you not here, Abba?
What is that music?
Sorry, I muted myself. No, if you want to ask a question, I'll answer. I really don't care.
What do you think should be the fate of bathrooms separated by sex? Do you like the current status quo? Do you think it should be more like open to more people or whatever the fuck?
Yeah. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't believe in this whole idea of like gender expression really dictating whether or not someone is the thing. I don't really think about gender when I think about women and men. I think I've always used gender in my personal life and when I thought about womanhood in the function of sex. So for me, that's the only really way I care about it. But generally, like, that's just my take on it. And then from there, if I meet a trans woman or anybody who says I'm this or that, I'm like, I'll use whatever gender pronoun you want or whatever name you want. But beyond that, if you think about spaces, I just think they should be segregated by sex, and that's all I really think about.
Okay. Do you want to answer my question?
Ooh.
I think I did I not? I think you should be separated by sex. So if you are a male, you should go to the male's bathroom. If
So
you're a
you
female,
think bathrooms should be separated by sex?
yes.
Okay.
That's what I just said. I said spaces, simple, should be separated by sex. That's it. Period.
Oh, okay. The question I was asking was, what would you prefer, like, if all bathrooms were unisex or something, which is the case in some countries.
Yeah, well, not North America, and I wouldn't want that.
Yeah.
Am I dodging your question? Am I protecting my career?
No, now we got it.
Gotta stick to our
cool.
Western roots of sex segregation.
Do you have no unisex bathrooms in America?
We have some
very rare.
Wow, weird.
And like small businesses or small brick and mortar buildings or something like that.
Yeah, but it's not because they
There's
want them. It's just because they don't have like enough money.
Or you find it in like here in Silicon Valley and tech buildings and stuff like that, right? But it's obviously that's a very specific situation.
And even then, those are not like two sexes can use the bathroom at the same time type of bathroom. It's just like,
They have some. Some of them do.
oh, real? I don't think I've ever seen that in my entire life in the United States. A bathroom where both sexes can use it at the same time.
I know there have been a few buildings that I've been in where there have been men's and women's, and there's unisex with multiple stalls in it.
Really?
Yep.
But wouldn't it then be expected that everybody who uses it at the same time is the same sex?
No. As far as I know.
This is like blowing my mind. I've never even...
I don't know. I just went to the women's, but I knew about the unisex ones that were there that had stalls. So
yeah, maybe I could see family, maybe. Sure, but not like strangers. You know what? I'm putting my chips down. There's no way this exists.
Probably not. Well, it's going to be for the company, right? It's a tech building. The whole company is that.
Oh, okay. I could see this for like newer generation businesses.
Yeah. But I haven't been into the unisex ones because I kind of just go to the women's ones because I don't have that issue here in Silicon Valley. You know, going into if like the building I'm working at or a friend's building or whatever, I've never had an issue going into the women's bathroom.
I see. Room with lots of sinks, then you walk into the stalls for each toilet. I've seen this in bars in Vancouver, British Columbia. That's not America, motherfucker. I keep saying America.
Yeah, we're not talking about third world countries here, guys.
Yeah, no shit.
You gotta catch up with the third world countries then, I guess.
We're talking about the developed West, okay?
Kind of implying you're worse than a third world country. I don't know, man.
Big buildings in Portland. Do they just have urinals in these bathrooms? I could see the separate stalls thing. I could see that working out. Holy fuck. Zonia, you gotta tell us. I've seen some bathrooms. When I was a little kid, I remember walking into a lobby one time and then like my mom grabbing me because I was like 6 years old and she was like, that's the women's bathroom. I was like, what? You guys got like carpet in here? And like, yeah, all the bathrooms were behind these padded doors. They had couches.
We do have the better bathrooms. That is true.
But I heard you motherfuckers are more disgusting. So I don't know how you deserve that.
No, I would say the men are way more disgusting.
Okay.
I have the contrast. I've experienced both.
Well, I used to
I did
clean
want to say.
bathrooms, and it was disgusting on both sides. In the men's bathroom,
True.
somebody took a shit on the floor. In the women's bathroom, someone stuck a used sanitary towel on the wall. So that was
Nah,
pretty grim.
women be sticking tampons and stuff in them bathrooms. If you ask anybody who's ever cleaned bathrooms, I think most of them are probably going to say
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, but tampons really, like, I don't see that as being that bad. Men have no fucking aim whatsoever. The whole place is just covered in piss.
Do you know that women hover? Do you think women are aiming that well? Women are hovering to take their pisses.
Well, that's true, but they still got better aim because there's a big old bowl right beneath them. But men they whip that hose out and just flap it around all over the fucking place, spell their name, put their initials on the wall.
At every nightclub I've ever been,
fucking Christ.
At every nightclub I've ever been, all I've ever seen were women using the men's bathroom, not the other way around. Probably because they can't, but also because women say it's nasty there. So from my experience, especially if liquor's involved, the women's bathroom is more the disgusting one. But that's just personal anecdotal. I did want to say, despite the fact that, like, I guess I'd have what most people would call like kind of a turfy look on the whole trans thing, I will say that the framework that you guys presented today was probably some of the most reasonable ones in regards to this topic, and I was actually pretty pleasantly surprised. So for me, it gave me a lot to think about. So irrespective of like differences, I thought
patronizing you ass.
What?
I think he was being genuine.
Okay, I'm serious. I
think he's
never
used to
heard
like polarized takes in this kind of arena.
Yeah. Would you guys actually require like a lot of nuance and like allow for different spaces? So I was actually really impressed, and that was interesting.
And I'm somebody I like to think of my positions like, again, like from scratch when I'm talking about them, instead of just like going off of some rote position that I have or some talking points. So as I'm talking to somebody and getting feedback from them, and I'll reconsider things that I already previously had positions on and see if maybe they can be altered at the time. So I'm okay with having those kinds of nuanced discussions and maybe even adjusting my position with new information.
I appreciate it. I was actually super happy when you joined, and I got to learn a lot. I will say, like, most of the time when these conversations happen, people start saying stuff like, I don't want to have people debate my existence or my, I'm like, whoa, that sounds like so much. But I mean, I understand for some people that kind of conversation is troubling, but it just feels like most of the time when I've seen these debates try to unfold, I've heard a lot of that rhetoric. So
Some people have genuine reasons to be sensitive about topics, and I'm saying sensitive and not too sensitive. So yeah, it takes a while for people to get comfortable talking about difficult things when it affects them personally.
Well, when you're constantly dealing with people who are like maliciously going out of their way to invalidate your existence and call you like a freak or
like
or
Abba does on his YouTube videos.
you kind of get sensitive about these things. So I try to not be just like reacting to those negative experiences and really try and have a real conversation with people.
It's more interesting to speculate on compromises that could actually work than trying to divide people more than they already are.
Yeah, but that shit's boring.
Have you ever tried to speak on a trans-related topic and then non-trans person ever said to you, you're just a trans person, shut the fuck up?
You asking me?
Yeah.
No, not really. I mean, I've had people say that I'm like mentally ill and disregard me that way. I get that like from conservatives sometimes, but generally speaking, I actually have pretty good purchase with a lot of conservatives. So, I think I have a better experience with conservatism than probably a lot of other people.
What if this wasn't a conservative? What if this was a liberal telling you, like, your opinion on these trans topics, like you're just a trans person, you shut up? How would that make you feel? It coming from a liberal, someone who's pro-trans and all that good stuff.
I don't know that being liberal necessarily guarantees that they're going to be pro-trans.
No, this individual question, they are extremely pro-trans. And the hypothetical I'm giving you.
And they dismiss my opinions on trans issues just because I'm biased because I'm trans?
Yeah, you have a disagreement with them.
Oh, well, I don't recall that specific thing happening. Maybe it hasn't, I've forgotten.
Yeah.
Probably my reaction to it would be, I would probably be disappointed in them because it would be, kind of terminating the thought process rather readily instead of actually trying to see whether or not I'm willing to have a good faith discussion with them on it.
True. Would you say, do you ever cringe when you hear non-trans people trying to defend trans issues very poorly? Do you ever like get extra cringed out when you see that?
Yeah, that does cause me to cringe a little bit. Especially, well, it kind of depends, but I think it bothers me the most when they do it in like the savior complex kind of way. And
I'm a savior.
Yeah, that one probably bugs me the most because, especially when they're just getting everything wrong, or if they're going off of some like fringe online kind of like transposition, and they're doing the ultra try hard ally thing and running with it, and just that kind of thing bothers me a bit. But overall, it depends. It depends on how much audience capture they have. Like if they have a lot of audience capture,
they have a huge audience.
Yeah, it bothers me a little bit more.
What would you say to that person if you heard them saying this stuff?
Usually
like they said that
like,
to you, and you were like, you had a disagreement with how they handled the trans debate. They did it super poorly, made trans people look silly, or their issues look silly. Like, what would you say to that person?
Usually I would say, hey, I'd like to have a conversation with you about this because I think you said some things that I don't agree with, and then I think are a poor representation of what it is that we go through.
True. And then they said, look at you and said, you're just a trans person, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, what's the implication here? Is that she's just an individual, so she can't speak on the broader topic, or are you trying to fish out that she might be called like a pick-me or something, or what?
No, I think the implication is that just because you're a trans person doesn't mean you know what you're talking about, and you should be correcting them, even though they may be doing a poor job of defending trans issues.
Yeah, well, I have the position that just because you have some like immutable trait or part of like a minority group doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be the best person to speak on those issues, or even that you're the most informed on those issues. Like that's something that comes with being involved in observing and trying to address those issues or trying to communicate those issues, and you build that knowledge and skill over time, and that can be done by someone who isn't even a part of that minority status or part of that marginalized group. So I'm okay with certain people, like for instance Steven here. I think does a really good job communicating about
what about
issues.
Hassan? Do you feel like Hassan Piker does a good job?
No. I don't think he does. Sometimes he has done some good communication at times, but other times he's done a shit job. Like when he had that, who was that person he had on who just was like,
Christian Walker?
Very anti-trans.
Right.
Yeah, and he was just bombing that one. Yeah.
Right. And some trans people had an issue with that, and then Hassan was just like, you're just a trans person, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and said, you deserve the life you have or something, and I hope
you know what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Yeah. Usually what I would try to do is I'd try to engage them in private and say, hey, I'd like to have a talk with you about this. Maybe we could have a talk on your stream or something, whatever. Oftentimes that doesn't get accepted when I do that, or it just gets ignored. If it continues going ignored and never gets addressed, maybe what I'll do is I'll cover it on my stream or something, or talk about it on someone else's stream and outline the scenario. So I try to do it that way just because I feel like I should cover that thing or talk about it and address it. You know, if I have a concern about it, I should probably address it either with that person, or if they don't want to, then I should address it, on my platform. Right?
Gotcha. Appreciate it. Oh, that helps me answer my question.
Okay, real quick, Abba. It seems like you don't think that when I asked you what's the implication, you don't think that I meant from you towards Zonia, right?
No, I meant towards the person who said that towards the trans.
Yeah.
Gotcha,
Okay,
cool.
Hans wants in, by the way.
We have so many people in here. Do we need more?
I'll
Up
leave.
to you.
Why not? One of them's only here in principle and not in actuality, so.
That's true.
I think that's Destiny's way of saying they don't want to talk to that person.
No. I don't have any problem with that person. Fuck you. I'm just saying, like, do we need...
I'm just saying he has to mean saying. No, do not unchain Zerka. You don't need that. He will just make everything about him. That's what he does.
Zonia, stop inviting more people.
I heard Destiny say, no, what I mean, and he just cut out. It was wild. But I think he's really focused on StarCraft.
It looks to me like the DGers, they want Hans. They're also saying free Zerka. So, I don't know. Take your pick.
Hey, man, listen, I've given this discussion everything I got, and I got nothing more problematic to say.
Oh, no, they're saying invite more people now.
Wait, but people are saying I'm being like a dick to you. I
What
just want
the
you to know.
fuck?
You know I'm being playful, right? Like, the whole
Oh, yeah,
answer
no,
my fucking question thing or whatever.
Don't worry, do your thing, brother. I really don't get bothered by stuff.
Okay,
like
fuck
that.
you.
Steven's about to lose in StarCraft, so he can't do anything else. He had an overwhelming lead and he fucking choked it. So right now he's just...
I've never had an overwhelming. I've been behind all game. Okay.
Yes, Stephen, give us a topic.
Bitch.
Jeb 10 is saying that people want Jeb. Jeb 10, do you speak for the people, for yourself? What's going on with that?
Jeb?
Jeb is a pretty cool guy. Conservative-leaning panel, frequent panelist, streamer.
Cool and conservative? Is that possible?
Sure, they occur occasionally in the wild, usually as a byproduct of some form of pollution in the water.
Alright, but cool, conservative, and DGG. Is that possible?
Ooh, that probably means incel. That's not cool.
I guess we'll find out.
Do you guys like using terms like POC?
I'm okay with it.
Sure.
I mean,
do you not like those terms?
Okay, if I'm referring to like people in the person, like if I'm saying, like I'll say my black friend, right? You know, something like that. Like that, I would say that instead. But if I were going to say like, well, POC issues or or communities of color or something like that, then I would kind of use that phrasing. But otherwise, I would say black person or something. I think that makes more sense when you're dealing in the personal to say that.
Most people of color hate it when you say POC.
Most? Do you speak for?
Absolutely. I also speak for
I'll
speak for Latinos as well when they say they hate Latinx.
Oh, Latinx! Yeah, I've definitely heard that. That's like as soon as somebody says Latinx, there's like this beam of whiteness that fires up into the sky, and within hundreds of miles, everybody can see where the whitest person in the vicinity is.
Fucking disgusting. Can you guys hear the music in the background really loudly?
A little bit.
Yes.
It's not very loud. No, I don't know why she said that. We can hear it a little bit.
Okay, sorry, my bad. There's people dancing in the back, so I'm turning off my mic every chance I get.
You got a party going on over there, huh?
Very hot and sweaty, and I'm here talking with you nerds.
Like in academia, POC is used very frequently. So
yes.
I don't know how. Like, okay, so from your perspective, like, what do you think of that with academia using it? Do you think it makes more sense in academia than it does?
Actually, that's one of my biggest beefs. I think academics are so out of touch with the general populace, and the way that they have discourse using all these terms that generally turn off most of the public discourse in regards to the very important topic that they're talking about is why I think most academics have an inability to reach the general population.
Holy fuck! I'm in classes right now, and like in academia, they're using both of the worst terms.
BIPOC and POC?
No. They're doing Latinx, and every time the teachers say Latinx, it's like the syllables are super pronounced. Latinx, and like I'm in fucking SoCal, so I have a bunch of classmates that are like Mexican and shit, and like I always see them looking at each other like Jesus Christ. They'll do that, or they'll do in like some of the readings, it'll be Latino/A. And then they'll arbitrarily switch the A and the O to not show any gender bias. It's like, just say fucking Latin people, right?
I always said Latino. That's just what everybody said around me, so that's what I said.
I just don't understand. We already call it Latin
people
America.
From Latin America, but
like we don't call it Latino America. We don't call it Latinx America, right? Like
Latin
just say
is a language.
We're dealing with statistics for like Latin Americans. So if that's the case, just say Latin people or something, right? Or fucking Latin American.
Yeah, well, like sometimes inclusivity just gets so try-hard that it gets to the point of being cringe. And I think that's one example of that.
What are you? Wait, Abba, where are you? Are you like at a house party or what?
He did just explain this.
Wait, I wasn't listening. What did he say?
Clearly.
Wait, what did he say then, Kelly? Tell me.
Yes, so he's with us nerds instead of being with his friends in his house.
My question is, so is it a house party where people are dancing in his house to music? Is that what's going on right now?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Is it, do you live with other people or?
Oh yeah, I have a roommate.
Okay, gotcha.
And he's running a party. I've had a roommate for the last 8 years, the same one.
Makes sense.
I actually noticed this from the video essayists on YouTube. I think I made the mistake of watching a few of their videos.
Yeah.
And I was asking myself why a lot of these video essayists who are like super left leaning are not bigger or more popular, generally speaking. I think two of the reasons I discovered is I think the language that they use is extremely unappealing to a lot of folks, and so it kind of turns them off just from a cultural standpoint. And then I think, secondly, actually, there's probably three reasons. I think the other thing is they, much like Brittany, code so much of their discussions on serious topics and so many caveats and like such an effort to not appear problematic that it almost feels like they're saying nothing by the end of it, which makes like listening to them incredibly frustrating and uninteresting. And then I think the last thing is what Sneeko described, which I think most of them are just kind of... I don't know how to say this. Yeah. It just feels like they're so fucking lame as hell. Like, I remember someone, like, this always comes up, but it's like, oh, well, you know, the left has plenty of masculine examples that you can follow that would, like, I'm like, bro, no young dude is looking at fucking leftist YouTubers or, like, leftist creators online, generally speaking, and thinking, like, oh, I would want to emulate these guys in their way of life. So I think everything about the way that they live, the way they look, the way they talk, it's hard for most people to connect with.
The reason why current terminology is a bit cringe is because it's taking over from things that were a bit racist. So we've gone from a bit racist to a bit cringe. But it's like when we're talking about large groups of people, we kind of get stuck. I mean, my nan still says coloured people, and I have to try and remember, probably don't say that. But she is my nan. She doesn't mean it badly, you know, it's whatever.
Well,
when you're talking about big groups of people, what else can you do but do these types of things?
It's that usual kind of just like progressive move overcompensation, unfortunately. And it gets to a point where it becomes very, very obvious, right? And so everybody notices it. I don't know.
How do you make it not cringe? Things being cringe aren't like high on my priority list. So when these types of conversations, I'm like, well, you really
by the way, Steven, Hans has asked me to tell you that he loves you and he misses you.
I love him and miss him too.
I was gonna say, I think this is something that Steven had said earlier that I think became ring more true since I started observing these people. But like everything he said about them not actually engaging in actual political action, a lot of this stuff being performative, like just watching the whole recent FD signifier with like kidology nonsense where he's like running around in live stream chats telling her like don't talk to this guy,
Destiny or
Vosh.
Vosh.
Don't talk to Vosh, and no these guys are just gonna use you. At the same time, like he's like making whole ass videos about her but doesn't want to talk in public, wants to keep everything about them is so slimy and just unappealing on an individual level. Just the way that they act I just find incredibly cringe. And then you contrast that with people like Nick Fuentes or a lot of right-leaning figure who have, like, irrespective of how terrible they are, like, you can respect the fact that they create their own political movements, are really invested, put their money where their mouth is, create their own platforms, are super progressive in that regards. Like, I don't know, to me, there's something admirable about, like, the fact that their calls to action seem real and that they also follow along with their own financial investment. So for me, watching the way the left discourse happens online and the way a lot of the left creators operate, I don't know, I just think, be it the language they use, their inability to just say things, like that's why I thought Destiny's take today was refreshing. I don't hear too many left streamers talk about taboo subject and be like, fuck them, which is like, it's okay to say that, but it just feels like for the left, they can never do that. They always have to be like, well, I'm not racist and I like trans people.
Is it progressive to be making money off of building your brand by being borderline evil? Question mark?
Oh, whether or not you make money is... Oh, by being borderline evil, I don't like whatever. Yeah, I don't know if that's entirely.
Yeah, I just don't know if I would call that progressive.
Wait, who are we referring to right now?
Abba was calling Fuentes progressive.
No, he wasn't.
Okay,
no.
I was saying his business strategy is one that is progressive and that it progresses, but I probably used the word incorrectly, so that's my apology.
As in it actually
like progress is
sort of
movement.
Transformative.
Yes,
ability.
exactly. Like it moves forward. Like he doesn't just say something; he actually creates his political movement, follows through with them, gathers the people. So that's what I meant.
Well, it seems to me, I saw somebody tweet this out yesterday, which I thought was really well stated. Is that basically it seems like unfortunately the more progressive content creators seem to take advantage of people's willingness and desire to want to see change, but cater to them in a way that is sort of very just emotional and purely as a means to prop themselves up as a content creator, make them money, get people to praise them, etc. So they're kind of taking advantage of people who want to see change, not really providing them any change, but making them feel good about the things that they hear and what they in the talking points that they hear but never actually turning that into any form of action or any kind of actual movement. It's just like an online thing that is meant to sort of continuously feed that content creator. And
could it just be that people's attention are not at the people that are doing that change because it's not as interesting and drama filled?
that's probably like one of the elements of it, but overall you can see the difference between a content creator that actually wants to get something done and a content creator that sort of wants to convince their people that they are the right person.
I mean, the majority of
and have
content
the right
creators are all
ideology.
narcissists at the end of the day. Are they really doing anything but
true.
furthering their own interests?
I would say
you
Nick
can have
Fuentes
your-
absolutely has furthered his interests.
But it's still, yeah.
Or
exactly.
that can even be part of the narcissism. That can feed into the narcissism, the impact that you're having in the world, or something like that.
I mean, feeding your own interests is not necessarily a bad thing. If it also encapsulates a larger movement, you could also do both at the same time. I think probably for Nick, I don't think he just wants to be the supreme ruler of the world. I think he actually believes in some of the ideas that he has, and irrespective of whether or not you disagree with them, he's garnered an audience that follows him, that supports him financially, that shows up to a lot of events and shows up in person and does things that are tangible. And so whether it serves his self-interest or not is really irrelevant to me. I just think
know
what I
someone
like.
in Germany who did that as well.
Well, like,
Yeah, he got more done than Bernie Sanders, so.
Okay. I'll also say this. I think when I look at people's political actions and then it not being like anything really tangible, I think the audience is also partially a reflection of that. Because I think audiences don't actually care that deeply how much real change happens. I think the feel-good stuff is enough for a lot of them, so they just go with that.
Yeah. And like one of the things that frustrates me about a lot of the online progressive content creation and such is that a lot of it hinges on sort of like this utopian view of the world, that everything needs to get to this utopia and all the problems will be solved. But it's like this massive amount of leap that you have to do to get to the utopia, and nobody's really building the blocks to get to that point. So they're kind of like, oh, well, all of our problems stem from capitalism, so we need to, get rid of capitalism. Well, that doesn't solve the problems now, or even in the near term, or even really in the long term, because in order to dismantle capitalism, you've got so much road work to do to get to the point where you can sustain the population. So it's very
I think that's cope.
based.
I think that's partially cope. And the reason why I say it's partially cope is I think rather than doing something that's tangible, people focus on the macro because it makes themselves feel better. But they actually have the ability on a micro scale to affect a lot of local positive change. They just choose not to do it because it's, maybe it's more enjoyable to feel like you're talking about larger scale problems, but I also think it's irresponsible. And if you really care, you would start on something small. So I think to some degree people don't care that much. Not as much as they like to believe.
People come to this shit like a religion. I took a fucking sociology course. It's just literally sociology like intro to sociology a couple years ago, and that it's as if I had downloaded all of BreadTube to my brain. Like everything they talk about, all their talking points, all their vocabulary, it was all just from like an intro to sociology course. It really opened my eyes that all these people had all just taken like 1 or 2 sociology courses and are now just sort of uncritically parroting every single talking point, all the shit about abolishing capitalism, all the shit about how we're like living under oppression and systems of oppression under the government and capitalism and all that shit. Marx had all the right ideas. Capitalism's inherently bad because we're all being exploited and all that stuff. All that shit just came out of like a sociology 1 course. None of these people are like you said, I don't know, I agree. None of these people are they really care about any of this progress in their local watering holes or anything like that, because they're getting, it's like, have you ever met
It's the
Christians
conversation that
like,
we had with Darius earlier in here today, where Darius will go and talk about all the changes he wants to make in his life, but he doesn't actually do any of them, but he feels he gets all the good feelings just from talking about it.
Exactly. Have you ever met a Christian who's like, I know I'm a good person because I'm a Christian or something like that, or I'm a Christian, that's how I know I'm a good person or something? It's like that same shit. I subscribe to this set of beliefs, therefore I know that I'm like, I'm moral.
But I think even Christians know that they have to take actions in order to be in alignment with that. Be it going to church, being a lot of them actually donating, be a lot of them doing volunteer work at the church. Like a lot of them do really subscribe.
That assumes they're not Christian in name only, and they're actually like reading the Bible or going to church and having a pastor help them or whatever. Because a lot of people will just say they're a Christian, they've found God, and get that psychological burden lifted from them, but then never actually go forward with doing anything in line with their religious views.
I would even say religious people probably are responsible for more like good things at the charity and shit like that, or religion as a whole, as a system.
It's been
I would
very
argue
good
that
at
religious
organizing.
people, be it missionary, like whether you agree with it or not, I think they're much more likely to take actions in line with their values than I think like non-religious people would. because I think their faith really matters to them. And maybe it's fear, maybe it's a bunch of different other things. But at the end of the day, they do take tangible actions. I would say one thing I have noticed about liberals, and I think this kind of plays into the meme that Sneeko made about all of them looking the same, is that I don't think they actually believe in self-determination or actions that they can actually take in order to make tangible scales on a minor scale, which can then go on to larger. And I think that also reflects, funny enough, in their appearance. I think that's why you see a lot of libs with like blue hair, no shade to Destiny, or like different like color hair, or like crazy looking piercings or tattoos or really fucked up hair. Part of it is like, okay, there's more freedom to be yourself in the liberal like political ideology. But I think a lot of part of it is also like, what's the easiest thing I can change about myself without actually having to enact any real fucking change, right? I dye my hair.
I think this might be explained for the same reason that more charitable work gets done through religion. Is just a cultural thing. I think it's more cultural to put boots on grounds and like, you know, put bread in people's mouths and shit like that. Whereas for the progressive stuff, it's all just a cultural aesthetic, and it's not part of the culture to contribute to any local public works or anything like that, because it's all about defeatism and just recognizing, oh, we're fucked, man. We're totally living under the Star Wars empire or whatever.
Or that it's a waste to put anything into that system, and so you need to replace the system before you can really do that.
Yeah, but
and so it never
maybe they
goes
have. Maybe
farther
they have.
from
Why do
step
they have
zero.
that interaction with the political system? But like maybe conservatives don't nearly seem to do the same.
To what degree?
Like I would argue that I think conservatives.
I think we're getting to the point where conservatives are starting to be conspiratorial. For a while, we had progressives that were like, oh man, the system, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, they're all trying to circumvent and undermine the progressive system or progressive values. That's why they're sabotaging, burning this, that, or the other. But now we've got conservatives that think that, you know, the deep state in the swamp are circumventing, undermining conservative shit too.
Okay, I'm actually curious. Do you guys feel like conservatives are better at mobilizing their bases for voting purposes? Like, because I've always understood it as like conservatives are generally less of the population. However, they're very effective politically speaking because of actions. Am I incorrect?
No, in the United States, conservatives are very effective right now because the system favors them. That's what is like barely keeping them hanging on right now.
But didn't they work to make that system favor them?
Nope.
Was that
that's
not
just
a
part of
concerted
that's
effort?
intrinsically just like giving land the ability to have like a say in voting. That's just a thing that's baked in hardcore to the American system.
Okay,
and
so
the
like
fact is that right
gerrymandering
now
and stuff like that.
Everybody gerrymanders. There's no easy way to get to escape like gerrymandering. But the system right now is just set up to favor land over people, and conservatives tend to be more spread out. That's just luck on their part. They didn't even earn that advantage. Like they didn't even like rig the system. That's just like.
So there was a book that I read in the early 2000s by Eric Alterman called Why We're Liberals. And one of the things that I felt was really fascinating about that book was he goes into a section about, because he talks a lot about like liberals and being progressive and all the innate infighting, you know, that comes with progressive views, and talked about how conservatives are really good at consolidating and coming together. But one of the things he talked about is one of the major consolidating points for conservatives is that religion is still predominantly conservative, or conservatives are still predominantly religious, and there are a lot of churches that organize around that, and that churches put in a lot of effort to inform their people about important elections coming up, important issues to vote on or vote against, and will do things like do drives to raise funds and help people out and bring them together, and then get buses organized to get people to polling stations and such. And so they have a very strong unifying point to them that just doesn't really exist as much on the progressive or liberal side.
But it doesn't come from bad reasons, though, right? So, like, Donald
No.
Trump, for example, wouldn't disavow the KKK, but we all just pulled Jeremy Corbyn apart because he didn't react quickly enough to anti-Semitism within his party. So, I mean, like, yeah, we do have the infighting, but it doesn't necessarily come from a bad place. But obviously, it does benefit conservatives.
Corbyn's a fucking
because they
loser.
are-
That was his problem. Okay, not this anti-Semitism thing.
Okay,
But-
he was incredibly favorable in the polls up until
Yeah, for a little bit, but the anti-Semitism
until
should have
that
been.
point.
I'm pretty sure anti-Semitism should have been following. Maybe you keep saying it in a retarded fucking voice louder and louder. Somebody will agree with you.
I'm not saying.
I'm pretty
that
sure
he would've-
anti-Semitism should have been following Corbyn around for like a fucking decade, hasn't it? Like anti-Semitism has been things that people have accused Corbyn and other people in leftist parties and Labour Party in the UK for a long time. I don't think that was like a new thing that was the one thing that shut him down.
No, that was a really big part of it, and because he showed weakness in not being quick enough to deal with the issue, that was his downfall.
I think the issue is that Corbyn is a fucking loser. Everybody saw him as a fucking loser. And people were
Alright,
just like, you know what?
This was just
The
an
anti-Semitic shit is
example,
coming up
alright?
again, and fuck him.
This was just an example, okay? Which was a good example
Okay.
in the context of this conversation, alright? Chill.
I just looked up the book. It was 2008. So, but I recommend you guys read it. Maybe a little dated now, but Why We're Liberals by Eric Alterman.
Yeah, but Destiny, I'm surprised at your take on this. One of the things you've talked about in the past is like the ability for conservatives to like value community, value family, value like camaraderie and all of those type of things. And that's like the true advantage of conservatives.
That can be an
liberals.
advantage,
Like,
but the only reason conservatives are able to maintain the power they have in the United States right now is because of the structure of our government favoring land over people. That's the only reason. Without that, they would have almost no voice right now. Conservatism is getting less and less popular. It seems to be the case, right? Hillary Clinton won by what, 3 or 4 million votes? Biden won by what, 11 million votes? Like, the conservatives are hanging on by the skin of their teeth because the Senate favors land over votes. Like, that's like the one thing they have. And then McConnell the turtle is there trying to block every fucking possible thing that can come out of the Senate just because of the land thing, not because of the people or the popularity.
I mean,
the conservative popular tallies, I wouldn't say are hanging on by a thread. It's still pretty substantial. It's
Really? What was the last?
50% of the country still it's in there. Right?
What was Kerry versus Bush? Like, what was the last Republican that won the popular vote? I'm curious.
They don't win, but it's still substantial. I wouldn't say
substantial, but they're losing by bigger margins. I'm just saying that, like, you can say it's substantial. I'm not saying there are no Republicans. I'm just saying that, like, systemically, the reason why they're able to hold on to the power they do is because right now the system is hardcore favoring land over people. That's the only reason why they've held on as well as they could, right? Like, Trump can have a dominating presence in the Senate and the presidency despite losing by, what, 4 million votes?
Maybe
for
the
Hillary
presidency, but Congress is still going to be.
Nope, no, that's not true. The Senate, right? Again, also allots votes more to land than to people. The only reason why I had both halves of the Senate is because. Sure. Wait, you do or don't understand?
I understand because if it were strictly by population, then cities would be electing every representative or whatever.
Sure, yeah.
Lean blue. I get it.
yeah, I think that gets complicated though, right? Like, should the most populous cities completely dominate?
No,
like,
I never said that. Never made the claim otherwise. I think it's fine the way the Senate is balanced. I'm just saying it's important to notice that, yeah.
I know you're not making that claim. I'm just trying to make sure we agree on that. So, like, there's inefficiencies in the current process for sure, but I don't know how we rectify those. So, like, I guess it seemed like you were assigning some level of intent, and maybe you weren't, and I misread
No,
that.
I'll
but,
say very clearly, I'm okay with the system set up as is. I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I think that land should be able to vote. I think states do have interests, but it's important to realize that when Republicans are running around screaming like, he won the election, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, he kind of did, but not with the people, with the states, right? Donald Trump was a deeply unpopular president. He lost by, I think, the largest margin of any president that's won an election in the history of the United States, and conservatives are losing popularity in a lot of areas, but structural advantages keep them where they are. I think that's important to recognize. Not saying we should change the structure, but it's important to recognize those things as fact.
Got you. And I don't think they would win by as much as they do if the left wasn't so, like, divided. Like, the whole progressive liberal versus leftist thing. And I was actually just having a conversation with somebody about this, but I think that's ultimately what hurts us on the left more so than anything else.
Bro, it hurts a little bit, but it's hard to say because electorally we don't fight that as much as conservatives have fought it electorally. I don't know what the answer is there. What the fuck is this?
I guess I'm curious about your. You know more about the electoral system and stuff. I'm curious when you say that conservatism is, extremely unpopular or something. Like, I feel like the popular vote was within what, like 5% or something still, right?
5% is a lot of people for when you were talking to the entirety of the American public, right?
Yeah, but that's to say that something's unpopular if it's almost 50-50.
I didn't say it was unpopular. I didn't say there's no conservatives. I'm just saying that, like, conservatives will often
extremely unpopular.
Whatever. I'm curious if I said extremely unpopular, then I'm wrong and fucking retarded. I was a fucking retard if I said that. What I'm saying is that they're not winning by massive margins, even when they control all three parts of the fucking executive, legislative, whatever. Even when they're controlling everything, it's not like they're winning by popular mandate. They're winning because they have structural advantages.
Okay,
That's
I'm
what I'm
asking
saying.
because I want to understand this context where we can call something that is almost half the country and is like 70 to 80 million people, and we can call it like, you know, extremely unpopular.
Sorry, if I said extremely popular, I'm a fucking retard. And the next time you see me, you should beat the fucking shit out of me, okay? I was wrong if I said that, okay?
Will do.
Thank you.
I just got back. Why are we beating the shit out of you?
Because he deserves it.
Because your mom wants it to happen. She loves it. She loves
My
watching it.
mom just passed away a few days ago.
Well, I'm sorry, but
She
thanks.
definitely did not.
You really brought down the energy of the room now, okay?
I don't care. Much like the way Destiny denied House Phone's mom, your mom is definitely still alive.
I did not deny
She is,
House Phone's
yeah.
mom, okay? Jesus.
Actually, I haven't heard from her today.
I
How
did.
fucked up would it be if she died? That'd be
So
wild.
fun. And then when I come on to talk about it tomorrow, nobody would believe me. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard something that I liked, and that's what caused me to jump in here.
What was
I
it?
heard
Because you were called a
Abba say-
person of color?
No. It's when you said that people should clean their room. I was like, yo, that's a Jordan Peterson take. This is great. This is awesome. Let me jump in.
Oh my fucking god.
It's great.
Did I
just
say that?
because it's a Jordan
Or did I
Peterson take?
did I say something? Or you mean I said something similar?
You said that people should focus on micro issues and fixing their communities rather than macros into just trying to like evoke morality upon themselves.
I just don't
reason
think
why is because it's difficult to tackle macro issues. It's a lot
Yeah.
easier. You can actually affect change more immediately by addressing the micro issues, which in the end, if you address enough of those micro issues, will have an overall macro change effect.
True.
Music to my ears, yes.
Yeah.
Got literal music going on as well. How's your party, Abba?
It's really easy for people to, like, as Abba was saying earlier, for people to sort of make themselves feel good about talking about these big changes, but unfortunately it's just a guaranteed way to paralyze yourself on actually affecting any change at all.
I think the point I was trying to make is that I just felt like the way I feel a lot of leftist streamers tackle their political issues seems to be the same way they lead their personal lives, meaning that I think they do very little self-actualization and don't put any effort for it, and I think it shows also in their political actions. I don't know who said that quote, but like the way you do some things is the way you do everything. Like I don't know, sometimes I feel like that rings true.
Yes.
I don't know why, but that Sneeko fucking meme where he had like all of the fucking lefty streamers lined up and they had like the same similar haircut and bunch of weird looking things that most people in the general population would find fucking weird. I don't know. It just, that starts to ring true every time I see it because it feels as though their actions are similar to that.
I would say.
Hold
that's
on,
more
you gotta
emblematic
keep in mind that conservatives are the same shit. How many fucking MAGA dudes with those weird fucking sunglasses come onto their trucks to talk about how much they were offended by the fucking halftime show or the last thing that Biden said or whatever? Like, everybody's got their stereotypes.
You're just talking about like selling an aesthetic as part of a package of like political advertising.
He's just getting his new programming from Sneeko. That's what he's getting.
Well, I would
Yeah,
say
I'm
that
unplugging from the Matrix, and I think what I've realized as I've begun unplugging is it just seems like the fucking libs. Okay, I'm just joking, but it just appears as though when it comes to actual political action, the right seems to be better at engaging in it. From
Okay,
what
is
I've
Sneeko
seen.
good at political action? Are the fucking Andrew Tate people good at political action? No, they're picking up an aesthetic, and that's part of their cultural identity that's being sold to them or whatever.
I don't know, man. The Tate's,
I disagree.
I think Tate was incredibly effective. You've got a guy that talks about objectifying women his whole life, and look how many women he objectified at one time. 75 working for him, all to think that they're dating him. I think it was pretty impressive.
Also,
whether
what are
you
we
think it's
saying,
great or
like,
hold
what
on,
are we
what-
defining as political effectiveness? Because I wouldn't call, like, if I were going to talk about political effectiveness, I would talk, like, for right wing, I'd consider Nick Fuentes to be someone we talk about when it comes to political effectiveness. So
I think the
Andrew
red
Tate
pill.
doesn't really-
I think the red pill is similar, Jason, because I think even though their issues may be gender related or dating related to some degree, but you know when they talk about the Matrix or whatever, like there is a certain element of politics involved that it does feel very real when it comes
Relate
to the red
it
pill.
to politics. How does it relate?
Yeah, I feel
I think it's
more
adjacent.
so-
Yeah, I think it's very
No,
much
but
adjacent.
explain to us how. Instead of just saying it.
Because I think when you consider the way that their ideology moves forward, it basically leans into everything that's potentially conservative. So whether they want less sexual freedom for people, whether they feel like, you know, to some degree women should be subservient, whether they feel as though you should be financially independent from the system and they're for low taxation, like a lot of their views track on very, very, very strongly with how the right lives. And that's why they do a lot of the religious grifts and stuff like that. So the idea that the red pill is not political is, I think think is super bizarre.
I'm
Everything
gonna
about it is
go out on a limb and say it's kind of unfair that the average conservative wants less rights for women. But okay, that seems a bit harsh.
It can be political, but how does that translate to like a real world impact?
What he's saying is that people on the left don't sell you a lifestyle. People on the right do, right? If I say, like, what does it mean to live as a conservative? I've got, like, the red pill gives you this whole guide of living. If I say, what does it mean to live as a progressive? I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Like, find a black person to kiss his boots in public? Like, there's no guide there. It's just, like, perpetual, like, shame and agony.
And even beyond that, not only is their framework pretty clear and concise to most folks, they're incredibly effective at getting their messages out to a lot of people and making a lot of young, impressionable minds. And I would also say that they tend to live by a lot of the values that they themselves espouse. Not always, not all the time, but it just seems like they are far more effective at doing so. So there just appears to be some congruence in between what they're espousing in terms of politics and the way that they live.
But isn't the whole issue with the Andrew Tate type people is that they can't give advice to the average man because they aren't the average man. So what they come out with is a bunch of shit that can't be applicable to like most men.
Yes, but it does tell them to take accountability for their lives, to take actions to be able to actually fix things. They give them tangible stuff that they can actually do. Like the right and the red pill's ideology in regards to how they say like young folks should act is actually far more appealing because it gives agency to the individual and demands that they take actions to make themselves feel better. And I think that kind of ideology leads to a better political involvement than the other one, which is the left, which is just like society.
Abby is preaching.
I mean, there is some self-help stuff in there. I don't think anyone's denying that.
I think there's
it's not like a package of self-help though. Like the right definitely has a more consolidated package of self-help and lifestyle living and such that the left just doesn't have. So I would agree with that. I think the way Destiny presented that actually was a really good way of kind of packaging that up nicely. But I still like when I think political effect, like I even though you can be changing people's opinions and like causing a little bit of a social movement, when I think of political effectiveness, the reason why I was thinking of like Nick Fuentes is because I think of somebody who actually gets senators to sign on to their particular like brand of politics and such, and to be part of AFPAC, be funded by AFPAC and such, where you're actually bringing the politics into the real world politics stage to affect things like what is being drafted for legislation and who's voting on what legislation.
To be fair, I don't think Fuentes has gotten that part to where he's like influencing the legislation, but I know he wants to.
Not quite. But we've had a couple of AFPACers draft legislation, so
I mean, when you were saying like the left doesn't have a pre-packaged thing for self-help, but isn't that because people that are left progressive leaning, they're not scared to go to therapy and have already been doing a lot of these things as it is?
Bro, people on the left are all on fucking SSRIs and depressed and fucked. Like, no, what? I don't.
Yup. True.
Yeah, I would say that they're not getting over their shit.
Of going to therapy.
But that's them following the prescription of what you should do, right?
They're not
It's
like a lot of right people that are terrified of going to a doctor.
I don't know. It seems all chaotic to me. It seems like some of the few unifying calls is like therapy good, or something, whatever. But there's not really an overall lifestyle.
Therapy in and of itself is useless. Okay, if you just use therapy in a vacuum, that's useless. The self-actualizing part, I would argue, is more important than therapy, and that if therapy is to be effective, it has to work in conjunction with the tangible actions that you actually have to take. What I think is, and I've been having this discourse for a while, but whenever I say like, one thing that I say about the red pill and all those folks who kind of live that thing is, their messaging is incredibly infectious. And if I'm an individual who's sitting at home and feel miserable in my life, their messaging is probably the one that's most apt towards me because it encouraged me to get off my ass, encouraged me to get involved, encouraged me to take care of myself, encouraged me to be more financially literate, encouraged me to be more financially involved. So all this messaging is what men, and generally young men, want to hear in regards to how they can better themselves. Whereas when the left just says, go to therapy, it's like, bitch, how's that going to help me? Like, I'm still broke. You know what I mean? Like,
I was giving that as an example of like left people aren't already scared of these progressive ideas already, whereas right-leaning people seem more reticent to get involved in that already. Because there's already like loads of self-help that doesn't have a political leaning that has existed like long before Jordan Peterson came along.
Yeah, but when you're part of a minority class that doesn't have a lot of political power, you got to understand that messaging is going to be more powerful. I don't know what happened and why the left gave up agency. Like the message used to be, hey, you can have agency in the things that you are directly involved in, but root for systemic change. But then as Jordan Peterson became more popular, people started to demonize agency as a whole. And that's where I don't know why the left gave up this ground, but the fact that they ceded all of that power to the
What
right.
is
And
demonization of agency? What does that mean?
Like everything is a systemic problem. Nobody can do anything to improve their circumstances. It's all white supremacy, white colonialism, anti-blackness.
The individual is.
And if they hold on,
Left-leaning people don't take
no.
responsibility for everything.
And if they don't endorse that kind of rhetoric, then they're very tacit or very reluctant to actually wail against it effectively. And so it almost seems like they're implied agreeing with it because they refuse to actually speak out against it.
I think, well, there's a few things being missed here. I think the left is like very strong in its advocacy towards like protesting or something like that. We saw that during like BLM, even violent protesting, and even assuming the agency to like, you know what, actually it's better to detriment these systems or businesses because, you know, that'll whatever propel some radical change or something like that. In the red pill, they sell their own fucking misery, you know, woe is me stories too about how the reason all these men are, you know, whatever, you know the whole story. Like women are liberated so they don't need the men, so now they can just go fuck around, and now there's all these lonely sad men or whatever, and that's why this is the cause of your misery. There's a fair mix on both sides, I think, but in general I think you're right. It may just not be perfectly congruent to compare progressivism, which seeks for like direct political advocacy to realize a set of political ideals, versus the red pill, which I think you're right, does offer the individual, like here are some things that you can and should do to improve your individual personal quality of life. I just don't think that's the goal of progressivism.
But isn't the difference just that we do consider societal systemic oppression and that the right just don't at all? Like, it's not like we blame everything on systemic oppression, it's just that we acknowledge that it is a thing.
There's too much on the left.
Right? Really?
I think there's too much defeatism, yeah.
I don't know.
Like the problem that I see, or not really problem, but like a thing that I observed that's a key difference between conservative rhetoric and progressive rhetoric, and it goes back to the individual versus the collective, is that with conservatives they actually really keep things simple, really good at messaging, because the answers tend to be very, very simple, right? And oftentimes are on the individual. Here's what you can do to change something now. Clean your room, get in shape, do these little things, right? It's very addressable, it's very immediate. And with progressives, oftentimes it is focusing on the collective and systemic issues. You want to get an answer to them on like why it is that you're having difficulty in life, why you're not able to, get a partner or whatever, why you can't hold down a job. Their answer is going to be very convoluted, complicated, all these systemic things going on. And here's what Marx said about these systems. And it's just like, there's no direct, simple, like easy, here's what you can do right now to give yourself some progress. So the conservatives are really good with that messaging, and that's something that progressives need to learn as well. And but unfortunately, the direction it's moved in, I don't see that happening.
I don't know if conservatives are good with that so much as there's just a lot of overlap between red pill people and conservatism.
I mean, this is just conservatism overall.
Yeah,
like doesn't matter if they're red pill or not.
Yeah, they seem great. Like the thing that I took, because people used to always say Gambit is a conservative, and it became a meme because of how I talk about agency. But like the thing that I tell people is, imagine you're a black person and you're on your deathbed, and your children are at your deathbed, right? And they're saying, and imagine you're ultra poor, and your kids are saying, "Hey, Dad, what should we do?" Or "Hey, Mom, what should we do?" You would never prescribe to them, go work for the Democratic Party for the rest of your life, and hopefully some systemic change will twinkle down into you, and then you'll have a better life, right? You tell them actionable steps that they can take to make their lives better. That's the part where we lose to the right, when we just act as if agency isn't important, because it's motivating, like everything that Albert said, and it's practical. So like we have to understand like agency is super important.
What are these actionable steps that the red pills people are saying that are actually any good other than work out? Like, what are
my
the...
God, that's a ton.
Well, if you're talking specific,
there's
if you're
a
talking
ton
specifically the red pill, I mean that narrows it down a lot more. But overall, I would say conservatives are better at messaging in simple terms that translate better to people, especially if you're struggling.
I agree that they can be quite good at getting the message across. I'm just saying that their messages kind of suck for the most part. Like red pillars, like Andrew Tate say, depression isn't real, but we're trying to say like this isn't good message to begin
Kelly
with.
Jean, let me give you another example that's not just the gym meme. They'll tell people to go to work and be the best fucking person at work, and you'll get a higher salary at some point. Whereas what people on the left will say is, well, go join a union or some shit like that. Like, and I'm not saying that unions can't be powerful and they haven't done like great things for our country, but they're gonna tell people to do things that are personally actionable. And like go to work and be the best fucking employee you
Do you
can.
think all the
And
people
more
on
than
the left
likely,
aren't trying to do the best at their jobs already?
that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the prescription and the message, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a useless message. Like, what are
No,
the
no,
good
no.
people that are at your job?
It's not. It's
Alright,
not. It's
great,
not.
that's
It's
fixed
not.
my
Hold on.
fucking
It's not.
life.
It's not a useless message. Where I have lefties constantly complaining about systemic issues all day long. Me as an individual who wants to take actionable steps to make my life better, I hear from the right. Get a good job. Make sure your money's in order because that'll eventually bring you to being more attractive to the other party. Get your home in order. Make sure you get your fitness in step. Make sure you start to find ways to make financial freedom a possibility. And the thing that happens is as you take these steps, you actually do notice that your life gets remarkably better. And so you get a feedback loop in where their advice, even though it's maybe basic or simple, is actually having a huge influence on your life. When they're saying stuff like be disciplined and make sure you stick to that stuff, that helps people. People need that kind of framework. The same way a lot of people without any hope need religion. A lot of folks who are young men and who are lost need actionable framework that makes them feel like they have a place in the world. Because without that, they're just going to feel lost and they're going to be young adults who don't know where they're supposed to go. I
Disagree, but I think that the things that you just listed are the most fucking obvious things on the planet.
Yeah,
and
but
I'm
I
just
wouldn't
like,
listen to
what?
you because you're not somebody I'd want to emulate.
No one
Wait, hold on.
listens to me.
Stop talking. Hold on.
So let me make this.
Yes, but hold up.
let
But
me make
when I
this
see
point.
somebody who's hyper successful and leads a life I'd actually want to live, then I would want to emulate them. And the problem is most lefties do not lead lives that most people want to actually respect or emulate. So that's the problem. Like I'm not trying to be fucking vouch. Like I'm sorry, it's just not. There's never gonna be a day where I look at fucking the white Tacoma's weeping and I'm thinking like I want to be that dude. But if I listen to someone like Andrew Tate, even if I find him repulsive, the dude very successful at what he's done, has the money, whatever. For a young man, he sees those markers of success, and that's much more something he would want to emulate over someone like Vouch, and that's why they have different.
Bad. Just like seeing like that kind of wealth as a marker of success, and therefore I want to emulate that. Like, what kind of
how is that bad?
ideal is that?
Wait,
Hold on. Think
Can she
about
explain
it.
why is it bad? Can you explain why it's bad?
Yeah.
Because why should your focus in life only be to try and become rich, which is incredibly unlikely?
Listen,
like,
listen,
not everyone's gonna get a Bugatti.
Kelly, no,
okay?
Kelly.
Come
I grew up with a saying from my dad. My dad said, "Anyone who says money can't buy happiness doesn't fucking have any." Like,
No, but
if there's a thing,
point
in
at which
life
it
that you
doesn't make that
want,
much difference.
money will facilitate it. That's the point. So
also,
I don't think it's like.
I want to talk about. I want to kind of.
Population that's going to be fucking Andrew Tate.
I also
level
want to.
rich.
I also want to point out to like the effectiveness of messaging, right? So you got somebody who's struggling to keep a roof over their head, living paycheck to paycheck. What answer do you think is going to be the better message for them that's more than likely to bring them to your ideology or what you're talking about?
Living paycheck to paycheck.
Well, let me finish.
Okay.
Capitalism is what's screwing you over, or hey, here's what you can actually do. Here's what you can actually do to maximize what you've got right now. What do you think is the better message? Because that person, I can guarantee you, does not know how to smash capitalism overnight to make their life better. So the simpler answer. Well, but we're talking about effective messaging. What's going to be more likely to bring them to you to seek more of your help or more of your information?
I mean, it's
right?
incredibly attractive. Yeah, it's like a honeypot thing. I can see a lot of people
It's
being
a
like,
means
"Oh, nice."
to whatever it is
But
that
it's
you want. in
very
life.
unattainable.
Obviously, well,
hold up.
hang on, no, because it doesn't go that way. They look at what the unattainable things are that you have, envy it, but then they tell you, here are the baby steps to just get more of what you've already got and use that to get even more. Right? So it's very direct, it's very immediate, it's something actionable that they can do, and then you got the progressive leftist person who's like, well, the problem is capitalism and we need to get rid of capitalism. And it's like, okay, well, how do I get rid of capitalism tomorrow so I'm not worried about having a roof over my head tomorrow?
I hard disagree.
Left-leaning people, I wouldn't be like,
Nice.
oh, capitalism, just give up and go to McDonald's and deal with it.
I hard-
I'd be like,
Wait,
well,
Destiny
get study and
disagrees
like,
with
get
this?
a better job. Yeah, sure, the one that you actually enjoy.
I don't think any of the I don't agree with any of that red pill advice being actionable. I think most of it is snake oil. They just have they've attractively wrapped it up in a big package. I guarantee you that the vast majority of quote unquote red pill people that listen to these podcasts and get motivated to go to the gym and lose weight and all that shit, they drop off the fucking wagon in probably 2 weeks tops. Because just telling somebody,
you have no way of proving. Hold on, you have no way of proving that. Correct?
I have all of the history of human psychology. Just telling someone, go do it, you can do it, you can do it. That's not the way to motivate people. Like, there are measurable, real steps that you can take towards building like positive routines and stuff. None of these techniques are ever talked about in any red pill show ever. It's always just like, you're a piece of shit, you can do it, blah, blah. And it might make you feel empowering for a little bit, the same way that talking about implementing any change can make you feel like you've already implemented it, but those people fall off the wagon. Like, you've never gone to like a red pill fucking podcast live show or anything and seen a whole bunch of like shredded Giga Chads and shit in the audience. That's never the case.
Well, like I talk to these red pillars. I talk to these red pillars in certain discords, and what I find is that they've bought into the red pill ideology, but they did like oftentimes fell off the wagon, but they still buy into the ideology. So they still carry the message. They still talk about it. They still hang around with red pillars and stuff. Even though they're not actually going and doing the self.
Yeah, I want to ask this: do you think that there's not an do you not think that if you were to take a red pill convention versus like some kind of fucking lib cuck convention, you wouldn't think you'd find more people that are physically fit?
You might, but it's not because they became fit listening to red pill shit. It's just because of the types of people that tend to run in both communities. Red pill people don't give good self-improvement advice. They just tell you to self-improve. It's about as worthless as lefty people saying just, what?
What's the bad advice that they give?
Just telling somebody to just improve or just fix your diet or just go to the gym is worthless advice. And trying to motivate somebody through like making them feel bad is also bad self-help advice. It doesn't work.
Is that how they give the advice?
Yes.
Is that how they give it?
Yeah,
they just say go work out. Is that all they say?
Basically, yeah.
Unless
there's people that have given more complicated or better, more nuanced things in terms of building habits or anything that I've just never heard before. But most of the red pill shit I've heard just sounds like the get ultra motivated shit of blah blah blah.
So even though he's not technically red pill, but he's kind of adjacent. Hold on. All right.
Destiny, I have a question. We've seen the tens of thousands of people that go up to Jordan Peterson crying, saying how he's made their life better. Tell me the person running up
the
to Bernie
tens
Sanders
of thousands of people. I disagree.
That's hyperbolic.
What?
But lots of people.
I don't know.
That's hyperbolic.
Lots of people praise him for
y'all
that.
not aware?
And
the guy's got a 7.
Okay, I don't. There's like 70 million people talking about it. I don't know who's saying anything.
Well, I was just going to suggest Jordan Peterson because one of the things that people praise him for is that people say it's profound, but honestly, it's really simple. The whole clean your room thing, and people are like, "Oh my god!"
Hold on,
this
no, wait,
groundbreaking stuff, 12 rules of life, but it's pretty basic and simple, and it is very tangible and actionable, and it does help people.
Jordan Peterson doesn't count as like one of these red pill guys because he actually does give good.
Yeah, that's why I said red pill adjacent.
Okay, yeah, Jordan Peterson counts as a good advice giver because Jordan Peterson has written books and is a psychologist and knows how to help people self-improve. But that's not what you're finding on 99% of like self-improvement red pill fucking shows. It's usually just a whole bunch of fucking abuse to try to make you feel bad about yourself to get like the motivation, the agency to go and do shit.
That's true, but think about the original claim that this hinged off of. What I was saying was that conservatives overall are better at this messaging because it's more tangible. And you can find plenty of examples of red pill adjacent people as well as the red pill people who are providing a more tangible, simple answer for people that is at least more immediately actionable for them, even if they fall off the wagon soon afterward.
I think we're also discounting something. It's not just the advice. Because these people live a certain lifestyle, there's a constant reinforcement of that motivation of a potentiality or a future that is better than the one that they currently live. So it's not just they say the right things. They also emulate a lifestyle constantly. They constantly showcase that, and they're constantly around the women that these guys would want to date and constantly doing the things that they'd want to do, that the people who are watching are much more likely to engage in positive behavior because they see that reinforcement all the time. It's not one-dimensional.
I understand, but the lifestyle is snake oil, right? Like, maybe I'm jaded because I come from my parents did fucking Amway and shit. All the big Amway people, the way that they got rich was not by being good business people and building successful business. It was by selling self-help tips for Amway. It's the same thing with a lot of these red pillar guys. These guys aren't like super ultra successful businessmen that like made it in like the real world. They got popular on YouTube, pandering to audiences, right? Like, if you, no offense to any of the red pill guys, but like most of these guys made most of their money on YouTube, giving self-help. But to what? Become what? YouTubers? Like,
hold on. I would agree with you on the financial point. I do not agree with you on the fitness point. I do not believe that the actionable steps that you have to take to make your physical physical health substantially better is as complicated as trying to get rich from scratch. That's not the same thing. If someone's constantly reinforcing to me how I need to get physically in shape, and then by doing so, this unlocks different things and this and that, and they're constantly doing that, I don't have to create a business plan. I don't have to do the most complicated thing. I have to essentially change my diet and then go to the gym a bit consistently. Now, maybe I won't get to the point where I'm super ripped, but I will make improvements just by fucking showing up on a regular basis. So I reject the notion that just because they give bad advice on a financial level, which I do agree with you, that it doesn't translate to make their lives markedly better in other areas.
Just by showing up on a regular basis. I'm like this participation trophy of fitness.
It's not just a participation trophy. If you take somebody who never goes to the gym ever versus someone who does and tries to make an effort for their diet, you're going to have substantially better results with the person who does. I'm not saying that they're going to turn into fucking Sylvester Stallone, but there's actually incremental change that does happen to people who take a small amount of time at the gym on a semi-regular basis.
Sure.
I mean, the gym.
And also, there's a biological thing that changes as well, because just by the virtue of you doing the physical activities, you actually get a biological response that's almost instantaneous. So
Nobody is saying the gym is bad, Abba. We agree on that part.
Hold up, that's not what I said. You don't listen very well. So every time you reply, it has nothing to do with what I just said. But what I was
going on about the gym.
Okay, go ahead, Kelly. Make your point.
I'm saying we all agree with you when it comes to the fitness and health and the gym stuff, but it's the other stuff we don't agree with.
Yeah, like don't let the men in.
He's just talking about the distinction between selling something that is actionable to an individual for how to change their immediate circumstances.
Yeah, but we all agree with it, right? With the
No, you don't. No, you don't. Destiny just sat here and basically said that most of their advice is snake oil and unuseful, and I would disagree.
No, but he agrees with the gym stuff
You don't even know the second half of what I was going to say. When I
but I know that he agrees with that because he spoke about it before.
Doesn't matter what he agrees with. We're talking about.
Okay. Hold on. I'm just gonna ignore what she said because she's going off pointless points. But Destiny, when you said they don't give good advice that actually makes their lives markedly better, I would argue that both on a dating standpoint and to fuck women, as you say, not to actually have relationships, but to fuck women. I do think they give these guys better opportunities as well as for fitness related stuff and things like that.
And confidence, which helps them out in every other thing that they do.
Mans is not participating in this conversation. He's fucking. Never mind. Don't blame him, honestly, for that, or he hasn't realized that he's muted.
I understand what you mean. I do think that, yeah, you're right. I think left-leaning people are worse about giving actionable individual advice or whatever, but I do think that like red pill and progressivism, like, you know how progressivism, they just like sell fucking opiating people based on their systemic oppression. They're black people. The reason your life sucks and you don't have everything you want is because the system is just stacked against you. I think the red pill does that as well. They're like, they're lonely, man. You're just lonely because of social media and sexual liberation of women, and they can have jobs now.
But Supreme, I think that's only a part of it. I think a part of it is not giving like personal prescriptions. I think the other part that me and Ab are talking about is the demonization of agency as well. It's not just that left-wing people don't
think there's demonization of agency on the left.
What?
There definitely is.
What?
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Gambit.
Yeah, if you talk in any space of love people, and I don't mean just Twitter and Twitch and shit, I'm talking about real life offline people. They will demonize you if you say that some people should take agency in their own hands, especially if it's a minority group.
Demonize you for taking some agency in your own hands?
No, they demonize you for prophesizing that people should take agency.
Absolutely.
As if
they do demonize individualism, right? So they see that as being very liberal, and that's not appropriate. That is anti-progressive, etc. Because in order to be progressive, we have to be more collective in our approach to things and tackle things on a system.
Yep.
Or even telling people to take accountability when it comes to certain aspects of their life that are unpleasant or not going well. Instead of like actually being supportive of that kind of messaging, they'll just be like, "Well, that's unfair. Talk about the system, the systemic racism." I'm like, the entire messaging is always focused on the systemic stuff rather than the personal, actionable stuff. So when you say the demonization of agency, that's where it comes from. It comes from the one-sided discussions that they traditionally have, and then the rejection of like personal accountability when it comes to a lot of circumstances. Like take rape, for example. You can't even say anybody may have contributed to certain situations.
Andrew Tate saying women who've been raped should take
Okay, so I'm going to finish my point since you just interrupted with something that had nothing to do with what I just said. And what I was trying to say is basically even on the topics of rape, right? If you tell people any actionable steps they can take in order to protect themselves and make sure they're good, people are saying you're creating rape culture or stupid stuff like that. That is the demonization of agency.
Yes, exactly.
I'm sorry. Can you run that one?
Well, like.
Okay. So I'll just say one more time. So I'll just repeat it so he can hear it. But basically, what I was trying to say.
There's a difference between giving advice to people to like potentially stop them from getting raped, I guess, and then Andrew Tate saying
Kelly,
rape victims need to take responsibility.
Has anyone told you? Hold on. Kelly. I'm just curious. Kelly, has anyone told you? Kelly, has anyone ever told you have like Mr. Girl levels of like listening skills?
No, Abba, you just talk a lot. That's all.
Okay. Well, you talk a lot too, which is nobody knows what you're talking about.
It's not a bad thing. But I'm just saying, everyone.
It is bad when you do it because you just derail conversations all the time.
Oh, I was talking about something you literally just said.
Well, he's talking about the left's or progressives' overall demonization of agency and individuals in the individual, and so
I know
it's
what he was
not
talking
fair to compare that to Andrew Tate because he's not using Andrew Tate as an argument.
Didn't Destiny just tweet something as simple as, yo, you shouldn't engage in sex if you can't have complicated conversations around boundaries, and the entire world went bananas? Like it's ridiculous what like the left does with demonization of agents. Like, it's obvious that if you're not a person that's ready to have some of these complex topics, then maybe engaging in sex isn't something you should do, and you should prioritize trying to figure out.
People took issue with that not because agency was being demonized. It's because they perceived that the focus was on the wrong party taking the agency to do or not do something. In this case, in this case, it was the issue with the person stealthing after,
victim's agency that they could have used. He didn't say that they were to blame for rape, or I can't remember what the situation was, but he didn't say they were to blame for it. He just said, "Hey, here's a pointer on maybe how you could avoid these situations in the future."
The problem is that a lot of the advice that's given to like avoid these things in the future is just really obvious shit, and it just comes across as patronizing. Like, I'm not saying that there can't be some useful advice, because there definitely can, but what I was talking about more like hyperbolic statements, like what Andrew Tate said, because he is a red pillar and that is the side of where it's come from. I never meant that ABBA specifically was saying that kind of shit. But it's like, sometimes, like, is that helpful? How does that help if we ask women to take responsibility for their rape?
How does it help to tell men over and over again, don't rape?
Well, I think they're equally stupid. But like,
Kelly, the voice, you gotta stop doing the voice. Oh my god.
The reason why the reason why there's such a negative reaction to that type of advice is because historically we've had a long issue of people.
I don't know what to do. I can't have 20,000 fucking people. This conversation is so fucking autistic. Holy shit. It's like
of men raping women. It's like, what was she wearing? Was she drinking? Blah, blah, blah. And put all of the agency on the woman, all the responsibility on the woman. And so there's been sort of this pendulum swing in the other direction, which is to say, no, men need to fix their shit. We're not responsible for this crap anymore, which it shouldn't be. It should be somewhere around the middle where women, and just vulnerable people in general are taking some precautions and such and looking out for themselves, and then men are also socialized to be a little bit less fucking rapey, right?
Yeah, but the majority of rape is by partners, right? And it's like people by people, so it's like, okay, it's like we'll protect ourselves when we're walking down a dark alley, I guess, but it's like a lot of this stuff is quite obvious and it doesn't really help. Like, there's not really anything that to be gained by saying it.
So you can say some of these things are obvious, but in certain situations, they don't appear to be obvious. There was a panel where we were talking about women should come forward as soon as possible, right? Because, like, the possibility of convicting somebody in a rape case is already bad. Lack of physical evidence and blah, 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 right? So coming forward as soon as possible, using rape kits, all of this stuff seems to be reasonable advice. But we can see that. That's fine. But no, but even that type of conversation is demonized. Oh my God, like she's dealing with all of this mental stuff, and like, oh my, you should be talking to the men and blah blah blah. Like, that type of shit happens. Maybe wherever you exist, that type of rhetoric doesn't happen. But somebody said you were from not from America, but here in America, that shit happens. You will get demonized for saying, "Hey, women, you should come forward as soon as possible."
I mean, I can explain it a little bit if you want me to, but it's like. So, yes, in an ideal world, you should go directly to the police, and reality is...
Wait, you said if we wanted you to, but we didn't take a vote.
Pardon?
No. Let her speak. God
What
damn
is
it.
alright? I know, but people... anyway, never mind. But, like, in an ideal world, yes, that would always happen. But the thing is, women aren't not going to the police because they don't already know that. There's usually some other mitigating factor that's stopping them from going. So it's like, we already know that we can go to the police station to report things, and... I don't think there's any woman on the planet that doesn't know that. So it's like.
But don't you think we
forces.
should pressure women to do that regardless of whatever extenuating circumstances exist?
No, because the reason is that
and by pressure I mean socially pressure. I don't mean directly on one individual, right? I'm saying socially we should encourage this. You don't think we should encourage women to go to the police as soon as possible?
Encourage, not pressure.
Yeah,
that's the same thing
problem is that when
socially.
you get raped by someone.
Sorry, hold on, real quick.
Like your own
Pressure
partner.
and encourage are the same thing socially.
Same
It means
thing.
the exact same
thing.
thing.
So,
Okay.
No, they're not the same fucking.
They're actually the
The
exact
exact
same
same
fucking
thing.
thing. They're literally the same thing. Social encouragement is social pressure. If I ask you, do you want to smoke some fucking crack? And I'm next to you, you'd say, oh, that's kind of a little bit of social pressure. It'd be cool if you smoked some crack. It'd be cool if you reported a rape at the police station. Social pressure and social encouragement are the same thing.
So
I don't know about
the
that.
problem. So
Really
I
not.
think we should encourage or pressure, however you put it. But the thing to keep in mind is that when people get raped, oftentimes by their partners, there's a psychological thing that you end up dealing with, which is you kind of a lot of times you end up convincing yourself or trying to convince yourself that there wasn't something wrong or that it was something that you did or something like that. There's a lot of psychology behind it, so it oftentimes takes some time to work through that psychology to get to the point where you actually realize, oh fuck, this really was.
Yeah, there's a lot of
what it
psychology
was.
behind not raping somebody too. You're horny, you're stupid, you're desperate, whatever. Yeah, of course. But that doesn't mean that you just give up on it. Otherwise, we should just not try to do anything for anything ever because there's a lot of psychology and pressure behind everything.
Yeah, I think that we should encourage people to come forward as soon as possible, but we also have to understand why it is that they often don't. There are other mitigating factors as well.
I agree, which is why I said we should try to publicly pressure, or the other word that y'all want to use, but we should try to publicly pressure the people to come forward so that messaging becomes more like more tangible to them than all the other mental things that are happening. Because the likelihood of having a conviction after 5 years when you come forward, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't call out people that do these things, blah blah blah, but when we do wait this amount of time, it becomes unlikely that a person will have to serve any type of punishment or there'll be any type of justice, right? So
I do think it would be good if there were more things put in place so that women would feel more comfortable to go do that. Because going to the police station, which is always a majority male, it's just like I've had to do it. It was not a fun experience. If there were more like clinics or some kind of options that you could go to that weren't like going to the male-dominated police station all the time, that would also be good. It's not like the best experience.
I don't think that this is a really good measure of like demonizing agency so much as it is like a double standard for men and women. People just expecting less from women than they are from men, which I think happens in left-leaning spaces for sure. Because I think people expect the agency of men to look for signals of rejection and respect them or whatever the fuck, but then they don't expect women to like give them strongly or something like that. I don't think this is like a blanket, whatever, removing of agency from individuals and promoting that as a virtue.
Yeah. I mean, I had a really good conversation yesterday with some friends talking about that, and like because we had like half the group call was women and half the group call was men. It was really interesting to see just a vast different understanding and perspective of like what men see in certain actions versus what women see in certain actions. Talking about actually the conversation with who was it who the whole thing brought the girl over after a date and she said that's a nice countertop, and he said, it looked nicer with you on it.
Aziz.
Yeah, and like unanimously the men in the call were like, oh yeah, that he's testing to see if she wants to fuck, and her jumping on it is confirmation, right? Unanimously they said that, and the women in the call were like, what, are you fucking crazy? No, I would just be playful or something if a guy said
no
that.
shot. I don't even believe that women believe that. If the women said that, then they're so fucking stupid. All of them need permanent fucking caretakers, and they should be adopted by the state.
And so yeah, there's like very different understanding of both sending and receiving signals from men to women. And that's something that, so I think that's something that should definitely be talked about a lot more and opened up about. And just so that there's more cross-pollination of the differences between the way men see things and what they're looking for, and the difference between how women see things and what they're looking for. And I think that would help out in that equation.
Zoe, I love you, right? Like, were the women involved in this like, were they people that go outside often? Like, I find it hard to believe that a panel of women would have thought that wasn't like trying to hit on them in some way. Like, are you saying that every woman that was in this panel that you're talking about just
it
assumed
was pretty. I mean, it was a small like call, right? But yeah, it was evenly divided, men to women, and but yeah, it was. They pretty much were like, "What? What are you talking about?" So yeah.
Well, they haven't gotten the claw, so you know.
Supreme, do you feel like now that you've listened a little bit more, do you feel like there is some element of the left that demonizes agency?
Demonizes agency? No, I'm not sure. I think that the left is worse about opiating people and like patting them on the back for not taking more agency or something, or for feeling like the agency that they've taken hasn't resulted in fruit, or it hasn't like bore fruit or whatever the fuck. But demonizing agency, I'm not so sure. I have seen some examples of what you're talking about where people have a really shallow, because ultimately what I think the distinction is that like on the left we tend to focus more on certain things where like individual agency is not. There are certain problems in society where that can't be solved by individual agency, but people have some people I have seen have a shallow engagement with that, where they say stuff like charity is a band-aid, charity can't be the fix for this, and then they extend that to say charity is useless. It's like, no, good things can come out of charity. Fine, sure, maybe there are some problems for which charity shouldn't be the only solution or something, but I don't think that extends to like a blanket.
Well, some of them take it further. The institution of charity only exists because of the capitalist pigs, and we should just have socialism.
Sure, yeah. And I would say, the further left you go, the more I think that there's not a demonization of agency, but that agency is completely removed from people on the bottom or something like that, and we can have no expectations of individuals. I understand what you mean.
Yeah, that's a way better way of putting it, because I see it as more of a agency isn't solving the problem, and again, like you were saying,
or even like literally
people
there's
at the
nothing
bottom
you can do. It's futile.
Yeah,
because the system is stacked against you.
Or it's actually bad to do so, because if you try to encourage people to have agency, you're actually doing an evil thing. In the case of like telling people to take care of their own safety and their own security, whether it be like arming yourself, whether it be like taking these classes, like telling people this is a prescription you should take is actually harming them or contributing to rape culture or whatever kind of culture.
I think people are pretty bad in general at both overestimating and underestimating how much control they have over their lives in certain aspects. And I think that's just across the board.
Abba, I think you're just talking about specific values or action, or what you're talking to speaks to the specific values of left people, because there are certainly conservatives who think that taking the agency to do certain things is bad, taking the agency to get an abortion, taking the agency to, whatever, like take your 14-year-old to consider like gender transitioning or something like that.
Well, no, I think the abortion topic is a bit different. I think their problem isn't that you have agency in your life. Their problem is that you'd have agency over what they consider to be a human life. That's a different question and a different topic at all. I don't think I hear conservatives trying to take away people's agency for the most part, and I certainly don't think abortion is an example of them wanting to take away people's agency.
That's an example of them granting agency to a fetus.
Exactly. So it's a different discussion.
I suppose.
Yeah, for sure.
No, you may disagree on what a fetus is. I don't really care. I'm not anti-abortion, whatever it might be. I'm generally pro-choice, but I'm trying to say that I don't think that's their mindset they're coming from.
Okay, maybe this is kind of a red herring then. Still, I think maybe if I had some time to think about it, I could think of some better examples. But I think, again, you're talking about taking the agency to do things that contradict the values of left-leaning people. It's not necessarily the agency itself.
Well,
no, hold on, wait, stop, hold on, wait. It is a fact that conservatives tend to be more empowering and give more agency than liberals. There's literally the phrase, conservatives never see themselves as poor people, just temporarily embarrassed billionaires, right? Conservatives, every conservative feels like, because that's what they're told, anybody could be anything, you can do whatever, like America's the freest country on the planet, everybody comes here because you've got the opportunity to be anything. Conservatives constantly sell that empowering mindset, and it feels like people on the left tend to attack people that are successful by equating every single measure of their success to luck, right? This guy had rich parents, this guy went to Harvard, this guy was white, etc., etc., etc. When left-leaning people focus on systems so much, you can never really get credit from systems, or the credit you get from systems sucks, and all systems are used to tear people down, right? If somebody's successful, it's just because they were set up to be successful. And if somebody's not successful, it's because of white supremacy or colonialism or whatever, right? That's a pretty disempowering system to live inside.
And I also will say, from a minority standpoint, this is one of the biggest pet peeves I have, because all discussions are always focused on systemic stuff, and if you bring in a different side of the aisle, you're ostracized or called a coon or whatever the fuck it might be. That is a form of demonization, though while not direct, actually plays into the whole idea of you being a perpetual victim, even the whole idea of like model minority, things like that. Yeah, it's like most black people want to be model minorities. Like, it's this whole thing that's oppressive inherently. Like, I just reject these notions. So whilst you may not see the demonization, sometimes it's not always in what they say, but what they don't allow other people to say, or how they demonize other people for saying those things. And that definitely happens in minority communities all the time.
Yeah, look at Candace Owens' whole like leaving the plantation thing, right?
Absolutely. For us, it's like pick me is what we get as trans people.
I wouldn't say that's demonizing agency. I would say that that's implicating somebody for the agency that they're taking for doing something that's contradicting the values of that community or something. When somebody
that isn't with the collective, you kind of get labeled the traitor because you're not going to be part of the collective.
Were you on my stream?
Whoa, hold on. When not being part of the collective is because you're taking agency. They're demonizing agency. I don't really care what you call it.
Their agency to do something that undermines like their own best
from their
interest.
perspective.
Were you here when we were doing the math book Wicked Supreme?
No.
Ah, fuck. Did you see any of that, Abba?
Wait, I might have. Can you describe it? Was it the thing about...
It's the minority math book to help black people learn how to do algebra.
Oh my! It's the most racist shit ever. I didn't see your stream on it.
I had a guy that wanted to come on and argue it, and we went through the book like chapter by chapter, whatever, and like it's pretty insanely fucking crazy, in my opinion.
It's racist. No, call it what it is.
I would argue encouraging infantilization even is a form of demonizing agency, because you're literally taking people's ability to self-determination and turning them into children of the state or children of circumstances and removing their adulthood. There's a lot of different ways that these things happen. Take the agency of an 18-year-old and whether or not they can consent to things. The left will always say, well, you're not ready to actually have sex. That is a demonization of agency. I don't know how you don't see that, because they're constantly trying to alleviate the responsibility of the individual with every issue.
I think I can answer this. I think I'm just being autistic about your use of the word demonization. I think I agreed with this. I feel like I already talked about this a lot, where I said, you're right. I think the left does more to sort of try to remove the agency or like opiate people or fucking, pat them on the back for things not working out and saying, don't worry, no matter how much of agency you express here, you wouldn't have gotten your way because the system is stacked against you. I agree with that. But I don't think necessarily, like, demonizing agency, I would say, is if you ever do anything, it's a bad thing.
Well, no. That's a weird way. Let me bridge the gap. That's a weird way to take it. Hold on, because you posed that to me. When I say demonization, basically by the definition, it's making something seem wicked or threatening or bad. That's what it means. That's what it means. And so when someone is 19 or 20, they want to fuck somebody, but then people are like, you're not ready. You've just done a bad thing or something bad has happened to you. Yes, they're basically saying that you don't have the ability to consent. You don't have the ability to make an adult. That is removing people's agency and making it seem like it's a bad thing that they want to be able to make these choices. So I would call that the demonization of agency. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
No, yeah, I don't know. I think there's still a disconnect.
Okay.
So I
think
you
can call it like stigmatizing. You can use a different word. It's the same.
Not
meaning,
even
though.
stigmatizing. It's more like just coming up with reasons why a person's agency is irrelevant or that it has no use or something like that. It's removing a person's agency.
Stigmatized. So this is what I'm thinking. So Supreme, I think you're seeing like demonization of agency would be a much more explicit and direct thing of like agency bad, doing anything independent of the group is bad. But a lot of leftists actually do think that independence and agency are necessary and a good thing at times. The question is, do they agree with the type of agency you have taken? And when they don't agree with it, that's when they demonize you and label you as like, a traitor or, a C word or.
I don't think I don't think this is what we're talking about. I think we're just talking about in general, how much control does somebody have over their destiny? That's essentially what we're talking about. And conservatives try to make it sound like everybody is like the master of their own destiny. They can do whatever they want. And people on the left sometimes make it seem like you're just a victim of the system and nothing you can do is ever going to change that.
Yes.
I said that about 5-10 minutes ago that people
but that's the whole
underestimate the amount of control they have over them.
That's the whole political landscape, right? Conservatives want decisions to be made as local as possible, and as leftists, we think that there are some things that are best left up to the state or federal government, right? Because it's not reasonable to leave that into the hands of individuals, and that turmoil or fight is where a lot of this happens. And some people incorrectly place too many things at the level of the state, and that's where conservatives win.
I mean, there's a reason why all the gym shit right now is associated with the right, and health at every size is associated with the left. That's all I'll say.
Yes.
Wait, what stuff? Sorry, I missed that. The gym stuff on the right, what stuff on the left?
Health at every size.
Oh, health at every size. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, fair. Yeah, certainly. I think this disparity exists. But even then, that's promoting a person's agency to eat whatever the fuck they want.
No, stop. That's attacking a person's agency to lose weight because you're going to be a victim of no matter what. Your metabolism is always fucked, and there's nothing you can do about it.
No, it's not. It's attacking.
I can't tell if you're trolling right now. It's okay. I'm playing StarCraft, so I'm getting triggered if you're
I'm sorry.
trolling me.
Healthy at every size is about it's about discouraging people from making fun of other people for being fat or judging other people for being fat. It's about giving the agency to people to be as unhealthy as they want.
No, it's
I think
also
the message is a
removing
disaster. It's like the ACAP message, right?
It's
like the
also
message is
removing
terrible.
Wait,
healthy at any size.
What part about that do you disagree with?
Health at every size is saying you can be healthy and beautiful no matter what size you are, and it's okay. It's okay to be a victim of your body, or it's okay to be a victim of hypothyroidism. It's okay to be a victim of your fast metabolism. There's nothing you can do to change it. That's okay. The more extreme versions of health at every size are that. That's not a celebration of agency. It's a direct contradiction.
Slogan. Yeah, and it's the slogan that's a real problem, kind of like ACAB, right? Those
Okay,
kinds of
yeah,
slogans
you're right.
are not
I think
helpful.
there are definitely parts where it's like, yeah, it's just part of your biology. There's nothing you can do about it. You're just gonna be fat. You're right. That part of it, sure. I guess there's other parts of it where people talk about being fat phobic or something like that. I think that's more about judging people for their life choices or something. But yeah, sure.
Yeah, these general like feel good slogans are, I don't know, they just seem like they're giving people a lot of excuses to not try and do things that are better for themselves.
I mean, the reality is a lot of people are really unhealthy, though. They just don't necessarily look it, and a lot of fat people get dogged on for being lazy, etc., when other people are just as lazy and useless and worthless human beings as the fat people.
Yeah, but it's the biggest whataboutism ever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
For being lazy and procrastinating too.
Yeah, but it's easy to see that they potentially might be lazy because
They are.
You don't see all the skinny, lazy bums
It doesn't matter.
on the
That's such a
street, do you?
stupid fucking whataboutism. I don't know why you'd even bring it up.
No, I'm just saying, like, you're using like a visual precursor.
Because a visual precursor can be a decent indicator of somebody's health. Kelly, do you want to bet that we could probably look at most people and get a rough eyeball guesstimate about how healthy you are? You probably can. You could probably do that at a glance.
You can be lazy, dumb bitch, and be skinny.
You can also, yeah, you could also be incredibly fucking...
example.
Kicker. Oh my god, I'm getting fucking triggered. I'm so fucking triggered right now. Okay.
I would say that generally, yeah, you can eyeball someone and get a pretty good idea of whether or not they are healthy or unhealthy.
Sorry.
Speaking, right? Like, I think that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, no shit. It's fucking reasonable.
Obviously, they're outliers. You know, you can have cancer or something that hasn't quite shown on the surface. Or
yeah,
something
true.
Like that.
Wow.
Any number
Oh
of
my
things.
God. You could
But
have
those are
AIDS and not
outliers.
see it. True.
Yeah.
What other things do we want to bring up that obviously we would all agree
I
with?
said they're outliers.
Yeah, then why
I
bring
said
them
they're
up?
outliers.
They're
I'm
not
agreeing
outliers. It's
with you.
ridiculous
Jesus.
examples, right?
Oh.
You could have an
I'm
alien that possesses
agreeing
your
with
body
you.
and a fungal
But
infection
hold
about to
up.
turn you into a zombie.
Can I just
I'm
appreciate?
agreeing
And
with you.
you
I was
might have
just
been trolling.
saying they're outliers.
You might have been
Jesus
trolling. I
Christ.
don't know, but I think this is actually some part of the rhetoric on the left that turns people off because it almost, even though that's not what you were trying to do, it almost sounds like you guys are denying basic truths or basically running interference for things that we all know are bad, and by doing the most disingenuous ways or some of the ways that seem to appear the most slimy. So like most people who witness these conversations, like what Kelly said, people had seen on CNN and every other news network where people are like, basically touting out the fat acceptance, and the talking points are the same. And when you hear it, you just like, why would you say this stuff? Literally everybody listening knows this is pretty much a lie, and it turns people off from the message of the left because it just sounds so pathetic.
Does the left do that more than the right, though?
I think the left has
on social issues. I would say yes.
The left has a big problem with reality denial sometimes. Yes, but the right does too. Right? It just depends on the issue. But for social issues, it seems like the left has a big problem.
Okay, that's a fair qualifier.
The right does it with like scientific issues for sure, but nobody cares as much about that shit.
Like I'm in a lot of right-wing spaces. I work with like the local Republicans and stuff like that. Some of our biggest issues come down to the fact that everybody does focus on like being
social shit.
Everyone wants everything. Like, look at the fucking the responses to like social media and shit. Everybody wants to make their own platform. Nobody can just get on the same page and be like, okay, fucking Billy made the first platform. Let's all just go there. No, like there's like 12 fucking answers to Twitch and Twitter and all this crap. It's kind of a big
I would
issue.
say the health at every side stuff is like science denialism, right? To some degree. I guess it can happen on the left, but that's also a much further left thing. I guess I was confusing health at every size versus like beauty on the inside.
You say so. Here's the problem. You say it's a much further left thing, and I don't necessarily disagree. The problem is the left refuses to disavow this stuff. So you look like you're adjacent to it, or you're into it, or you're just quiet about it because you agree. And so the left has been like that about a lot of social issues. They were actually like that with defund the police initially. Like a lot of them probably did disagree, but because they didn't say anything, it made the whole left look bad. Or I just remember that Bernie moment where he got cooked on stage, and most of the leftists didn't barely say anything, and like everybody knew that was markedly wrong, but because they didn't want to appear to make like super progressives mad, they ended up looking like retards themselves. And so they look like they're all part of the same movement. Their inability to disavow some of the more extreme rhetoric is what leads to them being then judged by that most extreme stuff.
Yeah, that is true. That's an issue. That's something I just frustrates the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Kenosha riots, I guess that came up earlier today. I wanted to call in and ask you, Destiny, about like when can we say that it's actually like a moral good if people are causing wanton destruction of your local community to go in armed and like defend the fucking, you know.
I think as an American, depending on the society and because of the society that we sit in, I think you always have the moral authority to do that. I think you should be able to defend your property with your life. Fuck it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would even say that it's like a moral good.
Yeah, of course I would say so. Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
If that means that white militiamen need to
no,
step to
do the thing.
Ultimately, I think like a lot of the people that participated in the Kenosha riots, I think ultimately like left-leaning people, part of the aesthetic that, you know, Democrats sell or that, you know, is sold in liberalism or something is like moral superiority that's secular over conservatives or something like that. And so I do think that there's maybe a propensity to start accepting things that seem nicer on its face or something. That's probably what has more to do with things like like people accepting that riots are good or something like that if it tears down an oppressive system. Probably most of those people were Democrats before then or something like that. But then I think there was a lot of bandwagoning and what do you call it, like wrangling by more further leftists or something like that that sort of took advantage of the goodwill of like left-leaning people at large. That's in response to ABBA when I said, you know, it's like further left people, and you said, yeah, but it's also like mainstream Democrat people too, and I think that's.
This is something I brought up before. The thing I think I identified this like 3 or 4 months ago, that the problem with these fringe left positions is that even though they are fringe, it seems like most people on the left will defend them. So like there isn't this epidemic of people coming out with 4-year-old trans kids. It's incredibly fucking rare. But they're like when somebody comes out and does say it, it seems like everybody on the left online wants to defend it. That's what it feels like. Instead of just being like, okay, these guys are kind of wacky, and then moving on from it. So that's what,
without even knowing.
Yeah, that's what gives conservatives the ammunition. Like that Libs of TikTok account, that shit that account posts, everybody should look at it and be like, most of this shit is kind of wacky, and then boom, then you move on. But when you defend it, you give conservatives ammunition to feel like there's like a huge movement behind the stuff that's going on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
I feel the same way about the whole.
That seems to be team sports in general, because conservatives also will just either ignore or even forgive the more extreme positions on their end as well.
The fervent defense of Donald Trump, Andrew Tate, you know, what have you.
Yeah, and like overlooking like legitimate white supremacists in the movement and shit, and just ignoring it. Like that just seems to exist in team sports across the spectrum. It doesn't matter which side you're on. The difference is, I would say, for like the left, what I perceive is that the fringe left will demonize the not so fringe left. So they'll demonize those who are not.
That happens with Republicans too. They're just just a little because all there's tons of infighting.
It's not quite as vicious, I would say, but yeah, it's definitely growing. And it's
The
been
infighting
We're just
tends
not
to
on
be
the
more
public
detrimental.
platforms as much doing it.
Yeah.
You guys are fucking just all over everything.
It tends to be more detrimental on the
Put all
left
your
when it
shit out there.
happens.
Yeah.
Okay, you just keep.
I mean, I don't know. We're saying that now, but in 1 year, like the Republican Party might be torn asunder from the fucking Trump shit. So we'll see.
Are they getting them each other fired from each other's jobs?
It's not about getting fired from jobs. Like I'm pretty sure. Didn't Trump just call DeSantis a fucking groomer?
And he also called him. He called him Meatball Ron, which I think is a great.
He hasn't even declared the fucking.
Yeah,
run.
so that shit
That's
might
true.
be.
It may be.
That might be like the
saying that he
most
should run
fucking
is
bloody fucking primary, like in conservative history.
Yeah, I think if you compare the entire gamut of like the left-leaning representatives in Congress, from the squad to the most establishment Dems or whatever, compared to the right, yeah, it definitely looks like there's a lot more cohesion on the left right now. Nah.
Oh, there's a massive war going on the right now.
Have you heard of like MTG and George Santos and fucking holy shit, Matt Gaetz?
Yeah, for the mainstream politics, it's a massive fucking war in
What's the
conservative
furthest
land right
left
now.
congressperson, GSU Gambit?
Hello, Mel.
AOC is a
AOC.
DemSoc, right? So AOC would be
Yeah.
the furthest. up.
Yeah, and how does AOC
Hi.
look compared to the rest of our party? How does she vote in line with them? Is there a lot of is there a rift between AOC and the rest of the the Democrats?
Oh, well, when you say party, if you only talk about the politicians themselves, then maybe, yeah, I could definitely agree with you on that. Because they couldn't even confirm like a minority leader, right? So, yeah, if we're talking,
That was fucking wild.
yeah, if we're talking just the politicians themselves, then yes.
Wait, can I ask
But if-
something?
Yeah, you joined earlier, so I
This
wanted
is
to hear what you said.
this is not the trauma talk, is it? Did it move on to something else?
Yeah,
we
moved on like
on.
7 different topics.
Oh my god. Okay.
What did I
have
miss?
no
Well,
idea.
you were
could
here
go back to
earlier,
the
and I think
trauma
you wanted
topic.
to
You
jump
wanna
in. So,
talk about trauma?
what did you want to bring up earlier when you joined?
No,
She's just gonna
didn't
complain about me
understand why-
traumatizing her again, probably. She does this every fucking time we talk to friends.
I just don't understand a lot of people saying retarded shit. Okay. And I just wanted to see it from I just want to hear them say it so I can judge
What was the
if they're retarded
retarded?
or not.
What was the retarded shit you heard earlier that bothered you?
I don't understand why people don't believe that people can have different responses to experiences.
Who
I don't
said
understand
that?
I think that-
some people just everyone like experiences like the same or like a similar reaction or like the same reaction to something happening.
I don't think anybody here has that perspective anymore. I think that was more Brittany's side of things, so.
Oh, okay, but Brittany was here earlier. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, you joined like 2 hours ago and you didn't fucking say anything.
But because everyone was screaming.
Yeah, welcome to my fucking Discord.
What should I scream? And then
Kill, die, die!
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that a scream? Is that a Swedish scream?
It's cute.
Why?
If you're in a burning building in Sweden, is that what I should do? I should go.
Yes.
People are gonna come run and save you.
And Steven just gets so fucking mad at it. He does like all sorts of like the most annoying shit to me all the time, but he gets so fucking triggered.
Please tell us all about it. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Like the other day, he took a towel and he fucking just hurt my leg.
This was like 2 weeks ago. How long are you gonna complain about this?
You snapped her with a
Used to
towel?
be.
She
That's
let me
domestic
do it.
abuse.
She said it. I
Jeez.
asked if I could do it, and she's like, "Well, okay." And I was like, "Okay, bitch."
I mean,
And then he said,
hold
"Don't
up,
do
Steven.
it," and then he fucking
Whoa, the
Steven-
dirt comes out.
Yeah, I think Steven is giving her citizenship, so I think he gets a freebie.
True.
Wow.
And then he always tries to bite my knee all the time, every single day.
Based.
He tries to milk me all the time, even though I don't want to be milked.
Nice.
Every day, every morning. Like I'm about to wake up, and I just woke up, and I'm traumatized from my dreams, and then he's just there trying to suck my boob. And I'm
Oh
like,
wait,
"No,
okay,
I
hold
don't
up.
want it."
Oh, Melina, I don't think you know what milked means.
Oh no,
Tell us,
she knows.
Abba.
She knows.
Let her
what it
know.
is.
Yeah, Abba, explain it.
Yeah, because you said he tries to
Me, you
milk
have
you.
some milk tits or what?
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Are
You said he
telling
tries
me
to milk you. Hold on.
Wait,
You
is he
said he tries
milking
to
you
milk
for
you.
lols?
And I just learned this recently because I thought it meant something
You
else
have more
too.
milkies than I do? Really?
So what
Tell me
milked
about it.
actually means is when someone digs into your prostate and then fucking jerks you off at the same time.
Jesus,
Well, I think
Abba,
I
what
think
the
what
fuck?
the fuck?
Wait,
I
hold
think-
on,
I
Abba.
don't
You know
think
that you
that
know
applies
that
to Melina.
you know that milking. There's like actual like milk that comes out of boobs and stuff, right? That's like what traditionally milking means, right?
That's what it meant.
No, that's
that's not
breastfeeding,
what-
goofy
Whoa.
ass.
And can't
What the fuck?
and can't
Hold up, no,
they-
mom, no, hold on.
hold on.
Do
Don't do
moms
that,
say
Abba.
that? Hold up, do moms say that?
The best question, okay? So if someone tells you to go milk a cow, what are you gonna do?
He's gonna stick his fucking fist in their ass, I guess.
Hold up. Hold up. What do you think the context is? What do you think the context is on an animal versus a human being?
Well, considering that Melina doesn't have a prostate, I don't think I can milk her.
Exactly.
Okay,
That's why it was
okay.
really weird to hear her say she was getting
Well,
milked.
but
by
she has
a-
boobs.
Okay,
like
you
a
guys
cow.
are missing something important here. And like, why can't a healthy heterosexual relationship have mutual milking?
Yeah, but I'm milking her. That's the point.
Well, one thing's for certain, you're milking all of us for lulz right now.
Yeah, because you.
So wait, hold up. When you guys are sucking on someone's titty, you guys say, "I'm gonna milk you." You don't just what?
Nobody says
Bro,
that.
I mean, I would assume.
Hold up.
Yeah,
I
that
just
is what
want to
you
know
say.
because I've
Yeah.
never heard this, and I watch a lot of
Yeah,
porn.
we
I've
understand.
never said
You're
that's the
self-reporting that you
problem.
have no fucking riz. Okay, you've never hung out with a girl and been like, "Hey, babe, I kind of want to milk you." You've never said that in your life. Seriously?
Destiny, you've never
See,
said that.
Destiny,
I say that
this is
shit
why
all the
the
time.
red pill will always win because you sound like a virgin.
Yeah, well, guess what? Guess who sucked? I've sucked more tits than every fucking red pill fucking loser on these YouTube programs combined. And you know how I do it? By milking them. That's exactly what I fucking do, okay?
Yeah, but how much
Stay
milk
mad.
have you actually gotten out of it?
Well, I got one kid. How many kids you got? Yeah, that's right. So more milk than you, motherfucker.
I've literally never heard that. Anytime someone says they sucking on titties, they say they sucking on titties. I never like, yo, I milked my girl. What the fuck are you talking about? What, did you grab her teat? Hold on, did you grab her teat and wait for it to squirt milk? You get the fuck out of here.
What the fuck kind of weird shit is that? No, you work it from the bottom of the boob up. You grab the base and you slowly squeeze it until it comes out of the.
No, you know this. We're gonna do something simple. Destiny, go on Google right now. I want you to put in the word sex and I want you to put in the word milking.
I'm in the middle of a game. I can't do this right now. I don't know.
Okay, hold on. No, shut the fuck up, okay? Put in sex and put in the word milking and tell me what the video show up. Go ahead.
Oh no.
Exactly. And then you will shut the fuck up.
In sex. Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of.
Yeah, you better be in the game.
Abba's never milked a set of beautiful tits before.
He's never met a Hugh cow.
He's never met any milkable tits before. That's sad. I feel bad for you.
I feel like I'm getting treated like a cow in the relationship.
Good.
You're the one who said you're getting milked, so I think you are.
all I know is I still stand by mutual milking. All right.
It's okay. You guys didn't know what milking means, so it's fine. I only learned
about this. I didn't need to know.
Where does the milk come from?
The boob?
When the dude jerks in the.
Is that what you drink when you buy milk from the store? That's what you
Milking
get?
doesn't involve drinking it. It just means that you milk it the same way you would milk a cow. Do you understand?
Wait, is that how you milk a cow?
Hold up. Okay, I want you guys to think about this.
Circle here.
Hold on. No, listen.
I'm thinking.
Hold up. When you milk a cow, hold on. When you milk a cow, what do? You really grab on the teats and you wait till something squirts, right?
You squeeze
That's
the
not
teats.
Hold on. That is not what Melina was doing. What Melina was saying is you were sucking on her titty and that's how it came out. That's not what fucking. Hold on. You think? No. You guys think fucking farmers are over here sucking on a cow's titty to get the milk out? Are you guys retarded?
Hold on. Abba. Stop. Shut the fuck up. Everybody shut up. You're getting muted. You're getting muted. I'm muting. Okay, Abba. How do you think babies get milk out of the cow fucking teat? Do you think they need the farmer to get it for them?
Hold up. Are you saying that when cows... Hold on. I want to make sure. When you see baby cows drinking milk out of their mom's titties, you say, oh, he's milking her? Is that what you said?
Yeah, they are. They're milking. They're milking. That's exactly what they're doing.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Abba thinks that cows evolved alongside farmers.
When you see a cow drinking from her mom's teat, you're saying she's breastfeeding.
No,
like
what?
you would with any fucking
maybe
animal.
if you're a fucking prude.
Well, the cow, they're feeding, right? And so...
Sure, they're feeding. You never say milking. What the fuck?
Yeah, milking is a manual process. You use your hands to milk something or a machine.
I'm the one from Nebraska here, okay? I would know, all right? They milk
Nebraska, Steve?
Why would we be using the new age degenerate fucking
they milking out there, dude.
Definition, though. That's what I'm saying.
That's not my definition. That's literally everyone on Google. You guys just don't know what you're talking about because you're not out here consuming enough porn. It's okay.
How the fuck did we even get onto this topic? Jesus.
Because Melina said she got milked, and it's just the wrong term.
What is milkers? What is that? What does that mean? What is milkers?
Milkers? That refers to your prostate and asshole, I guess. When someone's like, she's got some big milkers, Abba's like, wow, I bet she got some nice ass cheeks, some nice booty cheeks.
Hold on.
Yo, he has the crowd on his side, so he's gonna win this. But we both know what milking is. It's fine.
It's because people don't know. It's okay. I wasn't even privy to this until a couple weeks ago.
You're gonna get people just fucking milking cows like normal fucking.
No, you aren't.
Sure,
but isn't that how they have to like
just
get
milking images?
Isn't
okay,
isn't that how they have to get semen from elephants? Is by like milking their prostate or something?
What the? Hold up.
Oh, semen.
Yeah. Sorry, it was just something I heard the other day. Like they had to massage their prostate.
Abba's like, hold up, I just realized why milking has the word milk in it. He's like, he's blowing his mind right now.
Abba, those weren't cows, dude. I'm sorry, those were bulls. When you went to the dairy farm.
Oh no.
When they sorry, they had you do their dirty work.
I think my dad is.
It's okay. I just want you guys in a sexual contact to go to your girls and be like, I want to milk you.
I do every fucking day. I do it every day. I say it's milk.
Yeah, but you have autism. You and your girl both have it, so it makes sense. You guys understand each other.
True.
I'm just talking about for the normie population who actually like has sex with other normal people. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, question. Okay.
Yeah,
How many girls do I need to get on video where I say I want to milk you, and then they agree to it for you to agree that it's a thing?
Hold up. How many of them do you actually think? Hold on. I'm actually curious. How many think are gonna actually know what the fuck you're talking about?
Wait,
I don't know. I'm just asking how many I would need.
You should just go ask an OnlyFans girl. Pay like $20 and ask them, can you milk yourself and see what happens.
True.
We need Jubilee to set this up. We need to do like a speed 25.
Okay, but you guys understand in the sexual
25
context.
Okay, I know,
Hold on, no, stop. You guys know in the sexual context, the word already has meaning.
Yes, I know, but I've never
Okay.
heard that term without the word prostate in it. I've always heard like milk.
No.
Gets their prostate milk.
Prostate
milk
milking?
Prostate milking. Yes.
Okay, well then you don't watch enough porn, which is fine. Like I'm a bit more of a degenerate, so it's fine.
Could be.
You don't know
You're
what
into
you're talking
butt stuff, but I'm not.
about. Exactly. Get my ass ate feels fantastic.
From my
Maybe I should
perspective,
defer
you're
to
all
you,
degenerate
I don't know.
coomers here.
We should ask Ayla.
Some
Abba
of you,
didn't
mostly.
say that. Ab, I got respect for you, man. What are you doing?
right now, just because
yo.
I asked, hold up, just because I asked Steven, I put in milking and sex and literally went to videos and everything I said confirms what I said. So.
Yeah, because you put in sex.
Because this was a conversation revolving around sex.
Abba, in the top right
It
on your
wasn't. It
Pornhub
was a-
thing,
it
you
was
need to get
around
out of the
them
gay sex category.
flirting, whatever.
Yo, Destiny, you know you just created a bunch of red pillars right now, just not allowing them to fucking explore their sexual
Listen,
pleasure.
you can explore it. I'm just saying when you're searching for.
Are you saying that shit's gay? If you get a woman to milk, you say that shit's gay?
I'm saying if you're milking dudes, it's
Let these
probably
guys
a
live
little
their
bit
life,
gay.
bro. Let these guys live their life. Be more sex positive.
I think being sex positive is great.
Apparently not. You're increasing homophobia right now.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying if you're milking dudes, it's a little gay. But that's fine.
That's okay.
Not if
I
you're
like
getting
it. You know
milk,
what?
if you're
Destiny,
getting
I'm
milked
so
by a
happy
woman.
because in 2023 you've been hanging around black people and now you start talking like this. That's just gay.
True.
Wait, Abba. What? Actually, I'm actually curious. What happens when you search milking a woman or something? Are we going fishing or?
No,
What
just
happened?
put milking.
What
No, I didn't make it gender neutral. I just said milking sex. That's it. That's all you need to do.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
he
looking for no
says-
listen.
But he says he's milking Melina, or Melina says he's milking me. So
Wait, can you
put,
just
like,
Google? Can you just Google milking or on Pornhub?
Yeah.
Guess what comes up?
I am
Just
not
milking.
doing that. No way.
All right, I'll do it right now. I'm pretty sure what I said was gonna come up was gonna come up.
Maybe the prostate or just the.
Yeah, exactly what I said was gonna come up was gonna come up. I don't even know why I did that shit.
Yeah.
Wait, you search like milking a woman and. Like,
No, I just went on Pornhub and put milking. Exactly what I said was gonna
put
come up.
milking a woman. What shows up?
I'm not putting milking a woman. Who does
Wait, because Melina says he milks me.
that? Why don't you go do it, weirdo?
Oh, it sounds like you don't want to be proven wrong.
You don't want to look at women getting milked?
Bro,
the baby-
Uh-oh, you're getting
Look at-
scared, Abba. You were so keen to fucking search until
Oh,
you were
no.
actually you were happy. You were excited to search a man getting his prostate milk. You were like, look at all these results I got.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Now
Not
the
that-
shoe's on the other foot.
I love it. I love the homophobia being rampant in this chat. I'm very proud of you guys. Us black people feel way more comfortable now.
Good, I'm glad.
Wicked Supreme, please carry on with the homophobia. Please, Wicked Supreme, I need more of it.
Okay, gay.
What?
There you go.
See, now you sound even more homophobic.
You kind of do. Now I'm kind of wondering if you're homophobic.
Oh, fuck it. Somebody's got to be, right?
I'm just happy, man. This is becoming a way more black accepting space. It was way better than when Destiny was having all these radical feminists hate on black dudes and making abortions happen. Now you're recovering.
What's up with that? Where did they all go?
Well, Destiny started saying that shit's gay, and then the black women left. So now we got black men here.
True.
New arc.
What can I say, dude? There's a legion of homophobic black people, and I just decided to join them, you know?
Yo, Destiny,
Who are you
can't go
divesting
back.
from, Abba? And GSU Gambit, you can join.
No, I was just saying Destiny can't go through that type of thing anymore. I would wake up with like 50 Discord messages. Hey, yo, you need to jump on Destiny stream. You got another stupid person on here talking bad about black men. I'm like,
Nice.
Jesus Christ, man.
Oh my god. Good luck, team.
Destiny should have pushed back on that stuff a little bit harder, but I ain't gonna go into that right now.
Yeah, he had all the credentials to push back on that stuff.
We solved milking. We solved prisons.
What else did we solve? Rape? We solved rape. We
Wait, how did
solved-
how did everything go with Brittany? Is she the only one that disagrees? I thought it was like plenty of women that disagreed on this.
They're all
What's the
slowly coming
argument?
around. We're not, no one. We moved on from that topic like 12 topics ago. When we get like 7 people in here, they just like talk about a billion different fucking things, and then everybody has no idea what's being talked about anymore.
Well, I'm being busy. Okay.
Okay, that's on you.
Okay, I'll watch you straight. I'll watch the VOD more.
Good.
Give Mel a TLDR.
Yeah, Mel, I'll be honest, even Brittany didn't say that all people have the same relationship with trauma. Nobody
So
really said
everyone agreed?
that. They didn't agree, but they disagreed on different things, but everyone agreed on the one point, which is that everyone will experience their trauma differently. There's certain traumas that are going to be more impactful than others, generally speaking.
So what was the disagreements?
The disagreement there was like Brittany was like, no, you can't say that any trauma is worse than the others because whatever. And they were like, no, there's definitely tears. Getting raped is worse than getting slapped or whatever.
And she was arguing that it wasn't.
She was trying to say like maybe getting mugged is not as bad as getting raped. You know, it was like, I understood where she was coming from. But we hashed it out by the end of it and agreed. So.
Oh, everyone agrees now.
Yes.
We're talking about
what was the other topics?
Talk about trans women having access to women's spaces. And, we talked about lefties being ineffective politically and not having any agency. And then Kelly Jean just screamed and ran with them shit for like 20 minutes.
Alright, I mean, you talk a lot, alright? And a lot of people talk over me. And I've reached my peak.
Nobody. It's not possible to talk over you.
Just...
I couldn't. If you were talking at the same time, nobody would hear me. They would just hear you.
Powerful voice. He's jealous.
Obama.
Well,
you gotta learn to yell more, Supreme.
I gotta do what?
You gotta learn to yell more, Supreme.
That ain't me.
I know.
Yo, what are you doing on March the 8th?
What am I don't know. Why? What are you asking me? Just invite me. What are you asking?
There's this thing happening by this guy that you like in Tampa, Florida on March 8th.
There's a guy in Tampa, Florida on March 8th. Is that what you just said?
His initials are JBP.
Oh, you want me to go to a Jordan Peterson thing?
Yes.
In Tampa, that's like a 5-hour fucking drive, my dude.
It's a 32-minute flight though.
Remember, my dad is visiting, Steve.
From when to when?
My dad?
From when to when?
Until the 10th, I think? Or 11th?
Oh, sorry, can't go, Gambit. My bad.
We'll only be gone for a few hours.
Wait, like what is it? Is there like an open Q&A session with JVP or something?
I would never try to confront him on an open Q&A anyway. That sounds so cocky.
Nah, he's got a tour, and it's one of his tour dates. The 8th in Tampa. I'm thinking about going. I don't know
Should I
yet.
bring my dad? He likes Jordan Peterson.
Oh, even more based.
Well, I'm gonna drop off, guys. Good hanging with y'all.
Bye.
Shout out to everybody. Shout out to GGG. Everybody have a good night.
See you later, buddy.
See you later.
Have a good night. All right, I think now I can finally say it. I think J.K. Rowling's kind of based.
Jesus Christ.
Go on.
No, I was just trolling because Zonia left, so that's why I said that.
Couldn't gig a chat out and just say, you know what? I actually believe it.
I don't know enough about her stuff to really care. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't, but I haven't learned it, so it'd be kind of stupid of me to take that position.
She's kind of based.
Valid.
I think one of the best things I saw on Twitter today was Brittany Hugh was saying, hey, the Hogwarts banning and like harassing people was idiotic. And I was like, yo, I want to see more people on the far left say that. Well, I don't know where she stands politically, but it was the stupidest thing possible.
Wow, so brave.
Steve, can we talk about something?
What?
Why did you say that you were going to do politics after Victoria?
Good one, Mel.
What is happening? What is this? What is going on?
You want to shut on me? Because I can shut on you if you want to do that. If that's what you want to do today, I can do that today. Do you want to do that today?
Can we talk about your...
What?
Can we talk about your stream? We can talk about your stream today. Okay.
Where's your stream at today?
Well, I've been doing fancy pictures.
Wow,
and other
nice.
stuff.
Oh yeah, what were you saying earlier? This is so hard on my body. It's actually so exhausting.
I never said that.
Didn't you say that on the couch?
That.
You're like, it's actually really tiring taking all these pictures.
I feel like you're a little emotional right now.
Yeah, am I?
I feel like I'm watching a
being a
couple
little
make out in
emotional
public.
Yeah? Better than watching us milk each other in public.
I don't know, I'm into that.
Might not be
I
better.
think he's a little grumpy. He didn't get enough milk today. And I was not talking about milk. I was talking about milking.
Nice.
He didn't get any.
Good. Because you're not doing your job going to the store and buying some.
I got you Red Bull today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got like 4 boxes of it.
Wow, nice job.
So I'm a perfect wife. You fucking better just chill.
Abba, you have some history in stand-up? Do I understand that correctly? I think I saw you talking to Erida and you talked about that.
No. That's his dating background. He's got history getting stood up. You must have misheard him.
Nice.
Oh, yo. And you know what the worst part is Destiny actually has funny jokes sometimes, but the one that makes him laugh the most are his like dad jokes.
Oh my goodness. Ava just absolutely slaughtered.
Yes, so what was your question, Supreme?
No, I want to hear about that a little bit.
What is there to hear about? What do you want to know?
It's a fucking fascinating topic. Okay.
Every fucking comedian in the world has their own little podcast, and you think stand-up comedy is somehow fascinating?
It is fascinating, isn't it? Like,
if there's one group of people who need to shut the fuck up a little bit more, stand-up comics. I feel like every stand-up comic's got a late-night TV show, some fucking channel on CNN, some podcast that they're running. Yo, comedians are everywhere talking all the time about fucking nothing.
that's kind of what they do, right? Is they try to make material out of mundane things. It's like one of the big pillars of comedy is like trying to make something entertaining. That
It's not about like material or entertaining though. It's just them probably thinking too highly of their opinions.
The only comedian that still needs to keep their podcast is probably Brandon Shaw.
Wow.
Who? He's trying to be funny.
So,
It's a comedian you don't want to know. He's just
is it any of you motherfuckers gonna do a podcast with Steve or what? What's happening with that?
You know, someday.
Someday there's gonna be a podcast.
I don't know why you don't just do your own interview podcast. Bring people.
Yeah,
on
I
and
need
just
to.
fucking
I know.
Okay. Listen, the last time I talked about this, you seemed like reluctant about it.
I just need a. No, I'm not reluctant. I just need an assistant. That's what I need. I need a live-in assistant. It just handles all my shit.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to schedule it for me and go book a studio and go figure the camera shit out and all that? Yeah, go do that. Figure that out. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Didn't you already get a studio?
Yeah, but that was for me and Dan. It was just gonna be me. I think I want to run things a little differently.
Why wouldn't you just do it in a studio?
I want to get like my own studio, my own shit at that point. Fuck it.
Yeah, but what's the difference between that studio and your studio?
Because that was like a sponsored studio where like they were gonna like set everything up for free and
so
everything.
why can't you do that now?
Because I'd rather buy my own shit and have my own studio, my own equipment. I think I'd rather just run it all in-house.
No, I think you should probably go with this one thing that you can just have, where people setting things up, because you're probably just gonna buy a studio and never do anything with it.
Yeah,
so
why
maybe
not
you should
start
try it
there
out first.
No,
Yeah,
that's
maybe you
okay.
should try it
I'm
out.
good. I'm good.
You're just making up excuses.
It's not making up excuses. I don't want the ownership of my fucking first podcast to be with some fucking company that I don't need, like sponsoring my shit. That'd be so stupid. Why would I give that to somebody else?
You don't have to get them sponsorship, just pay them.
I understand what you're saying. Just pay them. Yes, you're saying get like a real studio. Yes, that's what I would like to do. Yeah, I just need to like actually put in the work to go and search for it and all that shit.
What were you gonna say, Abba? It sounded like you had some insight.
Wait, can we do a bet when it's gonna happen?
No, you're actually gonna trigger the actual ever-living fuck out of me. Yeah, because she thinks she can get away with it, but if I start going hard on her, she's gonna go back to the fucking therapist and start crying about how I fucking ruined her life. Okay.
Hey, I'm just trying. Here's the thing. This is what I learned, okay? Because I was hanging out with Kennedy for almost an entire week, okay? And he taught me humiliation is the best way to learn, okay?
Yeah, is it?
So
if that was true, you'd be the smartest fucking woman on the planet right now.
Destiny, I think it's time for you to humiliate her. She's got some learning to do.
Yeah, is that true, Mel? Do you need some education?
No, I'm perfect, okay?
Maybe this can just be the podcast. He just humiliates you for hours.
That could be it. We humiliate each other back and forth. We could
You
just
could
fight.
do
We could
something with
actually
this
just
Red
do-
Pill
We
audience.
can just do a Mr. Girl podcast and just fucking abuse each other back and forth.
Yo, Destiny is saying
On
he
video.
doesn't have the capability of doing something that Jesse Lee Peterson did. This is bad, man.
He doesn't do it on his own either. He's got a whole fucking
has a
crew
lot of
as well.
producers and a whole crew behind him. Like honestly, Jesse Lee doesn't do most
Probably
of it. He's just
anything. He
Vanessa
barely
Hudgens.
shows
and
up.
he doesn't take any of the money as a result. I don't think. Sorry, any of the money is an exaggeration. I just know he doesn't take a substantial amount because someone else does everything to back.
He has it though, so if he can do it, Destiny can do it.
True.
Whatever he did, whatever part of it he played, is there.
I mean, it's also possible that Destiny is not really that excited about doing the podcast.
No, I should. It would be really good.
Really?
Yeah, it would be.
You didn't say it's really good. Are you that excited about the prospect of doing it?
Getting it rolling.
And to be clear, also doing the work for it.
Yeah, I don't want to do any work. I just have to find somebody to do it. That's a problem.
Exactly.
I think you need Adderall. I tried to give him some and then he threw it away.
I forgot. You gave that to me. Sorry.
See, why do you just throw away Idiot. drugs so often? He apparently throws away drugs that we have too. I don't know why he does it.
That's you know why I do that. That's different.
2
2
weeks
weeks
like
of
someone is
free Vyvanse. He only needs meth, that's why.
Why don't you ask Adam22 for a podcast? He could give you a show.
Oh my fucking god! Hold on.
Yeah, H3 could probably give you some pointers and you could
Yeah,
help,
there you
help
go.
you figure.
Are there
reach out to
like
Ethan.
cheaper flats in the building that you guys are in? You could rent one and make it a studio.
I think so. Yeah, there is one actually. Now I think about
Like
it.
1 bedroom, cheaper ones.
There's like a thing that you can rent. Yes.
That sounds like a good
Yeah.
plan.
Steve,
What?
did you hear that?
She's saying to rent a whole other apartment in here, Mel. What would that be? Another $4,000 a month for a fucking
You
studio?
didn't even listen.
I did listen. You're talking about an office downstairs. I wouldn't be able to rent that for a podcast. I'd have to move my equipment in and out of it every single fucking day. That would be insane. She was talking about renting a full fucking apartment. Okay? You're the one that's not listening.
Well, no, it's not true. Because
No, I asked if there were smaller ones.
Yes, you asked if there were smaller flats in here, yes.
Here's the thing, because Steve is a little retard, okay? I did actually ask the owner of this building if there was one room that you can rent
Yes.
in case I need one.
What? You're so dumb. You're so stupid. If you're gonna move out, just go back to fucking Sweden, okay?
Hey, your game sometimes, Steve, is a little questionable. You know, that's. Well, so I know you can actually rent one for several months.
I feel like we're witnessing some serious turbulence in this.
Yeah, you have no
I don't know
fucking
much of
idea
this
how
is
much
real.
fucking turbulence exists in my fucking relationships, okay?
So is this pressure or encouragement, Destiny?
Good question.
Low
See,
key,
now the
that's the
difference,
funniest
yeah.
thing she said the whole stream. That was actually pretty good.
That was actually really
Kelly,
good
why
call.
the voices? Why do you do the random fuck voices? This is the most triggering fucking thing in the world. Why?
Steve,
Oh,
you're
feel
getting.
like
You're getting a little. You're going too far right now, okay? Don't
By
attack her.
calling out when she does like the random weird fucking cutesy voices, like she's 12 years old?
This is her personality. You can't fucking.
That's
do
her
anything
personality? Is a fucking pedophile? Enabler?
I mean, technically, it would be part of a
Well, that's
person's
Mr. Gill's
personality.
personality. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that got weird really fast.
Why would you have to move your? Why would you have to move your?
reverse?
I'm trying to help your husband's career. Sit down. Wait, why would you have to move your equipment up and downstairs or whatever?
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about too.
Why can't you just get like a second computer?
What, is it a shared space?
Yeah, that's what she was talking about. It was a shared space, I think.
Okay, yeah, so that's
no,
why.
it's not. It's not. It's actually a room that you can rent.
Okay, if you're talking about renting a whole, you're not talking about renting a room. You're talking about renting another apartment.
It's like an extra $1,000.
There's no way there's an apartment to rent in this building for $1,000.
It's barely an apartment. It's just like a room and a kitchen.
That I don't
Like
know
a
what the
studio.
what is a
hold
room
on,
in a room in a kitchen, a room and a kitchen?
It's like a studio.
Oh, for
For
$1,000 in
$1,000
here
in Miami?
in South.
No
No,
way.
I'm not in Miami. I'm in South Beach. You're telling me it's $1,000?
I think that's.
Melina, if you're wrong about the rent prices, what are you willing to wager and lose?
It's very small, okay, and it's just like it's.
No.
not
You just talking shit.
There's
So we
no
want to
way
know.
if
You
you're
you got to stand on your word. If you're sure about the price, what are you willing to lose if you're wrong?
I can text that lady. Okay?
Exactly. That's how you know she don't believe what she
No,
said.
no, no,
I mean-
it's like 1,000.
I mean,
remember.
regardless, isn't an office space gonna?
Watch out! Watch it be like
similarly priced
$19.99.
Melina,
You
real
need a
talk.
surprising amount of space to set up a decent set too.
Yeah, if I walked into somebody's supposed podcast and it just looked like a bachelor, I'd be like, "What the fuck is this setup?"
And you can see it, you can feel it on the camera too. Like it'll look like the fucking Nick Galifianakis between two ferns or something.
I don't
that
think
was pretty
that's
successful.
true. They're not
Wait,
being imaginative.
So, I have another question, Destiny. Why don't you just start online?
No, because that shit doesn't work. People need to be in person.
True.
Jordan Peterson has
over
a
the fucking Zoom call.
I'm
And
not
his
Jordan
interviews
fucking
are trash.
Peterson, okay? I'll go fucking OD on fucking benzos and melt half my fucking brain, okay? And then I'll be Jordan Peterson. Is that what you want?
Please.
Why the fuck?
No.
I think also conversations that end up happening online are just not as productive.
Yeah, it has to be in
as the ones
person, okay? I want
There's
somebody
a
to
big
attack me,
difference.
and I want an excuse to blow them the fuck away, okay? So we need real life shit going on. That's what I want to see, all right?
So many things. People have shit mics. You can hear the echo. They have a shitty laptop mic. Their video cuts in and out. People are done with the Zoom call stuff, I think. People are yearning after
You got to
COVID
get that
for-
guy that punched his mic. You got to get it.
Yeah,
Gavin McGinnis.
Yeah, that
Whatever
one.
that- yeah.
Tell him to bring his own
Do
bucket.
something.
That's
Yeah.
my favorite clip.
Yeah, that shit is
Fucking
hilarious.
video game. I mean, he's not wrong, dude.
Yo, Destiny, why does everyone feel the need to give you
Happy
advice
birthday
about your life?
Clearly you need to.
Can you say happy birthday to my friend Nick Kerr? Happy birthday, Nick Kerr.
Good question.
I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Can you say
That was the longest silence so far.
I was watching a meme.
Valid.
How you going, Abba? Is the party already over?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
There was a 1 hour party?
2 hours.
Why would it be 2 hours?
Because we finished quickly.
What does that mean?
I mean, not everybody needs a long amount of
Yeah.
time
Are you
to
still
do what they
milking
need to
or
do.
what?
You guys milk each other dry.
Let's
and
just
that's
keep it pushing.
Wow.
Once you start coming dust, you know the party's over.
Yes.
Steve, do you want to go to parties?
Fuck no.
Why? Okay, what would be the perfect party for you? No games involved. You cannot play video games.
I have no idea.
Really?
Halo
There's
2
nothing.
LAN party.
What
Yeah,
about an
look
orgy
up
party?
LAN party.
No, fuck that.
The LAN parties from the Midwest.
What
we
about
used to
drug
do in
party?
the basements.
Milking party.
Shit was so good.
Original Xbox.
Melina, when did you realize that you were also a hedonist?
What does that word mean?
It means like you're just obsessed with pleasure.
Isn't that life?
Well,
No.
It's talking about your open relationship tendencies and your drug
Oh.
addiction seeking tendencies.
You have to be more specific, okay? So you're asking me when did I realize I like sex?
No. When did you realize you have like a very strong penchant for pleasure, be it drugs and
Like
sex and all?
drugs?
Yeah, and you constantly need to do it.
I don't think I do constantly.
Someone told me your slogan is sex, travel, drugs.
Sex, drugs, and travel. That's me. Yeah, it's because I talk about it. It's the things I like to talk about. I don't do them all the time, but I like to talk about them.
Okay. Yeah, I guess everyone just thought you were constantly on drugs and
STD.
fucking around and doing stuff.
I mean, yeah, probably more than a normal person.
Mm.
But I think there's something wrong with them more than it's with me.
Do you think there's something wrong with everyone else and not you?
I think Steven does the sex, drugs, and travel more than I do.
That's not what your mom said. I'm so sorry.
She should say that you should say that that's what my mom said. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
What?
You're right, because you're probably doing sex, drugs, and travel with my mom.
True.
That's what you want to.
Well, I do
with,
it at
right?
her. I do it to her. I travel to her, then I sex her, and then I make her take drugs, so that she forgets.
Steven, are you a hedonist?
Probably.
She needs to
Yeah.
forget, really?
Well, Steven, why do you think you can admit to being a hedonist, but she can't?
I don't know if she knows what the word means as much. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Can you please
Male
explain?
accountability.
But I mean, just some people have a strong penchant or like a desire and need for.
It's more than a strong penchant. It's like the sole pursuit. It's like the primary pursuit in life is the pursuit of pleasure. That's basically what hedonism is.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate description.
I think it's just more. I think people just don't do what they want to do. That's what I think is more.
So you think if people could do what they want to do, they'd do more drugs and sex?
Yes. Maybe. I think people just are told that it's bad, so that's why they don't do it. If it was neutral, I think people would do it more.
I think it's a question of volume and frequency. Like how often
Yeah.
and how much. Like even if somebody likes all those things, if it's not their primary pursuit, or if they, it's not the most important thing in life. To some people, maybe it's just a temporary, like infrequent thing. Where like once in a while, they like to just cut loose and do drugs and go somewhere and like fuck people or something like that. Versus somebody who's spending all their time. Like I know a dude that spends almost all his fucking time on Tinder and dating apps and finding women and shit like that. And just like, holy fuck,
Sounds
it's like
depressing.
all of his time. Well, I mean, it's what he's into, right? But I would say that there's a functional distinction between someone like him and maybe someone like me or Abba or something like that. I don't know, Abba. Maybe you're looking up milkmaids or something. But,
True.
Yeah. In all of your spare
I
time.
think engaging in milking is fine on occasion, but if you constantly need to be fucking
Milking?
and doing drugs, I think generally speaking, it's because there's some kind of void you're trying to fill.
Yeah,
And so
that's what
hedonism,
Steven is doing when he's trying to milk me all the time.
hedonism is like that black hole that I think some people get caught up. That's why like I think a lot of people don't do it, or some people, much like Melina said, if they could, they try it. I think for others, like, they kind of realize it's just a never-ending hole.
Well, I mean, you could say that about a lot of interests. I don't think necessarily we have to assign a value judgment to it or something like that. But
Oh no, we should definitely do that because a lot of them are self-destructive, and so I would argue that hedonism is quite self-destructive.
Do you think I'm self-destructive?
Yeah. If you engage in hedonism, I would say you're self-destructive. I say the same thing about Destiny. I think he can be self-destructive, and I don't think you would entirely disagree.
So
I completely disagree. I don't think I'm self-destructive at all.
Oh, hold up. I'm just actually curious. You don't think that to some degree your hedonism doesn't bite you in the ass?
Nope. I think I have a really good engagement with most of my hobbies. I think I do it pretty well. I think that my mental functioning is very high. I think my career is incredibly successful. There are parts of my life that I can improve, but I think that people look at some of the standard markers for trouble and they, for some reason, project a ton of stuff onto me. But I think I'm living like one of the healthiest, fullest lives that I possibly could be.
But can you establish like what is a healthy amount of that and not?
What's a healthy amount? Can I establish like a baseline?
Yeah.
I would argue. Okay, so this is what I would argue. This is the same thing I would say with like social media or anything like that. When you are spending so much time with that it's taken away from other stuff that you should be investing in or putting your time in, and I think most people deep down inside know when they're spending too much time doing something that they shouldn't be. I think that's probably when it's too much. And if you don't know, then maybe you're living the negative effects of having to engage in that behavior too much, and it's infecting your life on a large scale. So for example, I know people who just for them fucking is everything. Like they just constantly need to be doing it. And they're doing it all the time, and over a long period of time, it eventually bites them in the ass. Be a child out of wedlock, constantly having poor relationships with women over a long period of time, or in other situations, STDs, different things like that. Eventually, that hedonism comes back to bite them in the life, and they also recognize they could have been investing that time a lot better.
So wait, what do you ask us about this? Like, what was your idea of this?
Yeah, it's not like I have like 100 kids and 5 million STDs and fucking like.
No, you just constantly. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about it.
Well, you might as well. But no, you drop the accusation. Go for it. You just constantly
Nah.
Say it. No, say it.
This, right?
No, shut up, Melina. Shut the fuck up. Let him talk. What do you mean constantly?
Hold on.
Do it.
Let me say this. No, because I actually don't like. No, I actually personally don't like it when folks just come up here and just say everything about your life. So I think, you know what? If you want to do your thing, do your thing. I was just having this conversation with Lily, but now it's getting personal, so I just don't care.
No. I don't care that it's personal. Shut the fuck up. I don't care that it's personal. I'm just curious because the problem is a lot of people. I live a very exceptional life. I understand that, and that's fine. But there's a lot of like normie people that look at my life and they go, "Oh, cope on everything," despite the fact that like where is the cope? When the problem is people will say that they don't know what it means to cope. Coping means that you turn your shit off and you're crying in a corner at the end of the day, or coping means you can't have normal relationships with like human beings, or coping means that like you can't shower or show up to work because you're so obsessed with something. Like on most like normal markers, I'm pretty decent in life. Like I'm able to take care of myself. I'm able to hold down a job. I've got like a multitude of successful relationships. I do like really well professionally. Like where's the cope at? Like where's it coming out at? Like, oh, you live your life in such an unhealthy way, and I can tell because of this or that. The only thing people look at is they'll look at the exceptional behavior and go, oh, it must be unhealthy. It's like, well, why? Well, because it must be.
I think I'll just say this. Moderation.
Hold on, I just want to say this.
With pleasure is
hold on. Moderation doesn't make any sense. People say to moderate because they don't want you to have that the negative outpouring. But if there's no negative outpouring, you don't need to moderate, right?
But you can't deny that. Like when he asked earlier, like if some of your shit has bit you in the ass, that it hasn't. It has. Like
what do you mean by bit? No, shut the fuck up! I'm banning everybody. Stop, Melina. Okay, hold on. What do you mean bit you in the ass? No, he was talking to me. He's saying some stuff has bit me in the ass. What's bit me in the ass?
Yeah, because of your relationships and your like extra like marital relationships and all that other shit, and the way like you can burn bridges sometimes. Like you could navigate that shit more carefully. And you could probably be bigger.
You're how old are you?
It's not. I'm like a couple years younger than you.
Okay, yeah, okay. You're in my generation. Okay, you the way you speak right now is that like any negative stuff that happens in life is like necessarily like a life lived horribly. I think that some of the most fun I've had. No, that's exactly what you just said. You said that some stuff has bitten you in the ass. Not really. Nothing has like damaged me. Nothing has like destroyed my reputation. I haven't gotten injured. I haven't got any incurable diseases.
That's not what I'm saying.
Then what do you mean by stuff has bitten you in the ass?
You're still successful. I'm just saying like it is. You've even said it yourself though that you could probably be like bigger and more successful.
Yeah, but that's not because of my hedonistic lifestyle. That's just because sometimes I ADHD like focus on video games.
Yeah, I mean, but some of it, like you have your stupid fucking dramas where you have to talk about like one fucking whatever that girl was, Anna, for like 2 fucking months or some dumb shit like that. Like which is just gonna happen by the nature of the beast. Like,
yeah, sure. And it was like the weirdest thing for a person that like wanted to stream about me for 2 years. But like considering what I've got a 3-digit body count, that's a pretty low mindfucky rate of like all the girls that I've messed with, right? I admit there's some exceptional things, but again, like bit me in the ass? Like I don't think so. It was just kind of like an annoying thing to deal with on the side. Like more people made a bigger deal out of Anna than Anna ever made a bigger deal out of anything, right? Like she did her streams and she complained about me. She did her streams and she complained about me, but the people that made it a bigger deal were people like Mr. Girl, like people who would talk about it all the time. But besides that, like it's not like she was like outside my house like trying to fucking murder me or something, right? It's not like there was any like crazy serious shit going on.
Okay, was there no point that you entertained that might happen?
Yeah, it could happen. It's a possibility, but like anything you do in life is going to carry with it the possibility of risk, right?
I'm not really talking about possibility. I'm talking about probability. Is there no point where you're like, okay, this person might kill me?
I don't think Anna was ever going to kill me. No. But I mean, again, like necessarily anything you do in life that's going to increase like your ability to like have fun or do like crazy stuff or whatever is always going to carry with it like the risk of death, right?
Absolutely.
Like you have no chance of dying by falling out of a plane unless you go skydiving, but that's not an argument because it's never skydiving.
Yeah, but it's like if
but it is an argument against maybe skydiving 1,000 times if you don't want to die that way.
Well, if you want to skydive 1,000 times, then fucking skydive 1,000 times. Like what's wrong? Damn, what happened to all the self-empowerment shit that you guys were talking about earlier?
I mean, it just depends on whether or not you want that outcome. If you're saying like, oh, I don't want this kind of destructive thing, or I don't want to end up dying by skydiving, then maybe don't skydive every other day.
Yeah, but I'm not complaining about that. You guys are. If your lifestyle choices are like, damn, I would never want to deal with like a crazy girl or anything like that, that's totally valid. I think it's totally fine. I accept that that's probably true for most people. But like, I'm okay with the trade-off on that for like all the benefits that I get. I like fucking a lot of people. I like traveling a lot. I like doing drugs. I like my stream shit. That's like super fun for me. To be like, well, doesn't bad stuff happen sometimes so you shouldn't do it? That doesn't compute to me. Like, I feel like I'm living a super amazing life and I feel like there's a lot of fun shit that happens all the time. I understand it might be a lot for some people, but it seems weird to be like, oh, well, I think that you're like secretly like hurting or damaged inside because of some negative outcomes. Like,
I don't think that. I don't think that. I think you may be impacted in negative ways, but I don't think that you're necessarily hurting. In fact, I think out of everyone I've ever met, you probably handle it better than most people in terms of human lifestyle. But that doesn't mean that it's not true that for vast majority of other people, your same lifestyle would be untenable. Your desire to want to fuck as many people and do the other stuff. You said it yourself. I'm like autistically able to handle this stuff.
Yeah.
You think most other people who live your lifestyle could handle it?
No, but no. All of these conversations start with pointing things out, particularly about me. Then I say, yeah, but I can do this, like, because me personally. And then it's like, okay, but not everybody can do this. I was like, yeah, no shit. That's what I just said.
No. I think even for you, it still has negative outcomes. But I think for you can handle that much better than other people. What I was trying to make the point is that hedonism is generally bad for most people, and that to me remains true. Now, whether you're able to handle it better or not, that's a different story, and I do agree with you. You are better than most, but it doesn't mean the fact that lifestyle is bad. Are you in disagreement?
I wouldn't say that it's bad. I would say that you have to be careful how you balance things, of course. Like, even calling it hedonistic is a little bit loaded. Like, there's probably some, like, somebody might consider, like, drinking, period, to be, like, embracing some forms of hedonism, right? Like, it just depends on how you're defining it in particular. But, like, again, everything you do in life, I probably have done less drugs than most people if you consider alcohol, like, a drug. Like, I just haven't even drank that many times. But there are people that go out and get smashed like every fucking weekend who look at me and like, oh my god, Desi's done like LSD and mushrooms and shit like, 10 times and he's like a crazy drug. He's like, bro, you've done more damage to your body than I have with any amount of drugs.
The average like middle class fucking person or like a working class person can't do in volume like the same. You know what I mean? Like that's all.
But they can do alcohol in volume.
But they do alcohol like crazy.
We would say that it's.
If you get past like whether Destiny's life he's happy, like I don't really care about that portion. I just think on the whole concept of hedonism, I don't disagree with you. We're talking about excess behavior, and generally, with most people who are hyper successful, one of the things that leads them to their downfall the most is their hedonistic behavior, their desire to put their pleasure before their well-being, their careers, and things like that. And most people fall in that pit trap. It's not.
I agree.
Like. Whether it's powerful men, whether it's powerful women, it's like generally a lot of things that end up destroying them is their pursuit of pleasure, things that they couldn't control, things they couldn't stop themselves from doing. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm engaging stuff. Now, some people can handle it better.
I don't know. Sorry, but when we started this conversation,
it was about me.
It was about Melina at first, and sure, maybe you by proxy.
About me, I think.
But specifically, you said, I just get the feeling that most people do this because they're trying to fill an empty void.
Yes, absolutely.
And it distracts you from doing the things that you should be doing.
Me?
So it sounds like you've got some prescription of what people should be doing instead of
I think that's a very easy prescription. I think Destiny would probably agree with it. Yeah, I think Destiny would not encourage everybody to engage in hedonism. Am I wrong?
No, it depends on how you define hedonism, but probably not. Generally not. You need to find like some greater purpose.
So it's not like what I'm saying. Like on a societal level, the lifestyle that Destiny lives would never be tenable. If everybody was out here trying to get triple digits lays, it would literally lead to a skyrocket and not only sexual issues but child pregnancies and stuff like that. It just raises all the likelihood, even if you take all the precautions. So. If you ask me, do I still think that hedonism is bad? Absolutely. Do I think it's mostly to fill a hole in people? Yes, I still do. It doesn't mean that everyone can't handle it. It doesn't mean that some people don't derive pleasure from it. but I still think long term
this
it's
is
a
like
terrible
Mott
thing.
and Bailey thing. It sounds like there was a very clear implication that people that Melina or Destiny were filling a void with drugs or something like that, and it was
Probably, yeah. I mean,
it was distracting them from things that you had a better idea that they should be doing instead.
I think that most people engage in hedonism, and if you want to say these two are, they could be, they could not be. I think most people engage in hedonism.
Okay, this is the Mott Bailey. We're not talking about most people. It seemed like there was a
okay, but I
But
don't.
he's including them in it.
He said most people.
You're hyperfixating. He's giving you what you want.
Okay, just listen to what I'm saying right now, Wicked. Listen to what I'm saying right now. Listen to what I'm saying right now. You hear me? Okay, good. Okay. I'm saying that most people. You want to hyper focus on them? You can. I said they probably be too.
In the beginning. Okay.
Okay. All right. We can go in circles if you want to quote things.
Abba, are you asking me if I'm a meth whore? Is that what you're actually asking behind the scenes?
I mean, hey, listen. If you are a meth whore, it's over for you, bro.
Oh, tangentially related. Did you see the Kevils news?
Yeah, I just saw that as well.
ABBA?
Scamming
I have no idea.
fans reveals she has a drug.
Apparently, people are thinking that she spent that $100K that she raised for suing the police that she never did. Apparently, she blew that on fucking coke and heroin. I guess she has a
hedonism, bro. She could have been saving trans people and said she wanted to spend on what a trash. Let's see.
There it is.
You can make that argument for lots of different distractions. No, listen, I agree that there are really good arguments for like devoting or doing too many drugs is very likely to have, you know, adverse effects for health and lifespan and all sorts of shit. You'll age like shit. You'll have all sorts of health problems probably. You know, it might rewire your brain in ways that you're going to end up regretting or something like that. I think those are all like decent arguments. But like people have their vices. Like people are watching football or watching the NBA or something like that instead.
Do you
think that's the same thing as
but it has to be done in
hold on.
Like,
I'm actually curious. Do you think that's the same thing? Somebody watching too much football and somebody having too much sex. Do you think that's the same thing?
I don't think it's literally the same thing, but I think it could be. It's just a matter of what you value or how you entertain yourself or whatever.
No,
like I don't think it's. I don't think
no.
that different.
I'm talking about the potential consequences and the negative impacts of engaging in too much of that behavior. You want to engage in too much football, that's a problem where you might be a tad bit lazy and it might affect your work productivity, sure. But if you're fucking around too much, you end up breaking a lot of hearts eventually. You risk pregnancies with a lot of situations or STDs and different things like that. Yes, you can mitigate for it by being somewhat responsible, but there's just a certain level of risk that's much more elevated with that. You know, like doing too much drugs is not the same thing as doing too much football. Sorry.
Even with that, it can be taken to the extreme. There's like the gaming cafes in in fucking Japan and Korea
where people fucking die,
where people live in there. So like, yeah, you can take any.
That's
why I say like any form of hedonism, any form of like maximizing pleasure to the extreme.
Can we talk about probabilities? Hold on, because I feel like this is a bit disingenuous. Can we talk about probabilities? Which behavior in excess do you think is going to be more destructive? Playing video games or fucking around like crazy?
If you're asking us, do I think it's going to be more destructive at large if more people engage with this than that, then yeah, I agree with you, of course.
Even on an individual level, it's more destructive.
I would say if this is your bag, then you better be extremely judicious and do all the things that you need to facilitate for that kind of lifestyle. And I think it can be done. Like, as much as you say, you know, it causes this much ruination for this many people, wherever the fuck, many people get ruined by this thing. There are plenty of people that can sustain a lifestyle like that for decades.
There are not many people. There are 0.1% of people that can maintain that.
But not only can they maintain it, but what ends up happening to everyone else that's involved? You end up leaving a trail of generally people who are hurt by the experience, right? Because whether you like it or not, most people are not capable of casual sex. So a lot of people get brokenhearted. You end up being at risk for STDs, pregnancies, because when you have an extreme proclivity for pleasure with sex, it's very hard for most people to just use condoms all the time. Why? Because they want to have fun. And so a lot of them end up being risque because the behavior is inherently risky. So no, I reject the notion that these things are somehow equal. That's just, no.
Well, nobody
and then also,
that,
you take the children out of wedlock, like, yeah, you can do whatever you want to try to protect from that. Maybe get your balls snipped or whatever. But you just have to have one terrible experience and one girl says no, and now you got a kid. So the idea that you can just be fucking around everywhere and have no consequences, not vast majority of people who do engage in this behavior end up suffering from it at some point.
Yes,
when it comes to sex specifics.
But hold on, Ab, I want to ask you one thing, because it sounded like you walked back something that I don't know if you wanted to. When Supreme was asking you questions about like Destiny and Melina specifically, when it comes to you thinking that their hedonic like pleasure seeking is based off of some kind of something that's missing, do you feel that way or do you not feel that way? Because I understand you walk back kind of the other claim, but I think you hold on to that one somewhat.
No.
Right?
Here's the thing. I think that's true for most people. If you're asking me about them individually, this is my experience with them. Like a lot of people will be like, "Oh my God, they're such a weird couple." Me having witnessed them in person, I think they're pretty fine. I think people just see them in snippets and then take that. And I'm just generally not the most comfortable looking at Destiny or Melina or whatever it might be like, this is what you are. I don't know them well enough, and I think playing armchair psychologist for these individuals in question, I just wouldn't do it. But I do think that for most people, I would argue that that's probably the case.
Okay, yeah, if you're talking sheer numbers, yeah, I think it is probably more difficult to balance this type of lifestyle. If those are your interests and you're doing these things at like a high volume and high frequency or something like that. But like, do you see how you're mixing two claims where one is general, where nobody disagrees with you, I assume nobody in this call disagrees with you. And then the other one is like an implication for every individual who does it as well, by saying, no, actually the individuals are very likely, yeah, I wouldn't accept that the individuals involved with it aren't causing some harm to themselves that they won't regret as well.
Or to others.
What?
Or to others.
Or to others, because I think the main thing with this is you have to think about the activity. The activity involves hurting others. Like, even Destiny, as good as he is at what he does, probably could admit he's broken a lot of hearts, he's disappointed a lot of women, he's made a lot of people upset. It's not just how he feels about it. When you involve other people in this kind of pursuit of pleasure, other people get hurt as well. Right? And I'm not saying Destiny's doing bad or whatever. My whole point is it's a very different thing than video games.
True. Okay, I love you guys. I gotta leave, okay? Peace out. We can talk more tomorrow, okay? I love you all very much.
Gym time.
Yeah, fuck, it's gonna close in like an hour. Be careful.
Are you gonna stick around for this, Abba? Because I do have an answer for that.
I'll be back. Or, no, I won't be back. I'll be back tomorrow. Peace.